Lin rose from the frigid, white porcelain tiles. A sharp pain coursing through his mind as lines of text flickered before his eyes. System loaded acquired shelter. Doomsday apartment room 304. Received Doomsday survival beginners pack *1. Extracted talent ability. D-class personnel simulator. For more information, please refer to the system interface. Doomsday survival officially begins. What on earth is this? Lin organized his chaotic thoughts and accessed the system interface connected to his consciousness. Personal information, shelter information, trading communication. The system interface comprised merely these 4 sections, and Lin examined each in turn with his mind. Personal information name. Lin gender. Male age, 24. Talent ability. D-class personnel simulator notes. None. Lin clicked on his talent ability. D-class personnel simulator. Can randomly simulate 1 D-class personnel in a task each day. Notes. Why would anyone wish to seek death? Lin Shelter information level. Beginner. Status. Absolutely safe. 7 days. Notes. Please upgrade your shelter level within 7 days. So how do I upgrade? You ought to provide the conditions for that. Lin retorted. The trading section already listed several pages of items for exchange, but they consisted solely of bartering worthless goods for sustenance, with no legitimate transactions. The most active section was the communication block. It was divided into 3 subsections: world, region, and friends. The world subsection disallowed messages. Despite the presence of over 10 billion individuals, it remained eerily silent. Lin had no friends yet, hence the friends section was devoid of messages as well. Region 999-997/1000000. How did 3 people die? Wasn't it said that the shelter is absolutely safe? They must have gone out. There are strange creatures outside. I'm in an apartment. Where is this? Ha ha. I awakened the system. I won't eat beef from now on. Fool. Everyone has a system. There are monsters outside. Everyone stay indoors. Nonsense. I've read this genre. Now is the golden time for resource gathering. Whether one can become a big shot depends on this moment. Oh, another 10 dead. Fool. If it weren't dangerous outside, they wouldn't provide you with an absolutely safe shelter. Seems so. Thankfully, I didn't go out. Damn. So you didn't go out. Li Hongwei, are you there? I'm your dad. Do you all have talent abilities? As more individuals awakened, the influx of messages in the group chat surged, prompting Lin to slow down the information flow to discern the comments. Most of the messages were missing persons notices, yet very few familiar names appeared in the vast region, and he had no idea how the system categorized them. It seemed that the entire region of 1 million people was allocated to a single area, and Lin could hear the cacophony emanating from nearby shelters. Strange footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the peephole revealed only a glimpse of the desolate hallway. Outside the window, a thick white mist floated, with enormous shadows occasionally gliding through it. Lin opened the Doomsday Survival Beginner's Pack, discovering a 500-milliliter bottle of mineral water, a 1-kilogram bag of toast, and a 30-centimeter long kitchen knife. The shelter spanned roughly 30 square meters, with a door connecting to a sink and stove. Opposite the sink lay a bathroom equipped with a flushing toilet and shower. A sliding door separated the bedroom from the sink area. The bedroom furnished only with a desk, a bed, and a window connecting to the outside world. This constituted the entirety of the shelter. Lin turned on the faucet, but nothing flowed. The bathroom, too, was devoid of a single drop of water. It appeared that the water supply had been cut off for quite some time. The stove lacked gas, and the sockets had no electricity. During the day, it was manageable, but come nightfall, he would likely have to rely on the system interface for illumination. However, since the system interface was connected to his consciousness, it was uncertain whether it could illuminate the real world. What to do? With such scant provisions, survival for even a few days seems impossible. Lin hesitated to venture outside, for thus far, the regional chat had yet to reveal anyone returning alive from the outside. Many, however, claimed that the outside world was brimming with valuable resources, urging others to explore. Yet, to this moment, Lin had not seen a single screenshot concerning the external environment. Instead, numerous individuals were online peddling illicit images. Region 999-845/1000000. In under 10 minutes, over 100 had perished. Even if resources did exist outside, Lin Yi was not inclined to risk exploration. Then I shall test my talent ability. Lin Yi raked his fingers through his hair, sensing that this was not a legitimate talent ability. It felt more like some dubious job advertisement. Buzzing. Amidst the steady hum of the vehicle, Lin Yi awoke, clad in an orange prison jumpsuit. Inside, the prisoner transport, for others shared his attire, while 4 heavily armed guards occupied the front half, separated by a safety net. Damn, I knew it would turn out like this. Lin Yi silently grumbled. He had just been seated on his bed in the shelter, and upon activating his talent ability, he found himself here. The most alarming aspect was that this body was not his own, but rather that of a robust young Caucasian man. Simulated D-class personnel. Kenneth remaining simulation attempts, 10. What does 10 attempts mean? Is it 10 tries after which the simulation ends, or 10 tries after which I will truly perish? Lin Yi internally raged. This cursed talent was indeed unreliable. He was unaware of the tasks D-class personnel were required to undertake. Yet he possessed only 10 opportunities to make mistakes. Don't be anxious. The older man seated beside him seemed to sense Lin Yi's unease, patting his thigh reassuringly. Being anxious won't help. What a comforting individual. Lin Yi brushed aside his hand and inquired, "What are we going to do?" Lin Yi was entirely in the dark, risking suspicion by posing the question. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the language they spoke was not one he recognized. Yet he could communicate effortlessly, as if a translation software had been implanted in his mind. Who knows? Not just us. Even those armed guards outside haven't a clue what we're meant to do. Otherwise, they wouldn't need us to scout ahead. The older man sighed, seemingly resigned, and closed his eyes. Lin Yi refrained from asking further. Evidently, these companions were equally uninformed. Before long, the transport halted outside a villa. The guards and D-class personnel disembarked in sequence. The supervising officer, a tall black man. Number 1. A D-class personnel stepped forward, and the guard fitted him with a surveillance helmet before allowing him to enter the villa alone. Several guards monitored the situation via a laptop. After 5 minutes, the captain suddenly announced, "Number 2. Death is like the wind." Another D-class personnel stepped forward, visibly anxious, his legs trembling. Subject 2 donned a helmet and entered the villa. Moments later, the captain spoke again. Subject 3. An older colleague stepped forward, and Lin Yi was designated as Subject 4. The older colleague also put on a helmet and entered the villa, while Lin Yi cast a glance at the armed supervisors nearby, abandoning any thoughts of escape. He knew he could not outrun the barrels of their rifles. A few minutes passed, and as Lin Yi's mind wandered, without warning, his vision suddenly blurred. Buzzing. Lin Yi opened his eyes to find himself seated in a moving prisoner transport vehicle, next to the older colleague who had just entered the villa. Remaining simulation attempts, 9. With a deep sigh, Lin Yi ran his fingers through his hair, realizing he had seemingly died once without any awareness of it. This was troubling. The 2 who had entered previously were likely dead, and waiting outside was hardly a safe option. He had no choice but to investigate further. As in the previous simulation, Subjects 1 and 2 entered the villa in succession, but when the captain called for Subject 3, Lin Yi took a step forward. "I can't take it anymore. May I enter first?" The captain glanced at Lin Yi but said nothing, merely signaling for the team to equip Lin Yi with a helmet. "Could I have a weapon for self-defense?" "Surely, you wish for me to last a bit longer, don't you?" Lin Yi hoped to obtain a handgun. Although he had never used one before, firing it shouldn't be difficult. A team member produced a knife and handed it to Lin Yi without uttering a word. Reluctantly, Lin Yi accepted the knife, fully aware these individuals would not grant him a firearm, but trying was better than nothing. The villa was 2 stories tall, with a grand atrium upon entry. A staircase led to the second floor on one side, and the atrium connected to several hallways leading to other rooms. Lin Yi cautiously moved along the wall, using the moonlight to observe the situation within the atrium. The helmet featured a light, but he hesitated to turn it on. After all, it was the dead of night, and illuminating the area would make him a sitting duck. Check the second corridor on the right, but avoid the first corridor. The captain's voice crackled in his earpiece. Had he spoken to the other D-class personnel prior? A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Yi's mind. But he did not disobey the order. He was entirely unfamiliar with this place and had no idea where to go. Continuing to inch along the wall, Lin Yi instinctively glanced into the first corridor as he passed. At the end of the corridor hung something orange. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. For the first time in his life, he realized that having keen eyesight could be a curse. There hung the remains of his fellow D-class companion, grotesquely disassembled and reassembled like a puzzle, maintaining a human shape yet devoid of any human features, resembling a piece of avant-garde art. If it weren't for the striking orange prison uniform fragments, Lin Yi would have struggled to identify it at a glance. Shit! Lin Yi gasped, instinctively stepping back. Behind him was supposed to be the expansive atrium, yet he inadvertently collided with something. Feeling as if scalding water had touched him, Lin Yi darted sideways. But his body did not respond as he wished. At the last moment, he caught a glimpse of his own shattered form. The incessant buzzing and the thunderous pounding of his heart resonated painfully in Lin Ye's ears. Despite the chasm of time separating them and the knowledge that the other could not possibly catch up, he found himself unable to calm his racing thoughts. Though his body was intact and his movements unhindered, in less than half an hour, he would once again confront that which could disassemble him at will. What should he do? A strong sense of dread gripped Lin Ye's heart, rendering his thoughts chaotic. He struck his head firmly, forcing himself to regain composure. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the danger lurking on the first floor, where monsters capable of dismemberment roamed. The two who had entered before him had already been torn apart. Should he ascend directly to the second floor? No, it was unwise to venture in first. He might encounter the dismembering entity. With 8 simulations remaining, perhaps he could attempt to head straight to the second floor and, if that failed, be the first to enter afterward. The armored vehicle soon halted before the villa. Having entered the villa for the 3rd time, Lin Yi was prepared for the possibility of death. This time, he was once again the 3rd to step inside. As before, the captain instructed him to inspect the second corridor on the right. Yet, Lin Yi chose not to comply. Instead, he dashed towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Just as he had surmised, the dismembering entity was active on the first floor, and he remained unharmed as he ascended. The staircase led directly to the living room on the second floor, which featured a row of expansive floor-to-ceiling windows on one side, while various rooms branched off in other directions. In the center of the living room stood an exceptionally striking black box, so profoundly dark that it was impossible to ignore. The lid could be slid open horizontally, and at that moment, it was pushed open by 34 degrees, with only 14 remaining atop the box. Lin Yi instinctively approached the coffee table. The box was a cube, approximately the length of an arm, its interior shrouded in utter darkness, obscuring its contents. Complete the task by fully opening the box, the captain's voice echoed in his ears. Afterward, you may shed your designation as a D-class personnel and freely choose to depart or join the organization. Lin Yi instinctively raised his hand. Yet an unsettling sensation impeded his actions. Open the box. The first time he had been outside, he had met an abrupt demise. Hurry and open the box. The captain had remained silent, while team members 1 and 2 were exploring. Open the box, and all suffering will cease. You will receive your due reward. Could it truly end? Lin Yi slowly retracted his right hand, turning his head with caution. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, for pairs of eyes fixated upon him. The captain and 3 team members were impaled upon dark pillars, their faces adorned with unsettling smiles as they stared at Lin Yi. In the distance, more black pillars erupted from the ground, each with a person skewered upon them. Number 4, open the box. The captain's cold voice resonated through the earpiece, urging Lin Yi to act swiftly. Without hesitation, Lin Yi turned to close the box. The lid felt frigid, reminiscent of water from an icy pipe in winter. As he pushed the lid, he sensed the warmth within him depleting rapidly. Before he had even moved it to 12 degrees, he could no longer perceive his own body. A vital component within his body had been entirely depleted, and before long, Lin Yi succumbed to unconsciousness. Buzzing sounds echoed as Lin Yi awoke once more from a nightmare, greeted by the familiar presence of his older brother nearby. Remaining simulation attempts. 7. The abyssal box with a sigh. Lin Yi pondered that if he could close that peculiar box, this simulation would likely come to an end. Yet, he found the box impossible to shut. It had been opened 34 times. Had the 2 individuals before him been responsible? No, it was more likely that the box's opening had instigated an anomalous phenomenon, prompting our deployment. Closing the box required a certain energy, but what of its opening? Did that also necessitate a particular energy? Might the 2 previous D-class personnel and the captain have unwittingly provided the energy to activate the box? If he were the first to enter, would he not be able to easily close it? Soon, The transport vehicle came to a halt before the villa once more. Lin Yi refrained from unnecessary chatter, stepping forward to have his helmet donned by a team member. No one objected. This was a perilous endeavor, and none wished to impede Lin Yi's advance. Once his helmet was secured, Lin Yi swiftly entered the villa, only to find a figure suspended in the center of the hall. The figure opened its eyes, their blood-red irises faintly glowing in the darkness. At the sight of this apparition, Lin Yi's body began to disintegrate into countless fragments, which then twisted and reoriented toward a central point, ultimately merging into a brand new entity. Buzzing sounds resumed. Remaining simulation attempts. 6. Lin Yi stared vacantly into the void, devoid of pain, yet a sensation of distortion, transcending the nervous system, lingered upon him, rendering him momentarily incapable of even twitching a finger. Fortunately, this disorientation dissipated swiftly, allowing Lin Yi to think clearly once more. He realized he could not be the first to enter. To do so would spell certain death. It was imperative to allow the second individual to proceed first. As the transport vehicle halted before the villa again, Lin Yi waited for the first team member to enter before stepping forward to request the second's entry. Once more, no one hindered his approach. Lin Yi adeptly donned his helmet, awaiting the captain's command. Minutes later, the captain directed Lin Yi to enter the villa. Without hesitation, he advanced briskly inside. This time, the shadow was no longer present in the central hall. Lin Yi refrained from distractions, making a beeline for the staircase leading to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, the black box lay upon the coffee table, just as before, but its lid was only ajar by less than a quarter. Indeed, opening the box demanded a toll of life. Those ghastly entities must have emerged from within. Lin Yi wasted no time, rushing to the coffee table to attempt to close the box. "Wait, what are you doing?" The captain's voice crackled through the earpiece. This could very well be the captain's voice, or perhaps it was not. Regardless, Lin Yi paid it no heed. Should he fail this time, he might be compelled to resort to a more radical approach. The lid remained cold to the touch, although the rate of heat loss was not as rapid as before. Lin Yi gradually lost sensation in his body. To make matters worse, he sensed something approaching from behind. Silence enveloped him, devoid of any perceptible changes. Yet he remained acutely aware. Lin Yi's body began to twist and fragment. Fortunately, he had nearly lost all sensation of his own form, which allowed him to barely push the lid of the box shut. The instant the lid closed, all sensations vanished, and Lin Yi collapsed onto the floor, gazing up at the pitch-black ceiling, completely losing consciousness. Simulation ended. Remaining simulation attempts. 6. Acquired 6 random items from this event. Granted usage rights to the Abyss box. 1. Gained title. The Savior. Lin Yi rose from the bed in the shelter, feeling no discomfort, yet upon observing the items in the room, his entire demeanor shifted. There hung a suspended orange humanoid reconstruction specimen, displayed like a mural on the wall, unabashedly revealing itself to Lin Yi. "What the hell? You can still follow me here." Lin Yi was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just awoken from a nightmare only to find the monster from his dreams in the waking world. However, he quickly realized that this was likely a reward from the simulator. Aside from the mural, the other 5 items lay scattered across the floor: a handgun loaded with bullets, a basic food pack, a first aid kit, a complete set of military combat gear, and a dagger. The handgun was of a model Lin Yi had never encountered before, containing 10 rounds. The food pack held 5 energy bars and 2 cans of energy drinks, with no ingredient list available, leaving Lin Yi uncertain of their composition. The first aid kit contained 3 metal syringes labeled emergency, treatment, and lifesaver, along with a roll of bandages, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, and a bottle of pain relievers. The combat gear fit him well and was not overly heavy, allowing for unrestricted movement once donned. The dagger was merely ordinary but seemed to possess good quality. Lin Yi accessed the system panel, discovering 2 notifications, one regarding the usage rights for the Abyss box, and the other concerning his newly acquired title. The Savior. Your actions have salvaged a region. Your deeds have spread within the organization. Note: unlocking additional titles will elevate your standing as a D-class personnel. What? An elevation in status? Couldn't it rise to that of a C-class personnel instead? Lin Yi felt exasperated, as he preferred to engage in tasks that posed little challenge. Abyss box usage rights. You may open the Abyss box once without cost and retrieve 1 item from within. Note: dangerous items, please do not open casually. Would it summon a monster? Lin Yi pondered, ultimately deciding to utilize the Abyss box. The system information indicated that the shelter was absolutely secure. And since his innate abilities were derived from the system, whatever emerged from the box should not contravene the system's rules. The absolute safety was guaranteed for only 7 days, making it prudent to open the Abyss box now. Lin Yi promptly selected the option to open the Abyss box within the system. A pitch-black box materialized in the center of the shelter, appearing identical to that in the simulation. The Abyss box opened automatically, releasing a myriad of bizarre and grotesque items that filled the entire shelter. Dangerous information detected within the shelter, proceeding with decontamination. Processing complete. Please make your selection promptly. Lin Yi was startled the moment the Abyss box opened. He felt as though he had perished countless times in myriad ways. The shelter was filled with bizarre and grotesque objects. Fortunately, with the system's protection, he was spared from disaster. After the system's intervention, Lin Yi's shelter resembled the basement of a peculiar film, cluttered with an array of strange and uncanny items. There were luminous white bottles of unknown material, toy animals covered in inexplicable fur, a penguin with a moving eye, and indistinct paintings. Even Lin Yi himself was adorned with butterfly-like creatures, their pale blue wings quivering gently, as if poised to take flight at any moment. In this peculiar atmosphere, Lin Yi found himself at a loss. Every item in the room was extraordinary. Not even a master appraiser could provide an accurate guess. However, he remained calm. There was no point in haste, as he could not comprehend any of the items present. Thus, he resolved to select something that appealed to him. First, he eliminated anything that could move. After decontamination, everything became animated, and before that, who knew what could happen? If the decontamination was merely temporary, and the items regained their characteristics after 7 days, it would lead to complications. It was prudent to choose something relatively controllable. Ultimately, he chose a crimson card box. Crafted from an unknown material, adorned with a faintly golden circular motif on its dark red surface. Inside lay 100 cards of indeterminate material. No matter how many cards he drew, the box would automatically replenish itself, and the drawn cards would vanish. Lin Yi was not fond of gambling. Yet he had a penchant for card games. He was well-versed in over a dozen poker variations and had played virtually every card game imaginable, which prompted his choice of this deck. Do you confirm your selection? Confirmed. The strange items in the room began to dissipate, including the card box he held. Some items clearly resisted departure from the shelter, but were forcibly retracted by the system into the Abyss box, which gradually faded away, leaving no trace behind. Complete decontamination in progress. Processing complete. Acquired Abyss relic. Card box. Please draw your card for today. A card box materialized before Lin Yi. Reaching inside, he inadvertently exclaimed, "My turn. Draw a card." The cards felt akin to the skin of some creature. The backs were adorned with intricate patterns, while the fronts depicted a being resembling a goose. The card dissipated, revealing a blood-red creature reminiscent of a large goose within Lin Yi's shelter. Lin Yi. Large goose, honk? As their gazes locked, Lin Yi pondered for a long while, unable to discern the purpose of this goose. Seemingly aware of Lin Yi's confusion, the large goose gracefully lifted its wing and conjured a steaming bowl of goose leg rice from the void, presenting it to him. Can you conjure anything else? Lin Yi inquired. Honk honk, no. Could you provide another bowl? Honk honk, no. After a prolonged dialogue with the large goose, Lin Yi concluded that it could only offer him a single serving of goose leg rice and would not respond to any inquiries unrelated to that dish. Is this what decontamination entails? It seems excessively benign, does it not? Lin Yi silently captured a photograph of the duck leg rice and shared it in the group chat, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Surely, he thought, he could not be the only one suffering. This marked Lin Yi's inaugural contribution to the group. At that moment, the chat had quieted significantly. Many members were lurking, observing the flow of information while contemplating their next steps. Some engaged in private conversations, as many topics were deemed unsuitable for the public forum. However, Lin Yi's single photograph roused the dormant members. Wow, duck leg rice. My goodness, someone here is cheating. Dude, where did you get that duck leg rice? Did you go out? Is it still hot? Did you make it yourself? Master, please, just a bite of that duck leg. I beg you. I'm starving here. Are you selling it? Name your price. Lin Yi replied. Jealous, huh? It's a talent I traded for. He spoke the truth. His talent had granted him the abyssal box, which yielded a card pack, and from that pack emerged a grand goose, bestowing upon him a serving of duck leg rice. Upon reading Lin Yi's message, Others felt less envy and more sympathy, for a talent that manifested as duck leg rice seemed rather dismal. What kind of talent is that? Duck leg talent. Terrifying indeed. Impressive. Can I trade for a bowl too? Please, great one, spare a few bowls. So many of us are still hungry. Has anyone returned alive after venturing out? Is your talent so amusing? Lin Yi responded, you can only trade for one portion per day. I don't even know if I can trade again tomorrow. While he scrolled through the chat, savoring the duck leg rice, numerous individuals sought to add him as a friend, yet he could not be bothered to reply. Time in the simulator appeared to mirror that of reality, though he wondered if his real self remained in the shelter during the simulation. By this point, Lin Yi possessed nothing but the clothes on his back, and it seemed others shared a similar plight. Soon enough, he finished the duck leg rice, and as twilight enveloped the sky, just as he lay down to rest, a notification abruptly appeared before him. Nighttime activities commence. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 9:59. A 10-minute countdown materialized before Lin Yi, compelling him to make a decision before time lapsed. Are you participating in the nighttime activities? Of course. I can't conjure duck leg rice, and I'm too afraid to venture outside. If I don't gather some food soon, I might starve. I'll assess the situation and join tomorrow. I'm useless. I'll wait until tomorrow. Good luck, everyone. Observing the group chat, Lin Yi began to prepare his gear. He was determined to partake in the nighttime activities. Firstly, he was among the best-equipped survivors. If he couldn't survive, considering the talent abilities, at least half of those joining the night's endeavors would surely perish. Secondly, he had yet to discover a way to upgrade the shelter, which might very well be revealed during the nighttime activities. Missing this opportunity could set him back in the shelter's progression, leading to eventual elimination by others. Thus, Lin Yi resolved not to forfeit this chance. Once equipped, Lin Yi sat beside his bed, watching the countdown in the chat. The grand goose nestled quietly in his lap, occasionally preening its feathers with its beak. Lin Yi rubbed his temples as he rose from the dark crimson floor, finding himself in the midst of a corridor. On either side, a series of doors stood in irregular arrangement, all sharing the same somber hue. The sharp headache that had plagued him was gradually subsiding. He drew the pistol from his waist. Although the large goose was absent, the lack of weaponry was of no concern. 3 days prior to the nocturnal activity, the probability of treasure chests appearing was increased, while the likelihood of encountering tiered creatures was diminished. The quality of the treasures produced was enhanced, and the first treasure chest opened by participants would invariably yield a blueprint for upgrading the sanctuary. Nocturnal activity commenced. 1:59. A countdown timer appeared at the bottom of the system panel, indicating that participants would be transported back to the sanctuary in 2 hours. Lin Yi aimed his pistol at the nearest door and gently rapped on it. There was no response. Pushing the door open revealed a completely enclosed room devoid of life, with no windows, only littered with debris, empty beverage bottles, torn paper, shattered stones, and a dilapidated table. The bottles and scraps bore inscriptions in a language unfamiliar, yet comprehensible to Lin Yi. He gathered a few of the marked pieces of refuse and tucked them into his pocket. Amidst the clutter, he discovered a dark crimson metal coin, roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin, but noticeably heavier. One side was adorned with intricate patterns, while the other bore a blood-red eye. Lin Yi pocketed the coin and exited the room. The corridor was not extensive, merely measuring over 10 meters, but the adjacent corners branched off into similar hallways, one veering left and the other right. As Lin Yi hastened past several turns, he realized that he was still confronted by a series of corridors, varying in length, some culminating in junctions that diverged in multiple directions. This place resembled a labyrinth without an end in sight. If this maze could accommodate 10 billion individuals, Lin Yi could hardly fathom its complexity. However, this was of little concern to him. He needed not escape the maze, but merely procure the resources he sought. Half an hour later, Lin Yi had explored 9 red rooms, uncovering only a few red coins, a red key, and some usable odds and ends, yet had found no treasure chests as referenced in the system information. After investigating several more rooms, he suddenly stumbled upon a locked chamber. The door appeared akin to the others, save for the presence of a red lock. The color of the lock closely matched that of the door. Had Lin Yi not meticulously examined each room, he might have overlooked this one. He knocked on the door, but silence reigned within, the space resembling a desolate ruin, devoid of life beyond Lin Yi's presence. Inspecting the keyhole, he retrieved a piece of wire he had salvaged from the refuse and inserted it into the lock. Attempting to pick it, After a minute of fruitless effort, it became evident that this was no ordinary mechanical lock. Employing the red key to unlock the door, he found that the key vanished upon entry. The room was of similar dimensions to the others, yet instead of being strewn with garbage, it was filled with shelves. This appeared to be a storage room. Lin entered the room to inspect the shelves. Most of them lay barren, yet he managed to uncover a few remaining items. 2 bottles filled with a crimson liquid, a metallic pendant, and 7 rigid cards caught his attention. The liquid was contained within glass vials, each sealed with a tight cap and holding approximately 400 milliliters. The pendant was a symmetrical silver cross, suitable to be worn around the neck. The rigid cards bore a dark red hue on one side, while the other side was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of those found on red coins. Among the 7 cards, 3 distinct designs were present. Lin carefully placed these objects into a backpack he had previously salvaged from a refuse heap. Though their purpose eluded him, he resolved to retain them for the time being. As he hoisted the backpack and prepared to depart, faint footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, distinctly separate from his own direction. The sound was subtle, and the prevailing silence allowed him to detect the approach prematurely. He gently closed the door, leaving a slender gap through which he could observe the hallway outside. Soon, a figure shadowed by a blood-red hue passed by, the desiccated corpse of a being whose half of the cranium had been obliterated. The remaining brain matter was parched and shriveled, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what animated its movement. Once the corpse had passed, Lin timed his action precisely, flinging the door open and firing a shot at the exposed half of the creature's head. The gunshot reverberated through the corridor, the bullet striking its mark with unerring accuracy, the impact sending the ghastly figure crashing to the floor. This marked Lin Yi's inaugural discharge of a firearm, nonetheless. An uncanny familiarity with the sensation washed over him, as though he had wielded a gun countless times before. Suppressing this inexplicable feeling, Lin refrained from advancing, opting instead to vigilantly monitor the fallen body. Despite the severed half of its skull, he remained uncertain whether the remaining portion harbored vital vulnerabilities. Initially inert, the corpse suddenly convulsed violently after 2 seconds, reminiscent of a patient enduring an epileptic seizure. From its back sprouted sinewy, blood-colored appendages, resembling the legs of a spider, which propped up its form. Its abdomen split open as the desiccated flesh and viscera seemed to rekindle life, blossoming outward like a grotesque flower, forming new structures. Lin fired 3 consecutive shots at the creature, targeting the chest cavity, the lower left abdomen, and the lower right abdomen, each bullet striking a distinct location. Bang, bang, bang. He refused to believe this abomination was impervious. He simply had yet to discern its weak points. The creature propelled itself from the ground like a frog, then vaulted off the corridor's ceiling toward Lin, covering a distance of 7 to 8 meters in 2 bursts of exertion. Maintaining composure, Lin retreated several paces and discharged the entirety of his magazine into the oncoming monster. Bang, 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 bang. At such proximity, precision was secondary to sheer firepower. With the magazine emptied, Lin released his grip on the pistol, anticipated the creature's secondary lunge, and deftly sidestepped, drawing a dagger strapped to his waist. The monster's follow-up assault failed to halt. It collided with the corridor's end, tumbling and writhing before finally succumbing to stillness. Evidently, it was not immune to bullets. Lin stood steadfast, wary of any potential resurrection, having maintained a calm demeanor throughout the ordeal. His movements deliberate and his mind unperturbed. After all, a corpse that can leap and bounce is relatively easier to deal with than simulator tasks. A few minutes passed before Lin approached the monster's carcass. By this point, the body had entirely lost its human shape, apart from a few scattered parts. It was challenging to discern any traces of humanity. Lin drew his dagger and commenced the dissection. The various tissues and structures of the corpse were intertwined, and initially, Lin pondered how this entity could move. However, he gradually relinquished this line of thought and began to study the peculiar anatomical structures present on the monster. 10 minutes later, Lin sheathed his dagger with satisfaction and continued his exploration. On the creature, he discovered a keyring featuring 5 identical red keys, which appeared to serve merely as credentials for opening doors, bearing little relation to locks. Consequently, Lin ceased to open the rooms lacking locks, for they mostly contained mere refuse. Even when valuables were found, they were usually limited to a few coins or a single key. Moreover, 1 key was obtained for every 9 rooms. He needed to locate a treasure chest swiftly to ascertain the materials required for upgrading his refuge. Lin Yi hastened through the corridors, twirling an empty handgun in his hand. When he fired earlier, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the weapon, as if he had wielded it for over a decade. This was likely residual experience from the simulation of Kenneth, as Lin Yi had never handled a handgun before, rendering such proficiency improbable. Kenneth, as a Class D personnel, was different. There must have been a reason for his classification, and one could not attain such a status without possessing a few notable skills. Before long, Lin Yi encountered a locked red door. After knocking and receiving no response, he expended one key and entered the room. The internal structure was akin to the other rooms, albeit devoid of rubbish. In the center stood a mahogany chest. The chest was unlocked, and Lin Yi cautiously pried open the lid with his dagger, swiftly retreating thereafter. Contrary to his expectations, the chest contained no hazardous items and did not unleash a blood corpse. Upon opening the chest, it vanished, revealing 3 items: the upgrade blueprint for the refuge, a hard card, and a vial of crimson liquid. Would you like to use the upgrade blueprint for the refuge? Yes. Please collect 10 specimens of non-tiered aberrant organisms as materials for upgrading the refuge. 010. Non-tiered aberrant organisms? Aberrant organs? Lin Yi hurriedly vacated the room and returned to the site of the blood corpse dissection, drawing his dagger to sever the most anomalous part of the corpse. Would you like to submit the aberrant organ? Yes. The anomalous part vanished, and upon checking the system, Lin Yi discovered that the upgrade task for the refuge now stood at 110. Apparently, eliminating 10 blood corpses would suffice for the upgrade, which was a relief. Although blood corpses were challenging to defeat, they were ultimately just mutated bodies. Lin Yi had previously been unfamiliar with them, but he would not waste so many bullets in the future. Nevertheless, engaging blood corpses with a dagger was perilous, so Lin Yi resolved to procure some ammunition through his innate abilities before confronting them again. Having secured the aberrant organ, Lin Yi resumed his search for locked rooms. After a brisk walk of over 10 minutes, he finally located the next locked chamber. Using the crimson key, Lin Yi unlocked the grand door, revealing a chamber housing a mahogany treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, he discovered it brimming with bread and bottled water. The contents of the 2 chests were entirely dissimilar, suggesting that the chests may vary in type, each harboring different treasures. Lin Yi carefully stored the retrieved items into his second backpack, acknowledging that while there was sustenance available in the shelter, accumulating provisions was prudent in such circumstances. After further exploration, Lin Yi encountered a fork in the corridor that deviated from the previous paths. This was a straight, unadorned hallway, its length stretching into obscurity, still adorned in a deep crimson hue. With his dagger drawn, Lin Yi proceeded with caution down the corridor. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters, he finally reached the end, where a grand double door awaited. Surely, there could not be a formidable boss beyond this threshold. Pushing the door open, he found himself in a square hall. His entryway lay on one side of the square, while directly opposite him stood another set of crimson double doors. To his left was a mahogany door, and to his right, a dark red metallic door, secured with a padlock. As Lin Yi approached the wooden door, a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to exit the red maze prematurely? No. With no immediate danger present, Lin Yi felt no urgency to leave. Moving closer to the metallic door, another prompt emerged. First contact with a special room. The door will unlock automatically. The lock vanished, and the metallic door swung open, revealing an ordinary red room. However, unlike the others, this room featured a dark red pedestal at its center, upon which rested a glass vial filled with a dark crimson liquid, within which floated an eye. Lin Yi seized the vial and placed it in his backpack, meticulously inspecting the room once more to ensure he overlooked nothing before departing. Upon pushing open the opposite double doors, he found himself in yet another identical corridor. Glancing at the time, he noted that only 20 minutes remained for exploration, having previously conserved his energy in anticipation of potential encounters with monsters. He felt it was now time to accelerate his pace. As he swiftly navigated the corridors, Lin Yi stumbled upon another locked room with just 5 minutes left on the countdown. Opening the door revealed yet another mahogany chest. Inside, he discovered several vials of red liquid, a few sturdy cards, and a red metal key. This key was distinctly different from the previous crimson key and appeared to be designed for unlocking special rooms. Lin Yi stowed these items in his backpack and continued his exploration of the nearby rooms. Aware that time was running out and there was no opportunity to seek another locked room. Just before the countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Yi unearthed a few red coins from a pile of refuse. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the door, but as the countdown hit 0, Lin Yi returned to the shelter. During this exploration mission, over 2,000 individuals had perished. Once inside the red maze, the system's communication features were rendered inoperative, leading to a flurry of messages once the exploration concluded. Finally back, I was trapped in a room by a zombie for 2 hours. Almost didn't make it back, but thankfully I ran fast. Did you all find treasure chests? I only found some red coins. I opened a chest, but aside from the shelter upgrade blueprint, I only retrieved 2 vials of unidentified liquid. What? How does one upgrade the shelter? Can someone share the blueprint? Blueprints are one of the essential materials for advancing one's shelter. Each individual must procure a blueprint to elevate their refuge's status. Many have perished, yet I am fortunate to have stayed away. For the first 3 days, one was guaranteed to obtain a blueprint from opening chests, though the probability of finding treasures would subsequently diminish. Who among us knows where to acquire mutated organs? As the chatter in the group waned, Lin Yi shared an image, a snapshot taken by the system during his previous encounter with a mutated organ. Goose leg, brother? Why have you ceased posting fresh images of the goose leg? Wait a moment, is that not a zombie? You took one down, esteemed one. Incredible. I barely muster the courage to step outside, yet you have already slain a zombie. What difficulty lies in vanquishing zombies? Hand me a weapon, aim for the head, and one shot should suffice. Clearly, those on the upper floors have not ventured out. Are those the pitiful zombies one sees in films? I consider myself quite formidable among ordinary folk, yet these wretched zombies outrun me and possess greater strength. Even a shattered skull does not guarantee their demise, and they can contort themselves. Thousands have met their end at the hands of these monsters. I merely count myself lucky, with a modicum of talent, or I too would not have returned. Indeed, while I have yet to encounter a zombie, those bold enough to undertake missions possess considerable skill, and still, so many have fallen. These zombies must be exceedingly formidable. Lin Yi interjected, please hold for a moment. I shall share some pertinent information. Following his words, the chat of nearly 1 million participants gradually quieted. It was not merely Lin Yi's eloquence that commanded attention. Rather, the information he possessed was intricately tied to each person's survival. No one wishes to face death. Subsequently, Lin Yi conveyed the insights he had gleaned from the labyrinth in the simplest terms, ensuring even those of lesser intellect could comprehend the necessary actions ahead. I believe that mutated organs are the critical weak points of the mutated beings. Ultimately, I did indeed strike at a mutated organ, but after firing 10 shots, it is possible the creature succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, I advise you to proceed with caution. Impressive, esteemed one. Thank you for sharing such valuable information. May good fortune accompany you always. Alas, 10 blood corpses are exceedingly challenging. The prospect of advancement feels daunting. Wait, where did you acquire a handgun? Lin Yi responded. If I can exchange my talent for goose leg meals, why can't I also trade it for a handgun? What a remarkable talent. I too desire the ability to barter for goose leg meals. In the realm of trade and mutual assistance, Lin Yi continued, I have also procured a limited quantity of bread and bottled water. Those in need may contact me privately. I shall exchange them for items found in the labyrinth. With the highest bidder securing the deal, the value of these items remains uncertain, so decide wisely. Goodness, I am on the verge of starvation, and the esteemed one already has surplus provisions for trade. Shouldn't you share your excess food with those in need? Surely, those who can negotiate with you won't starve. Upon reading such comments, Lin Yi promptly blocked the users. By doing so, neither party could see the other's messages or offers, benefiting both sides. Lin Yi preferred not to witness such distasteful remarks, and the others need not harbor envy towards him. In any case, Lin Yi had no intention of engaging in transactions with such individuals, out of sight, out of mind. His dissemination of information was not born from any noble sentiment. Rather, he genuinely sought to illuminate a path for fellow survivors while pursuing his own objectives. Fame and fortune have always been inseparable. Once a reputation is established, every endeavor becomes considerably easier, perhaps even more so. There is no need for excessive effort. Simply releasing accurate information in advance ensures that others will naturally refer to him with reverence as Brother Goose Leg. Lin Yi reclined on his bed, sifting through private messages, dismissing the spam, and seeking out valuable trades. The great goose lay beside him, its head nuzzling Lin Yi's arm, its wings draped over him like a comforting blanket. Before long, Lin Yi completed several transactions. The cards and liquids emerging from the treasure chests would undoubtedly be worth more than mere bread. He even believed that only after the quality of the chests improved could such items be obtained, for bread and bottled water were the usual yield from the redwood chests. Oh, a blueprint? A survivor named Zhang Liang had sent him a message regarding a blueprint. Blueprint for non-ranked mutated weapon production. This blueprint allows the creation of a non-ranked mutated weapon, requiring materials 1 to 5 mutated organs. Note: please pay attention to material combinations. More materials do not necessarily yield a stronger weapon. No rational individual would trade a weapon blueprint for mere bread. Lin Yi sensed that the other party might have ulterior motives. Lin Yi, what do you propose in exchange? Zhang Liang, esteemed one, it is truly difficult to reach you. Lin Yi, I do not appreciate wasting time. Zhang Liang, esteemed one, we have established an organization called the Mutual Aid Society, comprised entirely of individuals with exceptional talents. The president hopes you will join us. Lin Yi, I think I shall pass. Best of luck to you. Zhang Liang, please, esteemed one, with your abilities. Joining the Mutual Aid Society would ensure that you receive at least one such blueprint daily. Lin Yi, what must I contribute? Zhang Liang, nothing much. You simply need to provide information to the Mutual Aid Society, as you did today. Unlike those ungrateful individuals in the group, the society will surely reward you. Lin Yi, so you profit from my intelligence and then share a portion with me? Zhang Liang, that is one way to look at it. Lin Yi, have you considered that many may perish because of your actions? Zhang Liang, it is merely a matter of normal exchanges. Those who do not contribute should not receive information. That is the natural order. Lin Yi, you make a valid point. Zhang Liang, but you do not accept? Lin Yi, you make a valid point. Lin Yi ended his private conversation with Zhang Liang and resumed trading with others. What Zhang Liang proposed was within Lin Yi's capabilities. He could easily establish a similar organization, but he saw no need. The Mutual Aid Society had its merits, yet it remained limited in scope. If it is to be called a Mutual Aid Society, it ought to aspire to save all of humanity. That would indeed be worthwhile. The transient gains and losses were inconsequential. What he truly sought could not be provided by the Mutual Aid Society. Zhang Liang, president, he has declined. Wu Ming, a pity. His talent must be a form of potent early game ability. With his help, the Mutual Aid Society could assist more individuals. Zhang Liang, should I find someone to discredit him? We could claim that his information is flawed, considering many have never ventured into the labyrinth. Wu Ming, no need. We still require him to provide information. Although this may yield less profit, it is still more than what we would earn from those who wander alone. Moreover, there is no necessity for us to antagonize him at this juncture. The moment you issued the invitation, misfortune befell us. Anyone with discernment would surmise our involvement. Zhang Liang, indeed, sir. Wu Ming, have the explorers returned? Zhang Liang, most perish upon departure. The fortunate endure but a few more moments. Shall we dispatch more to continue the exploration? Wu Ming, let it be. It appears that, for now, our only option is to gather materials from the Red Labyrinth. Zhang Liang, understood. Please draw today's card, a night devoid of dreams. Lin Yi awoke to this prompt. My turn. Draw though just roused. Lin Yi rose spiritedly from bed to perform his daily card draw. This time, the card bore the image of a cat. As the card dissolved, a feline with blood-red fur gracefully manifested at the center of Lin Yi's sanctuary. The cat nimbly leapt onto Lin Yi's bed, curling beside his legs. Lin Yi stroked the creature's sleek fur, suddenly contemplating the merits of such a pet, requiring no attention beyond daily affection, and the delightful prospect of a new breed each day. What might you offer me? Surely not a serving of cat meat. I have never partaken of such. Meow suddenly. A system notification appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Receive card assistance. Prior to each action, draw one item. The item may only be utilized during this action and will vanish afterward. Is this your doing? Meow, but what constitutes an action? In response to Lin Yi's query, the cat merely purred languidly, offering no elucidation. Like a goose, it was limited to simple interactions with Lin Yi. He refrained from further questioning, caressed the cat, ate a morsel, and then activated his daily talent. Simulated D-class personnel, Larry, drawing item. Item acquired. Abyssal egg. Remaining simulations, 10 buzzing softly. Lin Yi sat expressionlessly within the prisoner transport. Since arriving, daily rides in this vehicle had become routine. Back on Blue Star, he He had seldom visited the police station except for bureaucratic necessities such as obtaining identification. Larry was a robust man in his 50s with bronzed skin and rippling muscles. Lin felt certain that Larry could dispatch his former frail self with a single punch. The abyssal egg rested in Lin Yi's right trouser pocket, resembling a quail egg in size and texture akin to a peeled boiled egg. Pinching it, Lin Yi noted its remarkable resilience. It would not be crushed even under pressure. Objects connected to the abyss left a disquieting impression on him, and he remained uncertain of their purpose. This time, Lin Yi's team comprised only 2 companions, though 4 supervisors accompanied them. The other 2 D-class personnel were formidable individuals, akin to Larry. Before long, the transport halted near the entrance of a tunnel. The deadly tunnel. Lin Yi disembarked. The vehicle remained some distance from the tunnel, and the supervisors clearly hesitated to approach it, as if the tunnel itself were a devouring maw. Number 1, you proceed first. The appointed team leader was a stern-faced Caucasian, his demeanor forbidding and unyielding. Regrettably, the other 2 Class D personnel remained inactive. This time, the first subject was Lin Yi, who could no longer rely on others to scout the path for him. Lin Yi stepped forward and requested the supervising personnel to equip him with a helmet. "Could you provide me with a weapon?" Lin Yi inquired as per his usual practice. The supervising personnel glanced at the team leader, who nodded in acquiescence, prompting him to draw a dagger from his belt and hand it to Lin Yi. With the dagger in hand, Lin Yi approached the tunnel, a vast semicircular passage measuring 20 meters in width and 10 meters in height. The ceiling was adorned with 2 rows of overhead lights, their warm white glow illuminating every corner of the tunnel. Lin Yi entered the tunnel, veering to the right. It was devoid of both people and vehicles, stretching endlessly ahead, an unknown expanse before him. After approximately half an hour of walking, Lin Yi had encountered nothing. His earpiece remained silent, and while the tunnel occasionally curved, it offered no diverging paths, only the option to advance or retreat. This intensity seems rather low, Lin Yi mused, recalling that during his previous expedition he had encountered several creatures within the same time frame. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. It felt as though the overhead lights had extinguished simultaneously. Lin Yi halted, surrounded by impenetrable blackness, save for the sound of his own heartbeat and breath. After a moment of waiting, with no indication that the lights would return, Lin Yi hesitantly took a step forward. This movement appeared to activate a switch, and the entire tunnel was abruptly flooded with light. Lin Yi squinted, the sudden change in environment requiring him a moment to adjust. At that instant, he noticed a shadowy figure at an angle ahead, to the left of the path. His eyes widened in alarm as he discerned the indistinct form. It was a tall, humanoid creature. Its body was grotesquely covered in writhing flesh, its limbs elongated, and its torso bristled with bony spikes, culminating in a dark, serpentine tail. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi turned to flee, armed only with a dagger. He stood no chance against such a formidable and menacing beast. Great God of the tunnel, I was merely contemplating. Please do not unleash a horde of monsters upon me. The creature emitted a frenzied roar, charging toward Lin Yi like a famished wild dog. For a brief moment, darkness engulfed him again, but only for an instant. The lights flickered back on, and the creature behind him fell silent. Lin Yi turned to find no monster in sight. The previous encounter seemed to have been a mere figment of his imagination. What on earth? If I were not entirely certain of my mental stability and aware that this tunnel harbored its own mysteries, I might suspect I had lost my sanity. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi retraced his steps to the location where he had encountered the creature. This time, the lights remained lit, and there was no evidence of any monsters. What a bizarre experience. Lin Yi tugged at his hair in frustration. This mission proved to be more troublesome than the last. He was uncertain whether to proceed or retreat immediately. Very well, I shall traverse this path until the end, to see what lies ahead. After all, I have 10 simulation opportunities. Lin Yi continued onward, the tunnel resonating with an eerie silence, save for the sound of his own footsteps. How I wish for a cup of milk tea, or perhaps to stumble upon a milk tea shop. As Lin Yi strolled along, he silently wished for an encounter with a few monsters, preferably those with sharper intellects. He yearned to return to Blue Star and receive a fortune of 100 million. The recent encounter with monsters felt too fortuitous, leading him to suspect that the tunnel possessed some wishing capabilities. However, his desires remained unfulfilled, and the tunnel continued to echo with silence. After walking for several more minutes, the overhead lights extinguished once again. This time, Lin Yi did not halt. The darkness flickered momentarily, and he widened his gaze towards the diagonal front, mentally noting, the intensity is rather low this time. It took an hour to encounter a single monster, while I had restarted multiple times within half an hour previously. Indeed, a figure emerged in his peripheral vision to the left, but it was not the monster he anticipated. It was one of the D-class personnel who had arrived in the same vehicle as him. What brings you back? Is there something ahead? How did you get in front of me? Both spoke almost simultaneously. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the other party assumed he had turned back. However, he had not retraced his steps. The tunnel offered no forks, unless the individual had entered from the opposite end. It was impossible for them to be ahead of Lin Yi without passing him first. Were those regulatory personnel escorting him to the other end of the tunnel? Was this some sort of experiment? Was he being deceived? What significance would such an act hold? Was he truly a D-class individual, or could he be a shape-shifting monster? A tumult of chaotic thoughts twisted through Lin Yi's mind, the multitude of uncertainties hindering his ability to draw any conclusions, leaving him unsure of whether to trust the fellow human before him. What are you saying? What do you mean by getting in front? Are you confused? Jesse regarded Lin Yi warily, his right hand moving towards his waist. I apologize. The lights had gone out earlier, and I may have walked in the wrong direction. Lin Yi hastily explained. He had no desire to provoke conflict under such circumstances. He was strong, but so was the other. And a careless misstep could lead to the waste of a simulation attempt. Earlier? You mean just now? Your words are quite difficult to comprehend. Are you a foreigner? Noticing Lin Yi's amicable demeanor, Jesse chose not to draw his weapon, yet he remained at a distance. You've only experienced a blackout once. I've encountered it previously as well. Lin Yi refrained from approaching Jesse, as they both required a certain degree of safety. Oh, I see. It might be due to different segments of the tunnel. I just experienced my first blackout, and it was utterly dark, rendering everything invisible. I waited for quite a while, and when I finally moved forward, the lights turned back on, Jesse lamented. So have I, Lin Yi replied, tugging at his hair in frustration, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Well, since you've turned back, let us return together. After all, we've wandered for so long without any sign of an end. The earpiece has been silent. I've long wished to go back, but I'm wary of being ambushed by those ruffians if I attempt to return alone. Jesse licked his parched lips. Agreed. Let us head back together. They shouldn't harm us. At most we'll have to traverse this path once more, Lin Yi concurred. As he approached Jesse, a sense of unease washed over him. The other appeared lethargic, seemingly in a worse state than himself. Sigh, after so long, I feel a bit famished, thankfully. I had a hearty meal before arriving. Jesse sighed deeply and inquired, how long have you been inside? Lin Yi's vision suddenly darkened, and he heard a response beside his ear. Nearly 3 hours. I'm utterly exhausted. Lin Yi hastily stepped back, yet Jesse had already vanished without a trace. Just like that monstrous creature. Damn it. Lin Yi turned around and began retracing his steps. If that D-class personnel hadn't deceived him or suffered a mental breakdown, then the anomaly within this tunnel was likely related to time. Lin Yi had never encountered anything that could manipulate time, but merely contemplating such a possibility filled him with dread. No, he couldn't jump to conclusions. There might be other explanations. He continued walking back, unaware of how long he had been moving, though certainly far longer than his initial venture. Ahead lay the interminable corridor. The entrance was nowhere to be seen. Oh no. Am I doomed to be trapped here forever? Lin Yi muttered, tearing pieces of his clothing and dropping them along the path as he pressed onward. After some time, his vision blacked out once again. Having experienced this twice before, Lin Yi had grown accustomed to the sensation. Something was passing nearby. He stepped forward, and the darkness dissipated, revealing a figure diagonally ahead in the corridor. It was the other D-class personnel. Why are you turning back? Reynolds asked, eyeing Lin Yi with suspicion, sensing something off about him. How many have come in? How long have you been here? Lin Yi offered no reply but posed his own question. I am number 3, naturally, the third to enter. As for the duration, a few hours, perhaps. Without a watch, I cannot be certain. Reynolds regarded Lin Yi warily. The man gave off an ominous impression. Without further words, Lin Yi left Reynolds behind and continued forward. Wait, are you trapped too? I've changed directions multiple times, but can't find a way out. The marks I left earlier have vanished. Why did the light just go out? Do you know how to escape? Though harboring no goodwill toward Lin Yi, Reynolds was the only person he had encountered in this cursed tunnel and did not wish to be doomed alone. Lin Yi ignored him, steadily advancing until his vision darkened, and Reynolds disappeared. Heh, I knew it would come to this, Lin Yi muttered, quickening his pace. He was uncertain whether moving forward would help, but suicide or waiting passively for death was out of the question. Even if he had to relive this ordeal, he had no idea how to proceed. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yi continued mechanically, strangely feeling no fatigue or hunger. What was happening? He felt an inexplicable joy welling within him. Speaking aloud in the empty corridor, his pace accelerated. At last, the tunnel darkened once more. This time, Lin Yi did not falter. The darkness vanished in an instant. Gazing diagonally ahead, he froze. He saw himself. Though the figure wore a helmet, the familiar orange prison uniform, physique, and complexion left no doubt. It was Lin Yi himself. As Lin Yi turned and fled, Lin Yi hurriedly pursued, calling out for him to stop. Yet, in an instant, darkness enveloped him, and that Lin Yi vanished. Stunned, Lin Yi stood still. This scene felt oddly familiar. He quickly glanced at his own body, undulating flesh, elongated limbs, and a spine bristling with bone spurs. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into a monster. The creature he had previously observed was none other than himself. When had the abyssal egg begun to influence me? I remained utterly oblivious. Truly, such is the nature of abyssal artifacts. Merely possessing one can lead to such a transformation. Lin Yi felt no anxiety over his monstrous form. After all, this was merely a simulation. What mattered now was devising a way to escape. Everything else was trivial. A time loop, perhaps, but how exactly does it cycle? Is it related to direction? To numbers? Would the destruction of those 2 D-class personnel cause this place to collapse? Should I consider ending my own life to report the situation directly to the captain? The moment this thought arose, Lin Yi dismissed it. Unless the simulation count reached 0, he would not dare to take such a risk in directly informing the captain. Firstly, his innate ability was that of a D-class simulator. Without resolving the anomalies, he might never return. Furthermore, Lin Yi harbored profound distrust towards the so-called organization, a body that dealt with anomalies at the cost of human lives. He could scarcely fathom their methods. Should he attract their attention, the consequences could be dire. In the worst-case scenario, Lin Yi might find himself trapped in the simulation by the organization, unable to return to the shelter. He was still uncertain of the state of his physical existence. If he merely lay on the shelter's bed, it would not be long before he succumbed to thirst. Thus, he had to rely on himself to address the anomalies within the tunnel. As he pondered, Lin Yi's steps did not falter. After his transformation, his physical prowess was terrifying. He felt no hint of fatigue. Before he could fully grasp the principles of the cycle, the tunnel darkened once more. How could it happen so swiftly? Lin Yi took a step forward, the light illuminating the tunnel, revealing a monster standing diagonally across from him. Its physique was even more robust than Lin Yi's current form. Its body adorned with various twisted, aberrant organs, appearing far more fearsome. This time, Lin Yi did not flee. He understood that the creature before him was the next iteration of himself. The 2 monsters approached each other in the tunnel's center. Lin Yi attempted to greet it, but only an eerie growl escaped his lips. The next cycles Lin Yi had anticipated this situation. He tore off a strip of flesh, splattering dark crimson liquid across the ground. Subsequently, he began to use the flesh to dip into the blood, writing on the floor. The monster's fingers twisted grotesquely, and he could barely grasp the flesh. Struggling, he believed in himself, and the other party had simulated this message. Regardless, eliminating the opponent would unlock the next simulation. After Lin Yi struck a few more times to ensure his own demise, he finally relinquished the corpse. Just as he was about to proceed, he suddenly noticed some scars upon the surface of the body. Perhaps due to the monster's formidable regeneration, these wounds had healed, yet they still left traces upon the skin. There were 3 mathematical symbols representing infinity, intertwined to form an enigmatic glyph. For a moment, Lin Yi could not comprehend what it was meant to convey. Surely it could not signify an endless path? Even if that were the case, 3 infinities seemed excessive. One would suffice to evoke despair. However, he soon realized that these were not 3 infinities, but rather 3 Mobius strips. No one understood himself better than Lin Yi, and he quickly followed his own line of thought. The Mobius strip is a topological structure of infinite loops, although Lin Yi was not deeply versed in such constructs. He merely felt that the current situation bore a striking resemblance to a Mobius strip. The 3 Mobius strips represented 3 Class D personnel. Thus, had they not entered the same tunnel? Was it merely that the strips intersected at certain points? Lin Yi recalled the inexplicable phenomenon of the lights extinguishing. Perhaps it was a special occurrence arising from the intersection of two Mobius strips. If he did not advance, the lights would remain off, yet with a single step forward, illumination would flood the tunnel, coinciding with an encounter with another individual on the other strip. Without progress, they would never meet. Lin Night glanced at his feet. Were they traversing a temporal loop? As long as he refrained from moving forward, he would eternally remain at a specific temporal juncture. Thus the lights would remain extinguished. Yet, should he advance, he would depart the intersection, and the individual would vanish. Therefore, direction held no significance. His only choices were to remain still or to move ahead. Not long after entering, he had encountered his past self, transformed into a monster, completing the first cycle. The three strips intersected, with each strip possessing a connection to the other two. The individuals he had previously encountered, designated as 2 and 3, were not the same as those behind him. They were merely the 2 and 3 that had circled back, approaching the completion of their journey without yet having met him. But why would the next version of himself compel him to slay him? Why not cycle through a few more rounds? Should they not seek a method to break the loop? Returning now would simply signify a fresh beginning. Had he already discovered a means to escape the cycle without informing himself? No, such a crucial matter could not be left unmentioned. He had only left the Mobius strip as a hint, indicating that he had not contemplated a solution to the loop. Why then the urgency to escape? The final opportunity loomed. If he faltered, he would be unable to proceed to the next simulation. Was there anything that could prevent him from engaging in the next simulation? Was there something that could render him incapable of even taking his own life? The abyssal egg. The abyssal egg induced bodily aberration. Should the transformation continue, he would lose control, to the extent that even suicide would become impossible. A monster in a state of chaos would perpetually cycle, and he too would remain eternally trapped in this place. But will the monster not kill its own self in the cycle? No, with each iteration, the monster grows stronger. Without my cooperation, I cannot vanquish the next iteration of myself. And I cannot eliminate myself, for without me, I would cease to exist. Therefore, if I could devise a means to eliminate myself, would that not end the cycle? No, that presents too great a risk. My understanding of time is superficial, and reckless attempts may precipitate unforeseen dangers. There exists a semblance of order here, yet should a temporal paradox arise, I could be irretrievably lost within the time tunnel. Lin Night's steps were unceasing, as the severe physical aberration began to affect his mental state. It felt as though whispers encircled him, indistinct yet incessant. Occasionally, flashes of light and shadow danced before his eyes, but upon closer inspection, nothing was discernible. If this were to persist, it would not be long before he descended into true madness. Enough of this. I shall leave the cycle to the next iteration of myself. For now, I need only to proceed toward the predetermined conclusion. Lin Night relaxed his body, walking while assessing his condition. It suddenly struck him that he seemed to possess significantly fewer aberrant organs than the next iteration of himself. Had they emerged later? But why were they all located on the surface? This was peculiar. The aberrant organs of the blood corpses were internal. Could it be due to the unique nature of the abyssal egg? Yet, what creature would manifest vital organs upon the exterior? They are not mere decorations. Could it be that I birthed them myself? But why would I induce aberrant organs on the surface? To commit suicide. Indeed, the vitality of aberrant beings is remarkably resilient. Without devising a strategy, I might be utterly incapable of extinguishing my own existence. Thus, I must relocate the aberrant organs that are to emerge to the surface of my body. Lin Night began to explore his own physique. Upon commencing this inquiry, he discovered that after transforming into a monster, he seemed to have acquired an additional form of perception, distinct from the five senses. This perception was extraordinarily potent. He could sense his surroundings without the need for sight, and could even directly discern his internal state. Relying on this newfound awareness, Lin Night commenced his study and manipulation of the aberration process. Time flowed unmarked, and eventually, Lin Night encountered the version of himself from the previous cycle. Along the way, he also encountered the second and third iterations, who, upon seeing him, promptly fled, for the current Lin Night appeared exceedingly fearsome. After meeting himself, Lin Night reenacted the prior encounter according to the script: the aberrant organs on the surface, the marks of the Mobius strip, the blood letters, and the act of tearing open his chest to meet death. The process unfolded with remarkable ease, as this was the predetermined conclusion. At this juncture, Lin Night found himself struggling to maintain control. The abyssal egg possessed its own consciousness, and he could not circumvent its will to end his existence. Tearing open his chest had become his limit. Along the way, he concentrated all his energy within his heart, catalyzing a grotesque yet formidable aberrant heart, undoubtedly his vital weakness. Through this simulation, Lin Ye's understanding of aberrant beings and their organs deepened significantly, and he even began to contemplate whether to attempt the aberration of his own essence. He does not desire to transform into a monster. Rather, he covets the formidable strength of the mutated beings. The human body is inherently limited. No matter how diligently one trains or hones their skills, they can only approach that limit without ever surpassing it. Mutation serves as the key to transcending these boundaries. In truth, the term mutation is somewhat misleading. It represents an evolutionary advancement on a biological level, albeit one that necessitates precise dosage control. Should one exceed a certain threshold, they risk transforming into a beast. This transformation entails not only physical deformity, but also profound psychological repercussions. Buzzing sounds awaken Lin Yi, who finds himself seated in a familiar prison transport, facing a Level D personnel member. Remaining simulation attempts: 9, with 9 attempts left. He muses that had he not feared the potential consequences of prolonged exposure for his original self, he might have engaged in additional simulations to meticulously examine the mutation process. Suddenly, Lin Yi realizes that the true essence of his formidable innate ability lies not in acquiring resources, but in experiencing extraordinary events to gain insights. Utilizing simulated bodies to study mutation. Once again, he is the first to enter the tunnel. Unlike the prior simulation task, the order of entry into the tunnel bears little impact on the resolution of the event. However, communicating with the captain to allow personnel 2 and 3 to enter first might trigger unforeseen complications. While it is a possibility, it is not essential. Lin Yi refrains from any actions that might alter the trajectory of future outcomes. This time, he intends to avoid drastically changing the conclusions of the previous simulation, seeking only a serene demise at his own hands. The time loop is perilous. Reckless abandon and reliance on simulation attempts may lead to circumstances where even self-destruction becomes unattainable. He desires to use this simulation to contemplate a safe conclusion to the time loop. Lin Yi does not discard the abyssal egg. Its presence is troublesome, and disposing of it could yield unpredictable repercussions. Retaining it may lead to his own mutation. Without the abyssal egg, Lin Yi could maintain continuous communication with his future self during the next cycle, allowing for greater contemplative time in each simulation. Yet, without it, his understanding of the mutation process would remain superficial, complicating the decision of which path is more advantageous. Throughout this journey, Lin Yi remains acutely aware of his physical condition, vigilant against unknowingly succumbing to monstrous transformation as he did previously. Perhaps due to heightened awareness, he can distinctly perceive the influence of the abyssal egg upon him. After approximately half an hour, darkness envelopes his vision. Upon stepping forward, he encounters his mutated self diagonally across from him. As Lin Yi approaches, on the verge of posing a question, the monstrous version of himself speaks first. "It's all right. This time, I have controlled the mutation process and retained my linguistic ability, though I likely will not be able to speak in the next cycle." His voice is hoarse, slightly off-key, yet far more manageable than communicating through blood-written messages. "Let us get to the point. Our time is limited. Have you discovered a method to terminate the loop?" This marks the first occasion Lin Yi converses with his own self, a peculiar sensation indeed. Do not rush. We stand at a pivotal moment in time. As long as we refrain from moving forward, we possess infinite time. The monstrous Lin Yi appears remarkably composed, as if everything is under control. "What are you talking about? Our bodies remain within the sanctuary. Can you ascertain whether the time here is synchronized with that of the sanctuary? What if the simulated time is layered? I dread the thought of returning only to discover that I have perished from hunger." Lin Yi felt a strange disquiet. He should not have overlooked such a simple matter. The composure of the monstrous Lin Yi gradually dissipated, as he appeared to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. "I may no longer be of assistance to you. This simulation has faltered. In my life." Lin Yi refrained from acting hastily. He needed to comprehend where the flaw lay. "What is transpiring? The abyss is even more terrifying than I had anticipated. As my understanding of the abyss deepens, so too does the abyss's consciousness influence me. I have become ensnared. You must end my life to prevent me from entering the next cycle." The monstrous Lin Yi tore at his own flesh, offering the dagger from his waist to Lin Yi. "Do not rush. We still have time. As you stated, we stand at a temporal nexus, and the abyss's consciousness will not further entangle you." Lin Yi gazed at his doppelganger, uncertain whether the other was merely performing or had genuinely forgotten. Due to the cyclical nature of time, since the loop has commenced, he must have undergone this dialogue before, though at that time, he occupied his own position. No. The abyss is far more complex than it appears. Neither time nor space can shield one from its influence. Walking along the precipice of the abyss, no. I have already plunged into its depths. The monstrous Lin Yi bore a sinister smile, extending his arms as he allowed his body to plummet freely to the ground behind him, blood gushing forth from his chest, splattering Lin Yi. He did not flinch, rather. He rushed forward, delivering several fatal blows to ensure his own demise. The other seemed to be conveying a message. Yet Lin Yi could not decipher its meaning and could only press onward. As he walked, Lin Yi remained attuned to the alterations within his body. Under the influence of the egg of the abyss, a torrent of ambient energy surged into him. In this state, Lin Yi could only affect the mutated areas, struggling to slow the pace of transformation, rendering attempts at moderate alteration futile. As he became saturated with this free energy, his heart was the first to undergo mutation, gradually forming his inaugural altered organ. The moment the mutated heart took shape, Lin Yi perceived a broader world. It was an unfathomable abyss, devoid of boundaries. It was a void, a world, an essence of all things. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Lin Yi gazed into its depths, sensing much yet perceiving nothing at all. What are you saying? Our bodies remain within the sanctuary. Can you confirm that the time here aligns with that of the sanctuary? What if the simulated time is layered? I am terrified of returning to find that I have starved. Coming to his senses, Lin Yi found himself standing before his own reflection. I may not be able to assist you. This simulation has failed. In my life, the Lin Yi before him did not strike, but instead inquired, what is happening? The abyss is even more formidable than I imagined. As my understanding deepens, so too does the abyss's consciousness influence me. I have become ensnared. You must end my life to prevent me from entering the next cycle. Lin Yi tore open his own body, revealing a mutated heart, and handed the dagger from his waist to another version of himself. Do not be hasty. We still have time. As you have stated, we stand at a temporal nexus, and the abyssal consciousness will not deepen its influence over you. Spoke the Lin Yi before him. No, the abyss is far from a simple entity. Neither time nor space can impede its reach. Walking along the precipice of the abyss. No, I have already plunged deep within it. Lin Yi revealed a peculiar smile, for he had finally comprehended how to escape this place. He stretched out his arms and allowed his body to plummet freely towards the ground behind him, blood gushing from his chest and splattering the Lin Yi before him. The corpse fell to the earth, and Lin Yi descended into the abyss. Buzzing, Lin Yi opened his eyes, seated in a familiar position, beside a level 3 D-class personnel. Remaining simulation attempts. 8. The simulation had not yet concluded. Must I survive to exit the tunnel, or must I resolve the anomalous event? Regardless, it amounts to the same. Lin Yi already understood how to manage this tunnel. He simply needed to connect the abyss to the tunnel. The abyss would resolve all his issues. In truth, during the last simulation, Lin Yi had already unraveled the tunnel cycle, but perhaps due to his demise at that time, a new simulation commenced. This time, as long as he emerged alive, it would suffice. Indeed, he could relinquish everything to the abyss. Lin Yi wore an eerie smile. 12 mutated cards. Lin Yi re-entered the tunnel. This time, he did not need to traverse far. Half an hour would suffice. With fervor etched upon his face, he advanced through the tunnel. A frenzy that spread like a virus throughout his being, raising his overall body temperature by 2 degrees. The heightened intensity ignited his reason, consuming the last vestiges of his sanity, as frenzied thoughts overtook his mind. Were it not for the unfinished task, he would have been inclined to sever his own head to experience the sensation. At last, Lin Yi stepped into the darkness. This time, he did not depart, but instead produced the egg of the abyss, raising it above his head. Simultaneously, in another corner of the darkness, another Lin Yi similarly held a fractured egg of the abyss aloft. In the other 2 cycles, the incomplete egg of the abyss grew in the darkness, gradually taking shape. The ritual commenced, connecting the abyss to the tunnel, and the entire tunnel plunged into the abyss. Lin Yi yearned to descend into that void, embarking on an endless fall. But the anomaly had vanished, the task was complete, and a force compelled him back to the surface. Exiting the tunnel, everything came to an end. Simulation concluded. Remaining simulation attempts. 8. Acquired random items from this event. 8. Acquired fragment of time rules. 1. Acquired title. Plunged into the abyss. Abyssal remnants detected in the shelter. Processing. Processing complete. Acquired abyssal gate. Lin Yi awakened from his slumber, still not entirely conscious, as if emerging from a lengthy dream, momentarily unable to discern his surroundings. A red cat leaped onto Lin Yi's lap, nudging its head against his abdomen. I am in the shelter. The task has concluded. Half a minute passed before Lin Yi comprehended the situation, recalling memories from the simulation that sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. The sensation of being utterly out of control was profoundly terrifying for him. Had it not been for the absolute safety of the shelter, he would likely still be ensnared in that state. Enough of that thought. The past is behind him. It was time to assess his gains. Lin Yi cast a glance at an additional, dark door that had appeared on the wall of the room, choosing to pretend it did not exist. This time, fortune favored him. It was difficult to perish in the tunnel. With 8 remaining simulations, he had acquired 8 items in total. These items lay on the floor: a fully loaded handgun, a basic food pack, a rudimentary medical kit for oddly familiar mutated organs, and a black, egg-shaped object the size of a quail's egg. He accessed the system, submitting the 4 mutated organs he had produced to the shelter's upgrade task, which updated the progress to 510. The remaining items were meticulously arranged in the corner of the room alongside previously acquired ones. The abyss egg was placed outside the sliding door. Although its danger had dissipated, he preferred not to share space with it. The system panel displayed 3 notifications: time fragments, abyssal gate, and Lin Yi's newly acquired title. He examined each in turn. Time rule fragment can be integrated into talent abilities, adding new effects. Note: a precious fragment with special functions, highly compatible with your talent abilities. Would you like to integrate the time rule fragment into your talent abilities? Yes. Upon reviewing his personal information, Lin Yi discovered a transformation in his talent ability. Personal information: name, Lin Yi, gender, male, age, 24. Talent ability: D-class personnel simulator. Note: the savior. One who has fallen into the abyss. D-class personnel simulator can randomly simulate 1 D-class personnel involved in a task each day. Upon death, rewind time to conduct a reality simulation. 11. Note: why would anyone seek death? Lin Yi felt overwhelmed by sudden happiness. The new effect appended by the time rule fragment was even more potent than the talent ability itself. Although usable only once, it was ample for him. It served as a safety net. Even in death, as long as he was not in an inescapable predicament, Lin Yi could survive through simulation. Furthermore, should he find additional time rule fragments, he might increase the frequency of this ability. Lin Yi then clicked on his new title. Fallen into the abyss. You have once fallen into the abyss and were rescued by outside forces. Note: you have attracted the attention of certain entities within the abyss. Lin Yi. Abyssal gate. A passage connecting to the abyss. Opening the abyssal gate allows you to invite certain denizens of the abyss to your shelter. Note: if you can prepare items of interest to them, they will reward you handsomely. Gazing at the ominous black door, Lin Yi resolved to refrain from engaging with it for the time being. The sanctuary indeed offers absolute safety. But what if those so-called denizens of the abyss refuse to depart? It is essential to recognize that this inviolable security lasts for merely 7 days. Beyond that, Lin Yi will be the one to suffer. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that this simulation had consumed only a few hours, and it was still not yet noon. Outside the window, a thick fog blanketed the view, rendering everything indistinct. Occasional sounds could be heard from beyond the door, yet nothing was visible through the peephole. Lin Yi retrieved an energy bar and a bottle of mineral water, opened the communication interface, and began his lunch. As soon as he accessed the communication interface, Lin Yi was greeted by a flurry of messages accompanied by images. Initially, he assumed they were inappropriate pictures, but upon closer inspection, he discovered they were all images of physical mutations. Look at my Kirin arm. I feel capable of obliterating a blood corpse with a single punch. Image of an arm. The diamond leg is even more formidable. I can dispatch 2 zombies with 1 kick. Image of a leg. Esteemed colleagues, do any of you have surplus mutation cards? I am willing to trade food. I seek an arm card. We'll exchange for a leg card. Who has the red liquid? I am prepared to pay a premium. Where's Goose Leg Brother? Have you mutated? Any strategies for mutation? I have mutated my organs. What use is that? Image of abdomen. Damn. A rare card, though I am unsure of its utility. Perhaps I shall dissect it for examination. My esteemed seniors, I am but a student. I implore you for a mutation card, preferably one that affects the limbs. Has the person upstairs lost their senses? Why is it still not dark? My diamond legs are yearning for action. The chat was inundated with discussions surrounding mutation cards, and Lin Yi scrolled upward to uncover the source of the excitement. A survivor had inadvertently utilized a dark red card, resulting in the mutation of their right arm. Terrified, they sought assistance in the group, inadvertently sparking a fervor for mutation. The method of employing mutation cards was remarkably simple. One merely needed to affix the card to their skin, and after a few minutes, the card would assimilate into the flesh, triggering an automatic mutation. Mutation cards featured various patterns, with different designs corresponding to different mutated body parts. Currently, the most sought-after cards were those for arms and legs, particularly since these types were the most abundant. However, the process of mutation demanded significant resources and energy. The aforementioned survivor had consumed all edible provisions within the sanctuary to no avail, ultimately resorting to a bottle of red liquid to complete the mutation. As the second night exploration approached, Lin Yi stared at the chat in bewilderment. These individuals were indeed audacious. He himself would not dare to recklessly mutate his own body. Is this what they call ignorance being bliss? Lin Yi refrained from voicing the dangers of mutation in the group, instead commenting, Lin Yi, I have not mutated. It feels rather perilous, and I am somewhat afraid. The reason for not disseminating the dangers of mutation was that Lin Yi possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the phenomenon. He would not elaborate on matters he did not fully comprehend. Since the system had provided them with mutation cards, it implied that utilizing these cards was part of their survival. This was beyond Lin Yi's purview to influence. After consuming half of the tasteless energy bar, Lin Yi opened the trading interface. He compared the patterns, retained one of each for himself, and subsequently listed the remaining mutation cards for arms and legs, seeking exchanges for cards pertaining to other body parts and various items. Not long after, Lin Yi received a private message from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, greetings, Brother Lin. Lin Yi, what is up? Zhang Liang, Brother Lin, are you familiar with the concept of aberrant cards? Lin Yi, I possess a certain understanding, yet my knowledge is rather superficial. I refrained from disseminating it for fear of misleading others. Zhang Liang, could you elaborate for me? Lin Yi, aberration is perilous. It is advisable to wait a while longer. Zhang Liang, is that all? Lin Yi, indeed. Zhang Liang, do you think there are any aberrant cards here that you might require? Zhang Liang sent several images of cards. Lin Yi, I do not possess the fourth card yet. Zhang Liang promptly initiated a trade, transferring the card to Lin Yi. Zhang Liang, can you tell me more? Lin Yi, the principle of aberration involves the body absorbing energy for enhancement, while aberrant organs are the phased results of this enhancement. Aberration must be maintained within a certain limit. Otherwise, it can inflict severe harm on both body and mind. However, maintaining this limit is quite challenging. Although it is manageable in the shelter, within the red maze, breathing and movement automatically absorb this energy to fortify your body. Thus, I do not recommend utilizing aberrant cards. Zhang Liang. So, even if we do not use aberrant cards, we can still induce bodily aberration through activity in the red maze? Lin Yi, no? The energy absorbed through breathing and movement impacts the body at a considerably slow pace, which pales in comparison to the effects of using aberrant cards. My point is that if you activate the card and then enter the red maze, there will initially be no immediate consequences, but if this continues, it won't be long before disaster strikes. Nevertheless, since the system has granted you the card, it implies that a solution will arise in the future. However, not using it might also lead to your demise outside. Therefore, I prefer not to elaborate further. The decision rests with you. Zhang Liang, I understand. Thank you for your explanation. Lin Yi, no need for thanks. You have paid for it. Zhang Liang, President, I have finished my inquiries. He requested the fourth card. Here is the screenshot. Wu Ming, thank you for your efforts. Indeed, the fourth card is the rarest. Our association possesses only two. Zhang Liang, should we inform the members of this information? Wu Ming, convey it in tears. Share the details regarding the red maze only with core personnel. Zhang Liang, understood. Wu Ming, refrain from using the aberrant card for now. The risks are too great. If you need anything, let me know. Zhang Liang, yes, thank you for your concern. President, as evening fell, Lin Yi had just finished the remaining half of an energy bar when he received a system notification. Nighttime activities commencing. Tonight's activity, explore the maze. Would you like to join? 9:59, yes. Lin Yi took merely half a minute to don his gear. He had already packed the necessary items into his backpack, ready for departure at a moment's notice. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and Lin Yi set down the cat, watching the countdown reach 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, rubbing his head. Lin Yi rose from the dark red ground, surrounded by the familiar corridors and rooms, with his backpack and weapons intact. 3 days prior to the nocturnal event, the probability of treasure chests appearing increases, while the appearance rate of higher-tier creatures diminishes. The quality of loot within treasure chests is enhanced, and the first chest opened by participants is guaranteed to contain a blueprint for upgrading the shelter. The nocturnal event commences. 015959. Item acquired. Lucky Cat Tail Amulet. Lucky Cat Tail Amulet enhances the quality of items found within treasure chests. Note, it is said that cats have 9 lives. So perhaps they possess 9 tails as well? The cat tail amulet is a necklace fashioned from a cat's tail. Lin Yi fastened it around his neck, feeling a comforting warmth emanate from it. Suddenly, he recalled having found a cross necklace earlier. However, lacking any system prompt, he remained unaware of its purpose. The cross necklace lay in his backpack, alongside not only the necklace but also mutated cards, red liquid, food, and medicines, all the essentials he might require. Lin Yi attempted to wear the cross necklace. In an instant, he was transported back to the tunnel, reliving the extraordinary sensory perception unique to monsters. Astonished, he hastily removed the necklace, wary of potential side effects. He resolved to study it further upon returning to the shelter. Securing the necklace safely, Lin Yi began searching for locked red rooms and blood corpses, needing 5 mutated organs to upgrade the shelter. Now armed with bullets, he no longer feared encountering ordinary mutated creatures. Against blood corpses, ammunition might even be superfluous. Through previous simulations, Lin Yi had meticulously learned how to eliminate mutated creatures from their perspective. Mutated organs represent their vulnerabilities. Once these are destroyed, the creatures become manageable. These mutated parts are typically conspicuous and easy to locate. Within 5 minutes, Lin Yi encountered a locked red room. Combined with the red keys he had obtained through trade, he now possessed 7 red keys and 1 special metallic red key for unique rooms, alleviating any concerns about running out. Before unlocking, Lin Yi knocked on the door as usual. When he presumed the room would remain silent as before, faint footsteps echoed from within. An unexpected discovery? Lin Yi knocked more forcefully, eliciting distinct snarls and thuds against the door. It sounded like a blood corpse. Should he use his handgun? It seemed wasteful to expend bullets. Most living D-class personnel possess some hand-to-hand combat skills. Lin Yi had learned a couple himself through simulations. After consideration, he holstered his handgun within easy reach, drew a dagger with his right hand, and with his left, used a key to open the door while retreating. Bang! The blood corpse burst through the door. Lunging at Lin Yi like a madman, Lin Yi sidestepped the attack, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's left knee. Crack! The blood corpse's left knee deformed under the force. Before it could recover, Lin Yi plunged the dagger into its side abdomen, an evidently abnormal area and likely the mutated organ. Withdrawing the dagger, Lin Yi turned and fled. The blood corpse limped after him briefly before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The door stood ajar, revealing the grotesque remains of a bloodied corpse and its grotesque organs. Lin Yi returned to the threshold, only to find the door pushed open by the gruesome figure. Within the room lay a mahogany chest. Upon opening it, he discovered a crimson long blade. Approximately 1 meter in length, with a straight, unsharpened edge, it resembled more of a single-edged longsword than a traditional long knife. The hilt was a pure black, devoid of a sheath. How splendid. Just what I needed. A longer weapon, Lin Yi mused as he cautiously grasped the hilt and lifted the blade from the ground. The crimson weapon was neither overly heavy nor particularly light, fitting comfortably in his grasp. The chest contained but a single item, perhaps reminiscent of a cat's tail talisman. Testing the blade on the bloodied corpse, Lin Yi found that the crimson knife sliced through flesh with remarkable ease, encountering minimal resistance. After dismembering the corpse, he resumed his exploration of the crimson labyrinth, feeling confident that, with this weapon in hand and enough corpses to vanquish, he could elevate his sanctuary today. As Lin Yi delighted in his expedition, he stumbled upon an open door leading to a red chamber. He cautiously peered inside, only to instinctively take a step back. It was challenging to articulate the state of the room, but if forced to describe it, 2 words would suffice: a nest. The interior was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. The floor, walls, and ceiling were coated in writhing sinew, with various remains congealed together, forming a bizarre new entity. Most conspicuous among them was a dismembered man, his parts scattered throughout the room and intertwined with the other grotesqueries. What in the world is this? Lin Night, despite his past tribulations, was taken aback by the scene before him, an aberration defying all reason. Before he could react further, the monstrosity within the room became aware of his presence and launched its attack. The entire corridor began to tremble as the mass of flesh surged forth from the chamber. Roaring in fury towards Lin Night, he turned and fled, realizing that this creature was beyond his capacity to confront. Don't run. Help. Have you eaten? Hello? Various voices emerged from the flesh, the loudest being the disembodied head of the man, still desperately calling for aid despite being merely connected by a few strands of meat. Lin Night was in no position to save him. He himself was the one in dire need of assistance. The creature's speed was not remarkable, yet it was far from slow. Lin Night managed to stay a fraction ahead, but he could not maintain his full pace for long. Exhaustion would soon set in. Should the creature catch up, it would be he who faced dismemberment. Although Lin Night could seek refuge in a nearby room, such a choice would sever his escape route, leaving him cornered. Thus, he pressed forward, hoping to encounter an exit from this nightmarish place. Half a minute later, he began to slow his pace. He could endure a little longer, but soon he would be devoid of any capacity to resist. Lin Night retrieved a crucifix necklace from his backpack and adorned it around his neck, uncertain of its potential side effects. However, he was in dire need of heightened perception to discern the mutated aspects of the monster. Upon donning the necklace, Lin Night was momentarily bewildered as a torrent of chaotic information flooded his mind, granting him an ephemeral sensation of ascending to a higher dimension. This exalted feeling, however, was fleeting, and he soon reverted to his normal state, as if the extraordinary senses he had just experienced were mere illusions. Nevertheless, a vestige of that heightened awareness lingered, and combined with his prior simulated experiences, he began to reawaken a faint extraordinary perception. He could feel his body in a state of vigorous motion, his taut muscles, an accelerated heartbeat, and a brain igniting with sparks of energy. His life force burned fiercely, yet, in comparison to the monster pursuing him, it felt less pronounced. If Lin Night was akin to a burning torch, the monster was like flowing magma, marking a fundamental difference between them. He slowed his pace, drawing closer to the monster to better perceive it. With the prospect of escape rendered futile, he resolved to confront it. Based on the information he had gleaned, a reckless frontal assault held no promise of success. His only chance lay within the 10 bullets he possessed. Only by striking the monster's vital points could he hope to survive. Lin Night feigned exhaustion, allowing the monster to close the distance. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters. When the creature was merely 8 meters away, it abruptly halted, followed by a series of piercing sounds emanating from behind. Thud, 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 thud. Sensing something amiss, Lin Night reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground before the sounds could register fully, rolling and crawling around the corner at the end of the corridor. Flesh and blood collided with the wall like bullets, leaving vivid crimson streaks. Had Lin Night been a moment slower or devoid of his perceptive abilities, he would have been obliterated by those flesh projectiles. After rounding the corner, Lin Night rose to his feet, opting not to flee further. Instead, he pressed himself against the inner side of the corner, withdrawing the pistol from his waist and awaiting the monster's approach. The proximity left him without a safe distance. Further flight would lead to one of two grim fates: being shredded by the monster or evading the flesh bullets only to be caught and torn apart. Thus, this corner represented his sole opportunity for survival. Lin Night closed his eyes, his perception extending like invisible tendrils, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. For meters, he raised both guns, aiming at the wall, tracking the most intense points of energy within the monster. 3 meters. 2 primary targets. For secondary ones. 2 meters. 10 bullets. 2 for each primary point. 1 for each secondary, with 2 spare. 1 meter. The barrels would need to be adjusted twice, utilizing the recoil to his advantage. 0. Fire. The moment the monster crashed around the corner, Lin Night opened his eyes wide, pupils constricting to mere pinpoints, fingers twitching as the bullets pierced into the creature like ice picks. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle was less than 20 centimeters from the creature's surface, a distance where Lin Night was assuredly accurate. Without pausing to observe the aftermath, he began retreating as he fired, delivering 2 additional shots at the monster. Bang, bang. These shots were aimed at disrupting the creature's overall balance. Lin Night himself could not articulate the reasoning behind this impulse, yet he felt instinctively that it was prudent to take those shots. The effect surpassed his expectations. The creature, which had intended to struggle and retaliate, was ultimately felled by those last 2 shots. It lay on the ground, writhing for a considerable time before it succumbed to stillness. Lin Yi observed from a distance until he was certain the creature had perished, waiting an additional 10 minutes before approaching its carcass. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Lin Yi. A sharp pain pierced his mind, and an unsettling churn in his stomach forced the remnants of his meal, mingled with gastric acid, into his throat. Cough! Damn! He fell to the ground, retching until his stomach was emptied, which offered him some relief. However, his vision remained clouded, and the pain in his head intensified. Hastily, he removed the crucifix necklace. As the specialized sensation dissipated, the throbbing in his mind began to subside. The potency of this necklace was overwhelming. Lin Yi collapsed onto the floor, staring at the dark red ceiling, occasionally glimpsing fleeting snowflakes and golden stars. After lying for over 10 minutes, the aftereffects of the crucifix finally faded, allowing Lin Yi to rise and attend to the creature's remains. This monster was distinctly different from the blood corpses he had encountered previously. It belonged to an entirely different echelon of life, and its body possessed considerable value. It took Lin Yi half an hour to thoroughly disassemble the mass of flesh and blood, uncovering 6 aberrant organs within. Upon dissecting these organs, he noted their intricate and chaotic structures, marked by a high degree of aberration and poor stability. This disarray explained the creature's peculiar nature. At a loss for words to aptly describe this monster, Lin Yi continued his dissection, meticulously documenting the structures of the aberrant organs. He eventually discovered some irregular dark red crystals within 2 principal organs. Stones? No, they were likely energy crystals. Otherwise, it would be improbable for these organs to unleash such high energy during movement. Lin Yi collected the crystals in a small pouch, intrigued by their nature. After submitting 4 aberrant organs to fulfill his task, he secured the crystals and the remaining organs. He consumed a modest meal and returned to the open room, where he found an aberrant card that he did not possess. After stowing the card, he resumed his exploration down the corridor. His condition was average, his ammunition depleted, and encountering another monster would pose significant challenges. Fortunately, the area was vast and sparsely populated, requiring considerable time before he might encounter another creature. With 15 minutes remaining in the countdown, Lin Yi came upon a red corridor devoid of rooms. He sprinted to the end of the corridor and pushed open the double red doors, finding himself in a familiar grand hall. Opposite him were more red double doors. The left side still bore the mahogany door, but this time, the right side presented a pale yellow locked room. Quite the variety. Lin Yi gently rapped on the door, confirming the absence of sound within. He first attempted to unlock it with a red key. Upon failing, he resorted to a peculiar metallic key designated for special rooms. Once the door swung open, the metallic key vanished. Pushing the door ajar, he entered a pale yellow standard room. Inside, 2 machines caught his eye, and he quickly discerned their functions, as they were strikingly evident. Clearly, the creator of these devices aimed to craft machines so user-friendly that even a fool could operate them. To the left stood a vending machine, while to the right was an automatic receiving device. The currency employed was red coins, and the wares were displayed within a glass cabinet. Though no descriptions were provided for the items, Lin Yi recognized several. Among them was a vial of crimson liquid priced at 1 red coin, various altered cards listed at 3, 5, and 10 red coins respectively. The only items he recognized were these 4 types, several cards valued at 3 red coins, 2 at 5, and a solitary card at 10. Beyond these, the machine housed more expensive, darker-hued crimson liquids and other items of unknown efficacy. The most extravagant was a blood-red bone dagger, priced at 100 red coins, the effects of which remained a mystery. With only 47 red coins to his name, most acquired through trade, Lin Yi lamented his poverty, unable to afford any of the goods. He yearned for a wondrous item akin to a cross necklace, rather than consumables like cards or nutrient liquids. This was not to say that cards and nutrients lacked utility. Rather, he found them unsuitable for his current needs, preferring straightforward, practical items. Yet, the least expensive item demanded 50 red coins, a sum he could not afford. After some contemplation, Lin Yi retrieved a small pouch from his backpack, selecting the smallest crystal within and inserting it into the receiving machine. From the left outlet, a handful of coins emerged, 10 red coins in total. He possessed 5 more crystals of equal size, and, after a moment's thought, opted to sell another, acquiring 15 red coins. He decided against further sales, uncertain of the true value of these crystals. Selling them to the machine might lead to significant losses. With 50 red coins, Lin Yi purchased a circular ring and spent another 20 red coins on the 3 most expensive altered cards before departing the pale yellow shop. He refrained from attempting to vandalize the vending machine, as it was likely a system device. Even if it transformed into a monstrous entity upon attack, he would not be surprised. Perhaps it lacked any protective measures, yet one ought to approach the unknown with the requisite reverence. Lin Yi had no desire to perish here due to a failed robbery of an automatic vending machine. As the countdown concluded, Lin Yi returned to the shelter. Shelter upgrade task completed. Would you like to elevate the shelter's tier? Yes. Upon his return, he received this notification, yet to his disappointment, the shelter exhibited no visible changes. Advancement completed. Lin Yi hastily checked the shelter information and, to his delight, discovered that the details had indeed changed. Shelter information, level, Tier 1, new features, infrastructure, basic information scanning, status, absolutely secure, 14 days. Note, please upgrade your shelter level within 14 days. After some contemplation, Lin Yi finally comprehended the newly added functions of the shelter. Firstly, the infrastructure. The shelter now has water supply, not merely tap water, but electricity and gas as well. However, Lin Yi currently possesses few devices that utilize electricity or gas. At night, he can turn on the lights, enabling activities beyond browsing chat groups or sleeping. Delighted, Lin Yi took a shower and boiled some water with a kettle. Given the shelter's absolute security, he trusted the water's safety. If the system intended to harm him, it had far more direct means. Regrettably, the shelter's water is non-tradable. Otherwise, Lin Yi could have profited by selling drinking water in abundance. The other newly introduced function, basic information scanning, was precisely what Lin Yi needed, the ability to examine item details through the system. For instance, red liquid, nutrient solution, consumable, replenishes special energy and nutrients. Note, consume in moderation, adverse effects may ensue otherwise. Mutation card number 2, applied to a biological surface to induce mutation. Note, collecting all 110 cards yields a remarkable surprise. Mutation card number 4 similarly induces mutation when affixed to a biological surface. Note, collecting all 110 cards yields a remarkable surprise. Apart from cards number 1 and number 3, Lin Yi had amassed the other 8 mutation cards. Card No. 2 was discovered in the monster chamber. Card number 4 was a gift from Zhang Liang. Cards number 5 and number 6 were purchased in the shop with red coins. The rest he had possessed previously. Notably, card number 10 mutates the arm, number 9 affects the legs, number 8 randomly mutates an abdominal organ. Other cards remained unused. Additional items included radio, cross necklace, enhances perception when worn. Note, prolonged use may cause irreversible brain damage. Red coins, a form of currency accepted in numerous regions. Tier 1 living eyeball, a remarkable artifact, transplantable. Note, transplantation carries a chance to activate the eyeball's original abilities. Assembled humanoid, an almost flawless work of art. Note, perhaps you can learn the craft of cutting and stitching from it. Abyssal egg, an egg-like object originating from the abyss, now rendered harmless and capable of hatching. Note, presumably contains an abyssal worm. What do you think? Crimson blade, a first-tier blade weapon produced in the Crimson Maze. Note, infused with spiritual energy, capable of effortlessly slicing through the flesh of first-tier creatures. Miscellaneous energy crystal, edible. Provides energy. Note, average taste, spiritual energy ring. Can rapidly absorb ambient spiritual energy to strengthen the wearer's physique. Note, a commendable low-tier item. Crimson key. Key to unlock crimson rooms. Note, only opens standard rooms. Damaged aberrant organ edible. Provides certain special substances. Note, material for upgrading the sanctuary. K1 pistol, low-end firearm mass-produced by the organization, now only used by grassroots members. Note, balances power and recoil. An excellent gunpowder weapon. Energy bar, high-calorie food mass-produced by the organization. 1 bar can sustain the daily nutritional needs of an average adult male. Note, flavor and texture are disregarded. This is efficiency. Lin Yi spent some time meticulously examining each item, uncovering much previously unknown information. Opening the chat group, he observed that more people had entered the Crimson Maze this time, yet fewer than 2,000 had perished, a definite improvement. Without Lin Yi's information and the aberrant cards, casualties would have been much higher. The group was lively, with survivors sharing their spoils and various item trade details. Lin Yi refrained from speaking, instead posting photos of a hot shower, the running faucet, and boiling water to the group. What? Damn, Goose Leg Brother is up to something again? Wait, why is there no water coming from my faucet? Brother, please, some water. The child is dying of thirst. Is this the Sanctuary's upgrade effect? What? I just acquired one aberrant organ and nearly died in the maze. I haven't even unlocked the Sanctuary upgrade blueprint yet. Lin Yi explained. The Sanctuary's water source cannot be traded through the system. Hold on, I have new information to share. He then posted common item information and details about the Sanctuary's new functions after upgrading. Only after Lin Yi finished did the group erupt into a fresh round of discussion. Purchasing aberrant organs. Get lost. It takes 10 aberrant organs to upgrade the Sanctuary. Who knows what will happen if the Sanctuary isn't upgraded within 7 days? What can you offer to buy them? Your life? Selling aberrant organs. Willing to trade for 2 arm and 2 leg aberrant cards. Are you insane? You really dare to ask for that? With so many aberrant cards, I'd rather use them myself to slay the blood corpses. I spent the whole night hunting and only encountered 1 blood corpse. Where does Goose Leg Brother get so many aberrant organs? Probably exchanged using innate abilities. Damn, are your innate abilities all that formidable? I'm not sure. I feel my innate abilities are strong, but they don't seem very effective in practice. Trash. Lin Yi received numerous private messages with pictures, all from survivors eager to trade with him. After selecting a few suitable trades, he completed the transactions. Currently, the survivors did not possess many valuable items, but they were not entirely lacking either. For instance, certain design blueprints, though only producible once and requiring material costs, yield remarkably fine creations. Tier 1 Psychic Crystal Fabricator Blueprint. Materials required. Tier 1 Aberrant Organ, 010. Note: energy is the true currency. Lin Yi exchanged 2 10-level cards, 1 9-level card, and 3 bottles of nutrient solution to obtain this blueprint. Were it not for the dizzying array of materials needed, the seller would never have agreed to trade it. According to the vendor, this blueprint was obtained from the item chamber. Currently, few possess resources to barter for such temporarily unusable blueprints, and Lin Yi's renown ensured the seller sought him out immediately. 10 Tier 1 organs should suffice to advance the shelter to the next stage. Upon using the blueprint, a new blueprint quest appeared on Lin Yi's system interface. After completing several card for red coin exchanges, Lin Yi received a private message from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, are you available, master? Lin Yi, yes. Zhang Liang, do you have any spare aberrant organs? Lin Yi, too. Zhang Liang, please take a look at this card. It's likely one you don't possess, though I'm unsure if it's number 1 or 3. Without hesitation, Zhang Liang traded the aberrant card to Lin Yi, showing no fear of rejection. Lin Yi scanned the card through the system. No. 3 aberrant card, attached to the surface of a living organism to induce aberration. Note: collecting all 110 cards will yield a special surprise. Lin Yi forwarded the card and its information back to Zhang Liang, who declined to accept it. Zhang Liang, master, I'd like to exchange this card for aberrant organs plus some extras. Lin Yi, I'll give you 1 each of cards 7, 8, 9, and 10. Zhang Liang, very well. Could you tell me the purpose of the synthesis after you combine them? Lin Yi, certainly. If nothing else arises, I'll share it in the group. Although I don't know when I'll find card number 1. Zhang Liang, no rush, thank you. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi conducted several more trades via private messages. His friend list now included over 20 survivors, all reputable figures within the region. Having finished his trades, Lin Yi poured some warm water over the abyssal egg and approached the humanoid mosaic, beginning to study the cutting and assembly techniques mentioned in the notes. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw. The card drawn depicted an old radio. Lin Yi. An antique radio manifested at the center of the shelter. Radio, this is a card. Note: one of the cards from the Abyss Relic card box. Lin Yi picked up the radio and pressed its buttons idly, but it remained silent. After an unsuccessful investigation, he placed it by his pillow. Suddenly, the radio began to play a soothing melody. Welcome to City Voice Radio. I am your beloved announcer, Mr. X. The city remains in turmoil, with aberrant creatures occupying every corner. The most formidable among them have divided the city into territories, each claiming a domain. Once this initial phase concludes, they will feast upon the hapless survivors. Mr. X's broadcast voice was clear rhythmically captivating and melodious. Yet it carried an uncanny mechanical quality, as though incessantly reminding listeners of its artificial nature. The third floor of the Doomsday apartment in the 17th Underground Research Facility was the domain of bloodstains. Every shelter's entrance was deliberately marked with crimson traces, patiently awaiting the unwitting survivors to step beyond their doors. Today's fortunate listener was Mr. Lin, residing in room 304 of the Doomsday apartment, whose auspicious moment was destined to commence precisely at 9:56:41. Perhaps, at that instant, he might undertake something significant. The silkworms of the sewers, ravenous and desperate, lay in wait for any breach in the absolute safety of the shelters. Once a gap appeared, they would infiltrate through every connected sewer crevice, devouring the hapless survivors within. Thus concluded today's broadcast of the City's Voice. We thank you for your company and look forward to sharing more fragments of life's beauty in our next transmission. The entire broadcast lasted merely 10 minutes, during which Mr. X divulged extensive information about the city. Lin Yi forwarded the irrelevant details to the group chat. Lin Yi remarked, "This information was acquired through my innate ability. Its accuracy remains uncertain. You may decide for yourselves whether to heed it." Wow, the master is already at work so early? Impressive. While we're still trapped indoors, the master has already begun to expand his influence within the city. The urban legend of the master's innate power. That sounds terrifying. Have the monsters outside already set their sights on us? If we fail to upgrade the shelter within 7 days, are we doomed? Abandon hope and listen to the system's warnings if you wish to survive. But I still haven't obtained any mutated organs. Only 5 days remain. Not venturing into the red maze is tantamount to awaiting death. No one but yourself can save you. Lin Yi said no more, harboring the hope that more souls might endure within this territory, though his capacity to intervene was limited. Glancing at the system time, he noted that an hour remained until his fortuitous moment, deciding to reserve his innate ability for then. In the meantime, he resolved to continue studying the mural. Simulating D-class personnel, Tris, remaining simulation attempts, 10, a low buzzing filled the air. Lin Yi opened his eyes within the familiar confines of the prisoner transport vehicle. This time, he simulated a robust, powerfully built Caucasian male approximately 30 years old. Besides the driver, 3 D-class teammates and 4 overseers accompanied him. The vehicle was traversing a rural road, devoid of buildings or pedestrians. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted outside a factory. One by one, they disembarked, overseers armed and vigilant. Smiling broadly, the team leader approached and addressed them. "Last night, our organization suddenly lost contact with a research facility in the outskirts. I need you to investigate the situation. You are elite D-class personnel, each having survived at least one mission. I trust you will not disappoint me. Of course, I am not heartless. The organization will provide you with basic weaponry support. I hope you all return alive. Any questions?" Hans, the first D-class, inquired. "May I ask what this research facility specializes in?" A pertinent question. Mutated creatures. The TE, what weapons are we allowed to bring? Noticing the captain's unchanging expression, the second-level D-class personnel, Neil, also raised a question. A reasonable inquiry. Handguns and ample ammunition. The captain gestured, and an accompanying supervisor brought forth a weapon case, filled with K1 handguns and magazines brimming with bullets. "Are you jesting? You expect us to confront aberrant creatures with mere handguns?" The third-level D-class personnel exclaimed in anger. Bang! Lin Yi blinked, and beside him, the headless corpse of the third-level individual collapsed to the ground. He had completely missed how the captain drew his pistol. It was as if time itself had been momentarily suspended. "Any further questions?" the captain inquired with a smile. Lin Yi raised his hand. "May I request a blade, preferably of superior quality?" The captain regarded Lin Yi with a curious glance, seemingly surprised by his request. "You wish to engage in close combat with aberrant beings? Excellent. The organization requires individuals of your caliber. Provide him with that experimental prototype, and let us also test the new weapon." "Thank you," Lin Yi replied politely. The research facility lay deep within the factory, necessitating an elevator descent to 50 meters underground. The trio equipped themselves and boarded the lift. Lin Yi carried 2 handguns and 10 spare magazines, along with an experimental long knife. It was not that he desired to bring more magazines, but the ammunition case held a mere 30 handgun magazines. Fortunately, one had perished, otherwise, he would not even have secured 10 magazines. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, a knocking sound emanated from outside the elevator door, Yet the lift continued its descent. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the knocking echoed from various angles of the elevator. What should we do? Hans gripped his handgun tightly. Recalling that his survival from previous anomalous events was purely due to luck, now, the memory of those incidents made him tremble slightly. I am more of a thinker. Generally not one for physical confrontation. Neil had no fondness for handguns, even though he was reasonably proficient with them. Relax, it's merely some aberrant creatures. Aim for their anomalous parts, as those are their weaknesses. Of course, some aberrant creatures possess multiple anomalous features, which requires a bit of experience. Lin Yi remained the most relaxed. He still had 10 simulation attempts left and was familiar with the aberrant creatures he would face, armed with 10 magazines, which made this encounter considerably easier than the previous 2 simulations. Truly, a moment of fortune. He had never experienced such ample resources in battle before. Have you encountered aberrant creatures? Neil inquired curiously. That's all in the past. Lin Yi replied ambiguously, uncertain if Triss had ever encountered aberrant beings. However, he was not inclined to conceal his knowledge regarding them, especially since they were about to engage. Intentional concealment would only raise suspicion. Lin Yi unsheathed the experimental long knife to test its weight. The blade bore a resemblance to the red blade, but was somewhat heavier, making full-force swings quite exhausting. The knocking ceased only when the elevator halted, the doors opening automatically to reveal a narrow metallic corridor. This corridor won't shoot lasers, will it? Lin Yi could not help but silently complain. The corridor was stained with blood, yet there was not a single corpse left behind, nor even a fragment of flesh. Lin Yi was the first to exit the elevator and glanced at the space between the elevator and the corridor. It was devoid of any presence. The corridor was eerily silent, with only the sound of footsteps breaking the stillness. He led the way, and until reaching the end of the corridor, nothing peculiar emerged. Using the access card granted by the supervisory personnel, he unlocked the door, revealing the laboratory hall within. The underground research facility was exceedingly intricate and without a map. They had to rely on the guidance of the personnel through their earpieces. Their initial task was to retrieve research materials from the experimental area on level -7. The elevator was deemed unsafe. They were instructed to use the secure passage instead. Following the captain's directives, the trio navigated through multiple access points before finally opening the door to the secure passage. Lin Yi pondered the necessity of such a secure route. Unfamiliar with the research facility, he had no knowledge of whether other facilities had similar security measures. Upon entering the secure passage, the three descended the staircase, quickly arriving at the entrance to level -7. After passing through several access points, they found themselves in a corridor that branched out like tree limbs, with various laboratories lining both sides. Through the glass windows, Lin Yi observed the interiors of the laboratories, which were in disarray, as if ravaged by a storm. The access points remained functional, leaving them puzzled about the disheveled state of the place. Following the captain's guidance, they ventured deeper into the experimental area. After navigating a stretch devoid of laboratories and filled only with access points, they finally reached their target laboratory. It was modest in size, lacking research equipment, containing only a few laptops and a cold storage unit for important specimens. Most notably, there was a female researcher present. This was the first living person they encountered since entering, though there was a possibility she might not be alive. Lin Yi refrained from entering the laboratory recklessly, opting instead to await the captain's instructions, as he was likely familiar with her identity. Oh, Dr. Caroline is still alive. Number 1, pass the helmet to Dr. Caroline, the captain remarked. Hans hurriedly removed his helmet, tapping on the glass door of the laboratory and calling out, Dr. Caroline, the captain has instructed me to give you this helmet. Dr. Caroline cautiously regarded them, resembling a frightened squirrel. Shoo, lower your voice. It might hear us, she replied nervously, hesitating before finally opening the glass door. After receiving the helmet, she quickly shut the door again, retreating behind her desk. We aren't planning to take her with us, are we? That would be troublesome. Perhaps due to not wearing a helmet, Hans spoke rather casually, not realizing that Lin Yi and Neil still had theirs on. After a while, Dr. Caroline began operating the computer, ultimately unplugging a device resembling a USB drive and retrieving several specimens from the cold storage to place into her backpack. Bring the doctor with us. The captain issued a new directive, though the communication became intermittent before finally falling silent. They had lost contact with the surface, buried 100 meters deep underground. The lights extinguished, plunging the entire research facility into darkness, but soon they flickered back to life. Likely due to the activation of the backup power. A distant tremor echoed, akin to the sound of hundreds of individuals racing through the hallways. What transpired? Why did the lights fail? What was that noise? What did the captain say? Hans surmised the unfolding situation, yet he hesitated to confront the harrowing reality. Lin Yi discarded his helmet onto the floor and swiftly pushed open the door to the laboratory, extracting the trembling Dr. Caroline from beneath the table. "Doctor," he exclaimed, "a horde of aberrant creatures is already en route. We lack a map of the facility, so we need you to guide us out. We will ensure your safety. Though you may also choose to remain under the table and avoid the impending suffering, I can assist you in ending it all." With that, Lin Yi drew his pistol and pressed it against the doctor's forehead, awaiting her decision. The choice lay before her: endure the agony of life or embrace a swift demise. Dr. Caroline trembled as she grasped Lin Yi's wrist, fear coursing through her veins. Yet the instinct to survive was stronger. In her 20s, she had much yet to explore and discover. Lin Yi seized her collar, lifting her to meet his gaze. "Have you made your decision?" The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. The nearest aberrant creatures were merely a few corridors away. "Follow me. We shall escape through the ventilation system." Dr. Caroline, having resolved to fight rather than succumb to despair, directed Lin Yi to swiftly open the laboratory's ventilation ducts. One by one, the four of them crawled into the vents, with Lin Yi leading, followed by Dr. Caroline, Hans, and Neil bringing up the rear. As Neil entered the vent, a mass of aberrant corpses surged toward the laboratory. The blackout appeared to have compromised the facility's security systems, rendering the glass doors incapable of containing the frenzied onslaught of the aberrant beings. The laboratory's ventilation system was segmented, preventing a direct escape, but it offered access to other laboratories. Dr. Caroline, well acquainted with the facility's layout, quickly indicated their path. "Hurry, there's movement behind us. They're climbing up," Neil shouted urgently. Lin Yi ascended swiftly. Under Dr. Caroline's guidance, they navigated several turns and soon arrived at another laboratory. Just as Neil dropped from the vent, a blood-soaked corpse fell in right after him. Lin Yi plunged his knife into the creature's aberrant organ, yet more blood-soaked corpses cascaded down like dumplings from the vent. "Go. You lead the way, I will handle the rear." Lin Yi sheathed his long knife, drawing two pistols, retreating while firing. Each bullet aimed at the aberrant organs of the corpses. Bang, 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 bang. The K1 pistol, as its specifications suggested, was a remarkably proficient firearm. Boasting significant power, a single shot to the aberrant organ was sufficient to eliminate a blood-soaked corpse. The recoil was manageable for Lin Yi, and reloading was straightforward. If they had not been limited to merely 30 magazines, he felt he could eradicate every blood-soaked corpse within the research facility. As Lin Yi fought and retreated, he swiftly eliminated the blood corpses emerging from the vent. Before he could catch his breath, gunfire erupted ahead, and the three men in front fell back. Bang, 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 bang. "Damn, there are too many monsters. They are everywhere. We cannot break through," Hans shouted while firing his weapon. "Then we shall not charge. Let us find a place to eradicate these creatures. I will take on the monsters, and you assist me with reloading." Lin Yi suppressed Hans's trigger finger, for this fool was entirely missing the vital points of the blood corpses, wasting precious ammunition. "I know of a suitable location." Dr. Caroline led them to a laboratory equipped with its own holding cells. The group rushed into the cell, locked the heavy door, and began to deal with the pursuing monsters. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi managed to dispatch nearly every blood corpse with each shot, and for some unknown reason, these blood corpses appeared weaker, as if they had been filtered out. "It's coming." Hans and Neil refrained from firing, instead assisting Lin Yi with magazine changes, allowing him to focus solely on shooting. A multitude of blood corpses slammed against the cell's barriers. The handgun had a rate of fire limitation, and with Lin Yi needing time to aim, the barriers began to warp under the relentless assault. Fortunately, the organization had provided sturdy materials. For the time being, the aberrant creatures could not breach their refuge. Yet, despite the temporary safety, Lin Yi felt increasingly uneasy. From the moment he entered the research facility, an unsettling sensation lingered. The first floor was smeared with blood, yet not a single corpse was in sight. The security doors remained intact, yet chaos reigned within the laboratory. Only Dr. Caroline had survived, and she hardly appeared capable of enduring such turmoil. The doctor had only just communicated with the captain when the transmission was severed. Numerous aberrant beings, seemingly filtered and emerging from nowhere, were assailing them. The entire scenario was fraught with issues, yet the traps and flaws were all too evident. It was as if someone were attempting to achieve a certain goal, but their mind was not quite right. "Boss, we are running low on magazines," Hans exclaimed. Lin Yi abruptly ceased firing, holstered his handgun, and withdrew his long knife to methodically dispatch the blood corpses crashing against the cell. "You're too slow. If the cell gives way, we are doomed." Nil did not comprehend why Lin Yi had halted. Although the magazines were dwindling, he calculated that Lin Yi still had at least 6 left, and it was entirely feasible to eliminate the aberrant creatures with a bit more time. "It's fine. The cell will hold, and soon the aberrant creatures will be no more. I need to conserve ammunition for later." Lin Yi calmly executed the blood corpses through the barrier, utilizing the opportunity to refine his knife skills and cutting techniques. Prior to this, he had primarily wielded a kitchen knife, but the sensation of cutting through a lifeless object compared to a living one was entirely different. Thankfully, he had simulated the skills of a certain D-class personnel who possessed a modicum of proficiency with cold weapons, so he was not entirely untrained. However, his proficiency with the knife paled in comparison to his handgun skills. Moreover, using a knife to dispatch creatures was exceedingly taxing, especially when striking bone, as the recoil would pressure the webbing of his hand, causing his palm to tingle. Having slain over a dozen blood zombies, the onslaught from outside gradually dwindled. Just as Lin Yi anticipated, once they ceased firing, the tide of blood zombies would soon subside. "I'll leave the remaining few to you, and take a moment to rest," he said, tossing the long knife to Neil. Lin Yi replaced the magazines in his 2 pistols with fresh ones and carried all the spare magazines on his person. After these preparations, Lin Yi found a corner to sit and recuperate, suspecting that it would not be long before something came seeking them. "Shall we seize this opportunity to escape?" Dr. Caroline, merely a researcher, harbored vague unease about the strange events earlier, but had not pondered deeply, her sole focus now being on how to leave. Hans and Neil, however, were different. As survivors of extraordinary incidents, they required no prompting from Lin Yi to draw certain inferences. "We can't get out, Dr. Caroline. I recall you mentioning that it can hear us. What exactly is it?" Hans inquired. Lin Yi doubted their ability to escort Caroline out. Aside from other concerns, the elevator plunging 50 meters underground posed a significant obstacle. The elevator remained intact not because the adversary was incapable of destroying it, but because they needed them to descend safely, preserving an escape route. With the underground research facility fallen, how could the sole link to the surface escape enemy control? The earlier knocking was a clear warning, intended to deter the captain from descending. The captain must be formidable, but no matter how strong, if the elevator were destroyed, he would be buried 50 meters underground like in a tomb. Their foes spared Caroline before their arrival, refrained from damaging the elevator, wished to prevent the captain's descent, and without killing them, merely sought to exhaust their ammunition. Lin Yi could surmise their intentions with ease. It is the core secret of this research institute and a crucial project of the organization. "Are you certain you wish to know?" Lin Yi asked. Caroline was far from foolish. At just over 20 years old and already a key researcher on an important organizational project, her talent was evident. Prompted by Lin Yi's reminder, she formed her own conjecture. "I'm sure. It concerns whether we can survive and escape from here. Since we're already D-class personnel, how much worse can it get? Surely, we want to become the organization's sole E-class subjects," she said wryly. The Research Institute primarily studied biological mutation. Their principal achievement was an individual with the highest compatibility in the human evolutionary spectrum, unique in having not lost control. Yet, in reality, it should have long since gone berserk. Caroline felt a pang of disappointment. Had the experiment succeeded, humanity might have gained a power capable of contending with this void, unknown, and mad world. Alas, the experiment failed, and mutation proved ultimately uncontrollable. How are we supposed to deal with it? Lin Yi cared little for experimental results. He only wished to know how to survive the mission. Though currently weak, that was only relatively speaking. It had devoured every living creature in the facility, completing its initial mutation phase. Not only were they no match, but even the captain of the special forces outside might not stand against it. "You should flee quickly. Its target is likely me." Although this D-class individual is remarkably reliable, Caroline still does not believe they possess any means to counter it. Leaving would be tantamount to self-destruction, it has not yet acted against us, allowing us to survive thus far. Given what we have learned, do you truly think it would allow us to escape unharmed? Leaving Caroline behind, Lin Yi felt certain that none of them would last more than 5 minutes before being overwhelmed by the mutated creatures. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the ground beneath him. Akin to an earthquake, Lin Yi sprang to his feet, seizing the long knife, and hoisted Caroline as he dashed for the exit. He had been awaiting this opportunity. The captain must be engaged in combat with the malevolent entity below. Although he was uncertain how long the captain could endure, this was their sole chance to flee. However, after only a couple of steps, Lin Yi halted abruptly, for a red-haired Caroline was staring at them from outside the laboratory. To be precise, she was fixated on Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and fired 3 shots at the laboratory window. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were suspended in midair by an invisible force, halting between Lin Yi and the red-haired Caroline. Momentarily paralyzed, Lin Yi found himself at a loss. Caroline was correct. The power that could suspend bullets in midair was beyond their capacity to confront. At least, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of his half-baked knife techniques. Should he restart? Yet, this creature was so formidable that even a reset would not resolve the predicament of 20 human evolution charts. A sudden realization struck Lin Yi. Why was he so readily inclined to surrender? Had he grown accustomed to the simulation? He pondered the possibility of a do-over this time. What about next time? Or the time after that? What would happen 10 attempts later? What was he to do? The bullets could be halted. They were utterly outmatched. Perhaps surrender was the only option. Hans, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in a low tone. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, glancing at the red-haired Caroline, who seemed to have drawn closer. Ha ha ha. So this is what it is. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi chuckled, unperturbed by the prospect of underhanded tactics. What truly frightened him was the possibility that she was a numerical anomaly, one he could not contend with. What did you say? The red-haired Caroline spoke for the first time, her voice possessing an unusual murkiness. I said, you should strike directly. If she were to act immediately, Lin Yi might not respond appropriately. She likely had become accustomed to using language and her abilities to manipulate others, forgetting the most direct, swiftest, primal, and effective form of violence. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi drew both pistols, expressionless, and aimed at Dr. Caroline. It was only when he shifted his aim that her expression changed for the first time. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi emptied the magazine without mercy. As the bullets were all intercepted before Dr. Caroline, the spent shells clattering to the ground, clearly revealing her struggle. Swiftly reloading, Lin Yi aimed one pistol at the red-haired Caroline and the other at Dr. Caroline, firing simultaneously. This time, the bullets did not remain suspended but veered at a certain angle, grazing past them. With lightning speed, Lin Yi emptied all his magazines before drawing his long knife and charging toward the red-haired Caroline. Without hesitation, communication, or doubt, it was a desperate battle to the death. It was a matter of either your demise or mine. The red-haired Caroline began to retreat, as the main body that had abandoned her was on the verge of being annihilated by the captain. Time was not on her side. Yet she lacked the courage to engage Lin Yi in combat. From her inception, she had always been on the side of control, never forced to confront these inferior beings directly. The recent effort to deflect bullets had drained her spiritual energy and mental fortitude significantly. Although she still possessed the strength to fight, her confidence in victory had waned. However, given a moment, she could crush these annoying lower beings like insects. Lin Yi pursued the diminutive figure ahead with frenzied slashes. Each strike was repelled by an invisible force, yet he did not falter. Instead, he struck faster and harder. After delivering a barrage of blows, he was nearing exhaustion, relying solely on his willpower and the resilience of life to persist. But he could not hold on for much longer. Ultimately, Lin Yi was merely an ordinary human, and in a war of attrition, he could not rival a monster. The red-haired Caroline seemed to sense that Lin Yi was reaching his limit, a triumphant smile creeping across her face. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as Hans and Neil appeared on either side of Lin Yi, lacking the courage to confront the monster directly. They would not forfeit their chance at survival. Their magazines were depleted, but they still had bullets in their guns. Seizing the moment while Caroline deflected the gunfire, Lin Yi steadied himself, inhaling deeply, and summoned all his strength for one final slash. Die! The blade slowed under the influence of an unseen energy. Yet it seemed to heed Lin Yi's roar. A surge of searing energy erupted from the hilt and shot forth from the blade, shattering the energy barrier before Caroline. With a clean and decisive strike, Lin Yi severed the head of the red-haired Caroline. Is it voice-activated? You could at least have given me a heads up. This was Lin Yi's first moment of true anger during the simulation. He longed to eliminate that deranged captain, but alas, he was no match. Who would test experimental weapons without explaining their usage? Lin Yi thrust the long knife into Caroline's heart and swiftly drew his twin pistols, obliterating her head completely. Bang, 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 bang. He had exhausted his magazine, yet a few rounds remained in his handguns for emergencies. Having accomplished this, Lin Yi advanced to retrieve his long knife, thoroughly dismantling Caroline's body. Having finally secured a hard-won victory, he was determined not to perish from neglecting a finishing blow. What now? Is it dead? After ensuring her demise, Lin Yi returned to Dr. Caroline's side and inquired. I am uncertain. If her main body has been destroyed by the captain and no other entities have emerged, she should be dead. While she understood Lin Yi's strategy, Dr. Caroline felt a twinge of fear towards the man who had not hesitated to fire upon her. Then it's not dead, Lin Yi mused. He did not believe that the adversary had no contingency plans, but as long as it refrained from interfering with his mission, he would not seek to eradicate every trace. That was the organization's responsibility. Moreover, in such a vast research facility, complete annihilation was beyond his capability. Before long, the captain arrived with several supervisors and found them. The captain carefully examined the dismembered corpse, which Lin Yi had shredded, but could discern nothing of significance, prompting the supervisors to collect the remains. You performed admirably, surpassing my expectations. Truly worthy of elite D-class operatives. You may now return and anticipate your next mission. The captain then turned cheerfully to Lin Yi. How is the experimental weapon? Effective? You should have told me it was voice-activated. I rarely speak when fighting. Had luck not been on our side, we all would have perished here. Lin Yi's resentment was evident in his words. Voice-activated? What are you talking about? Is the experimental weapon voice-controlled? The captain glanced at one of the supervisors. We were precisely testing how to activate this weapon's power. So it is voice-activated after all. The supervisor produced a compact handheld computer, recording the new intelligence, and said to Lin Yi, "Thank you for your contribution to the organization." I wish I hadn't said anything, Lin Yi replied expressionlessly as he walked at the forefront. Simulation concluded. Remaining simulation attempts. 10. No simulation attempts expended. Obtain core item. Acquire. Obtained. Human Evolution Atlas 1. Received. Dr. Caroline S. Gratitude 1. Earned title. All or Nothing. Seated at the bedside. Lin Yi gazed blankly at the data on the laptop. This was his first time completing a simulation without consuming any attempts. Unexpectedly, expending 10 attempts had yielded a core item. Human Evolution Atlas. The organization's latest research, aimed at mastering biological evolution. Though apparently incomplete. Note. Redeemable for the Zero Mutation card. The Human Evolution Atlas was a laptop brimming with data. Lin Yi stared at the screen for a long while, but could not comprehend its contents, filled as it was with inscrutable terms and symbols lacking annotations. Site 21 Mission Zero Mutation card. What is that? Aren't the cards collected from numbers 1 to 10? Lin Yi hesitated before redeeming, spending another hour scrutinizing the computer. Once certain he could not understand the material, he chose to redeem the Zero Mutation card. Zero Mutation card. A unique mutation card. Note. Collecting cards numbered 1 to 10 will reveal a special surprise. He had hoped the system's introduction would provide some hints. In hindsight, he regretted redeeming so hastily. Lin Yi found himself nostalgic for the laptop's built-in puzzle games, which he had enjoyed for over 50 minutes earlier. Lin Yi then turned his attention to the system, noting he still had 2 unread prompts. Dr. Caroline S. Gratitude. A heartfelt token of thanks from Dr. Caroline, your lifesaver. Please use it with care. Note. As a young woman, she agonized long before selecting this gift. Dr. Caroline S. Gratitude was a long gift box the size of a shoebox, now resting at the center of the shelter. Lin Yi untied the intricate pink silk ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay a beautifully crafted silver pistol. Referred to as a pistol, it possesses but a single grip. However, its barrel is astonishingly elongated, nearing the dimensions of a compact submachine gun. This CL-0 psionic pistol, a novel energy weapon crafted with the involvement of Dr. Caroline, absorbs psionic bullets from the environment once it has been infused with flesh. Note. Mother no longer needs to worry about my lack of ammunition. Lin Yi was immensely pleased with this gift. The magazine of the CL0 functions as a flesh extractor, automatically drawing the essence of blood and tissue from corpses upon contact. Moreover, Lin Yi discovered a detachable structure within the stock, housing a translucent crystal. First-level psionic crystal, capable of providing energy for devices. Note: energy, the true hard currency. Alas, while it requires no bullets, it demands psionic crystals, which somehow feels even more costly. Fortunately, I possess the blueprint for crafting first-level psionic crystals. After experimenting with the pistol, Lin Yi glanced at the final system prompt. All in, gambling is an art. Even the most fervent gamblers are astonished by your recklessness and bravery. Struggle with all your might before despair arrives. Note: do you think I jest? Were this not a simulation, would I truly consider firing upon Caroline? This title prompted Lin Yi to ponder. After consuming half an energy bar and pouring some warm water over the abyss egg, Lin Yi resumed his study of the humanoid mural assembly, intermittently donning the cross necklace. This not only enhances his perception, but also acclimatizes him to the extraordinary sensations associated with wearing the cross necklace. He had also attempted to wear the psionic ring, but there was no psionic energy within the shelter, likely due to its inherent attributes of absolute safety. Prolonged exposure to psionic environments may not be beneficial, as such energies can lead to biological aberrations. Immersed in a singular task, time flew by, and before he knew it, it was once again time for the night activities. A multitude of newcomers in the group decided to participate in that evening's events, for during the first 3 days, one is guaranteed to obtain blueprints for upgrading the shelter from the treasure chests. No one could predict the probability of obtaining blueprints from the chests 3 days hence. As long as one remains a normal human and wishes to avoid death, this opportunity would not be missed. At that moment, the bedside radio suddenly burst forth with lively music. Welcome to the City Voice broadcast. We now interrupt with a prize-winning quiz. I am your beloved announcer, Miss Y. Mr. Lin from apartment 304 in the Doomsday apartment. What do you suppose tonight's night activity will be? A. Maze exploration. B. Revelry feast. C. Warfront. D. Site mission. Surely not. Lin Yi sensed a profound malevolence. He had not anticipated that the system would alter the tasks on the 3rd day. This was, in fact, a matter of choice. Those who selected to participate on the 1st day were the brave, willing to assume risks, advance in progress, and reap deserved rewards. Those who chose the 2nd day were the wise, who gained safe and stable exploration opportunities. Those who opted for the 3rd day were the weak, left with little choice but to make a final stand. Should one refrain from participation on the 3rd day, it is highly likely that they would meet their demise. No one ought to receive a 4th chance. Lin Yi suddenly experienced a strong premonition. 3 days hence, acquiring the blueprints for upgrading the shelter would become exceedingly difficult. This nocturnal endeavor represented his final opportunity. I choose D. Lin Yi favored the number 4. It was his lucky number. The answer is correct, and the reward has been dispatched. Please check your notifications. Lin Yi opened the communication interface and sent a message. Lin Yi, I have just received news that tonight's nighttime activity will transform into a site mission. After today, obtaining the blueprints for upgrading the shelter will be exceedingly challenging. Do not inquire about what a site mission entails. I am equally uninformed. In truth, Lin Yi was uncertain of the accuracy of his conjecture, yet he resolved to stake his reputation on this message. He could have conveyed his uncertainty, but he despised compromise. Everything or nothing. There existed no alternative. Great one. Such jokes are not to be trifled with. Seriously? I have been preparing for 2 days to explore the labyrinth, and I even procured a red key. We shall soon ascertain whether this is jest. The Great One has never disseminated false information. Is that not disastrous? I have never even slaughtered a chicken. I was merely awaiting an opportunity to stealthily unlock a room. How exhilarating. I have long found labyrinth exploration tedious. I seek nutrient solutions and mutated card packs. The price is negotiable. The system prompt has yet to appear. Are you not concerned about being deceived? Would the Great One deceive you out of boredom? Once the system prompt emerges, it will be too late. The prize for the guessing game is a key. Universal key. Can unlock certain doors upon use. 11. Note: it is not as universal as it seems. Lin Yi's private messages were about to overflow. He replied to a few acquaintances and began to gather his belongings. Nighttime activity commences. Tonight's activity. Site mission. Would you like to join? Join. 9:59. Damn, the Great One was indeed not mistaken. It's over. I am doomed. Not participating would guarantee doom as well. Since the situation is thus, Why not take a gamble? Do you think the Great One could be wrong? Might it revert to labyrinth exploration tomorrow, and the probability of obtaining the shelter upgrade blueprints may not significantly diminish? What do you wish to hear from me? I can divulge anything, for I have already acquired the blueprints. Heart-wrenching, my friend. A site mission. Does that imply tasks to be executed at the station? It is hard to say. A site encompasses more than merely a station. Great One, Goose-Leg Brother, could you analyze this? If the Great One claims to be unaware, why do you inquire further? I am in a state of panic. 0010000. 22 site selections upon regaining consciousness. Lin Night found himself seated in the last row of a bus. His backpack and equipment were intact. Scattered throughout the bus were a few passengers. Lin Night glanced around and counted 12 individuals, excluding the driver. The bus was currently traversing a highway, bordered by dense woods. At that moment, a new interface abruptly emerged, resembling a chat room from a messaging application. Presently, there were 4 individuals in the chat room. One person sent a message. Li Ji, hello everyone. Do you know what the current situation is? Each speaker's name is accompanied by their avatar, and Lin Night quickly identifies a passenger in the car whose appearance resembles that of the avatar. The individual sits diagonally in front of Lin Night. She is a slender young girl dressed in traditional Chinese school attire, with a youthful visage, almost translucent pale skin, and long black hair. Though her expression is serious, she exudes an endearing aura akin to that of a small creature. Zhao Yong, I arrived here after participating in a night activity. You must have as well. Zhao Yong is a robust elderly man, seated by the window in the second row. He appears to be over 60, yet possesses a vibrant spirit. Were it not for the wrinkles adorning his face and his gray hair, one might hardly believe he is an elder. Su Min, I am as well. What do you know about this activity? Su Min is a middle-aged woman, and among the 4, she exhibits noticeable signs of mutation, with her limbs appearing distinctly altered. Lin Night, since you do not recognize me, we must not be from the same area. Could you share some insights about your region? Zhao Yong'o, are you implying that everyone in your area knows you? That seems implausible. A region comprises 1 million people. Young man, do you grasp the magnitude of 1 million? Lin Night, from the very first day, I have been disseminating strategy information to everyone. As long as you still check the chat group, it is impossible that you have not encountered my name. Therefore, we must indeed hail from different regions. When the night activities commenced, there were still 341 individuals in our area. Surely, you do not share the same count? Zhao Yong'o, that cannot be. We have already lost over 100,000 people. How could you possibly have lost so few? Lin Night, because of me. As the few exchanged information, they discovered that they were indeed not from the same area. Each region initially comprised 1 million individuals, and the outside world was fraught with peril. The night missions during the previous 2 days involved labyrinth exploration, while the task for the 3rd day had shifted to station assignments. Su Min, I am searching for my daughter. Have any of you seen a girl named Li Xiaolu? Lin Night, no? Zhao Yong, cannot recall. Li Ji, I believe I may have encountered someone similar, but I cannot be certain. There are simply too many with the surname Li. Just as they were exchanging information, a system prompt suddenly appeared in the chat room. Please select a station to disembark. Survive at that station until the bus arrives tomorrow, and then board the bus to leave the station. Note, after 10 stations, the bus will enter the shallow sea area. Li Ji, is this the station task? Zhao Yong, indeed, it seems that the choice of station is of utmost importance. Su Min, the prompt does not appear to state that we must select the same station. Li Ji, you do not intend to venture alone, do you? Given the unknown circumstances, it would be safer for us to stay together. Su Min, no, I merely suggested that this option exists. Lin Night, let us make a choice. I recommend deciding before reaching the night station. Zhao Yong, of course, since the system has noted this. It indicates that the shallow sea area is indeed different from the preceding stations. It would be wise to avoid approaching it. Soon, the bus arrived at the first station. It was a murky green swamp, teeming with various wetland flora, shrouded in dense, dark green mist. Su Min, I do not recommend selecting this station. The swamp is far too perilous. Li Ji, I concur. Lin Night, I am in agreement. Zhao Yong, on the surface, it seems acceptable. However, since you all disagree, let us move on to the next stop. The bus will not reverse. At each station, they have but a singular opportunity to choose, and once made, their decision cannot be altered. Thus, they must choose with utmost caution. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the second station, which was an exceptionally pristine beach. The fine white sand spread along the shore like snow, appearing both scorching and desolate. Li Ji, 10 minutes from the swamp to the coast. Something is amiss with this route and the bus. Su Min, indeed, this bus is problematic. Although the driver and other passengers resemble humans perfectly, they utterly lack any semblance of humanity, as if they were entities draped in a facade of human skin. Zhao Yong. So, shall we disembark here? Lin, you know, I have never swum in the sea, and the ocean is exceedingly perilous. Su Min, it is indeed troubling that we cannot discern any danger. 10 minutes later, they reached the third station. This station was the entrance to a sunlit town, where friendly townsfolk greeted them with smiles visible from the bus. Zhao Yong, this place seems rather pleasant. Any issues here could be easily resolved. Li Ji, I do not feel comfortable here. Lin Yi, I share your sentiments. Su Min, those smiles are too artificial, reminiscent of mannequins. Zhao Yong, very well. The fourth station revealed an abyss, one side of the platform utterly vacant, devoid of anything. Lin Yi, next stop. Zhao Yong, agreed. Li Ji, I second that. Su Min, likewise. The fifth station was shrouded in mist, obscuring any view of what lay within. Lin Yi, next. Zhao Yong, agreed. Su Min, agreed. Li Ji, agreed. The sixth station presented a vast jungle, where a colossal plant reached skyward, its top entirely hidden from sight. Li Ji, it feels perilous. Lin Yi, I concur. Su Min, then let us proceed to the next. Zhao Yong, only 4 stations remain. Perhaps we should select one that is unfavorable, but not excessively so. Li Ji, then let us move on. I have a hunch that the next station may not be particularly dreadful. Lin Yi, very well. The 7th station was a ruin, a faint mist hovering over the debris. At the edge of the ruins, Lin Yi spotted a familiar bloodied corpse. Yet in the distance, at the center of the ruins, a massive shadow, towering several stories high, was slowly undulating, its rhythm akin to the breath of a living being. Lin Yi, let us choose this one. I have a fair amount of confidence regarding my knowledge of bloodied corpses. Li Ji, agreed. Su Min, I second that. The ruins are ideal for concealment, and our objective is to survive until the bus arrives tomorrow. Zhao Yong, agreed. At the very least, I know how to eliminate them. Lin Yi, then let us disembark. One by one, the 4 exited the vehicle, while the driver and passengers remained unresponsive, just as Lin Yi presumed they were akin to NPCs. The passenger closest to the door suddenly turned his head and offered them a cryptic smile. Lin Yi happened to glance back, locking eyes with him. Farewell, and may your journey be pleasant, the passenger remarked. Farewell, and may your journey be pleasant as well, Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi replied briefly and departed the station with the others. After selecting the station, several new tasks appeared in the chat room. 1. Exterminate aberrant creatures and receive rewards based on their quantity and strength. 2. Explore the ruins and investigate the reasons behind the city's abandonment. 3. Address the colossal aberrant creature at the center of the ruins. Upon disembarking, Lin Yi glanced at the tasks but promptly disregarded the third one. He had no desire to approach that enormous shadow. Shall we venture inside or explore elsewhere? Zhao Yong, leading the group with his robust physique resembling a formidable wall, exuded a sense of security. It's best not to. This road can lead us to other places in just 10 minutes. Until we thoroughly understand this area, it's wise to refrain from wandering aimlessly, Su Min advised cautiously, maintaining a safe distance from the others. Indeed, if we adhere to the system prompts, we can return by vehicle. Straying carelessly might prevent us from ever getting back. As Lin Yi attuned himself to the surroundings, he had adorned the cross necklace and psychic ring during the station selection. Through previous experiences, he realized that as long as he did not trigger the intuition associated with slaying monsters, wearing the cross necklace for extended periods would not have significant repercussions. The effects of the psychic ring were quite remarkable. With the assistance of the cross necklace, Lin Yi could distinctly feel the surrounding psychic energy entering his body, fortifying his physique. Upon entering the ruins, Lin Yi was immediately enveloped by a sense of oppression, as though an unseen force weighed upon him, rendering his steps heavier. What shall we do now? Find a place to hide until tomorrow morning? Zhao Yong inquired, picking up a rebar connected to concrete from the ground. First, let us gather supplies and see if there are any usable weapons. The prompt suggests we need to survive until tomorrow. Something may transpire here at night. Or else it would be too easy. Su Min observed the surrounding ruins meticulously, seeking a relatively secure location. I propose we split up before dusk to explore this ruin as much as possible. We can communicate through the group chat if anything arises. That's our advantage. Lin Yi would not have suggested such a plan if he were with a group of ordinary companions, but he found these teammates to be quite reliable. Agreed. I will head that way. Li Ji indicated towards the eastern side of the ruins. I'll go west, Su Min stated decisively. Completely averse to approaching the massive shadow at the center of the ruins. I shall investigate the center, Zhao Deyi declared with authority, determined to explore the heart of the ruins. I'll just wander around. You can reach me if needed, Lin Yi remarked. His gaze drifting towards the shadow shrouded in distant mist, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. The ruins teemed with aberrant creatures. Using his perception, Lin Yi cautiously navigated around areas with stronger aberrations while searching for useful supplies, simultaneously using the corpses of blood corpses to reload his handgun. Based on the city's layout, Lin Yi swiftly located a commercial street. Although it had become a derelict wasteland, he still discovered a gun shop amidst the debris. The street was rife with wandering blood corpses, intermingled with some creatures that had developed aberrant organs. The streets were deserted except for a few abandoned vehicles, devoid of any substantial cover. Any noise would inevitably attract a horde of bloodthirsty undead, making it impossible to eliminate them one by one. Lin Yi was currently unarmed with ammunition, possessing only a crimson blade and a CL-0 pistol partially corrupted by alien flesh, utterly insufficient to confront such a multitude of blood fiends. Thus, he was compelled to seek an alternate route. If possible, Lin Yi wished to avoid narrow alleys. Not only because corners might conceal mutated creatures, but also due to the perilous instability of the ruins themselves. He recalled a game he once played, where the protagonist faced a high chance of sudden death merely by climbing. Fortunately, he did not bear such a fatal drawback. Selecting a relatively spacious path into the ruins, Lin Yi gripped his crimson blade and proceeded cautiously. It was evident that this place existed in a different time zone from the sanctuary world. The sun was invisible, and he was uncertain how long daylight would endure, though he intended to return before nightfall. The mutated creatures lurking in this alley were few and weak, likely because the stronger ones had ventured out to claim territories. Lin Yi easily dispatched the sensed blood fiends with his crimson blade. Absorbing spiritual energy through his psychic ring enhanced his physical prowess slightly. A precise strike was usually sufficient to fell an ordinary blood fiend without a second blow. As the number of slain creatures increased, Lin Yi gradually refined his technique. After eliminating a mutated wild dog, he finally reached the gun shop. The interior was eerily silent. Gun racks stood empty, and bloodstains and spent casings littered the floor. Swiftly locating the shop's warehouse, he found its door ajar, behind which a monster lay in ambush. Separated only by a single door, the beast was evidently aware of Lin Yi's position and prepared to attack. Although the creature bore only one mutated organ, it was extraordinarily active, more so than a previous monster that had multiple such organs. Drawing his CL-0 pistol from his waist, Lin Yi noted the bullets were not fully corrupted yet, but were usable. As he prepared to fire through the door, the monster suddenly lunged. In an instant, the door shattered into fragments, and the beast appeared before him. With the head of a ram, a human torso, mismatched animal limbs of varying lengths, and a lengthy tail. The creature was a grotesque amalgamation of various beings. Lin Yi narrowly dodged to the left, escaping a fate of being pulverized. The ram-headed monster crashed against the wall, causing the entire shop to tremble and the walls to fissure. Lin Yi unleashed a rapid burst of fire at its back. Its mutated organ resided within the chest cavity, accessible from behind. All 5 bullets struck true, yet the creature suffered only superficial wounds. The bullets, lacking full mutation, were insufficiently potent and, influenced by the creature's internal spiritual energy, lodged in the muscles without penetrating deeper. Lin Yi quickly distanced himself, but the shop's cramped confines and the entrance guarded by the beast left him with very limited room to maneuver. The goat-headed monster turned around. Slightly shorter than Lin Yi, its body brimming with robust muscle fibers and energy. Its mutated organs pulsated with power, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi aimed at the creature's mutated organs, not out of belief in its efficacy, but from the necessity to suppress the looming threat. Otherwise, he risked being obliterated. The goat-headed monster defended itself with its forelimbs against the bullets. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Yi's mind. If he could break through its defenses, an opportunity would arise. Bang, bang. With a sudden flick of his wrist, 2 bullets found their mark, shattering the monster's eyes. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its forelimbs wildly thrashing as it lunged towards Lin Yi. Even without sight, it sensed Lin Yi's presence, but its perception lacked the clarity of vision, only allowing it to ascertain his general location. As night fell, Lin Yi attuned himself to the subtle connection between the goat-headed monster's mutated organs and its limbs, preemptively dodging its charge. Frustrated by its failure to land a hit, the monster accelerated its assault, swinging its forelimbs in a desperate attempt to rend Lin Yi apart. Lin Yi's focus was unwavering. Though his physical prowess had seen some improvement, it was still insufficient compared to a creature that acted without regard for consequences. One misstep, and his life would be forfeit. He was unwilling to squander his precious attempts at reality simulation in such a manner, cornered with no escape in the confined room. The goat-headed monster paused momentarily, baring its teeth in preparation for a final charge. Bang! 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 Lin Yi fired 3 shots at the creature's head, the bullets striking its eye sockets. Yet, the monster did not falter. It was as if its head was merely an ornament, devoid of any cognitive function. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, Lin Yi still felt a pang of frustration. This irrational beast was exceedingly vexing. Now, he had no choice but to fight with all his might, as he had done in every simulation. With 3 bullets remaining in his CL-0 handgun, Lin Yi wielded it in his left hand while drawing his red blade with his right. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the creature's elbow joints and left knee. By this time, the goat-headed monster had barreled towards him, and while those shots inflicted minimal damage, they effectively disrupted its momentum, though it could still move without a brain. Hitting its joints would undoubtedly cause it to stumble. Perhaps it could learn to stand again in the future, but not this time. Lin Yi concentrated the scant energy within him towards his right hand. Having absorbed energy for some time and observed the goat-headed monster, he had acquired a basic understanding of energy manipulation. Though still unrefined, he focused intently. His right hand surged forward, the red blade piercing through the gaps in the monster's forelimbs and into its body, the blade passing through its chest and grasping one of its mutated organs. The creature slammed against the wall to Lin Yi's right, leaving cracks in its wake. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, shaking off the weakened monster and stowing the mutated organ into his backpack. Thud! 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 The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed nearby. Something was battering against the door of the gun shop. Just moments ago, the ruckus caused by the sheep-headed monster attracted a multitude of aberrant creatures converging upon the gun store. Lin Yi hurriedly rushed into the warehouse, and upon entering, he abruptly halted, standing still to take a deep breath. Ah, the aroma of gunpowder. This was a storeroom brimming with firearms. Pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, light machine guns, and sniper rifles of various models were displayed on the racks, while boxes of ammunition were piled in the corners of the warehouse. Lin Yi had to admit that he felt a surge of excitement. He began loading the weapons with ammunition, having long grown weary of the days with merely 10 bullets. If possible, he wished to take all these weapons with him. As for the monsters outside, let them contend with the bullets. Lin Yi, I've procured a batch of arms. I'll transport them with a vehicle shortly. Have you found a safe house? While organizing the firearms in the warehouse, he noticed that the gun store was already littered with the corpses of aberrant creatures, their mutated organs collected in a large woven bag. The crystals inside had been extracted by Lin Yi and stored in his backpack. During the process of disposing of the bodies, Lin Yi gradually developed a mindset akin to that of a fishmonger at a market, aided by his heightened perception. He could effortlessly extract the crystals with a mere flick of his dagger. Sumin, I've located a relatively intact supermarket in a remote area, where we can gather as it still contains some essential supplies. Li Ji, I've acquired some special items that I'll bring back for you. Zhao Yong, there are numerous aberrant creatures at the center of the ruins. I've dealt with a few. Lin Yi found a flatbed cart, piled the spoils onto it, and headed to the supermarket identified by Su Min. The supermarket, situated in the northwestern corner of the ruins, spanned about 500 square meters across 2 floors and was quite remote, with hardly any bloodied corpses nearby. Lin Yi arrived last, having wasted time searching for the flatbed cart. Fantastic. I've been eager to try out the machine gun, Zhao Yong exclaimed, picking up a light machine gun and caressing its surface with affection. I thought you would prefer cold weapons, Lin Yi remarked, unable to refrain from commenting on the robust physique of the elder. In my youth, I indeed enjoyed wielding blades and firearms. But no amount of training surpasses the utility of, although it is not an alien egg, it certainly bears a striking resemblance. I just cut one open, revealing the larva of some creature within. It is neither a bug nor entirely plant-like, possessing characteristics of both kingdoms. I am at a loss to identify it. Su Min gestured towards the desk nearby, where a severed crimson egg lay, its internal structure alarmingly disordered. In my opinion, they should all be destroyed and discarded. Those who study such phenomena in films seldom meet a favorable fate. Fortunately, Lin has returned with an ample supply of weaponry, which we could utilize as targets for practice. Old Zhao fiddled with the machine gun, cautiously distancing himself from the corner of the room, expressing his disdain for the eggs, as he harbored a lingering fear that some malevolent entity might emerge from within. We must ascertain what we are up against. Knowledge of ourselves and our adversaries is paramount. Lin Yi procured another crimson egg, placing it upon the adjacent freezer to commence dissection. True to Su Min's assertion, the internal architecture of the red egg was indeed intricate and chaotic, with plant structures intermingling with animal organs, yet they appeared to amalgamate seamlessly, as if they were always meant to be. Upon comparing his findings with Su Min's dissected specimen, Lin Yi noted significant structural disparities between the two eggs, akin to two distinct organisms. Are we to remain here until dawn? Zhao Yong questioned, idly toying with the machine gun as twilight enveloped the landscape beyond the window. I harbor doubts regarding our ability to remain here safely until morning. Su Min, positioned by the window, meticulously observed the encroaching darkness. I share your sentiment. Do you not perceive the strength of our team? Surely, your innate abilities are formidable, Lin Yi remarked, fully armed and ensuring that a plethora of weapons were readily accessible. Indeed, I have fared rather well in my own domain. My martial prowess, coupled with my enhancement-related abilities, positions me favorably among the survivalists, Zhao Yong candidly confessed, revealing no reservations about his talents. My own abilities pertain to mutation. If there existed a combat ranking, I would likely rank quite high within the region. Su Min humbly added, in comparison to you all, I am not particularly adept at combat nor proficient with firearms. My talent lies in luck. Allowing me to discern areas of relative safety, Li Ji admitted, somewhat discontent with her own capabilities. Previously, she had struggled with misfortune, striving tirelessly towards her goals, yet achieving naught. Following the acquisition of her talent, the tides had turned, relying solely on luck. She could obtain resources that others labored tirelessly to acquire without risking anything. This contrast left her feeling bewildered and guilty, rendering her gift somewhat ironic. Oh, then where might be the safest location? Su Min inquired, intrigued by the nature of such a talent. If luck could be quantified, it would indeed be scientific. Li Ji cast a shy glance at Lin Yi and replied, it would be quite safe beside Mr. Lin, as long as I remain within this building. I fear I might perish tonight. What she refrained from mentioning was that proximity to Zhao Yong also offered a measure of safety. Yet being near Su Min could easily result in her demise. You may call me Lin, as everyone in the group does. Your talent is formidable, yet one must not overly rely on innate abilities. Safety is a relative concept. The foundation of everything lies in one's own strength. For instance, if I were to desire your demise at this moment, your fate would be sealed. Lin Yi found herself quite fond of this courteous high school student. As he reminded her of her younger self, and after several years of navigating society, she felt a profound sense of nostalgia. I understand, thank you. Li Ji replied obediently as he picked up a handgun, beginning to familiarize himself with its operation. My innate ability serves as a supportive force, enabling me to exchange items and information, which is of little aid in combat. However, my combat prowess is still commendable. Lin Yi briefly introduced her own talent, choosing not to elaborate further, believing others shared a similar reticence. Can you utilize your ability to gather some information now? Su Min inquired, also handling a handgun, displaying an impressive aptitude for close-range shooting. Regrettably, I have already employed my ability this morning. It can only be used once per day, even if it were available. Lin Yi would hesitate to activate her talent outside the shelter. So, are teams matched according to strength? Do more formidable teams face more challenging tasks? Zhao Yong queried, undaunted, with a hint of eagerness. That is likely the case, and I believe the more arduous the task, the greater the rewards. Lin Yi articulated while instructing Li Ji on how to shoot. Based on her understanding of the system, the probability of this assertion was over 90%. That truly is splendid, Zhao Yong remarked, expressing a preference for this world over Blue Star, where at least here, he would not perish in bed. As the group engaged in light conversation, night fell completely. The supermarket was powered by a generator, its lights illuminating the dim ruins. Yet the nearby mutated creatures refrained from attacking them. This was due to a colossal shadow stirring in the center of the distant ruins, causing the ground to tremble. A multitude of diverse mutated creatures surged forth from beneath the shadow, spreading like a tide from the heart of the ruins outward, enveloping the entire area. All beings within the ruins were subject to indiscriminate assault, as the wave would wash away every creature and carry their remains back to their lair. Lin Yi and Zhao Yong stationed themselves on the second floor with a machine gun, unleashing fire upon the advancing mutated creatures, while Su Min and Li Ji provided supplementary fire, downing numerous foes in front of the supermarket. However, the mutated creatures seemed inexhaustible, while their ammunition was finite. If this onslaught persisted, they would soon be compelled to engage in close combat with the horde. What shall we do? We cannot hold out much longer. Zhao Yong shouted amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the creatures' roars. Do not worry. The supermarket contains many narrow spaces. Once our ammunition runs dry, we can lure them inside and deal with them more methodically. Let us defend the staircase. If we cannot hold it, each of you must fend for yourselves. Li Ji, if you find yourself overwhelmed, seek refuge, Lin Yi bellowed. Understood. Do not concern yourselves with me, Li Ji hurriedly responded. Soon, the ammunition was depleted, and the group pushed the remaining firearms to the staircase to continue their assault on the mutated creatures, which appeared as grotesque and half-formed abominations. Lin Yi and Zhao Yong took turns firing their weapons while Li Ji provided cover fire, and Su Min was tasked with dealing with the approaching monsters. The four of them worked in perfect harmony, managing to hold the line until their ammunition was completely expended, with the monsters failing to ascend the staircase. The first floor was now a gruesome tableau, littered with the corpses of the slain creatures. Observing the relentless tide of monsters still surging into the supermarket, Lin Yi sighed and remarked, "Let us rely on our own abilities. If I had known, I would have sought out another gun store instead of hoping to bring back some ammunition." He had not anticipated that such a volume of ammunition could be exhausted so quickly. Despite his words, the trio did not hasten to retreat. Instead, they remained steadfast at the top of the stairs, preparing to hold their ground a while longer. Lin Yi unsheathed his red blade. Zhao Yong grasped a steel bar embedded with concrete, and Su Min stood ready, unarmed. They formed a formidable barrier against the encroaching tide, and soon the staircase was piled high with bodies. The mutated creatures climbed over the heaps of corpses, only to meet their demise before them. Initially, they managed well, with Zhao Yong even taking the time to instruct Lin Yi on his striking technique. However, as fatigue set in, it became evident that they were not machines, and injuries soon followed. The first to sustain an injury was Su Min. Her physical stamina was inherently less than that of her male counterparts, and without a weapon, she was the most vulnerable. Fortunately, her innate abilities were remarkably potent. Rather than diminishing her combat effectiveness, her injury seemed to ignite her ferocity, allowing her to dispatch foes that previously required 2 punches with just 1. The second to fall prey to injury was Zhao Yong. Although seasoned and valiant, his age had begun to catch up with him, and his endurance waned as time progressed, hindering his reactions. Lin Yi, however, appeared to be in good form. The effects of the psychic energy ring were pronounced, and with the enhanced perception afforded by his crucifix necklace, he adeptly directed the flow of energy throughout his fatigued body. Thus, among the trio, only Lin Yi remained unscathed. Li Ji was also active, moving alongside them, occasionally swapping places with the injured to provide them with brief respite. Her humble claim of being unskilled in combat was clearly an understatement. As Lin Yi grew increasingly adept at manipulating his psychic energy, his strikes became more fluid and powerful, enhancing each point of exertion. Just as he was honing his cutting technique while dispatching the monsters, a group of distinctly aberrant creatures charged into the supermarket. These were 26-tier mutated beings, comparable in their level of mutation to the goat-headed monster. Each bore unique characteristics, yet they were all formidable adversaries. Should they reach the second floor and close in on them, there would be no escape. If this had been the Lin Yi of yesteryear, he would have struggled to contend with even 2 of these creatures. Any more would have been beyond his capabilities. However, he was no longer that Lin Yi. Through extensive practice, he had developed a newfound understanding of both his psychic energy and cutting techniques. What should be done? Should they flee? Zhao Yong had also noticed the mutated beings and retained a hidden card. But the sheer number of monsters made it clear that even if he fought valiantly to eliminate a few, he would ultimately be overwhelmed by the rest. There was no escape. They could not match the speed of the creatures. And with night still cloaking the world outside, where could they possibly run? Let us rely on our own abilities, Su Min resolved, preparing to unleash her own innate powers. Do not rush. Lin Yi struggled to utter 2 words. His left hand gripping the crucifix necklace while his right hand clutched the hilt of the crimson blade. The spiritual energy within him surged into the blade, transforming it into a vivid scarlet hue, as if a crimson light flowed upon its surface. His perception reached its zenith, encompassing most of the supermarket within his awareness. Go. Perish. With great effort, Lin Yi swung the crimson blade, yet his target was not the monstrous entity before him, but something far more fundamental. An intangible blade of spiritual energy erupted from the crimson weapon, cutting through the very essence of this concept and stirring the spiritual energy throughout the supermarket. Sweeping across the space like a wave, Lin Yi merely initiated the action, his control over the spiritual blade lasting but a fleeting moment. The remainder unfolded naturally. Yet, even that brief instant drained him of all his spiritual energy and physical strength. Struggling, Lin Yi tore off the crucifix necklace, collapsing backward in utter exhaustion. Fortunately, Li Ji had been standing behind him, catching him in her embrace as he fell. In contrast, the aberrant creatures fared far worse. Spiritual energy is a force that can both enhance physical capabilities and utterly annihilate the corporeal form. Its nature shifts depending on how it is wielded. Initially, the spiritual blade merely grazed the bodies of the aberrant creatures, cleaving them in twain, but as more spiritual energy became entwined, the ferocious energy surged like an avalanche, obliterating every aberrant creature within the supermarket into mere fragments of flesh. Although it did not rival the expertise of a professional, it was close enough. Grandpa Zhao gazed at the cataclysmic scene before him, involuntarily gasping in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this young man." Su Min was equally taken aback, now fully convinced of Lin Ye's earlier bravado, even contemplating that he might have understated his capabilities. Li Ji gently placed Lin Yi on a chair against the wall, finding herself in unprecedented proximity to a male, yet the urgency of the situation left little room for hesitation. "Are you all right? Is there anything we can do?" Lin Yi did not respond. He was in a dire state, the exertion of that strike having drained him of both stamina and spiritual energy, rendering recovery a distant prospect. Additionally, the overuse of the crucifix necklace caused a splitting headache that hindered his focus, leaving him dizzy. After a brief respite, Lin Yi regained some clarity. Noticing Su Min and Zhao Yong downstairs dealing with the remaining aberrant creatures, while Li Ji tended to him. "How is it outside?" Lin Yi retrieved nutrient solution from his backpack, downing 2 bottles to alleviate his condition. Those aberrant creatures were the last batch, though dawn had yet to break. No further monsters approached. Li Ji had procured a damp towel from somewhere, gently wiping his forehead. The coolness provided slight relief from his headache. "It's not dawn yet, so it's not over." Lin Yi pressed his hands against his temples, withdrawing his CL-0 pistol. After dispatching the aberrant creatures in the gun shop, he had replenished his ammunition with the corpse of a goat-headed beast, yet even now, the aberration had not ceased. Although he could still wield it, its potency was certainly diminished compared to when the aberration was fully quelled. Suddenly, Li Ji turned her head toward the wall, the direction of the ruin's epicenter. It seemed as though something was approaching, something terrifying. Li Ji spoke with uncertainty. Her innate abilities seemed to have faltered, despite being near Lin Yi. She felt no sense of danger even in the previous situation, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. This left her unable to ascertain the accuracy of the information gleaned through her powers. It should be an entity nearing the first stage, or perhaps a first-stage mutated creature. Summoning them and dispatching it should enable their return. Lin Yi leaned back in despair, surrendering his weight entirely to the chair's backrest, rendering himself temporarily incapacitated, relying solely on his trustworthy comrades for the impending battle. "My innate abilities are categorized into active and passive. I have yet to utilize the active aspect. If it is merely a mutated creature close to the first stage, I should be able to manage it." After hearing Lin Ye's analysis, Grandpa Zhao reliably thumped his muscular chest. "I have yet to employ my innate powers as well. Let us take charge from here." Su Min gazed out at the inky ruins beyond, her senses sharply heightened after extensive mutation, rendering her far less optimistic than Zhao Yong. "They're here." Li Ji suddenly pointed to a shadowy corner outside the window. There stood a girl with black hair and crimson eyes, an utterly unremarkable young girl. She tilted her head, peering through the window at them from several dozen meters away. Her eyes remained unwavering, not blinking even once. Lin Yi instinctively tensed, but before he could react further, the girl had vanished from sight. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed in their ears. The false sense of security brought by distance abruptly dissipating as the girl appeared on the second floor of the supermarket. Humans are creatures that survive based on experience, thus ill-equipped to confront situations beyond comprehension. Lin Yi, unfamiliar with first-stage entities, misjudged their strength, leading him to perceive a first-stage creature as merely a slightly more formidable mutated being. This nearly sealed his fate. The girl seemed to regard Lin Yi, the incapacitated one, as the greatest threat within the supermarket, designating him as her primary target. Had it not been for Zhao Yong, who skillfully intervened and positioned himself in front of Lin Yi, the girl would have torn him apart. However, this act was not without consequence. Zhao Yong paid a price for Lin Yi's safety. The girl thrust her hand into Zhao Yong's abdomen, casually extracting his intestine, however, before she could rush forward. The situation shifted once more. The girl delivered a powerful punch that sent the inflated Zhao Yong flying. Fortunately, he managed to block the strike, sparing him from severe injury. The girl stubbornly glanced back at Lin Yi, only to find Li Ji already carrying him downstairs. Lin Yi donned a crucifix necklace, his gaze fixed intently on the girl as he mentally locked onto her position, gripping the fully mutated CL-0 pistol in his hand. There was but a single bullet remaining in the chamber. It was only moments ago that Lin Yi grasped the mutation mechanism of this firearm. The magazine could originally hold 20 mutated bullets, but as the bullets underwent mutation, their quantity gradually diminished until only one remained, marking the end of the mutation process. Although Lin Yi did not fully comprehend the principles behind the weapon, it did not hinder his ability to wield it. The girl possessed only one mutated area, located at the very center of her body, yet her speed was formidable, and Lin Yi required an opportunity. The girl seemed to have noticed Lin Yi's scrutiny. This time, she refrained from hastily moving, allowing him to create distance instead. It was a game of strategy. Lin Yi's perception range was limited, while the girl awaited his departure from that field. Meanwhile, Lin Yi anticipated her approach, hoping she would reveal a vulnerability. Once he was close enough, even her swiftness would be unable to evade the bullet. At Lin Yi's signal, Li Ji halted, realizing that since the opponent did not advance, he would have to approach instead. At this moment, Zhao Yong and Su Min were on the second floor, while Lin Yi remained on the first, the three of them encircling the girl from three different directions. The girl stood at the staircase, gazing down at Lin Yi, her back turned to Zhao Yong and Su Min, utterly dismissing the other three. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity, and the standoff persisted. Zhao Yong and Su Min hoped to wait until dawn, while the girl remained unhurried. Li Ji, still perplexed by Lin Yi's lack of flight, realized that the only one truly pressed for time was Lin Yi himself, who was on the verge of collapse. The side effects of the crucifix necklace were becoming increasingly severe, and he began to see double. However, he calmly gestured to Li Ji to fetch him a chair. Although it did not affect his shooting, he preferred not to maintain the princess carry position while facing the threat. Once seated, Lin Yi extracted a metal syringe and inserted it into his neck, injecting the liquid contained within, an emergency syringe from the medical kit. Emergency syringe, a life-saving serum produced in bulk by the organization, capable of revitalizing the user. Note: please monitor dosage carefully, or true revitalization may occur. The effects of the emergency syringe were terrifyingly potent, restoring Lin Yi from a state of near incapacitation to normalcy within mere seconds. Yet, moments later, Lin Yi sensed something amiss, for the serum continued to enhance his condition. Time began to slow, and the empty syringe slipped from Lin Yi's grasp, suspended in the air, refusing to fall. His perception first expanded outward, then abruptly contracted, transforming from mere awareness into a more concentrated force. Act now. Lin Yi understood that his current state could not be sustained for long, so he drew forth his crimson blade and strode determinately toward the girl. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Zhao Yong was the first to react. With a slight movement of his feet, he instantly closed the distance to the girl and then launched a powerful strike aimed at her head. Su Min's movements were no less swift than Zhao Yong's, yet her focus was directed towards the girl's back. The ethereal energy surged within her as she aimed to pierce through the girl's rear. However, the girl remained utterly oblivious to their presence, fixated solely on Lin Yi as he approached, allowing their assaults to strike her without flinching. Thud, thud. Their attacks collided against a protective barrier of ethereal energy just 1 centimeter from the girl, and regardless of their force, they could not advance even a millimeter further. Lin Yi observed the layer of ethereal defense, constructed from a high-density energy, yet it was not solely the energy that formed this barrier. There existed a power akin to a condensed perception. At this moment, Lin Yi had ascended the staircase, the distance between them less than 2 meters, and he could even discern the coldness in the girl's dark red irises. Despite the proximity, the girl showed no intention of moving, for she had already sensed that Lin Yi possessed a power that could threaten her. She could easily eliminate him, yet if he found an opportunity, he could severely wound her. Lin Yi eschewed any elaborate maneuvers, instead opting to launch a direct assault with his condensed perception aimed at the girl's vital points. She could weave a defense with such power, but he had no understanding of it, so he refrained from attempting a battle of techniques. The ethereal barrier shattered instantaneously. Darkness enveloped Lin Yi, his head spinning. Yet, at that moment, he required neither sight nor thought, only the will to charge forward. The girl seemed taken aback that Lin Yi could breach her ethereal protection, but she still managed to block the crimson blade formed from his gathered energy. Boom. Point-blank shot. Lin Yi nearly pressed the barrel against her mutated form as he fired, the shot powerful enough to penetrate her body. However, at the last moment, she instinctively shifted her vital points aside. Even so, she sustained grievous injuries, retreating to the corner while clutching her wound to evade Lin Yi's pursuit. Lin Yi lacked the strength to follow. The effects of the life-saving needle had faded, leaving him a mere shell unable to rise without assistance. Nevertheless, he lay on the ground, gun aimed at the girl, seemingly prepared to fire at any moment. Zhao Yong and Su Min would not let this opportunity slip by. Despite their own weakened states, the moment had come for a desperate struggle, and their conditions became inconsequential. It was a brutal battle to the death. A fierce clash where the outcome was merely survival or demise. When all was said and done, none remained standing. After a while, the first to rise was, of course, Li Ji, her fortune allowing her to escape serious injury. Next to rise was Lin Yi, who stood nearby, gun drawn in intimidation, having abstained from the final clash. Though he was too exhausted to rise, Lin Yi began to collect the spoils of battle. He could perish. Lin Yi pulled a cart of woven bags towards the entrance of the ruins, while others also carried back their desired spoils. Zhao Yong seemed particularly fond of firearms, having gathered a collection of unloaded weapons. Su Min and Li Ji returned with an abundance of food and miscellaneous items from the supermarket, which were quite popular in their area. As they traversed the ruins, they encountered neither mutated creatures nor corpses. "Will we meet again?" Li Ji asked, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Although their time together was brief, she had grown fond of these 3 teammates. Without them, she might not have survived this ordeal. "As long as we are alive, we will meet again," Lin Yi replied, casting a regretful glance at the ruins. The difficulty of this mission had prevented him from attempting to complete the last 2 additional tasks. "Let us add each other as friends. We might still keep in touch when we return. Even if we cannot communicate across regions for now, surely they will merge later when there are fewer people," Zhao Yong suggested, adding the other 3 as friends in the chat room. After mutual agreement, they all connected with one another. The 4 successfully exited the ruins and crossed the road to reach the platform on the other side, which was flanked by a high wall, obscuring the view beyond. Although Lin Yi was curious, he had no desire to explore such a perilous area. Suddenly, a massive shadow in the distance began to tremble, the mist dissipating to reveal a giant, egg-shaped object towering several stories high. Like a flower blooming, the egg unfolded, releasing a torrent of crimson flesh into every corner of the ruins, which promptly formed numerous mutated creatures, igniting a new wave of carnage. "How magnificent! How beautiful! How terrifying!" "Thankfully, we ran fast," one of them exclaimed. "The bus has arrived. Mission at station completed. Due to the difficulty, a special metal treasure chest has been awarded. Additional task 1 completed. Reward, additional task treasure chest 1. Please draw today's card." Lin Yi climbed out of bed, finding the cart in the center of the shelter, all the woven bags intact. Beside it lay a red metal box and a yellow container of unknown materials. "My turn. Time to draw a card." Despite the many tasks awaiting his attention, Lin Yi chose to draw the daily card first. The card revealed a duck as it vanished. A blood-red duck materialized in the center of the shelter. Quack! The duck waddled over to Lin Yi. producing a steaming bowl of duck blood vermicelli from thin air and offering it to him. This familiar scene left Lin Yi momentarily speechless, yet he inquired, "Can you conjure anything else?" "Quack," replied the duck. "Could you make a few more bowls?" Lin Yi asked. "Quack. Oh, you can make 2 more? That's decent. Better than a goose," Lin Yi said, picking up the bowl of duck blood vermicelli. He had to admit, it was an exceptionally delicious dish. The broth was just right. The chili oil fragrant and spicy, the tofu puffs soft and flavorful, and the assorted duck delicacies were free of any strange tastes, with the vermicelli perfectly cooked. The only regret is the inability to gain followers. Lin Yi devoured the entire bowl in one go, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After finishing the duck blood vermicelli, the side effects of the cross necklace completely vanished. Lin Yi couldn't tell whether it was related to the dish. Next came the delightful moment of unboxing. Lin Yi first opened the red metal treasure chest obtained from the clearance task. It contained an array of items. Firstly, there were 10 bottles of red nutrient solution and 5 bottles of a shimmering azure liquid. Mental elixir, a precious potion that replenishes mental strength. Note, liquidized mental energy. So, the power derived from the consolidation of perception is indeed mental strength? That makes sense. 1 bottle contained a colorful liquid that appeared exceedingly valuable. Integration potion, a necessary potion for advancement. Note, please use after meeting all criteria. What are the criteria for advancement? A pure black card adorned with intricate patterns lay within. Basic rune alteration, a card that allows the learning of basic alteration runes. Note, use with caution if mental strength is insufficient. What are runes? After glancing at the note, Lin Yi refrained from using the card immediately. He organized the items neatly before opening the box obtained from completing an additional task. Inside was merely a single card. Card number 1, alteration, to be applied on the surface of a living organism, enabling its alteration. Note, collecting card No. 110 will yield a special surprise. Having collected 110 alteration cards, shall the unique evolution path of the individual be deduced. Deduce. Deductions complete. It has been detected that the survivor possesses card number 0. Shall it be integrated into the deduction for a new evolution path? Affirmative. Deductions complete. Evolution path is being integrated. Lin Yi stood frozen, his internal spiritual energy suddenly coursing through an exceedingly intricate pathway, as if inscribed deep within his DNA, flowing autonomously without conscious control. After 1 cycle of the pathway, Lin Yi regained control over his body. Wow, impressive. Though Lin Yi's spiritual energy was quickly depleted, as long as he could absorb more, he could enhance his body according to the pathway. Unfortunately, the refuge lacked spiritual energy, and even if it were available, he could not continuously operate the pathway, lest his body undergo alteration. Lin Yi sketched a simplified diagram of the pathway that only traversed the major organs, intending to share it in the group later. Upon opening the chat group, which had just concluded the night's activities, it was abuzz with excitement. 78639210000. Thanks to the esteemed Lin Yi for instilling the courage to venture out. Otherwise, I surely would have perished from the inability to upgrade the refuge in 7 days. Indeed, participating in station tasks guarantees treasure chests, and unboxing is certain to yield blueprints for upgrading the refuge. I'm grateful to have gone out. The tasks weren't overly challenging. Although the rewards were modest, I managed to bring back a crate of braised meat cans. Haha. Those of us still alive are all thankful for the esteemed one. The deceased have no voice. Truly remarkable. Those upstairs likely did not participate in the station tasks, right? My teammates are incredibly envious. No one shares information freely, and by the time the tasks began, only 700,000 remained. How frustrating. My team is also in agreement. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed individual. Indeed, I shared the valuable information provided by our benefactor, and each member expressed their appreciation with 5 red coins. Let us not dwell on those who dare not venture from the shelter. They are bound to perish in a few days. Why bother with them? Rather, let us discuss the batch of canned goods I procured. Yes, it would be more delightful to converse about the box of instant noodles I managed to bring back. Indeed, it would be more engaging to recount the bag of rice I secured. How vexing. Is this a gathering to boast? Shall I declare that I acquired a batch of handguns? Please, do not disrupt the formation above. I have yet to share my findings. As for the 29 red labyrinth tokens, indeed, let us all share our spoils, inciting envy in those who remained behind. Those who lack the courage to strive should remain silent and await their fate. No one is obliged to care for you. Let us all present our acquisitions, facilitating exchanges. Has anyone returned with toilet paper? I brought some and wish to trade for food. Yes, it would be more interesting to discuss the rifle I retrieved. Indeed, it would be more captivating to speak of the armaments I acquired. Lin Yi cast a glance at the private messages, realizing communication with survivors from other regions was impossible. What a pity. Otherwise, we could easily converse with all humanity through group chat. Lin Yi placed the 4 alien eggs beside the abyssal egg and poured some warm water over it. Li Ji distributed the eggs, remarking that they might prove useful later. In addition to the suspicious alien eggs, Lin Yi also returned with 200 mutated organs and various common items. Regrettably, the supermarket did not stock smaller refrigerators. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have certainly brought one back. After organizing the gathered items, Lin Yi shared a picture of duck blood vermicelli in the group. The esteemed individual has arrived. Greetings to the esteemed one. Wow, the esteemed one seems to have enjoyed a splendid meal today. I long to savor duck blood vermicelli. But I am no longer the person I once was, accompanied by a can of braised pork, food image, and a packet of instant noodles, food image, along with a table of stir-fried dishes, food image. Alas, has the esteemed individual above already upgraded the shelter? I too have upgraded. Was it truly difficult? 1. In a moment, I shall prepare some meat to stew. Having gas is simply marvelous. I will take a hot shower before chatting with you all. Goodness, how envious I am. I still lack 2 mutated organs. Following this nighttime expedition, many survivors gathered sufficient mutated organs to upgrade their shelters, leading to numerous chefs sharing images of their culinary creations in the group. Lin Yi, please hold for a moment. I have something to convey. After a while, the group gradually quieted. Lin Yi, I have collected the 110th mutated card. Upon completion, the system will derive a unique evolutionary path based on the survivor. We can absorb spiritual energy to enhance our bodies according to this intricate path. I have drawn a simplified version for your reference, path image. Lin Yi, however, guiding spiritual energy along this path to strengthen the body is no simple task. I am at a loss here. Lin Yi, from this activity, I acquired a batch of mutated organs, which I will post in the trading area shortly, priced at 10 red coins each, with limited availability until sold out. 10 red coins are not expensive. One can easily acquire 20 red coins after 2 hours of searching in the Crimson Labyrinth. In truth, Lin Yi could sell them at a considerable price, perhaps even doubling the value, yet he finds it unnecessary, as 2,000 red coins are sufficient for his immediate needs. Astonishingly, the aberrant organs in the trading area have reached a value of 20 red coins. Such a display of expertise. It goes without saying that without the big shots, our region would have suffered the loss of at least 20,000 lives. Collecting aberrant cards? I have only encountered cards numbered 7, 8, 9, and 10. Could you enlighten me on how to gather the others? Hee, I possess cards 5 through 10. I only lack cards 1 through 4. Fool. It's clear that the lower the number, the rarer the card. This schematic is absurdly abstract. Do you comprehend? This is art. Although I am reluctant to speak ill of Brother Lin, it is indeed rather abstract. Why not seek an art student from an academy to share insights on the evolution paths? Do not delay. Hurry to the trading area and seize the aberrant organs. With so many in need, it seems one could resell them for a few red coins. Please, grant the children a chance. My shelter has yet to be upgraded. Lin Yi swiftly listed 200 aberrant organs in the trading area, and, amidst the fierce competition of hundreds of thousands, they were sold out almost instantaneously. With an influx of 2,000 red coins, Lin Yi no longer feared being broke at the shop. Red coins greater than 1,000. Should they be counted as system virtual currency? Count them. The red coins vanished, and Lin Yi could now transact red coins through the system. After completing the trade for the aberrant organs, Lin Yi began to check his private messages. Many sought to trade with him, but the current survivors possessed little of interest to Lin Yi, as he already owned the Red Blade and CL0 pistol, rendering ordinary weapons beneath his notice. Zhang Liang, Brother Lin, are you available? Lin Yi, yes. Zhang Liang, do you have any surplus aberrant organs? The Mutual Aid Association is willing to buy them at 15 red coins each, with no limit on quantity. Lin Yi, I have none left. Zhang Liang, understood. If you wish to know the acquisition channels for each type of aberrant card, it will require payment. Lin Yi, please wait a moment. Zhang Liang, all right. Lin Yi, I have already sent the information to the group. You can check there. Zhang Liang, thank you. Lin Yi, no need for thanks. Zhang Liang, do you have any surplus cards numbered 1 through 4? Lin Yi, no? Zhang Liang. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Lin Yi closed the private chat, cradled his duck, and lay on the bed to commence his daily simulation. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Yi found himself standing in a dim crimson room, clad in familiar prison garb, utterly alone. Simulated D-class personnel, Jason, remaining simulation attempts, Tindarn. Why is there no loading this time? Where are my teammates? Where are the supervisors? As Lin Yi surveyed the familiar dark red chamber, an ominous feeling crept over him. Jason was a white male in his 30s, robustly muscled and in excellent physical condition. Familiarizing himself with his body, he pushed open the door, revealing a familiar corridor. Goodness, why is there a crimson labyrinth here as well? This is disastrous. I don't even possess a dagger. If I encounter a blood corpse, it may be manageable. But what if I run into a first-tier creature? That would spell certain doom. Lin Yi explored several nearby rooms, discovering nothing but refuse, devoid of any useful items. Red coins or keys. An hour later, he gazed down the seemingly endless corridor, feeling somewhat disheartened. He admitted to himself that he had overthought the situation. There were no monsters lurking here, nor any resources. There were no corridors leading to rooms, nor doors that led to freedom. It was as if he were trapped in an abandoned game map, filled only with an interminable maze of corridors, riddled with glitches. Surely I won't perish here? Panic began to set in for Lin Yi. Even with merely 10 simulation attempts, could he truly escape this labyrinth? After all, each simulation commenced anew, rendering any prior progress futile. Patience. The time loop will allow me to find a way out. There must be an escape route here. Grasping his hair tightly, Lin Yi endeavored to recall the paths he had traversed. If he were to perish in this simulation, he needed to ensure that he would not repeat the same routes in the next. He began to conserve his energy, no longer able to consider the state of his body within the refuge. His priority must now be to ensure he could leave within the 10 attempts. After another hour of wandering, Lin Yi concluded that this method was unlikely to yield results. In the past 2 hours, he had encountered nearly 100 intersections, continually progressing outward without retracing his steps. This place was vast indeed. He halted in his tracks. If one perseveres in a single endeavor without any reward, it may be time to alter one's approach. After acquiring the ability to harness mental energy in the supermarket, Lin Yi had fully embraced this newfound power. Although it was not as potent as during the injection process, utilizing mental energy now bore no adverse effects on his body. The simulations did not permit the transfer of items or the use of his physical form, yet they seemingly imposed no restrictions on his mental prowess. Lin Yi settled cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb and channel the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen his body. Unable to operate his evolutionary pathway through Jason's body, he resorted to enhancing himself with the foundational circuits he had developed. Within a mere 10 minutes, he completed a basic cycle. Once familiarized, he rose and commenced a light jog down the corridor, simultaneously running and absorbing energy to sustain the cycle. Thus, he continued to jog for another hour. It appeared that escaping through running was an impossibility. Neither could he retrace his steps in a matter of hours. Lin Yi prepared for a final sprint. After exhausting his stamina, he chose to end his own life. Remaining simulation attempts. 9. Lin Yi awoke in the initial room, this time refraining from rushing to leave. Throughout his tedious exploration, he had not ceased contemplating. The system's description of his innate abilities stated, randomly simulate 1 D-class personnel involved in the task. Thus, I am indeed engaged in a mission. The pressing question now is, why would the organization cast a D-class individual into such a place? Even as expendables, they should be utilized to their full potential before being discarded rather than being squandered thoughtlessly. Even for reconnaissance, a helmet should have been provided. Lin Yi inspected his surroundings in the initial room, finding no surveillance devices. Was it an accident? But can an accident be considered as executing a task? It cannot. Thus, it was not an accident. This was a mission orchestrated by the organization. But what is my mission? Why was there no briefing? Lin Yi once again scrutinized his surroundings, this time with meticulous attention, and finally discovered a line of text written in permanent marker on the inner thigh. Consciousness experiment, the fusion of reality and consciousness. The handwriting, the direction, and the style of the letters all indicated that this line was penned by Lin Yi himself. Yet, he had no recollection of writing it. The scrawl suggested urgency in its creation. Is this truly a consciousness experiment? However, when I awoke in the room, I saw the system prompt. If these words were indeed written by me, Shouldn't I have already received the system notification? Moreover, would committing suicide during a consciousness experiment not reduce the number of simulations? Lin Yi tugged at his hair, suddenly contemplating a certain possibility. Could it be that these system prompts are fabrications of my consciousness? If so, would exhausting the 10 simulation attempts allow me to awaken? Suppressing this perilous thought, Lin Yi closed his eyes and began to fantasize that this was not the Red Room, but rather his sanctuary. After a while, he cautiously opened one eye, only to find that he was still within the familiar Red Room. He attempted this several more times. All to no avail. One cannot truly deceive oneself, especially someone as astute as Lin Yi. Outside the door lies a vast ocean. No, I was just outside, and I know the corridor beyond is red. The fusion of consciousness and reality implies that this space is not merely a realm of consciousness. I cannot alter the fact that this is a red maze, but perhaps other elements could reasonably manifest here. Let me ponder. The red maze, aberrant creatures. Why is there nothing here? Perhaps the red maze is inherently like this. Without system influence, aberrant creatures cannot survive here. Yet, since I am able to enter, other aberrant beings should likewise be capable of doing so. This is an organizational task, so something should transpire. Let me consider aberrant creatures, preferably ones that leave a lasting impression, which could possibly appear here. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. A girl with black hair and red eyes pushed open the door, smiling at Lin Yi from the hallway. Oh no. Lin Yi forced a polite yet awkward smile, realizing that this was not a station task, and without any weapons. He was merely awaiting his demise. Perhaps exhausting the 10 simulation attempts was not entirely unacceptable. Now that Lin Yi recognized the girl's presence, even if he were to restart, she would still push open that door. Don't smile foolishly. I smile because I am beautiful. What is your reason to smile? The girl's tone was brusque. Yet her willingness to engage in conversation relieved Lin Yi. Who are you? Lin Yi inquired, somewhat uncertain, sensing a familiarity in her manner of speaking. I am a product of your imagination intertwined with certain realities. Hence, I possess information that you do not know. The girl provided her answer with striking directness, reminiscent of Lin Yi himself. What is this place? Lin Yi pressed on. I do not know, the girl replied boldly. How do I get out? Lin Yi continued to ask. I can guide you out, but do you truly wish to leave? The girl replied with a hint of implication. What does that mean? A certain possibility weighed heavily on Lin Yi's heart. You comprehend its meaning. The consciousness experiment is, of course, designed to explore the nature of awareness. The girl approached Lin Yi, resting her head against his chest. So this is directed at me? Lin Yi abruptly lifted his head, casting a suspicious glance around. You are quite cautious, yet you fail to grasp the intricacies of being a D-class subject. Thus, your actions will inevitably differ from the original. And while a single instance may go unnoticed, after 2 or 3 occurrences, the organization will surely detect something amiss, particularly after the last mission when Dr. Caroline was still alive. A mere comparison would reveal the anomaly. The girl circled around Lin Yi, then looked up to meet his gaze, revealing a profound coldness in her eyes. She wore a smile devoid of warmth. What should I do? Lin Yi resolved to heed the girl's counsel. Do nothing. After all, this is merely a consciousness experiment. They cannot pinpoint you, and if you remain passive, it will naturally conclude. The more you act, the more problematic it becomes. If I were to send you out directly, that would pose the greatest complication, as your consciousness would be irrevocably locked by the organization. Alternatively, the girl seated herself in a corner of the room and patted the space beside her. Alternatively, what? Lin Yi sat beside her. Or create a ruckus, letting them discover the consequences of provoking you. Are you jesting, Teacher Xiaoyi? What consequences could arise from provoking me? Lin Yi nearly laughed aloud. You can deceive anyone, but you cannot deceive yourself. I am merely a different manifestation of you. If you had no such thought, how could I have voiced it? The girl leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder, holding his hand as she spoke. You are not me. Otherwise, you would not propose such a foolish suggestion. My understanding of the organization is scant. How could I possibly risk opposing them? Lin Yi pushed the girl away, sensing that she indeed bore some resemblance to him. Yet fundamentally, there were differences. Do you not find this thrilling? You underestimate us. While opposing the entire organization may be unrealistic, dismantling a mere external branch is quite feasible. The girl closed her eyes, producing a crimson popsicle adorned with 2 wooden sticks from seemingly nowhere, breaking it in half and offering a piece to Lin Yi. Can you escape? Lin Yi gazed at the popsicle in confusion, taking a lick. It was refreshingly cold, sweet and tangy, utterly delightful. Consider your choices. If you opt to blend in, I shall remain but a fleeting image, and this popsicle represents the pinnacle of your experience. However, should you choose to teach them a lesson, asserting that you are not to be trifled with, then I shall become a tempest sweeping across the world. The girl savored her popsicle leisurely, her words laden with danger. Can you not choose for yourself? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled. He did not feel capable of commanding the girl. I certainly can, but I am you. Why would I harm myself? Besides, I shall inevitably vanish, and in the end, you will bear the responsibility. I am not so reckless. The girl stated with self-assuredness. Well, I am truly grateful. Lin Yi sincerely expressed his gratitude. Relieved that the girl did not resemble the cliched characters in novels who relentlessly sought to eliminate their original selves. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. With some time remaining, let me impart some knowledge to you. The girl extended her hand, gathering spiritual energy to form a thin layer of protective energy. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This technique could withstand the full force of Zhao Yong and Su Min's attacks, exuding an air of sophistication. You can do this? To be precise, I alone possess this ability, the girl replied with a hint of pride. The first-level beings in that mission site can merely utilize it, but with my extraordinary wisdom, I can teach you how to wield it. Impressive, Teacher Lin, please teach me, Lin Yi shamelessly remarked. Lin? Never mind. It sounds as if I were your daughter. Just call me Xiaoyi. Very well, Teacher Xiaoyi. Lin, the so-called protective energy is merely the external manifestation of runic application. Runes? Indeed. Runes are somewhat akin to the legendary words of power. When the divine said, "Let there be light," light came into existence. However, runes are far more difficult to employ than words of power. Runes are mental symbols, guided by the mind and grounded in spiritual energy. They represent the ultimate skill in manipulating the world. The strike you executed in the supermarket also demonstrated the external manifestation of runic cutting. Precisely. The mural contained runes of cutting and fusion, and they were of considerable rank. Now, I shall teach you about protective runes. These runes have extensive applications. Many spiritual artifacts and relics are inscribed with protective runes, serving purposes beyond mere shields. Instead of continuing her explanation, Xiaoyi grasped Lin Ye's collar, pressing her forehead against his, and then closed her eyes. A flood of complex information surged into Lin Ye's mind. Without the generation of mental strength, he would scarcely endure a moment. By expending mental energy, Lin Yi swiftly assimilated the information, albeit temporarily. Full digestion and practical application would require considerable time. We can only perform such an act because we are nearly one and the same. Do not attempt this with others, or your head may explode. Mental contact is the most perilous form of interaction. If you wish to learn about runes, it is best to rely on the systematic runic cards. Other methods are unreliable. Xiaoyi cautioned. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Xiaoyi. Lin Yi rubbed his head. The experience had been quite pleasant, though he felt a slight pressure in his mind. Time is running short. It is time to bid farewell. Xiaoyi gazed through the roof towards the distant horizon. What will happen to you afterward? Though their time together had been brief, Lin Yi felt as if he had encountered a longtime friend, a sentiment he rarely experienced. I do not know. The red maze is born from the fusion of your consciousness in this place. It should collapse once you depart. My existence is more complex. As I am a conscious entity, I too am uncertain of what lies ahead. Xiaoyi seemed to have come to terms with her fate, showing no concern for the challenges she would face. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi resolved, I suppose I should go out and teach them a lesson, so they understand the consequences of provoking us. A fissure appeared on the roof, prompting Lin Yi to take a leap of faith. He remained uncertain whether this action would alter anything, yet the act of doing versus not doing is, in itself, a transformation and an integral part of the outcome. Regardless, although a desire to obliterate everything lingered deep within him, he ultimately remained true to himself. Thus, he bid farewell. Xiaoyi declined Lin Ye's invitation with a smile. Would they meet again? Lin Yi refrained from extending further invitations, as they were fundamentally of the same ilk. As long as they lived, they would inevitably cross paths once more, would they not? Indeed, both chuckled in mutual understanding, as the crimson labyrinth began to crumble and Lin Ye's consciousness gradually faded. Since collapse had already commenced, perhaps indulging in an audacious act would go unnoticed. Lin Yi vanished, while Xiaoyi stood upon the remaining red floor amidst the void. Murmuring to herself, Lin Yi awoke from his slumber, adorned with an extravagant helmet, surrounded by an array of instruments. with a man in a white coat standing beside him. The man's coat pocket was filled with a row of permanent markers. A few armed regulatory personnel stood in the corner of the room. "P.S. Fine. Move on to the next one," the man declared. Subsequently, Lin Yi was escorted back to his designated room, or rather, his solitary confinement cell. Upon entering the cell, he lost consciousness once more. Simulation ended. Remaining simulation attempts, 10, and used simulation attempts. Would you like to acquire the core item? Acquire. Obtained core item. Consciousness upload device X1. Obtained. Xiao Ye's gift box X1. Obtained title, Awakening of Consciousness. After rising from the bed, Lin Yi glanced at the system clock, noting that barely 2 hours had passed, with the duck still resting on the bed. Time in that realm of consciousness seemed to flow significantly faster than in the shelter. Although other possibilities existed, such as the instability of time within the consciousness realm, Lin Yi chose not to dwell on these thoughts or the simulation outcomes. Having just lost a friend, he yearned only for a bowl of duck blood vermicelli. After savoring the delectable duck blood vermicelli, Lin Yi felt a slight uplift in his spirits and began inspecting the intricate machinery at the center of the room. Consciousness upload device, an apparatus developed by the organization to upload consciousness into the mental realm. However, due to the randomness of the uploads, many Class D personnel have perished during testing. Note, can be exchanged for a ticket. The consciousness upload device was the same complex apparatus that had been beside Lin Yi's hospital bed, equipped with numerous buttons of unclear purpose and lacking an instruction manual. After a period of examination, Lin Yi discovered he could not even locate the switch. The device seemed to possess some form of safety certification technology, requiring specific conditions to be met for operation. Exchange for a ticket. Although uncertain of the ticket's significance, it was undoubtedly more useful than a heap of scrap metal, at least in terms of space. The consciousness upload device vanished, and a white ticket, composed of an indeterminate material, materialized at the center of the shelter. Lin Yi picked up the ticket and reviewed the system's introduction. Ticket, a token for entering the realm of consciousness, allowing random access to a relatively stable mental world upon use. Note, the ticket changes color with each use. White indicates a shallow, safe area. Oh, a mental world? It seems rather perilous. I shall keep it for now, using it when the need arises. Safeguarding the ticket. Lin Yi opened the gift box from Xiao Yi. Inside lay a single intricately patterned black card. Basic Rune of Collapse, a card that allows the learning of the basic collapse rune. Note, caution is advised for those lacking mental fortitude. Lin Yi being the exception, truly worthy of Master Xiao Yi. Lin Yi refrained from immediately utilizing the card, as he had yet to fully absorb the protective rune. It was not the appropriate time to acquire new knowledge. He cast his gaze upon the final system notification. Awakening of Consciousness. You awaken from a dream, only to find yourself still within the dream. Note, in the mental realm, consciousness is the foundation of all. After reviewing his acquisitions, Lin Yi poured hot water over the abyssal egg and the aberrant egg, then commenced organizing and studying the protective rune, hoping to master simple psionic protection techniques before the nocturnal activities commenced. After all, the 3-day novice period had elapsed, and according to the system prompt, tonight he was likely to encounter a Tier 1 psionic entity. Furthermore, it remained uncertain which activity would unfold this evening. The afternoon passed swiftly, and the nighttime activities were about to begin. Lin Yi prepared his equipment, finishing his last bowl of duck blood vermicelli before the activities started, indulging a little in some duck as well. After all, the conclusion of the nighttime activities might well lead to tomorrow. With a little time remaining, Lin Yi opened the group chat. What activities await us today? Does anyone have news from the elders? Probably none. The elder has traded talents for duck blood vermicelli today. How infuriating. I too wish to savor duck blood vermicelli. Are you all participating in tonight's nocturnal activities? According to the system prompt, we might encounter tiered entities today. I am utterly eager. I only need one more aberrant organ to upgrade the shelter, and I dare not approach the restroom. How I long for a hot bath. Once I gather a few more aberrant organs to sell to my brothers. Damn, I still need 4. Damn it. I haven't even obtained the upgrade blueprint for the shelter. The aberrant organs I collected are going to spoil. Who told you not to join the nighttime activities? My talent allows me to amass wealth. Why would I venture into danger? I buy upgrade blueprints for shelters at high prices. Oh, so you are the resource magnate. My apologies. Has anyone tried Lin Ji's martial arts manual? Try what? It's so abstract. I can't comprehend it at all. Don't disparage it. The images are indeed abstract. But the elder annotated the location of each organ. I've begun to enhance my physique according to the outlined path, and the results are quite impressive. Huh, how did you guide the psionic energy? Besides, isn't there no psionic energy in the shelter? As long as one has used the aberrant card, one can sense the flow of psionic energy. The elder must not have used the aberrant card, which is why he is unaware. And regarding psionic energy, isn't their nutrient solution? It contains psionic energy. Drinking a bottle at the start can sustain one for half a cycle. No way. That's incredible. Why didn't you say so earlier? It is not solely I who am fortifying my physique. Many others are progressing at a faster pace. The seasoned experts have already shared their pathways, yet you remain stagnant. Who can be blamed for that? Indeed, your reasoning is quite compelling. I shall endeavor to enhance my body before the event. Nightly activities commence. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 9:59 Join. Before the countdown concludes, Lin Yi resolves to rest with the duck for a moment. 0:01. 00:00. Beginner phase concluded. Enhanced probability of aberrant creatures' emergence. Reduced probability of treasure chests appearing. Diminished quality of treasure output. Extended duration of events. Nightly activities commence. 3:59. 59. Rising from the dark crimson floor. Lin Yi observed a blood corpse traversing the corridor's corner. What an intense greeting. Lin Yi unsheathed the crimson blade. Even without donning the cross necklace, he could effortlessly discern the aberrant portions of the blood corpse. With a flash of his blade, he severed the upper half of the blood corpse, extracting its aberrant organs and discarding them into his empty backpack. The crimson maze was saturated with spiritual energy. Lin Yi selected a random room to absorb the surrounding energy and initiate a cycle of evolution according to his complex evolutionary pathway. Even though his body could function autonomously, it required his concentration on its internal dynamics. With the aid of the spiritual energy ring, Lin Yi completed his first cycle after half an hour. After just this singular cycle, he perceived a slight enhancement in his physical capabilities. As it was merely the beginning, 2 cycles a day would suffice for now. With the potential to gradually increase the frequency, Lin Yi stood to stretch his limbs, deciding to explore the maze first and conduct another cycle as the event neared its conclusion. Exiting the room, he commenced a light jog down the corridor. He had grown indifferent to the solitary red coins found in ordinary rooms. Only locked rooms merited a halt. After traversing a few corridors, Lin Yi encountered an aberrant creature, both blood corpses and other mutated animals, affirming that the system had indeed amplified the occurrence of aberrant beings. Dispatching these creatures consumed little of Lin Yi's time. It was only after navigating 8 corridors that he stumbled upon his first locked room. Unlocking the door with the red key, he discovered a singular redwood treasure chest. Upon opening it, he found a 10-pound bag of rice. Not too heavy, he thought. Lifting the rice, he departed the room and continued his jog down the corridor. After 6 more corridors, Lin Yi again discovered a locked room. Using the red key to unlock it, he found yet another redwood treasure chest. A sense of foreboding crept upon him. Upon opening the chest, he was met with a box of meat and vegetables, weighing in at 3 to 4 pounds collectively. With the prideful first-tier creature, Lin Yi stowed the meat and vegetables in his backpack and resumed his jog through the corridors. To be frank, the treasure chests yielded overly abstract results, and he began to contemplate whether it was wise to continue expending keys. At this rate, he feared his backpack would become insufficient. With so much food, it was impossible for him alone to consume it all, and the shelter lacked a refrigerator, rendering fresh meat and vegetables unsuitable for long-term storage. As for selling to other survivors, Lin Yi did not believe he was the only one capable of obtaining food. Fortunately, the vehicle Li Ji had previously provided was equipped with an ample assortment of seasonings. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been at a loss regarding how to handle these ingredients. After traversing 10 corridors, Lin Yi encountered a third locked room. Opening another door revealed yet more provisions, so he refrained from opening further. Resolute, Lin Yi employed the red key to unlock the door. This time, the room contained no treasure chest but rather a long-missed supply shelf. It was a storage chamber. Lin Yi meticulously scoured every corner of the room, discovering on the shelves 5 bottles of nutritional fluid, 3 mutated cards, a metal key that unlocked special chambers, and a dagger. The mutated cards were of the later series, while the dagger featured a 7-centimeter blade and a wooden gray hilt, appearing exceedingly sharp. It seemed to be a psychically empowered artifact akin to a cross necklace. After stowing these items in his backpack, Lin Yi pressed onward in his exploration of the labyrinth. For half an hour, he encountered no locked doors. Just as curiosity began to stir, he came upon a dark crimson corridor devoid of rooms. So that was the reason. Remarkably, no monsters lurked in the corridor, suggesting they might not appear in the preceding halls either. Upon reaching the corridor's end, Lin Yi set down the rice and his supplies before pushing open the red double doors. Inside lay a familiar hall, but standing at its center was a shadowy figure. A sinister, withered laughter emanated from beneath the figure's pitch-black robe and hood. "You can speak?" Lin Yi was encountering a mutated creature willing to communicate for the first time. "Thank you for opening the door. I feared this journey would be in vain." The figure's tone bore an inexplicable arrogance, as though a superior being addressing an inferior one. "Are you a survivor as well? Has the system assigned you to guard this place?" Lin Yi disregarded the condescension but needed the figure to continue speaking to glean more information, so he provoked it slightly. "Survivor? Guard. Kindly refrain from lumping me together with the likes of you. I am no pitiful soul forced into survival here. I entered by choice." The figure's disdain deepened. "Yet you still assist the system in guarding, do you not? What difference does it make? At least I am not the one standing watch." Lin Yi responded with equal scorn. "Huh, insignificant wretch. You cannot fathom the system's grandeur. Countless dimensions, all races, save for a few perilous realms, fall under its dominion. With your intellect, you cannot begin to comprehend the system's true nature." The figure showed no haste to kill Lin Yi, savoring the moment to relish its spoils. "But we currently share the same position, do we not?" Lin Yi said succinctly. He was not one given to idle chatter. The other was merely a first-tier tool. Even if it possessed some knowledge, it was inconsequential. Standing merely a step apart, Lin Yi unsheathed the red blade. An invisible psychic edge sliced toward the figure's chest, targeting its sole mutated organ. Seeking death, the figure pulled back its black robe, conjuring a psychic barrier before drawing a pistol and firing 2 shots at Lin Yi. It seemed that the figure, perhaps reluctant to waste ammunition, refrained from continuing to fire. In his perception, Lin Yi would be unable to evade the 2 bullets. Indeed, Lin Yi could not dodge them, but he was capable of blocking them. A thin layer of psychic energy protection effortlessly thwarted the 2 bullets imbued with energy, rendering the second layer of psychic defense he had conjured utterly superfluous, let alone the third layer that was still in the process of formation. In contrast, the figure's dark robe failed to shield him from the psychic blade infused with cutting attributes that Lin Yi unleashed, resulting in a gash across the robe and his chest. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi plunged the crimson blade into the figure's chest, piercing through his altered organ amidst the creature's anguished screams. The CL-0 pistol in his left hand, now charged with the power of bullet alteration, was poised and ready. Had the opponent not demonstrated such incompetence, he would have already fired. After all, this was a first-tier psychic being, and Lin Yi would afford him no opportunity. As he had articulated, their positions were mutually exclusive, only one could survive. However, the adversary appeared oblivious to this reality. "How could it be? You are not even of the first tier. How could you possibly disrupt my equipment? How could you withstand my assault?" The figure's voice, laced with despair, faltered and faded as he approached death, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. "Although my understanding of the system is limited, and I know little of the countless planes and races, I believe the system maintains a fundamental fairness. Given that you are a first-tier being, I could not possibly be an ordinary survivor. Yet, to be frank, your weakness makes me question whether such basic fairness truly exists within the system," Lin Yi mused. This was his first encounter with such a feeble first-tier creature. Thus, the figure perished, his eyes wide open. Lin Yi removed the figure's equipment and examined its body. It resembled a human but bore numerous differences from the inhabitants of Blue Star, suggesting it was a member of some humanoid race. The corpse's chest bore a complex, circular mark akin to a tattoo, the meaning of which remained a mystery. After dissecting and processing the remains, Lin Yi acquired a tattered black robe, a pistol with only 8 bullets remaining, and a first-tier altered organ. Submitting the altered organ for the first-tier psychic crystal manufacturing blueprint task, the progress now stood at 210. Previously, Lin Yi had also obtained 1 first-tier altered organ from a prior mission, leaving only 8 more to complete the task. He hoped to accomplish this endeavor swiftly, for it might enable him to absorb psychic energy and enhance his physique within the sanctuary. The energy content of the nutrient solution was woefully inadequate. With his current reserves, he could scarcely manage a few cycles. Moreover, The nutrient solution was not meant for continuous consumption. It was primarily intended to replenish nutrients, with notes indicating that excessive intake was inadvisable. Having dealt with the gatekeeping aberration, Lin Yi began to scrutinize the several doors in the hall, which remained unchanged from before. Opposite was a set of red double doors. To the left was a redwood door leading outside, and to the right stood a locked dark red metal door. A storage room, perhaps? He had just acquired a special metal key for such a room. Using the metal key, he unlocked the door, revealing a chamber that appeared ordinary, with a dark red pedestal. However, this time, a manufacturing blueprint lay upon the pedestal. Invitation to the 34 game room. After Lin Yi rolled up the blueprints, he did not hastily vacate the room. Instead, he closed the door and began to absorb spiritual energy to enhance his physical attributes. In the midst of this cycle, he was suddenly struck by an unusual sensation of hunger, and after consuming several bottles of nutritional fluid, he began to feel better. This, perhaps, is the true purpose of the nutritional fluid, to replenish the bodily foundation during enhancement, rather than merely providing spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Lin Yi completed his second cycle of the day. With over an hour remaining until the activities concluded, he gathered all his supplies and ventured forth through the red double doors opposite him to continue exploring the labyrinth. Subsequently, he unlocked several rooms, each containing treasure chests filled with various foods. As the countdown approached its end, Lin Yi opened the last locked room, only to find yet another mahogany chest. Uncertain of its contents, he hoped for anything but rice. One bag would suffice for a long time, as well as no fresh produce. Canned goods or long-lasting snacks would be ideal. Filled with anticipation, Lin Yi opened the chest, only to discover a colorful piece of paper that appeared rather frivolous. Well, at least it occupied little space. After stowing away the paper, the countdown ended, and Lin Yi was teleported back to the shelter. Upon returning, the duck had yet to vanish, though regrettably, there were no duck blood noodles left to eat. Lin Yi organized the various food items and listed the mutated organs for sale at the price of 10 red coins each before he began to assess the gains from the activity. First, he examined several items of unknown functionality. Sacrificial dagger. Insert the dagger into the heart, offering a sacrifice to the deity. Note: ritualistic tool. Please use with caution if you are not well versed in such ceremonies. Lin Yi was bewildered. What on earth was this? Was it meant for oneself or another? He tossed the dagger into the corner to gather dust and continued to the next item. Black ritual robe, an entry-level spiritual item mass-produced by the Ring organization, capable of releasing basic spiritual protection. Note: damaged and of no worth for repair. Spiritual handgun, an entry-level spiritual item mass-produced by the Ring organization, capable of firing bullets infused with spiritual energy. Note: the bullets are of greater value than the gun. What was this Ring organization? It felt rather dubious. Lin Yi was uncertain whether the individuals he encountered were members of the Ring organization or merely purchasers of their goods. If it were the former, then the organization might not be of high caliber. Considering the circular markings on the bodies, Lin Yi leaned towards the former possibility. The handgun was acceptable, containing 8 remaining bullets, while the robe held no further utility and was carelessly tossed into the miscellaneous pile. Next came the greatest prize from this excursion, a blueprint of unknown origin. Blueprint for low-tier concentrated nutritional fluid extractor. Required materials: Tier 1 mutated organs, 0-10. Tier 2 mutated organs, 0-10. Tier 3 mutated organs, 0-10. Note: concentrated essence is far superior to a juicer. Lin Yi, puzzled, attempted to utilize this blueprint. In the short term, he could scarcely encounter Tier 3 mutated organisms, let alone gather the necessary materials. Finally, there remained that colorful piece of paper. Game room invitation. Using the invitation in the shelter, survivors will be transported to the game room. Note: the game room is a safe zone. Please choose your preferred form of entertainment. Game room? Lin Yi did not hasten to utilize the invitation. He intended to wait until the simulation concluded the following day to give it a try. If there were ample spiritual energy there, he would not need to absorb it during the night activities. After sorting through the spoils, Lin Yi prepared himself a sumptuous dinner, and then opened the group chat to accompany his meal. 7842641000000. Esteemed individuals, has anyone managed to obtain the shelter upgrade blueprint? I am willing to pay handsomely. Surely, someone must have uncovered a blueprint, right? What a joke. All I receive is food. I opened 4 treasure chests today, and they were all filled with provisions. Who has it worse than me? Damn, Could it be that Lin Lao has predicted our fate? What are we to do without blueprints? Await our demise? I have one here. Make me an offer. Wonderful. I thought the shelter upgrade blueprint was discontinued. My friend, you are indeed fortunate to have acquired a blueprint. What a farce. The chests contained nothing but food. I had fought valiantly in the hall to slay a first-tier mutated creature, and then used a special key to unlock the door to the item room. At that moment, I thought I had unearthed something extraordinary, only to return and discover this worthless item. Make your offers, but I refuse to trade for anything less than something of value. Good heavens. I expected a stroke of luck, but ended up with misfortune. Are you certain you are misfortunate? Many are still without blueprints. This one could be a lifesaver. Do you think the survivors who have been hiding in the shelter possess anything of worth? This individual can indeed contend with first-tier creatures. Show some respect. Surely, you must have already upgraded the shelter? Since this is an additional blueprint, why not sell it at a lower price? It could save a life. I apologize, but it has already been sold. No need to message me. The buyer offered me an irresistible price, and I am quite satisfied. What? It sold that quickly? It must be that resource magnate. He begins collecting blueprints the moment the event concludes. Impressive. So what are we without blueprints to do? Await our demise, I suppose. What else can we do? Lin Yi, the system is not without compassion. I believe there is a high probability that you can uncover blueprints in the item room as well. You might as well try opening several more treasure chests. A low probability does not imply none exists. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. The esteemed one has arrived. Lin Gu is right. Lin Gu, have you eaten dinner yet? Lin Yi. However, first-tier mutated creatures are formidable. Those lacking combat talents should refrain from attempting food image. Lin Yi, by the way, I am also collecting special room keys. I can exchange them for mutated cards, nutrient solutions, red keys, and other resources. What a lavish meal, albeit with an unremarkable presentation. Did you prepare this yourself? Alas, the esteemed one has fallen to cooking for himself. I too prepare my own meals and suddenly feel quite accomplished. Yet it does appear quite appetizing. Do you require a chef? Free of charge. A 5-star hotel chef is at your service. Leave it to me. Lin Yi, no need. But do you know how to deal with fresh produce? I have too much food for my openings and cannot consume it all at once. Transform it into salted meat and pickled vegetables. Would frying it extend its shelf life? I am quite troubled, having procured dozens of pounds of fresh meat. By the way, did anyone notice the prominent figure collecting keys to the special rooms? I possess a key, but dare not venture into the corridor. After conversing with group members about the method of preparing salted meat, it took us 40 minutes to finish a meal. Only after that did Lin Yi exit the chat and commence private discussions to trade the special room keys. There aren't many individuals willing to trade for the special room keys, as everyone is aware of the valuable items contained within. Nevertheless, amidst a vast population, Lin Yi managed to exchange some basic supplies for 5 keys. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to face first-tier creatures, rather than letting them collect dust. It is better to trade for urgently needed resources. Zhang Liang, Brother Lin, are you there? Lin Yi. Yes, what is the matter? Zhang Liang, do you have any surplus psionic items? Lin Yi. I do have some, but not in excess. Zhang Liang, I can trade a special key for them. Lin Yi. I have already acquired 5. I want to be able to utilize more for the time being. Zhang Liang, what do you need? Lin Yi. Do you have any rune cards? Zhang Liang. I originally had 2, but now only 1 remains. Lin Yi. Zhang Liang. A member with a mental power talent tried to use one, and after using it, their name turned black. Lin Yi. Can one die in the shelter? Isn't it supposed to be absolutely safe? Zhang Liang. We deduced that they may not be dead, but the system deemed them unable to continue surviving. Hence the name turned black. After all, rune cards are for personal use, and such changes may fall outside the shelter's protective scope. Lin Yi. What is the remaining card? Zhang Liang. Basic speed rune. Lin Yi. I will trade you my psionic handgun and psionic ring for it. The handgun still has 8 bullets left. Zhang Liang. Okay. The two swiftly completed the transaction, both parties feeling quite satisfied. For Lin Yi, the psionic handgun was merely refuse, while the psionic ring held some utility, albeit only offering a marginal difference in cycles, which could be shortened with proficiency. For the Mutual Aid Society, the psionic ring was akin to a divine artifact. Given their lack of evolutionary pathways and the challenges they faced in guiding psionic energy, coupled with their current fear of using rune cards, no one wishes to perish within the confines of the shelter. Basic Speed Rune, a card that allows the learning of the basic speed rune, Note: use with caution if mental power is insufficient, putting away the card. Lin Yi refrained from using such a perilous item indiscriminately, especially since he hadn't fully digested the protective rune. Furthermore, with cutting, splicing, and collapsing involved, he wouldn't be able to utilize this card for some time. After processing the remaining fresh food, he poured some hot water over the abyssal egg and alien egg, then lay down with the duck in his arms, closing his eyes to continue digesting the protective rune until he drifted into a deep slumber. Please draw today's card. It's my turn. Draw a card. This time, the card depicted a girl clad in a nun's attire. Before Lin Yi could react, the card dissipated, and a girl dressed in a blood-red nun's outfit with silver hair appeared in the center of the shelter. Hello? Lin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the first time a young woman had entered his chamber. The girl was enveloped in a simple, yet heavy crimson nun's attire, adorned with a pure red veil that obscured her eyes. While the garment was embellished with a myriad of twisted and chaotic symbols. These symbols resembled runes, yet Lin Yi found them inscrutable. Clad in such an unusual habit, the girl emanated an aura that was both sacred and eerie. Nevertheless, it was in this moment that Lin Yi first grasped the essence of what the sacred truly felt like. She knelt silently in the center of the sanctuary. Noticing her reticence, Lin Yi refrained from approaching her, not out of fear of any repercussions, but out of the most basic respect for a lady. He prepared 2 breakfasts with the reserved provisions, placing one before the nun. Should she choose not to partake, he could simply save it for dinner. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi reclined on his bed and commenced his daily simulation, influenced by the deep crimson nun. Religious anomalies have been designated as the objective for this simulation task. Simulated D-class personnel, Isaac. Remaining simulation attempts. 10 buzzing sounds filled the air as Lin Yi opened his eyes to the familiar hum of movement. Opposite him sat an elderly man with graying hair, similarly clad in an orange uniform. Isaac was indeed an aged man, frail as if he had long been bedridden. Lin Yi took a moment to acclimate to this fragile form. It was the first time in his life he had felt so weak. What transgression had this old man committed to be relegated to D-class? Religious anomalies. At least it was not entirely unknown territory. What is the matter, Isaac? Are you experiencing headaches again? His fellow inmate suddenly spoke up, evidently acquainted with Isaac. It has never ceased, Lin Yi replied calmly. Do you know where they are taking us? Gregory inquired, his expression one of surprise. Where else could it be? I realize it has been quite some time since I last prayed. Lin Yi maintained his composure. He had been adept at performing since a tender age. Why? Have you lost faith in God? Gregory scrutinized Lin Yi's eyes, attempting to penetrate his thoughts. No, my faith has never been more steadfast. Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and held Gregory's gaze. However, Gregory awkwardly averted his eyes, turning towards the window. The supervising officer, who had been listening to their exchange, sneered, muttering a curse against the so-called zealot. 5 minutes later, the transport halted before a modest white chapel, its stained glass windows at the top catching the eye. Step inside. It's your turn to be the offerings this time. Remember to repent to your Lord afterward. The captain clearly harbored disdain for them, not even allowing them to don helmets before ushering them into the chapel. Lin Yi did not resist, obediently entering the church, as he was in no condition to defy. The interior of the church was quite ordinary, featuring only a few rows of benches and a pulpit, devoid of anything extraordinary. Standing at the center of the chapel, Lin Yi sensed nothing amiss. Distinct from Gregory, who had entered alongside him, this individual appeared influenced by some unfathomable force, gradually ascending to the pulpit. Lin Yi cooperatively seated himself on the pew, prepared to heed the sermon of his fellow inmate. Yet, scarcely had Gregory mounted the pulpit than he erupted into a frenzy, savagely tearing at his own cheeks. His body contorted grotesquely, and upon stripping away his facial skin entirely, his form compressed into a cube approximately 30 centimeters in each dimension. The discarded visage resting atop this compacted figure. A remarkable performance, is it not? From some indeterminate moment, the church pews had filled with various humanoid entities garbed in diverse attire. Beside Lin Yi sat a gentleman clad in a nondescript gray suit, his features obscured. Generally, one who worships desire is but a fool, unwilling to confront even themselves. Even if transformed into a box, the contents hardly promise surprise, Lin Yi remarked casually. You speak truly. Alas, I sense no faith within you, or I would eagerly glimpse what your box contains, responded the gray-clad figure. Intrigued by Lin Yi but unable to act against him due to the absence of discernible belief, Perhaps it is not as entertaining as you suppose. May I leave now? Lin Yi inquired, skeptical that such a simulation could be completed so simply, yet resolved to attempt departure. Certainly, take the box with you as a gift from me. Still, no matter if you leave this church, without pledging allegiance to a deity, survival outside these walls is impossible, the gray figure replied amicably. Since Lin Yi did not venerate its god, he was considered a guest of the church, and guests were treated with courtesy. Thank you, Lin Yi said briefly, retrieving the box from his companion and exiting the church. At the moment he grasped the box, a prompt flickered before his eyes. You have received a gift. Carry this gift to complete the simulation, and you may bring it back to the sanctuary. Upon stepping outside, Lin Yi halted abruptly. The scene before him was no longer the prison transport or guards, nor the suburban outskirts he had seen before entering. Instead, a broad avenue paved with white stone stretched ahead, flanked by numerous edifices reminiscent of churches. Alas, I knew I wouldn't escape, Lin Yi muttered, a headache settling over him despite prior suspicions. In essence, he must choose a deity to worship in order to depart. Yet, embracing such faith would make him a member of the church, exposing him to its powers. Moreover, belief presumably intertwines with the spirit. So even retreating to the sanctuary might not shield him from these divine forces. This, however, was not his gravest concern. Grasping his hair, Lin Yi's expression betrayed his anguish. He doubted his capacity to truly believe in any god. This was not a matter of willingness, but of feasibility. Even if he desired to embrace faith, he felt incapable of genuine devotion. Faith demands wholehearted commitment. To feign belief or offer half-hearted reverence would surely culminate in a fate no better than that of his companion's box. Enough, I shall proceed step by step, he resolved. Lin Yi strolled along the cobblestone path towards the next church. The distance between the two churches was not great, merely a few hundred meters. However, for reasons unknown, only by approaching could one truly appreciate the full grandeur of the church. The second church was a pale white dome structure, where a priest clad in black vestments and possessing a pallid countenance stood at the entrance, resembling a young woman outside a barber shop soliciting customers. Greetings. Would you care to come in and take a look? The priest appeared unable to step beyond the confines of the church, dramatically extending his arms in an attempt to beckon Lin Yi closer. Speak plainly. I am quite busy. Lin Yi retreated a step, wary of the priest's encroachment. Oh, it seems you do not yet have a deity to believe in. An unbeliever cannot leave this place. If you embrace our Lord, not only will I ensure your safe passage, but our Lord shall bestow upon you unparalleled power, the priest proclaimed, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile, exuding an eagerness akin to that of a famished individual encountering a sumptuous feast. Let us discuss the specifics of the benefits. Spare me the superfluous rhetoric. Do not mistake me for a novice. What rank does your deity hold? Does it grant runes? Are there paths for evolution? To what rank can it support me? Lin Yi was unreserved, preparing to explore the possibility of joining the church. Thus he sought to comprehend the market conditions first. Deities possess ranks too? Membership comes with rewards? Why was I not informed? The priest was evidently flustered by Lin Yi's proficient terminology, momentarily feeling as though he himself was the novice Lin Yi had referred to. So you are just a clueless rookie. What a waste of time. Lin Yi circumvented the priest and continued towards the next church, leaving the priest in contemplative silence outside. The third church appeared to be constructed from a heap of bones, and even from a distance, Lin Yi was engulfed by a profound sense of unease. Consequently, he did not approach, but rather bypassed the church altogether. The subsequent churches he passed exuded an unsettling aura, as if the absence of a few corpses outside would render them unfashionable. After half an hour of walking, Lin Yi finally encountered a church whose exterior was relatively palatable. It was a pure black-spired church, exhibiting a conservative architectural style that imparted a sense of simplistic beauty. This church evoked a familiar sensation within Lin Yi, though he could not recall where he had seen such a structure before. Upon entering the church and gazing upon the vast void at its center, Lin Yi instantly comprehended the source of his familiarity. This was a church associated with the abyss. He attempted to turn and depart, only to find that the void had filled behind him and in close proximity. Aside from the ground beneath his feet, there were no other footholds within the church. A nun plummeted headfirst before Lin Yi, locking eyes with him in silence as she descended. Do you nuns not enjoy conversing? Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. After being selected by the system, he had not encountered anything favorable. The moment he felt that sense of familiarity, he should have turned to leave. You are closely tied to the abyss. It is only a matter of time before you descend into it. Would you care to embrace our Lord, to secure a refuge in advance? The nun, much like Mr. Gray, was exceedingly amiable. Not at present. Perhaps I shall consider it when I inevitably plunge into the abyss. Lin Yi was hesitant to further entangle himself with the abyss, preferring instead to seek a deity of lesser strength to affiliate with. It is truly unfortunate. You may leave by simply stepping off the edge. The nun gazed at Lin Yi, seemingly urging him to leap into the abyss below. Lin Yi, however, stood still, peering into the inky void beneath him, neither jumping nor responding, simply waiting for time to pass. After 5 minutes, the nun could no longer contain herself, as maintaining this state seemed to be taking its toll. The ground reappeared, revealing the entrance to the church before Lin Yi. Still, he did not move. He could not ascertain whether the ground might vanish again, nor could he be certain that what he saw was indeed solid ground. Ultimately, Lin Yi was at a loss regarding how to escape this place. Was opening the door the way out, or was jumping the correct choice? How should he even leap? Furthermore, even if he left this place and entered another church, lacking faith in a deity, it would likely be difficult to conclude the simulation. This location appeared to hold potential. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to take a risk. He locked eyes with the nun, spread his arms wide, and fell backward into the abyss, head down, just as the nun had done. If you will not allow me to leave, then I must draw nearer. The nun could not help but admire Lin Yi's courage and fortune. Indeed, the exit lay below. But one must exit in reverse. Many visitors had traversed this church, yet few dared to plunge into the void, and even fewer could depart in such a manner. Truly, he was favored by the abyss. May we meet again soon in its depths. In the moment of his descent into darkness, Lin Yi's feet struck the ground. The world spun, and he found himself standing once more upon the white stone path. He had intended to gamble, and fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. Lin Yi was not entirely confident. There were 3 apparent means of escape, yet he chose the one with the greatest probability of success. Should he have made the wrong choice, he was prepared to face the consequences. Surveying his surroundings, the abyssal church had vanished, and he was transported to the exterior of a dilapidated crimson church. Lin Yi scrutinized the patterns etched into the church's outer wall, noting their resemblance to the symbols on the attire of the crimson nun. If you had plans, could you not have transported me directly here? Lin Yi could not resist the urge to comment. Naturally, he did not believe that the crimson nun could influence the system to such an extent, nor was he even certain if this abandoned church bore any relation to her. Nevertheless, Lin Yi pushed open the door to the decrepit church. The interior was scarcely better than the exterior. One wall had entirely vanished, while the remaining walls were overrun with red and black foliage. There was no wind, yet the plants trembled slightly, resembling a series of interconnected insects clinging to the walls. A few shattered pews were scattered across the church's center, and upon the foremost pew sat a creature. It appeared as a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, with numerous bloody tendrils protruding from its form. As Lin Yi approached the creature, he could discern no indication of its tier among the aberrations. Given his current physical condition, he would be unable to contend with any tier. Thus he had steeled himself for the possibility of a restart. Hello, the creature spoke unexpectedly with politeness, its voice melodious, reminiscent of a young woman's. Hello, Lin Yi replied. After passing several churches, Lin Yi had acquired a certain understanding of this place. Hence he refrained from speaking hastily. This is a church devoid of deities. I cannot escort you out. You are free to leave, the creature stated bluntly. Then what are you doing here? Lin Yi sat beside the creature, finding this sanctuary far safer than those inhabited by deities. Do you realize? The absence of a deity signifies my lack of constraints, which means I could take your life at any moment. The creature did not respond to Lin Yi's inquiry, nor did it make any move against him. It merely wished to be left undisturbed. It was the crimson nun who brought me here. Do you know what she intends for me? Lin Yi decided to be forthright, as was his nature. Are you certain? The creature suddenly grew solemn, its elongated tendrils encircling Lin Yi, while the flora on the walls stirred gently, pulsating like breath and heartbeat, an unceasing cycle. I am certain. Lin Yi was prepared, ready to take his own life if necessary. Excellent. You are to inherit the divine position and become the deity of this church. The creature was equally straightforward. Are you jesting? Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to react, unable to reconcile himself with the notion of divinity. Deities serve as the compass of the spiritual realm. Our deity was consumed by the abyss, thus necessitating a new one, so that the compass may be restored, perhaps allowing our deity to return from the abyss. I do not know why the nun chose you as the new deity, but I respect her judgment, for she was once the closest to divinity. The creature spoke without superfluous words or convoluted theories, succinctly stating their purpose. What must I give, and what will I receive in return? Provided the price is right. Lin Yi was open to acquiring a new role. You are familiar with runes, I presume? Should you assume the divine position, you shall gain access to a systematic knowledge of runes, even knowledge beyond them. As for the price, the divine position itself is the cost. You will become the compass, unable to worship other deities. Moreover, since the deities were consumed by the abyss, the divine position is naturally tainted, but given your existing connection to the abyss, this detail may not be of utmost importance. The creature finished speaking and looked at Lin Yi, awaiting his decision. How could the pollution of the divine position by the abyss be unimportant? Lin Yi questioned. Once you have been exposed to the abyss beyond a certain threshold, only by becoming a deity can one resist its corruption. This is unrelated to time, distance, or dosage, but solely dependent on mental will. Of course, some powerful relics and certain entities can also hinder such corruption. The creature glanced at Lin Yi, implying further, you are fortunate, but this luck will not endure. I agree. Lin Yi did not believe the system would always safeguard him. The gate of the abyss lay upon the walls of the sanctuary, and sooner or later, he would have to take control of that gate himself. Moreover, from the creature's description, a deity seemed akin to a profession imbued with a systematic understanding of runes, much like a class advancement to divinity. Excellent. The transaction is sealed. The creature tore open its own flesh and extracted a brilliant orb of light, placing it above Lin Ye's head. The particles of light flowed into Lin Ye's body like a liquid, leaving him devoid of any sensation, as though the particles did not exist at all. Is this the conclusion? Lin Yi felt deceived. This divine presence, lacking both ritualistic gravitas and feeling, bore an uncanny resemblance to a scam. You are far too weak. You currently lack the qualifications to connect to the divine realm. Should you attempt to force a connection, your brain would surely explode. However, rest assured, you are now the deity of this church. Simply step outside, and you shall return to your original world. The creature meticulously repaired the flesh on its chest, resembling a zipper, and then extracted a card from its stomach, which resembled a pocket, presenting it to Lin Yi. This is a gift, O Divine One. I shall pray for you here eternally. Acquired a gift. Carry the gift to complete the simulation and bring it back to the sanctuary. Lin Yi accepted the card, intending to inquire further about advanced matters, but was suddenly overcome by a wave of discomfort. It is time for you to depart. Those who enter gain divinity, and the connection is about to sever. If you do not leave now, you shall remain here forever. Farewell. Lin Yi rose and approached the church door. Just before pushing it open, he glanced back and said, I am Lin Yi, yet I do not know your name. You may call me the Saintess. As for my name, I have long forgotten. Upon exiting the church, the prison vehicle and the guards remained in place, clearly taken aback by Lin Yi's survival. Simulation concluded. Remaining simulation attempts, 10, and used simulation attempts. Will you acquire the core items? Acquire. Acquired core item. Contaminated divine position 1. Acquired Mr. Gray's gift 1. Acquired Saintess's gift 1. Acquired title. Deity. Lin Yi awoke from his slumber. The crimson-clad nun remained kneeling in place, her posture and the breakfast beside her unchanged. He glanced at the time. It was still before noon, and this simulation had not consumed much time. Lin Yi began to examine his spoils. The divine position did not manifest in the center of the sanctuary, seemingly having merged with him. He picked up the boxed companion given by Mr. Gray. The Life of Gregory, an exceptionally fine material, suitable for crafting spiritual items. Note, the expected conclusion, truly befitting a Class D individual, such vitality. Lin Yi then grasped the card bestowed by the Saintess. Identity card. Saintess can be used to obtain the identity of the Saintess in certain activities. Note, limited to survivor Lin Yi. Non-tradable Lin Yi. What is this peculiar item? The card depicted a young girl clad in elaborate attire, her features obscured, exuding an air of nobility and sanctity. Lin Yi stowed the card away and glanced at the final system prompt, feeling disinclined to utilize it. Deity, seated upon the divine position. All beings comprehend your intent. Note, never before has such a feeble deity emerged, truly lacking in experience, Lin Yi murmured. After organizing his gains, Lin Yi took out the invitation to the gaming chamber. It was still some time before evening, and he resolved to investigate the nature of the gaming room. Although it is a secure zone, it is prudent to don protective gear to avert any unforeseen incidents. Lin Yi, fully equipped and with his backpack secured, proceeded to utilize the invitation letter. Upon its use, the invitation vanished, along with Lin Yi, who was clad in armor. The gaming chamber was not merely a single room, but rather an expansive arena comprising numerous gaming rooms, each featuring a distinct game. Participation in these games necessitated the purchase of a ticket, which could be in the form of red coins, psychic items, or even the survivor themselves. Victorious participants would reclaim their tickets and receive rewards for their efforts. Lin Yi was not the sole survivor in this domain. After all, with tens of thousands of people in a single area, it was inevitable that others would possess invitation letters. Observing his surroundings, Lin Yi noted that the survivors present had mostly engaged in transactions akin to his own, representing the more adept individuals within their community. Given the limited number of survivors who had acquired and utilized invitation letters during this time frame, Lin Yi did not make an effort to converse with others, resulting in no one recognizing him. Survivors had the liberty to exit the gaming rooms at any time, and there were no explicit time constraints. However, prolonged inactivity would result in their return to the shelter. Lin Yi chose a table for the game of blackjack, where the entry fee was a nominal amount of red coins, allowing for a return of an equal number of coins upon victory. He placed his ticket upon the table. As he was not particularly fond of gambling, this card game suited him well, allowing him to play for an entire day with just one red coin. Naturally, Lin Yi did not intend to squander excessive time here. Once he completed his 2 psychic cycles for the day, he would return to the shelter to further study runes. The concentration of psychic energy in the gaming room was average, and it took him nearly 2 hours to complete his cycles. However, during this time, he managed to win 54 red coins. Although he did not relish gambling, Lin Yi possessed a remarkable aptitude for card games. The proprietor of the room was a masked woman dressed provocatively who persistently urged Lin Yi to increase his ticket wager throughout the game. However, Lin Yi remained focused on his cycles, dismissing her advances. Subsequently, her tactics became noticeably more aggressive, yet the outcome remained largely unaffected. As long as he refrained from raising the stakes, Lin Yi was assured victory. This exemplified a win-win scenario. He completed his daily cycles while also earning a bit of pocket money. As Lin Yi was about to collect his tickets and depart under the proprietor's disdainful gaze, a voice called out to him. "Sir, would you be interested in a gaming room access card?" The speaker was a handsome young man clad in a waiteress uniform. "What distinguishes an access card from an invitation letter?" Lin Yi inquired. "The access card can be used multiple times, and certain special games require it for participation." The man replied with a smile. "How can one obtain an access card?" Lin Yi asked, though he was not particularly interested in special games. His primary need was to return daily for his psychic cycles. "Here, in the gaming room, the essence lies in playing games," the man beamed, evidently pleased with Lin Yi's response. Lin Yi reciprocated with a similar smile before decisively exiting the gaming room. He was not bound to absorb psychic energy solely within that venue. When the potential costs far outweigh the benefits, a transaction cannot be established. Thus, Lin Yi refrained from wasting any more time. Upon returning to the shelter, he found the nun still kneeling in silence at her original spot. He received a game room card from the attendant. With a slight smirk, Lin Yi cast a glance at the system's description of the card. Game room card. This card grants access to the game room. Note: only VIPs of the game room can obtain this card, serving as a symbol of status. After stowing away the card, Lin Yi resumed his study of the protective runes, retrieving a black robe from the pile of clutter to attempt etching the runes upon it. The robe was composed of a material capable of withstanding the energy of the runes. Previously discarded by Lin Yi as refuse, it now found new purpose. Lacking any ethereal energy within the shelter, Lin Yi resorted to utilizing the energy contained within the crystals to sketch the runes. Although the energy was chaotic and unsuitable for absorption, it was entirely adequate for etching runes. Initially, the process of inscribing the runes proved challenging, as the technique for utilizing runes differed significantly from that of engraving them onto objects. After several failed attempts, Lin Yi finally succeeded in etching a protective rune onto the black robe. Upon testing, he discovered that by infusing the rune with energy, it would activate a protective barrier, albeit dissipating after a single use. Lin Yi inscribed another rune and subsequently cut a piece of fabric bearing the rune with a dagger. Simple protective item can be activated with energy to generate a protective barrier, expiring after one use. Note, created by Lin Yi. Could he add additional notes? After some contemplation, he decided to append a remark. Before the commencement of the evening activities, Lin Yi devoted himself to the study of runes. The black robe had been dismantled into fragments. Despite numerous failures throughout the process, he successfully crafted over 10 simple protective items. As the night activities began, he was greeted with the announcement, "Tonight's activity, Revelry Feast. Would you like to participate?" He was taken aback, though he was aware of other evening events. He did not anticipate encountering them so swiftly. Was it possible that each of the remaining 4 days would feature a different activity? Lin Yi felt a strong premonition that this was highly likely. Opening the group chat, he found it abuzz with excitement. Another new activity? Where's Linda? Does anyone have information about this event? 39 enthusiastic dates. Lin Yi replied, "I am uncertain about the specifics of this event, but I am currently aware of 4 activities: maze exploration, revelry feast, station tasks, and war front. I suspect that in the final 4 days, there will be 1 activity each day, though this is merely speculation." What? Does that mean there will be no more maze exploration? War front? That sounds perilous. Then we simply want to participate in the dangerous ones. True enough. But what should we do about this activity? I have yet to gather enough materials for the shelter's upgrade. I am just 1 short. I can participate in the subsequent station tasks. I want to take a chance. After all, even if I manage to gather the upgrade materials now, what about the future? If I refrain from participating in the night activities, I will eventually be eliminated by the system. You're right. I will take a chance as well. I think I will pass. I'll just try to make it through the day. Lin Yi, I have procured a batch of protective gear. As these are experimental items, I shall soon place them in the trading area for free distribution. Feel free to claim them, and do remember to share your experiences with me afterward. Lin Yi, since these are complimentary experimental items, I shall not be held accountable for any issues that may arise. Please use them with caution. With that, Lin Yi proceeded to place a dozen simple protective items in the trading zone. The master is at it again? Damn, I didn't manage to grab one. Haha, I got one. This is the result of 30 years of singlehood speed. Damn, the network is lagging. What the heck? Do you think this is a school network? I've never seen the system lag like this. Quite fortunate, as I happen to be without any protective gear. Can someone share the system introduction? Simple protective items. Just click to open. Wow, the master can already create psychic items. Truly impressive. Lin Yi, please help me test these out. If they prove effective, I shall gather materials to craft more. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Off to find a first-tier mutated creature for a confrontation. Did you all manage to grab one? Just sitting here acknowledging? Lin Yi chose to join tonight's event, donned his gear, and settled at the edge of his bed, awaiting the countdown to conclude. Alas, no small creatures to pet today. 001. 00. 00. The revelry begins. Go do whatever you wish. In this night, and at this place, there are no rules. The only limits are those set by your inner principles. Embrace the world in flames and revelry, or bring about your own destruction. Lin Yi awakened on the circus stage. The platform and audience seats devoid of life, harsh lights glaring into the emptiness. Exiting the tent, he found himself in a desolate amusement park, towering buildings visible in the distance. This was but a corner of some city. What splendid luck to encounter a mere novice who hadn't even reached the first tier. Are you a lowly creature chosen by the system, or simply a fool hoping for luck? A humanoid creature with a bird's head strolled into the amusement park, a malicious grin adorning its avian visage as it approached Lin Yi step by step. As the distance between them diminished, Lin Yi silently regulated his breathing, preparing himself. The bird-headed entity possessed 2 mutated organs, yet their level of mutation was mediocre, inferior even to the last fool draped in robes. However, to guard against any hidden mechanisms such as runes, Lin Yi remained vigilant, attuned to its every movement through his mental perception. The bird-headed creature, however, exhibited no caution. Striding boldly towards Lin Yi, "You are drawing too close." An intangible blade severed the psychic energy, while a tangible blade cleaved through flesh. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the bird-headed creature collapsed, its 2 mutated organs severed. Enemy defeated. All items belonging to the foe have entered the spoils space. After the revelry concludes, the spoils will be transported to the sanctuary. Acquired 1 revelry potion. The corpse of the bird-headed creature vanished, leaving no trace behind. So, this is indeed a feast of revelry. Lin Yi sheathed the red blade at his waist, retrieving the potion vial from the ground. It was a bottle of translucent orange-red liquid, approximately 200 milliliters, shimmering with an orange glow. Only within the sanctuary could one examine the item's information. Thus Lin Yi remained unaware of the potion's effects. Stowing away the potion, Lin Yi approached the base of the Ferris wheel, whose summit crowned the entire amusement park as its highest point. Locating the control panel, he pulled the switch, and the towering steel wheel, nearly 200 meters in height, commenced its slow rotation. Lin Yi boarded the Ferris wheel. Despite its frequent appearances in various narratives, this was his inaugural experience riding such an attraction, and alone, at that. This won't do. Riding the Ferris wheel by yourself is rather desolate, Xiao Yi suddenly remarked. At some point, she had taken a seat opposite Lin Yi. How did you get here? Is this the spiritual realm? Though he did not outwardly express it, Lin Yi felt a measure of happiness upon encountering a friend in this place. Not yet. This is a grand carnival. So naturally, anything is possible, Xiao Yi replied obediently, gazing at the slowly ascending scenery beyond the window. So you appeared because you thought it lonely for me to ride alone? Lin Yi felt a pang of melancholy, imagining a female friend resembling himself accompanying him on the Ferris wheel. No, I wanted to come and keep you company. Xiao Yi rose and seated herself beside Lin Yi, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Lin Yi watched the cityscape outside, quietly memorizing the terrain. The serene atmosphere bestowed upon him a long-missed tranquility. The academy, commercial street, hospital, underground sewer, theater, city center, and library. These locations are perilous, yet you must select one to occupy and hold until dawn, Xiao Yi whispered softly into Lin Yi's ear. Any suggestions? Lin Yi favored the library and theater, disliking the hospital and sewers, yet he was open to his companion's counsel. The library is fine, but the theater suits this carnival better. Rather than practical advice, Xiao Yi cared more for Lin Yi's feelings. She was hardly a model of propriety. Then to the theater it is. Shall we go now or wait until dawn approaches? Lin Yi, seldom trusting others, found himself inclined to favor this other self a little more. Let's go now. The venue will become your lair. The longer you hold it, the higher your chances of victory. Xiao Yi produced the carnival potion from Lin Yi's belongings and took a cautious sip. Ugh, it tastes awful. Sticking out her tongue, she offered the remainder to Lin Yi, who did not refuse. Since the system had provided the potion, he had no choice but to drink it, and now Xiao Yi had made that decision for him. The potion slid down his throat. Before he could discern its flavor, an irresistible surge of exhilaration coursed through every cell in Lin Yi's body. A delighted laugh escaped him as the fervor ignited his nerves, setting his entire being ablaze. Remarkably, this ecstasy did not cloud his mind. Rather, it sharpened his clarity. Farewell for now, Xiao Yi said as she rose to bid Lin Yi goodbye. Aren't you coming with me? Lin Yi stood as well, inquiring. My time to appear has not yet come. A lady must prepare herself in advance. Rest assured, now that our date has begun, I shall not leave midway. The Ferris wheel completed a full rotation as Lin Yi exited the cabin alone, concluding his first Ferris wheel experience. Act 40. The drama unfolds. Lin Yi sprinted through the deserted city streets. The theater was not far from the amusement park, one of the reasons he favored the theater. His body grew increasingly fervent, his mind clearer than ever before. For the first time in his life, Lin Yi felt a profound clarity of consciousness. This newfound lucidity prompted him to contemplate the protective and cutting runes. Previously perplexing concepts now swiftly unraveled in his thoughts. Psionic energy converged around Lin Yi. The spiritual energy density in this city was remarkably high, surpassing even that of the Red Maze, and it was remarkably easy to manipulate. A first-tier aberrant creature resembling a spider charged from a street corner towards Lin Yi. Without drawing his blade, a psionic barrier materialized before him, adorned with a blade of spiritual energy. The spider-like beast collided headlong with the barrier and perished instantly. Its apparent lack of awareness puzzled Lin Yi. Was it due to its aberrant nature? Without dwelling further, Lin Yi pressed on towards the theater, pondering the runes as he advanced. Along the way, more disoriented creatures launched attacks, only to meet the same fate, smashing themselves against the psionic blade, indistinguishable from the spider's demise. The convenience of a loot storage space was undeniable. There was no need to immediately process spoils or worry about an overfilled backpack. Unfortunately, upon returning to the refuge, loot had to be sorted out. How he wished for a one-click solution to manage spoils. Dissatisfied, Lin Yi mused silently. He reached the theater without pause. The city theater was an architectural marvel, a semicircular edifice brimming with artistic grace. Outside its doors, Lin Yi finally encountered an adversary whose perception was far from feeble. The opponent was a burly man clad in a black robe, an attire Lin Yi had seen before. Neither uttered a word. Combat erupted upon their meeting. The burly man charged with astonishing speed, wielding a heavy sword. From 5 meters away, he swung the weapon toward Lin Yi's head. Boom! The spirit-imbued heavy sword struck the psionic barrier. Lin Yi refrained from a direct block. Instead, he tilted the barrier, deflecting the blow to his left. Simultaneously, Lin Yi drew his crimson blade, slashing at the man's vital points. The opponent reacted swiftly, as the psionic barrier of his robe was severed by the blade. He twisted his body in an attempt to evade the strike. Yet Lin Yi had anticipated this movement. Given the heavy sword's deflection to the left, the man was likely to dodge right, so Lin Yi aimed his slash precisely there. The blade severed the man's left hand, which he used to parry, before slicing through his abdomen. Frenzied spiritual energy tore apart the aberrant organs within. The man's corpse vanished, and Lin Yi sheathed his blade, stepping into the theater. Inside, the theater featured 2 tiers of semicircular seating with a lofty ceiling. The stage shimmered under the glow of overhead lights. Lin Yi ascended the stage step by step, standing at its center as he resumed his meditation on protective and cutting runes. The effects of the Euphoria elixir were extraordinary. Problems that once required lengthy contemplation now resolved swiftly. Disordered knowledge harmonized spontaneously in his mind, as if the information itself were reveling. Producing a card inscribed with the fundamental rune of collapse, Lin Yi activated it directly. A torrent of knowledge about collapse flooded his brain. Yet, unlike before, this influx did not overwhelm him. As when acquiring protective runes, someone bore the burden on his behalf. Lin Yi began to assimilate the knowledge he had received, gradually studying and comprehending it. He wished to seize this opportunity to swiftly internalize the runes. Departing now would mean that acquiring rune knowledge elsewhere would demand exponentially more time and effort. The theater remained relatively tranquil, though occasionally, some first-tier mutated creatures, their minds clouded, would trespass inside, leaving only bloodstains beneath the stage upon their demise. After slaying his first mutated creature within the theater, Lin Yi sensed a peculiar connection forming between himself and the edifice beneath his feet. With each subsequent kill, this bond deepened incrementally. Perhaps this was precisely why Xiao Yi urged him to arrive promptly. As this connection strengthened, Lin Yi's spiritual perception expanded steadily, soon encompassing the majority of the theater. By dispatching a few more mutated beings, he would command the entire domain. Continuing his rune studies, Lin Yi was tempted to employ the 2 remaining rune cards he possessed here and now. Yet, recalling that hapless individual from the Mutual Aid Society, he restrained his adventurous impulse. After all, much rune knowledge still awaited his absorption. Once fully digested, he could explore the practical applications of runes more thoroughly. There was no urgency to deploy those cards just yet. Lin Yi persisted in researching runes while eliminating the intruders. As time passed, the invaders grew increasingly frenzied, this madness manifesting not only in their minds but also in their physical prowess. Upon vanquishing a mutated creature whose skull was split in 2, Lin Yi perceived a subtle weakness within himself. It was not exhaustion. His body and mind remained in a heightened state of exhilaration, devoid of fatigue. Rather, it was a faint sensation akin to the languor following a rapturous revelry. Unpleasant it was not, but somewhat comforting. Nonetheless, this signaled that his body was nearing its limit. He could not persist indefinitely in this manner. Perhaps I could inscribe some runes within the theater itself. Lin Yi began to manipulate the spiritual energy permeating the entire theater to etch runes upon its walls. By this point, the theater had transcended its former ordinariness. Its walls were fully capable of sustaining runes and spiritual energy. Prior to this, Lin Yi had crafted spiritual artifacts, but following his recent rune studies, his techniques had undergone a fundamental transformation. The artifacts he once fashioned now seemed little more than crude sketches compared to his current prowess. While refining his rune engraving skills, Lin Yi inscribed various runes throughout the theater. This was an invaluable experimental opportunity, for such a high-quality spiritual energy structure was a rarity. Mutated creatures continued to breach the theater, yet this time Lin Yi need not lift a finger. Invisible blades of spiritual energy severed them, leaving only bloodstains at the entrance. Regrettably, the corpses vanished into the spoils space, depriving him of the chance to experiment with rune splicing. Until now, Lin Yi had primarily studied cutting runes, possessing only a cursory understanding of splicing runes. Had he obtained splicing materials, he could have delved deeper into their mysteries. After some time, the mutated creatures ceased their incursions, as though those nearby had been exterminated. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the theater's grand door. "Please come in." To those who displayed courtesy, Lin Yi responded with due respect. A fully armed humanoid creature entered the theater, merely casting a fleeting glance at its interior before uttering a single phrase and turning to exit. Apologies for the intrusion. Lin Yi refrained from pursuing. He did not relish the act of killing, yet often found that violence was the sole resolution to certain predicaments. Subsequently, several rational beings entered the theater, but upon witnessing the scene within, they opted to retreat rather than engage. Just as Lin Yi presumed the evening would unfold until the event's conclusion. A peculiar knock echoed from the theater's grand entrance, differing in sound and material from previous visitors. "Please, come in," Lin Yi invited. A massive, cumbersome brown insect squeezed its way into the theater, nearly unable to fit through the wide entrance. Only its head managed to breach the threshold, the rest of its bulk remaining outside. Its body bore numerous wounds that were in the process of healing, suggesting it had recently survived a fierce battle. The giant insect surveyed its surroundings with satisfaction before speaking. "This place is adequate. You may leave, and I shall grant you a chance at survival." Lin Yi regarded the giant insect with curiosity, clearly hearing its bizarre sounds yet comprehending its meaning. A remarkable feat of translation courtesy of the system. "Is life not preferable? Must you come here to seek your demise?" Although he responded brusquely, Lin Yi focused intently, prepared to unleash his full strength at any moment. The giant insect possessed superior psychic and physical prowess. Had it not been for the theater's enhancements, Lin Yi would have fled long ago. Naturally, he held no belief that the creature would truly allow him to escape. Should he attempt to leave, he would likely be annihilated by the eager insect waiting at the entrance. "Weakling, I do not end your life solely because I am capable of doing so, but rather because I wish to avoid injury. I grant you one final opportunity. Depart from this place, and this will be your only path to survival." The giant insect advanced, its numerous pairs of bright yellow eyes fixated on Lin Yi, adopting a menacing stance as if poised to attack. "I spare you not out of mercy, but because you have yet to delve deeply enough. Step forward and meet your end here." Lin Yi's focus intensified to its utmost. He doubted the giant insect would retreat, for in a direct confrontation based solely on physical strength, he might not withstand even a single blow. "You have provoked my ire." The giant insect charged into the theater, sending chairs flying in all directions. In mere seconds, it reached the area beneath the stage. With a thunderous crash, the creature collided with a protective barrier composed of numerous protective runes, causing a multitude of psychic blades to pierce its head, violently shredding its brain. Yet, this injury was not fatal. Its vital organs remained shielded beneath its bulk. Lin Yi drew forth his crimson blade, striking towards that vulnerable area. Psychic energy surged from the blade, intertwining with the chaotic energy surrounding it, cleaving through the insect's defenses and body. A bullet then pierced through the wound, obliterating its mutated organs. As the giant insect's corpse faded from view, Lin Yi holstered his CL-0 pistol. All remains were transported to the spoil space, preventing him from extracting flesh and blood from the magazine. The only option left was to retreat to the sanctuary. Before Lin Yi could catch his breath, a horde of mutated creatures surged into the theater, as if orchestrated, charging towards the stage in unison. Lin Yi observed them with an impassive expression, activating numerous cutting runes that unleashed dozens of ethereal blades towards the theater entrance. These ethereal blades posed little threat to the colossal insects, serving merely to deplete their numbers, which was why Lin Yi had refrained from employing them earlier. After all, each activation of the runes required a period of time before they could be reactivated. The mutated creatures, perceiving Lin Yi as weak, had gathered nearby, unwilling to disperse. Upon witnessing Lin Yi dispatching the giant insects on stage, they deemed him to be at his last gasp and dared to charge in recklessly. If they could eliminate Lin Yi, all his prior gains would become theirs. However, they lamentably chose the wrong adversary. Every mutated creature that invaded the theater was shredded by the invisible ethereal blades, their flesh transported to the spoil space. While the entrance became soaked with various liquids, Lin Yi gazed at the vanishing remains with a twinge of headache. The thought of the system potentially discarding these corpses in his sanctuary like refuse left him breathless. Surely, the system wouldn't commit such a horrifying act? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to abandon those thoughts, focusing on the present and entrusting everything to his future self. You are quite formidable indeed. I am very satisfied. A voice resonated behind Lin Yi. He sensed a presence and turned to find a figure unexpectedly materializing behind him. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, stood there, resembling a human from Blue Star, with vibrant orange-yellow hair and eyes, dressed in a striking orange suit. Who are you? Lin Yi retreated, leaping off the stage while conjuring a protective shield of ethereal energy around himself. The fact that this individual could approach him silently posed a lethal threat. You don't know? I wondered how such a delectable offering appeared. I thought it was a willing devotee. But it turns out to be a madman seeking to snatch a seat without any knowledge. It's remarkable that you can still maintain your clarity, the man remarked with a grin, effortlessly standing at the center of the stage, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yi's wariness. A revelry feast? Lin Yi suddenly grasped the reason behind the term feast. I am but a guest at the banquet, while you are the main course. The man's smile broadened as he continued. I delight in becoming like you. It adds a unique flavor when I consume you. Lin Yi scrutinized the man. Though he could not discern his depth, he refused to relinquish his struggle. Since this was a system event, a solution to counter the adversary must exist. Well then, we've exchanged enough words. The revelry feast should commence. No sooner had the man spoken than a snow-white arm pierced through his chest, grasping a vibrant orange-yellow crystal. How is this possible? What are you? The man disintegrated like an illusion, leaving only the small figure of Lin Yi holding the crystal. Beautiful, but if I were you, I would have struck when he made his move. Lin Yi ascended the stage, halting his intended strike that would have led to mutual destruction within the theater. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have waited a little longer, but now it was impossible. Every word of his idle chatter was testing the very limits of my patience. Sayako licked her lips, her gaze blazing intensely at Lin Yi. What's wrong? Are you all right? She inquired, sensing something amiss in his demeanor. Nothing much. Just affected by the exuberant atmosphere, Lin Yi replied. Sayako's cheeks flushed faintly, yet her tone remained remarkably composed. Is it the revelry potion affecting your mind? Did you endure it on my behalf? Lin Yi quickly deduced the truth. It's nothing to me. At most just a heightened emotional state, he assured. Sayako crushed the crystal in her hand, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy into the theater. Lin Yi's own mental strength swelled once more, and the theater itself underwent a subtle transformation. If the theater were a seat, now they sat atop the highest point in the city, towering far above all others. Every grand banquet must culminate with a performance on stage. Shall we dance? Sayako suddenly proposed. I don't know how, Lin Yi admitted, slightly embarrassed. I don't either, but it doesn't matter. The fervor of spirit and body. Dance is born for exactly this, Sayako declared with conviction. This marked Lin Yi's inaugural dance. As Sayako had said, in the midst of such revelry, skill was inconsequential. The world crumbled amidst the celebration. The surviving beings departed the city through system teleportation, and the other seats disintegrated once their owners vanished. Ultimately, the entire world was reduced to a single theater. An immense amount of stray spiritual energy merged with the theater, and Lin Yi felt his own spiritual power continuously intensify. So this is the spiritual realm? Lin Yi curiously observed the surroundings, deepening his understanding of the collapse runes. This is the boundary between fantasy and reality. Of course, spirit and matter are not so distinctly separated, Sayako explained. She took Lin Yi's hand, whirling him across the stage as the theater began to collapse. In the darkness, only the stage illuminated by lights remained. As the theater crumbled, a vast concentration of spiritual energy gathered on the stage, eventually coalescing into a colorless, translucent crystal that settled into Sayako's hand. She regarded Lin Yi carefully for a moment before breaking off a small piece from the crystal and handing it to him. As Lin Yi reached out, the crystal melted into his palm. Simultaneously, a luminous particle flickered within his spirit. His spiritual energy merged into it, and Lin Yi felt his mind clear significantly, his use of spiritual power smoother than before. What is this? Lin Yi asked. A seed of spirit. It is the foundation of an individual's spirit, capable of growing autonomously and enhancing your spiritual strength. It also purifies your spiritual energy. You are still weak and can only bear a small fragment. This is something easily obtained during system events. The thing we plundered earlier is terrifying in its true form. Be cautious when you venture into the spiritual world in the future, Sayako said with a mischievous smile. Will you appear when I go to the spiritual world? Lin Yi asked casually. Since it's going to consume you anyway, I might as well take it. Surrendering and waiting to die is not an option. He thought to himself. It is difficult to articulate. This occasion is marked by the uniqueness of the grand revelry, allowing anyone who meets the criteria to partake in the festivities. There exists a certain spiritual connection between us, which is why I am able to enter this realm, remarked Xiao Yi as she tucked away the transparent crystal. As the lights dimmed and the stage began to crumble, Lin Yi cast one last glance at Xiao Yi and said, then farewell. Farewell. Xiao Yi waved her hand in goodbye. The revelry has concluded. The loot space will vanish in one day. Please clear your items promptly. You have received an invitation to the day of revelry. 1. Please draw your daily card. Lin Yi rose from the bed in the sanctuary, finding that the Crimson Nun had already departed. At that moment, an additional door leading to the loot space appeared on the sanctuary wall. My turn. Time to draw a card. Setting aside thoughts of the corpses within the loot space, Lin Yi resolved to draw his daily card first. The card depicted a blood-red owl. As the card dissipated, a blood-hued owl materialized in the center of the sanctuary. It rotated its head. Its eyes, yellow on the outer ring and black in the inner circle, fixated intently on Lin Yi. He could see his own reflection in those eyes. This is quite charming. Lin Yi mused, attempting to stroke its head. To his surprise, the owl not only did not resist, but leaned in closer. Hoot, hoot. Oh, you say you can assist me with the loot? Hoot, hoot. That is splendid. I shall entrust the loot space to you. Hoot, hoot. Do you require assistance? Are you unable to manage excessively heavy items? Of course, I will help. After conversing with the owl for a while, Lin Yi discerned that the creature seemed to be under some constraints, only able to communicate with him regarding assistance. The duo began to process the loot together. And under the owl's guidance, Lin Yi's sanctuary became significantly more organized, with various items classified and neatly arranged. He extracted the mutated organs and the mixed crystals from the corpses. Lin Yi casually submitted 2 schematic tasks concerning the first-tier mutated organs, one of which, the schematic for the first-tier energy crystal generator, was immediately completed. The first-tier energy crystal generator was embedded into the sanctuary wall by the system. It resembled a square metallic box that required no raw materials and could autonomously produce 2 first-tier energy crystals each day. In addition to the mutated organs, Lin Yi acquired a plethora of largely useless energy items, such as a black robe and an energy greatsword, which were of insufficient quality to replace his current equipment and could only serve as materials. Under the owl's direction, Lin Yi also harvested numerous parts from the corpses that could be utilized as materials for crafting energy items. The remaining corpses were not wasted. Aside from replenishing ammunition for the CL-0 pistol, Lin Yi meticulously cut the majority of the corpses into chunks, listing them in the trading area for 10 red coins each. Chunks of first-tier mutated creatures, rich in nutritional value, edible. Note: it is advisable not to consume raw. Lin Yi intended to use the remaining corpses to practice rune stitching. After tending to the loot space, Lin Yi checked the system notifications. Invitation to the Carnival Day. Participation in the next Carnival Day is possible upon acceptance. Note: this is exclusively sent to the survivors who have endured the longest in the grand feast. Lin Yi, having folded the invitation, harbored no immediate intentions of attending. Without Xiao Yi, it was uncertain whether he could even survive until the end. The Carnival Day promised to be even more perilous, and he had yet to earn the right to participate. Do you eat? Kuda voice. Goo goo. Then never mind. Lin Yi began to prepare his breakfast, pouring a bit of hot water over the abyss egg and the alien egg. Goo goo. Why pour water? Water is the essence of life. I wish to attempt hatching them to simulate a warm environment, hence the hot water. Can you hatch eggs? Goo goo. You suggest they require the flesh and blood of aberrant creatures? Very well, I have quite a bit from this time. Does it need heating? Goo goo. All right. I shall give it a try. Lin Yi retrieved some flesh from his spoils and poured it over the abyss egg and the alien egg, adding a bit more hot water. Is this sufficient? I hope to hatch something adorable. I would rather not end up with an actual alien. Having completed his breakfast preparations, Lin Yi opened the group chat and began to eat. 708-775-10000000. How terrifying. So many have perished. I'm glad I didn't go. Actually, avoiding that vial of carnival potion was wise. As long as one remains hidden in a secluded spot, no one will come searching. Their minds must be unhinged to seek others. Didn't the system provide a warning? Who would dare consume such a thing? You received a system prompt regarding the carnival potion? I did not. Big shot upstairs, analysis complete. You survived after consuming the potion? Impressive. Nonsense. I dared not drink that vial whose name I only knew. 43 cruise journey. Impressive, truly a big shot. I wouldn't dare drink it either. Did you all check the trading area? Brother Lin placed a batch of first-tier creature corpses for sale, each for just 10 red coins. It seems our esteemed friend had a bountiful harvest this time. Speaking of which, didn't the big shot previously gift a batch of psionic items? How effective were they? Only 2 words can describe it: astonishing. If it weren't for the psionic items gifted by the big shot, I wouldn't have made it back. Please elaborate. I was ambushed by a scoundrel, likely another Blue Star inhabitant. He tossed a grenade into my hiding spot, and I was startled. Instinctively, I used the big shot as protective item, and to my astonishment, I emerged unscathed. The assailant presumed me dead and did not investigate further. After an intricate struggle, I ultimately defeated him. So it was old Lou. No way. A grenade could be blocked. Brother, that was psionic protection. Conventional firearms can hardly penetrate it. The items gifted by the big shot are top tier. Last time I missed out. Can the big shot send another batch? Don't even mention gifts. I would willingly pay for them. Haha. I snagged a piece of first-tier corpse. But that is useless. Isn't it? It's not like it's an aberrant organ. One can't actually consume it, can they? It can be used as pet feed and fertilizer. Additionally, some devices require psionically enriched aberrant flesh. At just 10 red coins, acquiring it is a profit. I initially thought it was of little use, but I was foolishly mistaken. How could one possibly overlook the invaluable creations of the esteemed Lin? Undoubtedly, there was no risk involved. I managed to secure a piece, yielding 20 red coins. Alas, it has all been snatched away. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi entrusted the shelter to the owl for management and reclined on his bed to commence his daily simulation. Simulated D-class personnel, Z'd. Remaining simulation attempts. 10 Lin Yi awoke from his soft slumber, noticing a sleek black suit laid out beside him. Oh, could it be that my status has been elevated? He optimistically recalled his first title. However, before he could indulge in his delight for too long, a fully armed supervisor unceremoniously barged into the room, stating, "Get dressed, it's time to go." Lin Yi did not resist, although he could now easily handle these ordinary supervisors. Considering his task involved resolving anomalous incidents, coupled with the formidable captain and the unknown organization, he could overlook the rudeness of the intrusion. Once dressed, Lin Yi followed the supervisor downstairs. Z'd, although slender, possessed considerable strength, significantly surpassing the frail old man from their last encounter. Though still no match for Lin Yi's current physical prowess. Gathered in the hotel lobby was the familiar 4-person supervisory team, led by a scruffy middle-aged man, accompanied by a woman and a child. As they exited the hotel with the captain, Lin Yi discovered that the port lay just outside. A colossal cruise ship was entering the harbor, towering several dozen meters high, with a myriad of windows visible from the side. The cruise ship would depart in an hour. And prior to that, they were to retrieve a black briefcase from room 1904 and replace it with another identical briefcase, ensuring they disembarked in a timely manner. Of course, you could choose to leave with the cruise ship. I would be quite eager for such a decision, the captain remarked with a malicious grin. Are there any specific precautions we should take? Why 3 of us? Does the child have to come? Lin Yi inquired directly. The captain glanced at Lin Yi and replied, "You lack tickets, so you must masquerade as a family of 3 to board the ship and disembark before the crew checks tickets. Hence, this seemingly childlike brat must accompany you. As for any precautions, perhaps you can enlighten me upon your return, provided you survive." Though the captain was not particularly fond of them, he would answer all questions pertinent to the mission. Lin Yi accepted the black briefcase handed to him by the supervisor and, along with his 2 companions, made his way towards the cruise ship. The 2 companions remained silent, and Lin Yi, understanding the unspoken dynamics among D-class personnel, chose to maintain his own silence. It was only when he noticed the woman's trembling arm that he realized they were merely too frightened to speak. Lin Yi struggled to comprehend what compelled them to press onward. As they boarded via the gangway, there were no security checks or personnel present, and the 3 traversed the deserted deck of the ship, enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Yi walked ahead in silence, deliberately softening his footsteps to avoid inadvertently causing a commotion. The simulation posed no significant challenge for him. All he needed to do was locate room 1904, exchange the boxes, and return with them. Compared to previous simulations, this one at least had a clear objective. The trio entered the cabin, where the corridor was narrow and the dim, yellowed light cast an eerie ambience, with rooms neatly interspersed along both sides. Suddenly, Lin Yi whirled around, realizing that the two companions had vanished. Was that it? Fortunately, the suitcase remained in his possession. He refrained from searching for them, as, in a sense, it was he who was lost. The door bore the numbers of each room, and as Lin Yi examined them one by one, he discovered that they were not arranged in numerical order. 967, 1670, 876, 1453, 1964, 797, 470. This was troublesome, surely. He could not inspect every single room. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he found no passage to other areas, only room 1346. Could it be? Lin Yi turned and dashed back towards the entrance, only to find the passage he had traversed had vanished, replaced by yet another room, numbered 407. Was this some sort of riddle? He recalled the room numbers he had encountered earlier, attempting to discern a pattern, but soon abandoned the effort. His mathematical skills, though commendable, were limited to high school level, and these room numbers might not even correlate with mathematics. He resolved to try opening a door. Even if he chose incorrectly and encountered danger, he had 10 simulation opportunities remaining. Yet, what if opening the wrong door led to his demise? 10 chances merely equated to opening 10 doors. Could he truly afford to experiment at will? Perhaps he should wait an hour to see if the cruising ship underwent any changes. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to open a door and take a chance. If it proved perilous, he could wait until the ship set sail before acting. But which door to choose? There were a total of 32 doors along the corridor, and ultimately, Lin Yi selected room 1346 at the corridor's end. He knocked gently. There was no response from within. Turning the doorknob, he found the door unlocked. Pushing it open, he discovered a space reminiscent of an ordinary hotel room, enclosed and devoid of windows. Lin Yi conducted a thorough inspection, but found only some odds and ends, with nothing else of note. Exiting the room, he observed that the corridor remained unchanged, the room still barring his passage. Just as he was about to try another door, a system prompt suddenly appeared before him. Trigger insight. Perhaps you should try closing the door inside the room. Oh. Lin Yi reopened the door to room 1346 and stepped inside. The room appeared unchanged, and this time, he closed the door behind him. It felt uneventful. When he opened the door again, he was greeted by a blood-red corridor, the lighting now a blinding crimson. Furthermore, room 1346 was no longer at the end of the corridor, but situated in the middle, directly across from room 1179. Lin Yi decisively shut the door behind him, waited a moment, then reopened it, only to find himself once more facing room 1179. His keen mental acuity instilled a sense of impending danger, though the source of this peril remained elusive. He traversed the corridor, closing the door once more, and after a brief pause, re-entered room 1346, sealing the door behind him. Upon opening the door again, he was greeted by the same crimson corridor and room 1179. After several attempts, Lin Yi relinquished the notion of escaping the corridor through room 1346 and resolved to explore the next chamber. As he circled the corridor, he noted that this red passage mirrored the previous one, comprising 32 rooms, with an identical configuration featuring a room at each end. Upon confirming the absence of room 1904, Lin Yi endeavored to memorize the room numbers, ultimately deciding to open room 966 at the corridor's terminus. Uncertain of the arrangement of these rooms, he speculated that accessing a room at the same position might yield some clues. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, yet silence ensued within. Lin Yi twisted the doorknob, finding it unlatched. Suddenly, a red shadow darted past. Relying on his instincts, he instinctively stepped to the left. Alas, it was too late. His right shoulder and hand vanished in an instant, a torrent of blood splattering against the wall. Before Lin Yi could regain his equilibrium, the red shadow swept him into the room. In the final moments of consciousness, all he perceived was the door closing automatically and the reddish-brown walls. Remaining simulation attempts. 9. Lin Yi awoke on the bed, greeted by the familiar ceiling. The searing pain of his dismembered body and the helplessness of death lingered in his consciousness, refusing to dissipate entirely. What on earth was that? He dressed and sat at the edge of the bed, awaiting the regulatory personnel to open the door. What should I do? Dying twice through those two doors. And if I cannot discern a pattern, even 1,000 simulation attempts may not reveal room 1904, let alone how to escape with my suitcase. Must I simply wait an hour to observe any changes aboard the yacht? Yet the captain mentioned a ticket check by the crew, which could introduce further dangers. The regulatory personnel opened the door, finding Lin Yi already dressed. Shall we proceed? Lin Yi took the initiative. Yes, please. While he held disdain for these D-class personnel, he instinctively softened his tone in the presence of a fellow D-class individual on the brink of death. Following the regulatory personnel downstairs, the subsequent process mirrored the previous experience as they once again boarded the yacht. However, this time, before stepping aboard, Lin Yi grasped the child's right hand, reasoning that it would appear more familial. The child did not resist, and upon observing this, the woman took the child's left hand as well. The three of them approached the corridor they had previously entered. This time, Lin Yi suggested they explore other areas first, a proposal met with agreement from his companions. Circling the deck, they discovered 6 passages leading into the yacht's interior, as well as several perilous routes that could be accessed by leaping or climbing to certain room balconies. However, these rooms were all sealed, and the windows were opaque, rendering it impossible to observe the interior through them. Lin Yi led the 2 individuals back to the entrance from their previous visit, intending to ascertain whether the changes within the rooms were random, and if so, what type of randomness it might be. He planned to linger in a safe room for an hour to gather intelligence. Certainly, if he could share the same corridor with his companions this time, he might explore additional rooms, for the best ally in investigating clues is indeed one's companions. Yet, the moment they stepped into the corridor, Lin Yi found himself alone, as the 2 individuals beside him vanished into thin air, as though they had never existed. He could not discern how they had disappeared, nor could he perceive how the corridor behind him had morphed into the door of room 407. It seemed he would have to wait. The room numbers in the corridor remained unchanged, and Lin Yi once again opened the door to room 1346 at the end. After closing the door, he opened the back door, revealing a corridor illuminated by a red glow. The room numbers in this corridor remained the same, including the distant room 966. This time, Lin Yi chose not to further explore other rooms, but returned to room 1346. Preparing to wait for an hour to observe any changes, he intended not to waste this hour. Instead, he resolved to practice using psychic protection through Z's body. The air in the simulated world was infused with psychic energy, varying in concentration across different areas, with the yacht possessing a notably high level. However, merely having psychic energy and mental strength did not suffice to invoke psychic protection. For a being of psychic energy, mind, energy, and body are inextricably linked. The successful use of runes necessitates the harmonious cooperation of all three. Zed was merely an ordinary individual, rendering Lin Yi incapable of employing psychic protection through his body, at least not at his current level. Thus, Lin Yi decided to spend this hour absorbing psychic energy, relentlessly enhancing Zed's physical form, all the while striving to gather more information. The hours swiftly passed, and Lin Yi completed 2 cycles of basic psychic energy flow. Though the enhancement of his physical attributes was limited, with adequate preparation, he could barely manifest a thin layer of weak psychic protection. Inside the room, Lin Yi sensed no movement from the yacht, nor could he perceive the state of the corridor. The door lacked a peephole, and without opening it, he had no means of acquiring information. Without much hesitation, Lin Yi readied his psychic protection and cautiously opened the door a crack. A brown eye pressed against the gap, locking gaze with Lin Yi. A smiling attendant, clad in work attire, stood outside the door. "Good day, may I see your ticket, please? Can I purchase a ticket here? I have one, but I forgot to bring it." Lin Yi indeed possessed a ticket, yet he was uncertain whether it was relevant to the cruise. The attendant's smile faded, yet he did not take any further action, merely staring impassively at Lin Yi, as if assessing the situation. "You do possess a ticket, but you did not bring it aboard, which is quite unusual, putting me in a difficult position." The attendant remained outside the door, not intruding into the room, which offered Lin Yi a glimmer of hope. "Could you provide me with some information about the cruise? I nearly lost my way when I boarded earlier." Lin Yi ventured cautiously. "If you board the vessel with a ticket, naturally, someone will be there to greet you. Fortunately, you did not venture deeper into the corridors, otherwise, no one would be able to rescue you." The attendant appeared to have received some news, and once again a chilling smile graced his face. "I apologize," he said. "Although we generally do not harm our guests aboard, you do not possess a ticket, and thus the captain wishes for you to disembark at once. Will you return me? Or will I be disembarked at the next stop?" Lin Yi asked, devoid of hope. "I am sorry, the captain insists, as soon as possible." The attendant did not intrude into the room, but made a gesture of invitation, prompting Lin Yi to exit the room and proceed down the corridor. Lin Yi attempted to resist, yet he discovered he had completely lost control of his body, forced to watch himself walk away. At this moment, the corridor remained red, but the rooms at either end had vanished. Lin Yi observed the door numbers on either side, noting that they had not changed along this section of the corridor. After traversing a lengthy red corridor and passing through a cabin door, the corridor transformed into an ordinary one, the lighting dim and yellowed. Lin Yi beheld room 1904. It was merely a commonplace room in an ordinary corridor, devoid of any distinguishing features. He wished to act, but aside from memorizing the room numbers around him, he found himself powerless. He could only proceed step by step away from his target room, making his way along the corridor toward the deck. As he stepped out of the cabin, Lin Yi's attention was captured by the external scenery. The cruise ship was gliding across an expanse of pure white sea, the crystalline waters resembling a flat surface, devoid of any ripples. Even the passage of the vessel failed to stir a single wave. In the distance, towering, column-like structures of immaculate white soared toward the heavens, their pinnacle obscured from view. At this moment, Lin Yi realized he was able to move again. "You must disembark," the attendant stated respectfully, standing to the side. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the deck, poised to leap into the pure white waters beyond the railing. He desired to resist, yet he found himself more inclined to plunge into that pristine sea. "How beautiful it is. Does it have a name?" Lin Yi asked dreamily. "The Sea of Purity," the attendant replied, gazing at the ocean with eyes filled with reverence. "Indeed, what a splendid name," Lin Yi murmured as he leaned forward. Plunging into the sea without causing a ripple, merging seamlessly into the Sea of Purity, Lin Yi awoke bewildered in bed, recalling only that he had followed the attendant out of the cabin, unable to remember what transpired thereafter, as though that memory had been erased. What on earth happened? This feeling of forgetfulness is unbearable. Lin Yi raked his fingers through his hair in distress. Thankfully, the memories preceding his departure from the cabin remained intact, providing him with some clues. But were they truly intact? Lin Yi began to replay the entire sequence of the last simulation repeatedly, only stopping once he confirmed that no anomalies existed elsewhere. It seemed he could not afford to wait until the ship set sail to act. Otherwise, this memory loss might impact the entirety of the simulation, and that attendant would be of no help. Lin Yi donned his attire and descended the stairs with the supervisory personnel, deep in contemplation regarding the strategy for this simulation. Soon, the trio boarded the cruise ship once more. This time, Lin Yi opted for a new entrance. The previous corridor was shrouded in uncertainty, with scan information available, only that it led to a room connected to the red corridor. This effectively eliminated one room from the 32 available, rendering the choice of a different corridor of minimal consequence. With 6 entrances and 6 corridors, Lin Yi pondered whether to simulate each corridor individually or to concentrate on a singular pathway. Before entering the corridor, he tied the 3 of their garments together. While he felt it might be of little use, attempting it would not consume much time. As before, Lin Yi ventured alone into a dimly lit, enclosed corridor. After a thorough exploration, he discovered once again the 32 rooms, notably absent of room 1904. This time, he resolved to open room 987 at the entrance. Inside, he found a standard room, ordinary and devoid of any threat or peculiarities. Upon closing the door, silence enveloped the corridor. Opening the door once more revealed the same unremarkable corridor, with room 1441 directly across. After another circuit of the corridor, he again found no trace of room 1904, nor any previously encountered chambers aside from room 987. Lin Yi then proceeded to open room 1603 in the direction of the entrance. Inside was yet another standard room, lacking any danger. After entering, he closed the door, only to reopen it half a second later, revealing a corridor illuminated by a red glow. Damn it, is there truly no discernible pattern? Or is there an obscured logic that I have yet to uncover? Lin Yi tugged at his hair as he stepped into the red corridor. Another circuit yielded no familiar room numbers. Was he left with no option but to open doors at random? Trapped within this corridor, he realized that unless he opened a new door, escape was impossible, and time was slipping away. Once the cruise ship set sail, the attendants would find him and usher him onto the deck to undergo some form of amnesia-inducing event. What should he do? No matter how he pondered, Lin Yi could not discern any pattern among the room numbers. He was no cinematic mathematician capable of mental calculations, nor did he possess a sensitivity to numbers. Were it not for his high mental fortitude, he wouldn't even be able to recall those figures. Perhaps the information was insufficient, or perhaps there was simply no pattern. The rooms might be entirely random. Resigned, Lin Yi abandoned his chaotic thoughts and casually pushed open the door before him. Since boarding the ship, he had begun to absorb spiritual energy in cycles. Drawing from his prior simulation experience, coupled with a reckless consumption of spiritual energy, he swiftly completed another cycle. However, the protective measures he had prepared proved ineffective, as the room beyond the door was merely a standard chamber. Phew, fortune smiled upon him. Lin Yi entered the room, and after closing the door, he reopened it to find himself in a typical corridor once again. He hastily traversed the corridor. Yet again, no familiar room numbers appeared. He selected another door at random, entered a standard room, closed the door, and opened it once more. Outside lay a red corridor. Oh, so you wish to play with me, do you? Quite clever indeed. Lin Yi stepped into the crimson corridor, beginning to examine the room numbers. The red light illuminated the doors, as if cautioning him that each opening was a gamble with fate. Fortunately, he possessed 10 lives. Even the legendary 9-lived cat could not surpass his resilience. Ready with his psychic defenses, Lin Yi casually pushed open a door. This time, nothing attacked him from within. But the state of the room was rather dire. The dark red walls and floor were covered with crimson fur, and in the center stood a corpse enveloped in the same red fuzz. Should he venture inside or open another door? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi swiftly entered the room, reasoning that its non-threatening nature might allow safe passage. True to his expectations, neither the fur nor the corpse assailed him. Yet as he attempted to reopen the door, he found himself unable to leave expeditiously, for beyond lay an abyss of darkness. No, to be precise, it was an impenetrable blackness. He could discern nothing. Not only was his sight obscured, but even his senses failed to penetrate this void, leaving him uncertain if there was a corridor beyond. Lin Yi understood he must plunge into the darkness and open the door opposite, one whose number was invisible. Yet, before confronting the shadows, hesitation gripped him, a primal fear of the dark. It was only when the corpse behind him pressed against his back that he succumbed to the obscurity. He attempted to grasp the door handle on the opposite side, but encountered nothing. If the corridor maintained the same dimensions, he should have certainly reached the door within the distance he had traversed. Hastily retreating, he realized the room behind him had vanished. Was this the deeper corridor the attendant had spoken of? Crouching in the dark, he groped forward. There was no distinctive scent, and the ground emitted no sound upon impact. In the absence of sight and perception, touch became his sole connection to this reality. After crawling on the hard surface for 5 minutes without encountering anything, Lin Yi recognized he could not persist in this manner. The disappearance of the room behind him indicated a need for an alternative approach. There were numerous forces capable of such phenomena, primarily linked to spatial and mental realms. If it was a spatial issue, resolution would be arduous. However, if it pertained to the mind, Lin Yi began to concentrate, a particle of light flickering in the darkness, illuminating his surroundings. At that moment, he crouched in a black corridor, the door behind him ajar, with a corpse standing at the threshold. The door before him loomed, and as the light particle flickered perilously, Lin Yi lunged for the handle, pushing open room 99 just before being consumed by the darkness. He tumbled into room 99, scarcely affording himself a moment to observe the environment or to turn around, closing the door with his back. As he prepared to open the door to exit, a torrent of robust crimson fur erupted from his pores, drawn into the air. Once all the fur had been expelled, Lin Yi collapsed to the ground like a specimen stripped of its essence. It was only then that he had the opportunity to survey the condition of the room. For now, there was no urgency compelling him onward. Room 99 is a dark, cubic space where an indeterminate, obsidian sphere rotates at its center, surrounded by swirling crimson fibers that dissipate into the air. Lin Yi is uncertain whether to feel fortunate, for had he not been ensnared by the fibers, he would surely be the one being absorbed now. However, aside from prolonging his existence for a brief moment, the difference is negligible. Waiting in this manner seems a waste of time. Although Lin Yi's essence has been drained, he does not succumb to immediate death. This is likely due to the influence of the red fibers. He attempts to crawl out of the room, only to find that an invisible force prevents his escape. It is a slight gravitational pull, just enough to hinder his movements. The sphere requires a bit more time to absorb the fibers, and unwilling to squander precious moments, Lin Yi deliberately crawls toward it. He harbors a few extraneous thoughts, but they are sparse, as even lifting his hand feels laborious at this juncture. Were it not for the sphere's gravitational force, he would be incapable of even crawling. Reaching the base of the sphere, he flips over to gaze at the continuously rotating object above and begins to inscribe the runes of collapse. He is uncertain of its efficacy, yet it is preferable to waiting for death. Moreover, in a perpetually rotating system, perhaps a mere external force could trigger its collapse. This marks Lin Ye's inaugural application of the collapse runes in a practical scenario. Zed's body was not particularly useful, yet following the revelry, Lin Yi has garnered a novel understanding of the concept of collapse, enabling him to wield it, albeit with some difficulty. Suddenly, Lin Yi's body disintegrates. In the midst of this collapse, Lin Yi observes the spinning sphere and comprehends some new truths. Remaining simulation attempts. 7. Lin Yi rises from his bed and dresses, this time preparing to venture into Corridor 3. With 7 attempts remaining and 4 corridors left to explore, he intends to traverse each one. Should he fail to discern a pattern, he may be compelled to confront the organization, attempting to leverage the insights he cannot uncover on his own. To the organization, his lack of findings would not even constitute a problem. However, this choice is fraught with peril, as he is deemed an unreliable anomaly in the eyes of the organization. Control and elimination are the preferred solutions over negotiation. Furthermore, negotiation presupposes equality. No one would parley with the weak, and to the organization, Lin Yi is indeed the weaker party. Thus, he fears the outcome of such a choice may not be favorable. Yet, he feels he has no alternative. Thousands of rooms, arranged in chaotic disarray, each opening potentially heralding death. Without recognizing a pattern, he cannot hope to locate room 1904, let alone escape the cruise ship within an hour. Steeling himself, Lin Yi descends with the regulators. As before, he and 2 others board the cruise ship. Do you have any mathematicians aboard? Or individuals afflicted with mathematically related conditions? Although it may seem odd, Lin Yi feels compelled to inquire before entering Corridor 3. I've never attended school, a woman replies, regarding Lin Yi strangely, since boarding. This man has exhibited peculiar behavior. I graduated from elementary school, but I can perform simple arithmetic, a young boy interjects. Sensing Lin Ye's possession of knowledge and hastily proclaiming his own capabilities to avoid being abandoned. Oh, how remarkable. Please wait a moment. Do not enter. I shall exchange the boxes inside while you remain outside. Lin Yi exclaimed, tugging at his hair in desperation. It was only now that he realized the variables were not merely the room numbers or the sequence in which they were accessed. They constituted the most significant variable of all. If 3 individuals entered together, they would each be allocated to different corridors, and if each person represented a variable, the arrangement of the rooms would become exceedingly chaotic, rendering even his mathematical prowess futile. This was the very reason he had been unable to discern the pattern in the room arrangements. Did 47 simply mean it was open? How could I have overlooked such a straightforward matter? Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He had perished countless times for such a trivial reason. Was this the essence of being ensnared in one's own confusion? Lin Yi elaborated on the risks of entering the cabin to his companions, and upon ensuring they would not interfere, he ventured alone into Corridor 3. As he stepped into the corridor, before he could even survey all the room numbers, a system notification chimed in. Inspiration triggered. Goo, this room feels promising. Gazing at the notification, Lin Yi remained silent, although countless thoughts swirled within him. It dawned on him that without those 2 variables, he need not rely on mathematics or puzzle solving. Merely following the system prompts would lead him to success. Thus, had the absence of notifications indicated that all rooms were dead ends? It made sense why every door led to either a red corridor or a black corridor. The requirement for a family of 3 to board the cruise was evidently to heighten the challenge. How insidious. Lin Yi pushed open the door to reveal a familiar standard room. Exiting, he found himself once again in the dimly lit, ordinary corridor. Just as he stepped out, another system notification appeared. Inspiration triggered. Goo, this room feels promising. Although he could theoretically deduce the patterns with his extraordinary intellect, there was an undeniable thrill in simply following the prompts. Small openings didn't count as openings. Thus, Lin Yi continued to rely on the system notifications, repeatedly entering and exiting rooms. Despite encountering a few red corridors, the rooms he opened posed no danger. It was not until he opened a door that he encountered a serene, aquamarine corridor. This corridor was impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Inspiration triggered. Goo, Please maintain politeness. The layout of this corridor mirrored the others, consisting of 32 rooms. Lin Yi strolled through the corridor and gently knocked on the door at the end of one side. Receiving no response, he refrained from knocking again and instead approached the opposite end, tapping on the door there. This time, the door opened promptly, revealing a space far larger than the previous standard room. It could be classified as a luxurious suite aboard the ship. The occupant was a humanoid being with a translucent, pale complexion, resembling a human female yet adorned with numerous aquamarine tendrils, her eyes and hair mirroring the same hue. Greetings, I am a lost passenger. May I kindly request to use your door? Lin Yi addressed her with utmost politeness, an inherent quality of his civilized nature, independent of any system prompts. You may enter. It is indeed rare for us to meet here. There remains some time before we disembark from the vessel, so please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. The young girl gestured with her tentacles, inviting Lin Yi to take a seat opposite her. Lin Yi maintained his vigilance without being overly cautious, naturally settling into the chair before her. The girl poured a cup of a cerulean liquid for him. After taking a sip, Lin Yi found the tea delightfully sweet, invigorating him almost instantaneously. Is there anything you require of me? Lin Yi inquired directly, unwilling to squander another simulation opportunity. Not at the moment, but it is likely that there will be in the future. The dissonance between mind and body, yet you maneuver so fluidly. I can surmise your origins. I, too, am somewhat connected to this matter. Should you survive, perhaps our paths will cross again. The girl tore a tentacle from her body and extended it toward Lin Yi. Take this, it is a gift. Lin Yi accepted the tentacle, which coiled around his arm like a living entity, its texture remarkably soft. Thank you, farewell. He said no more and exited the room with the tentacle in hand. Outside lay an ordinary corridor, and Lin Yi continued to rely on the prompts to navigate through the rooms. At last, just before the time limit was to expire, he discovered room 1904. It had been quite a challenge. Upon pushing the door open, he found merely a standard guest room, yet on the bed sat a black suitcase. Finally, the first step is complete. Lin Yi cautiously exchanged the suitcase. During previous simulations, he had never opened it, avoiding excessive interaction with anything related to the organization. Information exchange is a perilous endeavor. Once certain knowledge is acquired, the exchange begins. Thus, the less contact he maintained, the safer he felt. With the suitcase in hand, he opened the door, only to find not another room, but a dim corridor leading to the deck. So, room 1904 was the exit. Lin Yi emerged from the cabin, carrying the suitcase, accompanied by two astonished companions as they disembarked from the ship. The captain looked at Lin Yi with surprise, cautiously accepting the suitcase. Periodically, the cruise ship would halt at that location, and the organization had long sought to reclaim the suitcase. Several captains had previously boarded the vessel but failed to return. Subsequently, the organization resorted to sending D-class personnel to take their chances. You cannot possibly be that scoundrel. He would merely coerce others into finding a path, lacking the courage to enter the cabin alone. Thus, entering the cabin by oneself is the crux. Lin Yi did not respond, merely nodding gently. As a member of the organization, I ought not to harbor any emotional response to such anomalous events. Yet I must express my gratitude for all you have done for humanity, even if you may not care for it. The captain bowed to Lin Yi, who reciprocated the gesture, ever polite. Simulation ended. Remaining simulation attempts. 7. Random item acquired from this event. 7. Gift of the unwhite obtained. 1. Title acquired. Purification. Lin Yi awoke in bed. A red owl nestled beside him, sharing his pillow. Shortly after he regained consciousness, the owl stirred awake. Thank you once more. Lin Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Despite possessing extraordinary wisdom, he understood that without systematic prompts, he might not find the correct path before the simulation attempts were exhausted. Coo! The owl hopped down from the bed and proceeded to assist Lin Yi with the materials. Lin Yi began to examine the spoils laid out in the center of the shelter. Among them were 5 items he had encountered before: a handgun filled with bullets, a basic food pack, a rudimentary medical kit, a complete combat outfit, and a dagger. This was truly a beginner's set for the organization. The other 2 items were pure crystal, a pure crystal produced from the pure sea, usable for refining any material. Note: a highly precious and rare crystal. Please use it promptly after unsealing. The pure crystal was sealed within a long black metal box, approximately the size of a pencil case, rendering its contents invisible until the box was opened. When had I come across such an item? It couldn't be. Lin Yi glanced at the next item. Silkworm parasite. Supplementing flesh and blood, fresh silkworms can be harvested at any time. Note: if you do not wish to be parasitized, please refrain from carrying untreated silkworms out of the shelter. Gazing at the pulsating mass of flesh covered in red fuzz, Lin Yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Although the shelter was undoubtedly safe, the thought of having previously harbored such parasitic worms within his body, consuming most of his organs without detection, triggered a visceral reaction. What use do I have for harvesting fresh silkworms? Coo! The owl hopped beside the mass of flesh, pecking at a silkworm and swallowing it whole. You mean this can be processed into high-quality energy material? Moreover, it serves as a backup food source. Quite delicious? Lin Yi held no prejudice. Blue Star had many ingredients that appeared unappetizing yet were quite delectable. How should I handle this? Coo! Quite troublesome, but worth a try. After learning how to process the silkworms from the owl, Lin Yi turned his attention to the remaining system prompts. Unwhite's gift. Using it grants contact with Unwhite. Note: this is a nutrient-rich, delicious living tentacle. Perhaps you could consume it. Upon using it, the tentacle vanished, and Unwhite's name appeared in Lin Yi's private chat. Yet, like other survivors in different regions, he was unable to send messages. He wondered when communication with other regions would be possible. Purification. Consciousness enters the pure sea, refining and then exiting the pure sea. Note: purity has increased. So, during the period of my memory loss, I was pushed into the pure sea? Lin Yi pondered again, but could not recall anything. After organizing his gains, he glanced at the time. There was still some time before the night activities began. He decided to head to the gaming room for a round of cards. With talent simulations, night activities, energy cycles, learning runes, and crafting energy items, his daily tasks were abundant. However, reinforcing his physical attributes through energy cycles was the foundation of it all, and thus, it must take precedence. I will play a few rounds. The shelter is in your care. Coo! In the gaming chamber, there were still not many survivors present. Lin Yi casually found a card table and commenced his psychic energy cycle for the day. Given his expertise, even while distracted by the energy cycle, he could still earn a little pocket money. Of course, even if he lost, it was of no consequence. With a handful of red coins, he could afford to lose all day long. Would you care to engage in a special game? Just as Lin Yi was reveling in his free psychic energy, the attendant who had previously gifted him a room card appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. You are too hasty. After giving you a room card last time, it is evident that returning to seek me again raises suspicions, he remarked. Lin Yi tossed down a powerful card, still clutching a spade 3. It's worth a try. There's no loss in experimenting. With an abundance of psychic energy, items to enhance mental strength, and rune tomes. All of these can be easily obtained if you partake in a special game. The attendant remained unfazed, his charming smile unwavering. No need. I do not recommend you squander more time on me. With billions of survivors, you chose to market to one who despises gambling. Lin Yi bore no ill will towards the attendant, as he had received a room card that allowed him to enjoy psychic energy without cost, and thus, he wished not to waste the attendant's time. You are too modest. I have encountered many in a population of billions, yet few have ever voluntarily gifted a room card. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do contemplate the gaming chamber. The attendant ceased his persuasion, having conveyed all that was necessary. Lin Yi understood the attendant's implication, but unless absolutely required, he would not partake in games set by others. An hour and a half later, Lin Yi completed 2 cycles of psychic energy. With an increase in mental strength and familiarity with the energy cycle, the duration of each session was diminishing. Tossing his red coins in hand, he returned to the sanctuary, having earned another 64 red coins this time. Once back, Lin Yi began to study runes and attempted to craft new psychic items. Though the items he was currently creating held little value for him, it was a skill of great utility that would eventually prove beneficial. Under the guidance of Gugu, Lin Yi learned various methods for handling psychic materials, which greatly aided in the crafting of psychic items, sparing him the trouble of cutting his cloak into tiny pieces. As night approached, Lin Yi prepared a sumptuous dinner to share with Gugu. With a bit of time before the evening activities commenced, he opened the group chat to enjoy his meal. According to the predictions of the experts, tonight would likely consist of either a site mission or a warfront activity. I believe it will be a site mission, saving the unencountered activities for last. I concur. The site mission is manageable. One can hide to secure a reward, and if fortunate enough to encounter reliable teammates, they can scavenge some items. Indeed, Last time I managed to snag a box that yielded blueprints for upgrading the sanctuary. Same here. Me as well. Ditto. Damn you all. Lin Yi chuckled as someone was clearly triggered. He shared an image and system introduction of the silkworm parasite in the group. What on earth? How disgusting. The expert is at it again. Come on, I'm in the middle of my meal. Silkworm? I feel like I've seen this creature before, but I can't recall where. In the intelligence previously provided by the esteemed leader, it was mentioned that parasitic worms inhabit the sewers. Should the absolute safety of the shelter fail, these creatures could traverse the sewers and prey upon the survivors. How terrifying. Fortunately, I have completed the upgrades for my shelter. Oh no, I still require a few mutated organs. This is disastrous. I have yet to acquire the blueprints for the shelter's advancement. Those who do not upgrade their shelters in time would surely meet their demise. This is truly frightening, isn't it? Lin Yi, I have recently obtained a formidable item. These parasitic worms are quite dreadful, and I have yet to discover a method to deal with them. Therefore, it is imperative that you complete the shelter task swiftly. Additionally, if today involves site tasks, could you disseminate the psionic circuit diagram? Charging a fee is acceptable, but please do not be excessive. It is always a good thing to save lives. Acknowledged. Very well. The esteemed leader is benevolent. I share the same sentiment. Esteemed leader. Are there any new products this time? I am willing to purchase them. Lin Yi. Indeed, there are new items. However, these are not experimental products. Hence the price is 10 red coins each. Lin Yi shared the system introduction of the two newly crafted psionic items in the group chat. Simple protective item. Activated by psionic energy. Generates a protective barrier. Expires after 3 uses. Note. Crafted by Lin Yi. Simple bone blade. Infused with psionic energy. Activates a cutting-edge psionic blade. Expires after 3 uses. Note. Crafted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi. I have crafted 10 of each of these psionic items, and they will be posted in the trading area shortly. Friends who utilize them can provide feedback on their effectiveness and suggest improvements. 49 Misty Town. Very well, esteemed leader. How can such powerful psionic items be sold for just 10 red coins? I shall rush to the trading area to purchase them. Wait, save one for me. I am a student. You are utterly useless. Ah, I got one. I am indeed a beast. Truly a beast. I didn't even get a proper look before they disappeared. You are all despicable. Nighttime activities commence. Tonight's activity. Site task. Would you like to join? Join. 9:59. It seems I will not return tonight. Lin Yi reluctantly caressed the feathers of Gugu. Compared to the previously encountered card creatures, Gugu was truly a model of diligence. Gugu. Very well. Until next time. 0010000. Upon awakening, Lin Yi found himself seated in a vintage train compartment, a setting he had only witnessed in films. Through the window, he could only see the confines of a tunnel, with no glimpse of the outside world. There were 4 individuals in the compartment, their appearances matching those of the avatars in the chat room. The other 3 included the adorably charming high school student Zhou, a bearded 40-year-old man Su Changyan, and a scantily clad 30-year-old woman Hu Tingting. Lin Yi. Zhou, are you male or female? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the high school student opposite him. He could discern the other's gender through his mental prowess, but that would be exceedingly impolite. Zhou, do you have a preference for males or females? Lin Yi. If you are inquiring about sexual orientation, then of course I prefer females. Zhou, oh, then I am female. Hu Tingting. He is indeed a male, though undeniably adorable. Zhou, how do you know? Hu Tingting. How many men do you think I have been with? Zhou, sister, you are truly experienced. Hu Tingting. Huh. I have no experience in disguising myself as a man to seduce women. Su Changyan. Enough of the bickering. We are about to select a station. I suggest we first appoint a team leader. Zhou, I cast my vote for Brother Lin. Lin Yi, do you know me? Zhou, I do not, but I possess a keen sense of perception. In fact, you could easily ascertain my gender through mental prowess. I wouldn't mind. Lin Yi, I mind. Lin Yi shared the energy circuit diagram into the chat room. Su Changyan. Is this the diagram for absorbing energy? Lin Yi. I have gathered all the mutated cards. This is the simplified version of the diagram customized for me by the system. I have shared it in our regional group, and I hope you can disseminate it in your respective groups as well. Zhou, understood, Captain. Su Changyan. All right, as long as you don't issue misguided commands. I agree to your leadership. Hu Tingting. I concur. Before sending it to the group, may I collect some coins? Lin Yi. As you wish, but of course, you must bear the consequences yourself. Hu Tingting. Then I shall pass. Please select a station to disembark and survive until the train arrives tomorrow. Then board the train to leave the station. Note: after 10 stations, the train will enter the shallow sea region. Lin, let us proceed with the station selection. We can think of other matters afterward. Zhou, the captain speaks wisely. Hu Tingting, in your line of work, you must be earning a fortune. Zhou, it is evident that you are indeed thriving. Unlike me, my family is quite strict and my academic performance is satisfactory. So I have not had the opportunity to engage in such industries. Amidst their friendly exchange, the train halted at the first station. Unlike before, they could not see the external surroundings. Only the station introduction resembling a movie poster affixed to the internal wall. A team of explorers ventures into the endless wasteland in search of lost relics. Will they emerge alive from that deathly expanse teeming with anomalies? Below the text was illustrated a black wasteland, with 4 abstract figures standing at the center, surrounded by menacing monsters. Lin, shall we consider the next one? Zhou, this one looks perilous. The next must be simpler. Hu Tingting, I too wish to avoid wilderness adventures. Su Changyan, mediocre, we can look further. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the second station. Station introduction. The deep-sea mine has come under attack from abyssal beasts, and a team is trapped at the ocean floor. Can they return to the surface alive? Below the text was depicted a deep-sea mine, severed from contact with the surface, with 4 abstract figures ensnared within, shadows ominously shifting around them. Lin, excluded. Zhou agreed. Hu Tingting agreed. Su Changyan agreed. No one wished to venture into the deep sea. The train restarted, and 10 minutes later, it halted at the third station. Side introduction. An exceedingly perilous and enigmatic relic has surfaced in Mingtian City. As a specialized enforcement squad of Mingtian, can they avert the impending catastrophe looming over the city? Beneath the text, an illustration depicts a bustling metropolis teeming with people, amidst which 4 distinctly abstract figures are swept along by the crowd. Lin, this is far too complex. I recommend dismissing it. Zhou, I concur with that assessment. Hu Tingting, yet our options are limited. If we could locate that mysterious relic, wouldn't that suffice? Moreover, as law enforcement officers, we should have access to official assistance. Su Changyan, I also find this site promising. If we can discover the relic in advance, this location should be relatively safe. Lin, do you comprehend what a relic entails? An extraordinarily dangerous relic does not simply appear in Mingtian City without cause. There must be underlying causalities unbeknownst to us. Mingtian is densely populated, and nighttime missions last at most a single night. We must discern allies from foes in an exceedingly intricate environment while seeking this utterly unknown and hazardous relic. I may consent to disembark here. But are you all prepared to risk everything? Should fortune fail us, the entire city might turn hostile. Hu Tingting, I admit I was hasty in my earlier judgment. Su Changyan, you paint the worst-case scenario, but your reasoning is sound. The train resumed its journey and halted 10 minutes later at the 4th station. Side introduction. A remote township shrouded in an eerie mist. A squad has been dispatched to investigate the situation. Will they emerge from the town alive? Below the text, an illustration portrays a mist-enshrouded village, with 4 abstract figures engulfed and lost within the fog. Lin, this one then. It's not an extreme environment like the deep sea, nor does it involve troublesome relics. Zhou and I possess strong mental faculties, making it less likely for us to lose our way in the mist. Zhou agreed. Hu Tingting, if you are confident you won't become disoriented in the fog. I concur as well. Su Changyan agreed, though the potential gains here may be modest. Lin, surviving this ordeal would already be a considerable achievement. The 4 exited their private room. The corridor was devoid of other passengers, who were likely confined to their own compartments. Upon disembarking, the station featured an entrance and an exit. The entrance was void of any notable features, while the exit was framed by a pale green portal. The 4 proceeded through the light gate in succession, arriving at the misty township. 50 peculiar, mutated creatures. Site selection finalized. Additional missions acquired. Optional to undertake. 1. Eliminate the mutated creatures and receive rewards proportional to their number and strength. 2. Explore the misty township to investigate the origin of the fog. 3. Resolve the anomalous incidents within the misty township. 3 supplementary objectives appeared in the chat room. Though Lin Yi was more concerned about the whereabouts of his 3 teammates. At that moment, Lin Yi was transported to a small supermarket enveloped by an intense white fog, with no other individuals in sight. Zhou, I am inside a residential room. Outside the door, something seems to be moving. I dare not employ mental perception for fear of disturbing whatever lurks beyond. Hu Tingting. I seem to be in the cafeteria of a school. Something feels amiss. As if something is stirring on the walls. Su Changyan. I find myself in a hospital ward, where peculiar sounds echo through the corridor. Lin Yi. I am in a supermarket, preparing to scour the place thoroughly. Gather here if you need assistance. Feel free to message me. Zhou Wen understood. Hu Tingting. Acknowledged. Su Changyan. Received. None of the three sought help from Lin Yi. As the system allocated positions based on their capabilities, those placed alongside Lin Yi were far from inept. Lin Yi commenced his inspection of the supermarket, which, albeit only a single level, spanned a vast area with over a dozen large shelves, in addition to various other sections such as restrooms, offices, and storage rooms. During his examination of the shelves, Lin Yi discovered a compact refrigerator suitable for a shelter, one that could be taken along. The shelter had long required a refrigerator to store mutated organs and corpses, yet its limited space precluded the accommodation of a larger unit. After scrutinizing the gaps between the shelves, Lin Yi proceeded to inspect the other rooms. The storage and office areas posed no issues, only the restroom remained. As Lin Yi approached the restroom, he sensed something lurking within, a grotesque mass of flesh, teeming with mutated organs that were continuously performing their functions. Drawing his red blade, Lin Yi produced a mirror to peer around the corner. Despite his heightened perception, humans are ultimately visual beings, and seeing with one's own eyes provides clearer comprehension of the situation. The restroom was crammed with the mass of flesh, which had long since lost its biological form, transforming into a bloated heap that occupied the space. Lin Yi sheathed his red blade, having detected no inherent danger within this mass. Ultimately, it had shed most of its biological traits and exhibited no aggressiveness. Yet, how could it have mutated into such a state? Lin Yi found it perplexing. Biological mutation is indeed heavily influenced by environmental factors and individual will. He struggled to conceive what kind of mutation process could yield such a result. Could it be human intervention? But what purpose would such an act serve? Was it for experimentation or perhaps the mass production of mutated organs? Yet, for the sake of mutated organs, such complexity seemed unnecessary. Handling mutated creatures is often far simpler than manipulating the direction of their mutation. Lin Yi did not dwell on these thoughts for long. He sliced through the misshapen mass, extracting the unusually active mutated organs within. After addressing the restroom and confirming the absence of further anomalies in the supermarket, Lin Yi departed in search of additional supplies. His primary objective was to locate an armory to procure a batch of firearms. While standard weapons may not suffice against formidable first-tier mutated creatures, they would be more than adequate for weaker, less evolved beings, let alone those that had yet to reach even the first tier. The small town appeared devoid of an armory, but Lin Yi stumbled upon a cache of police equipment at a nearby precinct. Although the firepower and quantity were inferior to his previous find, it would suffice for his needs. Upon returning to the supermarket with a shopping cart laden with supplies, he found his three teammates already awaiting him. Lin Yi, it is imperative that we communicate important matters through the chatroom. Something feels off here. The traces of human intervention on those mutated creatures lead me to suspect that someone is orchestrating trouble in this town. I have procured a batch of firearms. Feel free to choose whichever you desire. I am uncertain about what transpired here, as everyone has transformed into such ghastly figures. Lin Yi feigned a look of confusion. Zhou Wen remarked, I too sense something amiss. Although the monsters here appear exceedingly terrifying, they possess little strength, resembling a form of performance art. Alas, I hope the investigation concludes swiftly. My fiancé awaits my return for our wedding. Zhou Wen sighed. Hu Tingting interjected, everyone at the school has vanished. I discovered some notes left by students that contain certain clues. Allow me to summarize. Prior to the mist enveloping this town, a peculiar illness was rumored to circulate. The initial symptoms of this ailment somewhat resemble that of a cold, yet are markedly more severe. Some patients experienced fevers soaring to 43 degrees. Remarkably, despite such high temperatures, these individuals did not perish and continued to lead normal lives, while the hospital could not ascertain the cause. That is all the pertinent information from the notes. Would you like me to introduce you to a few gentlemen? I have numerous friends who find you to be an exceedingly charming individual, Hu Tingting said with a smile. No, thank you. I wish to avoid any strange ailments, Zhou Wen replied, his words laden with implication. Su Changyan added, the hospital maintains detailed records and possesses numerous specimens. I captured several images, though they are laden with professional jargon and data that I find difficult to comprehend. Perhaps you could take a look. Su Changyan shared a dozen images in the chat room, then coldly remarked, "Do you have any female friends? I have yet to experience a relationship." His demeanor appeared less that of a suitor and more akin to a lender demanding repayment. My friends are not currently seeking relationships. But I can assist you with your dilemma. If needed, I can introduce you to a few more, Hu Tingting replied, having little interest in the images, as she had left school before completing elementary education and found such reading tiresome, leaving it to the high schoolers. Lin Yi and Zhou Wen engaged in casual banter. Yet both were secretly engrossed in the information presented in the images. Meanwhile, Su Changyan meticulously checked his equipment while engaging Hu Tingting in earnest conversation. Isn't a few rather insufficient? Tingjia, could you introduce a few more? Hu Tingting cast a surprised glance at Su Changyan's lower half, exclaiming, "Ah? A few is not enough. My friends are all seasoned veterans, but if that is insufficient, while I cannot guarantee more, I can certainly summon dozens of sisters to ensure your satisfaction." Su Changyan loaded his shotgun with bullets and remarked with satisfaction, "Excellent. The last time I visited a matchmaking agency, the lady only introduced me to 3 individuals before ceasing her efforts, insisting I meet her colleague, who was even more outrageous, introducing me to only one person and advising me to await contact, which never came." Hu Tingting looked at Su Changyan in disbelief, feeling a twinge of sympathy for those in the matchmaking business. Lin Yi concluded, "I have a general understanding of the situation." 51 mutated runes, Zhou Wen responded. "I still do not quite grasp it. Brother Lin, you are a university student, are you not?" Lin Yi replied, "No, I graduated some time ago. My university days were quite joyful. That was perhaps the most liberating period of my life." Zhou Wen, "It is a pity. I was on the verge of taking the college entrance examination, and now this has occurred." Lin Yi, "Please accept my condolences." Zhou Wen, "It is not quite at that level yet." Hu Tingting, "Can you focus on the matter at hand? This conversation is straying." Lin Yi, "The townspeople here are not ill. Rather, they are experiencing a rapid phenomenon of collective aberration due to certain reasons." Su Changyan, "Is it because the spiritual energy concentration in the town has increased?" Lin Yi, "This situation is indeed related to the concentration of spiritual energy, but it is far from being at a level that could turn people into mere flesh heaps." Zhou Wen, "Then what is the cause?" Lin Yi, "I believe it is connected to aberration runes. Someone has inscribed aberration runes in the town. Initially, there were not many runes inscribed, which led to illness among those who came into close contact with them. This is actually a symptom of rapid aberration occurring in a short period. The testing data aligns with the symptoms of rapid aberration, and the deformed organs in the hospital serve as clear evidence." Hu Tingting, "So, someone is conducting aberration experiments here?" Lin Yi, "I cannot definitively state the individual's intentions, but such a situation has indeed transpired." Su Changyan, "What should we do then? Should we hide in the supermarket for the night, or proactively confront and eliminate the threat?" Lin Yi, "Naturally, we must eliminate the threat. These residual aberrant creatures have previously undergone a severe aberration reaction, a level of aberration that we cannot withstand. The adversary may already be preparing for our demise tonight." Hu Tingting, "I concur with eliminating the threat, as the current task seems far too simple. The system could not possibly assign us such an uncomplicated task. Waiting in the supermarket is akin to awaiting death." Zhou Wen, "Actually, there is another method. If the adversary is attacking us using aberration runes, we could simply eliminate the aberration runes in the town to eliminate the danger, right?" Lin Yi, "No, although I am unsure of the underlying principle. I believe he is instigating aberration reactions through this mist. The mist must envelop the entire town. He cannot possibly inscribe runes in every location, can he? Inscribing runes is no trivial matter. Setting aside the workload, merely wandering around the town would raise suspicion." Su Changyan, "Therefore, we must eliminate him." Hu Tingting, "And we must do so swiftly." Zhou Wen, "The system would not assign us an insurmountable foe. The adversary likely requires auxiliary devices to control such a range of mist to trigger aberration reactions. The locations of these devices would certainly exhibit abnormal conditions. And if we approach, I should be able to sense them." Lin Yi, "Excellent. You and Hu Tingting will scout the town to locate the adversary, while Su Changyan stays by my side. I possess an aberration rune card that will allow us to ascertain the adversary's methods before engaging in battle." Zhou Wen, "Huh? Is that the rune card that can kill even within a refuge?" Hu Tingting, "Are you out of your mind? That card can counteract the absolute safety of a refuge. Su Changyan. All the survivors who have used rune cards on our side have perished. These survivors were among the elite, some even possessing mental talents, including one with the ability to resurrect, and yet they have all met their end. Lin Yi, I will give it a try. Just ensure no aberrant creatures come near me. Lin Yi was fully aware of the risk he was undertaking. Yet he knew he had to experiment with the rune cards sooner or later, and this moment presented itself. Possessing the seed of spirit, his mental fortitude ranked among the strongest of all survivors, possibly enabling him to withstand the psychic shock induced by the rune cards. Moreover, he had a reality simulation opportunity. If he perished this time, he could simply forego using the rune cards in the next attempt. This was also why he entrusted Su Changyan to watch over him. The reality simulation conferred upon Lin Yi a significant advantage, the chance to learn through trial and error. To refrain from action was tantamount to surrendering this edge, which would inevitably slow his progress and might result in dying 10 times consecutively in some simulation. Lin Yi produced a basic rune of aberration and unhesitatingly employed the rune card. A vast influx of aberration-related knowledge flooded his mind, causing him to momentarily lose control over his body. Yet, the seed of spirit blazed within his consciousness, enabling him to swiftly regain command of his physical form. Opening his eyes, Lin Yi saw Su Changyan retreating to the supermarket entrance, vigilantly observing him. Lin Yi, what is the matter? Enduring a throbbing headache, Lin Yi gathered the chaotic information in his mind and forced himself to inquire. Su Changyan, you were carving aberration runes nearby just now. It nearly caused me to become aberrated. Lin Yi, I see now how those people perished. Zhouwen, how did they die? Hu Tingting, focus on locating the enemy's base instead of asking how they died. Lin Yi, their brains were overwhelmed by rune knowledge, losing control over their bodies. The brain, influenced by this knowledge, issued commands to carve runes, but the shelter lacked psychic energy. Zhouwen, so they walked out of the shelter on their own accord. Hu Tingting, hence, the absolute safety of the shelter was futile because they were no longer inside it. Su Changyan, that explains it. Does that mean we can use rune cards here as well? Lin Yi, it's uncertain. Without the shelter's protection, you might not endure the rune knowledge and could end up foolish. Zhouwen, what if we tie ourselves up inside the shelter? Lin Yi, can you guarantee you won't break free? Hu Tingting, no, I didn't expect such a trap. It's far too perilous. Su Changyan, the system already warned you. Those with insufficient mental strength should use caution. Zhouwen, every system note has a heartwarming reason behind it. Hu Tingting, truly touching. Zhouwen, I found it, the town's church, located to the north. Lin Yi, excellent. Return first, and give me half an hour to rest. Lin Yi retrieved a vial of spiritual elixir from his backpack and drank it in one gulp. His mental strength surged instantly, soon surpassing his maximum mental capacity. He expended his mental power to rapidly assimilate and organize the knowledge and techniques contained within the rune cards. When the effect of the elixir waned, he had nearly completed his digestion. Lin Yi, are you prepared? If so, it's time to make our presence known. Zhouwen, ready. Should we reveal our talents? Hu Tingting, my talent is related to combat. Su Changyan, mine as well. Zhouwen, my innate ability lies in the realm of the mind, which should enable me to influence the opponent's use of runes. Lin Yi, my talent leans towards support. However, typically, a first-tier mutated creature cannot withstand a single blow from me. Zhouwen, wow. Lin Yi, if there are no issues, let us proceed, ideally. We should resolve the matter before they can react. The four of them drove towards the church in a vehicle procured by Hu Tingting from the roadside, a local brand akin to an SUV. Su Changyan was at the wheel, guided by Zhouwen, who urged him to press the accelerator to the floor, creating a sensation of high speed amidst the fog. Hu Tingting, should we first probe the situation or charge straight in? Lin Yi, let's test the waters while advancing. It would be best to resolve the confrontation swiftly. Lin Yi concentrated, retrieving the CL-0 pistol, closing his eyes, and pressing the weapon against his forehead. The internal structure of the CL-0 pistol was intricate, yet Lin Yi soon located the already mutated flesh bullet within the flesh extractor. He began to inscribe a temporary collapse rune onto the bullet, navigating the complex environment for the first time while inscribing runes. He had to ensure the rune was etched into the bullet without disrupting the operation of the other runes, which was why he opted not to remove the bullet. First and foremost, he needed to ensure the pistol remained functional. Zhouwen, Brother Lin, there is a complex layer of spiritual energy protection outside the church. Lin Yi, ram into it. Charge through the front door of the church. Prepare for battle. Hu Tingting, huh? Su Changyan understood. As Lin Yi completed the final stroke of the collapse rune, the mutated bullet was on the verge of collapse. He pulled the trigger at the church's main entrance. Bang! The mutated bullet collided with a formidable layer of spiritual energy protection, triggering the collapse rune, causing the barrier to disintegrate from the point of impact. The SUV barreled into the church unimpeded, the debris of the structure pulverized by an unseen force, shards spiraling into the air. The force swiftly abandoned the vehicle, which too was shattered by that same force. At the center of the church stood a priest clad in a black and white ceremonial robe, who merely reduced the SUV before him to rubble without further action. Lin Yi refrained from assaulting. Instead, he quietly inscribed runes upon the church's walls. Although this church was not as rich in spiritual energy as the previous theater, it still presented commendable materials. What a pity. I had hoped to allow you to die without suffering later this evening, yet here you are. Such is the tragic nature of humanity, is it not? The priest remarked sorrowfully. Humanity is not inherently tragic. Rather, it is the foolishness of those whose minds are unhinged that is truly lamentable. Lin Yi continued to inscribe runes while attuning himself to the surrounding environment, scrutinizing the opponent's arrangements. Your handgun is likely rendered useless, is it not? I initially intended to block you outside the church and transform you into materials come nightfall. The priest probed unexpectedly. Perhaps it is. Or perhaps it will recharge on its own. Who can say? Lin Yi placed his hand on the hilt of his red blade, ever ready for action. Fog billowed into the church, accompanied by two grotesque mutated creatures. This is my masterpiece, the very essence of all life in this town. I have been awaiting their arrival. What are you waiting for? The priest directed the monsters to assault Lin Yi and his companions, while commencing the engraving of aberrant runes within the church. The church was the sole sanctuary in the town. Had Lin Yi and the others not breached its threshold, the priest could have easily worn them down. The two monsters were grotesque amalgamations, forged from an assortment of highly aberrant organs, further mutated. Each limb and patch of skin bore distinct traces of various human remains. Lin Yi commanded, Zhou 1, prevent him from inscribing the runes. You two handle those monsters. I shall maintain control over the situation. Zhou 1 acknowledged, understood. Hu Tingting responded. No problem. Su Changyan concurred, received. Zhou 1 retreated behind Lin Yi, activating his innate ability, which hindered others from utilizing psychic energy, though its effectiveness depended on the target's mental fortitude. The priestess inscription was abruptly interrupted midway by Zhou 1. The priestess' gaze shifted toward Zhou 1, only to meet Lin Yi poised and ready to strike. Despite their formidable strength and resilience, the two aberrant creatures were, after all, mindless beasts. Supported by Lin Yi's runes, Hu Tingting and Su Changyan effortlessly repelled their attacks. Observing the monster's tenacity, Lin Yi abandoned the plan to swiftly eliminate the priest, opting instead to saturate the church walls with runes, intending to outlast and exhaust the priest. I await your move. If these are your only cards, I suggest you end it yourself, sparing us the effort and you the torment, Lin Yi declared with serene composure. Though these aberrant beasts were durable, they could endure no more than 10 minutes, largely because Lin Yi's attention remained fixed on the priest. I never imagined mere investigators, not even reaching the first rank, would corner me so. I concede you are stronger now, but even so, I shall save you. That is the essence of the Redeemer Church. The priest shed his vestments, his previously proportionate form undergoing grotesque mutation, transforming into a 3-meter-tall, 1-meter-diameter cylindrical mass of flesh adorned with slender tentacles. Forgive me. I was never adept at combat. Thus, I reshaped myself into this form. You may attack now. As I said, I am no warrior. Lin Yi unleashed a psychic blade, its edge striking the priestess' surface but halted by an enigmatic psychic shield, failing even to scratch the epidermis. Simultaneously, intricate aberrant runes emerged across the priestess' flesh. The runes accelerated his bodily mutation whenever psychic energy was employed within the church. Zhou 1 reported, Lin, I cannot disrupt the runes inscribed on him. Hu Tingting warned. Those two monsters are mutating again. If this continues, we risk becoming monsters ourselves before subduing them. Su Changyan admitted, I can kill one, but after that, I want to be of help. Lin Yi replied, no longer necessary. Prepare yourselves. We shall confront the priest together shortly. Lin Yi maintained a psychic shield to repel the aberrant monster's assaults while swiftly engraving aberrant runes upon the church walls. The distinction between aberration and evolution lay in stability. Aberrant creatures existed in a state of inherent instability. The priest's aberrant creatures are grotesquely assembled from various distorted components, existing as profoundly unstable entities among the aberrant beings. However, this instability lies firmly within the priest's control. He does not require these beings to persist for long. On the contrary, he needs them to harness and unleash forces that a stable system cannot withstand. As an expert in aberration, the priest can naturally command this power that is ever on the brink of chaos. Yet, what if Lin Yi were to intervene? Though not an expert in aberration himself, Lin Yi possesses the ability to wield aberrant runes. By incessantly inscribing these runes within the church, he could disrupt the delicate balance, prompting the two aberrant creatures to unleash their ultimate power, thereby exposing the priest's vulnerabilities through this imbalance. As an expert, the priest quickly perceived Lin Yi's subtle maneuvers and hastily attempted to halt the activation of the surface runes. Yet, it was too late. Lin Yi and the priest locked eyes, both devoid of any discernible emotion, each steadfast in their conviction of being in the right, equally confident of their impending triumph. "Are you ready?" Lin Yi inquired. "Bring it on," the priest declared loudly. The two aberrant creatures erupted like bombs behind Lin Yi, who initially intended to withstand the explosion with his psychic barrier. However, at the moment of contact between the psychic protection and the energy, a dark sphere that he had glimpsed in the dim corridor of the cruise ship flashed through his mind. At that time, it had merely rotated normally, reversing Lin Yi's collapse rune back upon him. Contemplating the dark sphere, Lin Yi instinctively rotated his psychic shield to counter the energy surge. The energy explosion did not collide with his barrier. Instead, it curiously circumvented Lin Yi and his companions, crashing into the unsuspecting priest. This was the rightful retribution. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi and his comrades unleashed their most formidable assaults upon the priest. The psychic blade, imbued with tumultuous energy, cleaved through the priest's form, while an energy-infused shotgun obliterated his upper torso. Zhou Wen relentlessly employed his innate abilities to disrupt the priest's mental fortitude, while Hu Tingting swiftly maneuvered to the priest's side, stuffing a psychic bomb into his lower half. Boom! The priest was blown apart. Even so, he did not succumb to death. A thin layer of psychic protection shielded his remaining upper body. Retreating to the altar of the church, he relied on his tendrils for support. This layer of psychic protection proved remarkably resilient, and despite Lin Yi's attempts to sever it with cutting runes, he could not breach it. "Give up. This is a protective rune that has undergone multiple aberrations. You are formidable, but your prowess with runes still leaves much to be desired." Even in the face of death, the priest exhibited no fear, instead opting to instruct Lin Yi on the proper utilization of runes. "This layer of psychic protection is indeed strong, but I imagine your endurance is waning. Without psychic support, even the strongest barrier becomes futile." Lin Yi did not cease his assault. A rather ominous aura emanated from the priest. "You are correct, but that will suffice. Did you not wish to see my trump card? Allow me to reveal it to you." The priest bowed his head in prayer, and an invisible force swept through the church, expelling all impurities beyond its confines. Within the confines of the church, only the priest and Lin Yi remained. "Why have you not been expelled from the sacred domain?" the priest inquired, gazing at Lin Yi with unexpected surprise. "Why did you not employ this method earlier to banish us from the church?" Lin Yi, equally astonished, had initially believed the priest had intentionally kept him there. "This is not a ritual to be used lightly. As a priest of the Church of Redemption, I may only invoke it once in my lifetime, and its effects are irreversible." The priest, having exhausted his energy contemplating why Lin Yi had not been expelled, had more pressing matters to attend to. "So what is the effect of this ritual? You must enlighten me," Lin Yi urged, feeling a surprising calmness as the situation unfolded. "This is a ceremony to communicate with the divine. I shall draw upon the power of the deity closest to this place," the priest stated solemnly. "Why the nearest one? Are you not a priest of the Church of Redemption? Shouldn't you seek the strength of the God of Redemption?" Lin Yi pondered, uncertain whether he fell within the confines of this ritual. If the ritual demanded the power of a legitimate deity, he would be doomed. Such a simplistic ritual cannot specify a particular deity. Higher-level ceremonies are beyond my capacity to conduct. The priest's prayers continued unabated, though he remained mindful of Lin Yi, fearful of any potential interruption that could disrupt the invocation. "What if the deity you seek is unwilling to grant you power?" Lin Yi asked, sitting calmly across from the priest, as if resigned to his fate. Deities are not capricious like humans. They are guides, beacons amidst the chaos of existence. The only truth in an endless tumult. This ritual can barely touch the essence of a true deity. It merely draws a glimmer from the far reaches of time and space. As the ceremony approached completion, the priest finally exhaled in relief. Would you like to meet the true deity? Sensing a profound mental connection, Lin Yi tidied his hair and attire, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired. At that moment, the connection solidified, and the priest stared blankly at Lin Yi, speechless. After a prolonged silence, the priest, with a bitter expression, questioned, "How can a human ascend to divinity? Whom shall I seek to redeem, and who will redeem me? I do not know. I only know that I shall guide you to your deity. Perhaps you may pose your questions to it," Lin Yi replied, rising to draw forth his crimson blade. The moment the priest connected with Lin Yi, his fate was sealed. "O Divine One, permit me to fulfill this ritual. Since I am unable to redeem humanity, let my soul pay the price." The priest completed his final prayer, his form dissipating into the mist, leaving only a translucent crystal. This crystal bore a resemblance to the essence of the spiritual seed, suggesting it was a product of the spirit. After securing the crystal and collecting the priest's vestments, Lin Yi ensured no items were left behind in the church before stepping outside. "Lin Yi, at last, you have emerged. We were unable to enter, and you did not respond to our messages in the chat room. I was beginning to worry," Zhou exclaimed excitedly. "What of the priest? Has the matter been resolved?" Hu Tingting inquired eagerly. "It has been resolved. The town should pose no danger. You all go and sort through the spoils, and return directly later. If there's anything, just mention it in the chat room." Lin Yi prepared to return to the supermarket to retrieve the refrigerator. "That's splendid. I intend to bring back more daily necessities. It's truly unbearable without shampoo." Hu Tingting cheerfully pulled Su Changyan towards the zero-cost shopping, while Zhou sought out essential supplies. Lin Yi, on the other hand, ventured back to the supermarket alone to gather useful items into his shopping cart. An hour later, as the fog dissipated, the four of them arrived at the desolate entrance of the town, each pushing their cart of supplies. Suddenly, a pale green portal appeared before them. One by one, they entered the portal, returning to the train station. "Let us add each other as friends," Zhou suggested, gazing at the train approaching from the distance. The four exchanged friend requests. "Lin Yi, see you next time." Zhou, "Until next time." Hu Tingting, "Then, see you next time." Su Changyan, "Next time it is." As the train arrived, they boarded in succession. Station task completed, rewarded with a special metal treasure chest based on task difficulty. Extra task 1 completed, rewarded with extra task treasure chest 1. Extra task 2 completed, rewarded with extra task treasure chest 1. Extra task 3 completed, rewarded with extra task treasure chest 1. Please draw today's card. 54 Clown Doll. My turn. Draw a card. Lin Yi climbed out of bed, invigorated. This time, the card depicted a figure wearing a clown mask. As the card dissipated, a half-meter-tall clown doll materialized in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi circumnavigated the clown, unable to discern its purpose. "Hello?" Just like a real doll, the clown remained silent. Lin Yi touched the clown doll. Its texture resembled that of real skin. Very well. He abandoned his examination of the clown doll and began to organize the spoils. The first 2 items were sourced from the priest. Mental crystal, a crystallized form created from knowledge and mental power. Upon use, one can acquire the knowledge sealed within. Note: a highly pure mental crystal that requires no purification and can be used directly. Black ritual robe, a ceremonial garment for clergy. Wearing it increases the probability of ritual success. Note: it may also be a psychological effect. Combining the black ritual robe with the ritual dagger he had previously acquired, Lin Yi directly utilized the mental crystal. Since the system noted it could be used without fear, he felt reassured. A torrent of chaotic knowledge surged into Lin Yi's mind, but unlike the rune cards, he could regulate the influx of information by expending the mental energy within the crystal, allowing him to swiftly organize the chaotic data. After an hour, Lin Yi finally managed to organize the disordered knowledge in his mind. Most of this knowledge pertained to aberration and protective runes, along with some insights into ritual studies. The remainder was related to the Church of Redemption. The Church of Redemption was a vast institution spanning multiple realms, with a doctrine aimed at the salvation of all humanity. The so-called redemption resembled the priest's deeds in the small town, though the priest's purity was evidently mediocre, merely a peripheral member of the church. Why were there so many lunatics? Lin Yi rubbed his head, realizing he would need some time to organize and absorb all this knowledge. Next, he turned to the miscellaneous items brought back from the town. The refrigerator was functioning properly, so Lin Yi placed the mutated organs and corpse fragments requiring freezing inside, quickly filling it to capacity. After sorting the remaining items, Lin Yi began inspecting the 4 boxes granted by the site mission. First was the crimson chest containing a special medal. Opening it revealed a set of black formal wear adorned with numerous vivid red patterns. Nightfall suit, low-tier psychic item. Providing moderate protection against various attacks, capable of absorbing nearby materials to slowly repair itself when damaged. Note: appears quite formidable. Lin Yi donned the Nightfall suit. It fit perfectly and was comfortable, though the fabric's origin was mysterious. The design was somewhat ostentatious, likely to attract attention. Nonetheless, he replaced the organization's combat uniform with this suit. After all, it was a psychic item, and its merits outweighed its flaws. Next were 3 yellow mission chests. Just as Lin Yi was about to open one, he suddenly noticed the clown doll at the center of the shelter had vanished. Instinctively turning around, he found the clown's face pressed against the back of his head. To reach his head, it had gathered some miscellaneous items as a makeshift platform. "Oh, hello," Lin Yi admitted, startled. The doll moved silently, without so much as a sound when shifting the items beneath it. "What purpose do you serve? Surely you're not just here to scare me?" The clown remained silent, merely staring at Lin Yi. "Very well, as long as you're content," he said. Then proceeded to open the boxes, pretending today was not a day for drawing cards. The first extra mission box contained only 5 bottles of a dark red liquid, deeper in color than nutritional fluid. Low-tier nutritional fluid, edible. Replenishes certain special energies and nutrients. Note: prohibited for consumption by unranked creatures. The mutated creatures slain this time were few, so a few bottles of nutritional fluid were acceptable. Perhaps he could try feeding some to the alien eggs to observe the effects. The second extra mission box contained a single blueprint. Psychic Workshop Blueprint. Required materials: 5 low-tier spatial crystals, 5 low-tier psychic crystals. Note: requires a first-tier shelter to utilize this blueprint. Excellent. He needed a room dedicated to crafting psychic items. He already possessed psychic crystals, but had never encountered spatial crystals. Perhaps he could inquire about them in the group later. After applying the blueprint, Lin Yi opened the third extra mission box, which held a small teddy bear. He instinctively glanced back, noticing the clown doll peeking out from under the bed with only half its head visible. Teddy bear. Carry-on item. When you suffer lethal damage, the damage is transferred to the teddy bear. 11. Note: love from the doll. The teddy bear was slightly larger than a palm. Small enough to fit in a pocket, a fine life-saving item. Stowing the teddy bear away, Lin Yi began preparing breakfast. While watering the aberrant eggs, Lin Yi noticed that several of them had developed cracks, from which delicate, tender sprouts emerged, reminiscent of plants. However, these sprouts exhibited a striking combination of red and white hues, their texture akin to that of biological skin. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate, vein-like structures within the sprouts. Transmuted flesh plants, a special progeny deliberately created by a certain unique organism, capable of growing distinctive aberrant structures. Note: not edible, at last. They have germinated. Had they not, I would have resorted to using you for experiments. Lin Yi chopped some meat and placed it near the sprouts, also administering a bit of nutrient solution. After completing breakfast, Lin Yi opened the group chat and began to eat. 69564910000000. I received a transmutation card. I am preparing for an arduous night. Huh. Only now are you gearing up? My friend, if you have been hiding in the shelter these past few days, I suggest you await your demise. At least then you won't have to struggle. It is commendable that you wish to take a chance. Allow me to gift you one, but it would be wise to procure a bottle of nutrient solution to accompany it. Wow, a senior is gifting me. I also wish to take a chance. Once I can venture out, I could even provide warmth for the senior. This is also feasible, dear. I have sent a photo privately, absolutely authentic. Come on, colorful art brother. Are you still sharing those blinding images? The system is fine in every aspect, except it does not automatically censor pictures. Damn, I too am among the victims. I initially thought the legs looked good, even removed my pants. Yet I have yet to recover from it. Let us not dwell on that. Does anyone have information regarding nighttime activities? Didn't he, the senior, mention the war front? For specific details, we must consult the senior. Is Lin here? I seek a psychic item, and we can negotiate the price. Has anyone used it before? Are the psychic items sold by the senior effective? Not effective at all. You mustn't purchase them. I can hear the sound of the abacus from the shelter upstairs. Lin. Indeed, they are not particularly effective, considering they are experimental products. Do you have any spatial crystals? I need a few for a blueprint task. We can negotiate the price. Base 55 has fallen. Oh no, I was just joking when I said that to the senior. Lin. No worries. Senior, have you eaten today? Any news regarding nighttime activities? Lin. Food picture? None, but I advise you to prepare thoroughly. If it comes to a dire situation, perhaps refrain from participating. Although I have never engaged in war, it is evident that it must be exceedingly perilous. Not participating is not an option. I still haven't gathered enough of barren organs. Huh, you haven't gathered enough yet? What have you been doing? Can't you exchange materials for what you need? Selling aberrant organs, now listed in the trading area. Feel free to private message me. Lin. By the way, do not use rune cards in the shelter. Insufficient mental strength can be exceedingly dangerous. Lin shared his speculations regarding the deaths of survivors using rune cards in the group chat. Damn. So that is how it is. I wondered how even survivors with mental talents could perish in the shelter. It turns out they ventured outside. What are rune cards? It's of no concern to you, little one. Hurry off to bed. If I were to bind myself, could I then use rune cards without harm? You must confirm your inability to resolve this matter. However, if it remains unsolvable, what will you do once the cards are exhausted? Surely, you cannot remain bound indefinitely. Is it feasible to create an artificial psychic environment within the sanctuary? That depends on how swiftly you can absorb the cards. What if it takes several days? Use them. Such perilous circumstances compel me to consider selling them to a more powerful individual. It would enhance combat capabilities, far superior to clinging to the cards in a futile wait for demise. Huh, it sounds as if you possess rune cards. That stings, my friend. Lin. I am purchasing rune cards at a premium. How long does it take for the esteemed individual to regain consciousness after utilizing a rune card? Lin. Quite quickly, yet many first-tier aberrations possess greater mental fortitude than I. It would be prudent not to use my data as a reference. Impressive indeed. As expected of a prominent figure. Pray tell, how does one awaken their psychic abilities? Lin. Awareness is intrinsically linked to the mind. It is said that using aberration cards can enable one to perceive the flow of psychic energy, which serves as the simplest initiation. Additionally, seeking psychic items related to awareness and the mind and utilizing them repeatedly may yield results. Thank you, esteemed one. I shall proceed to use the aberration cards. I am purchasing psychic and mind-related energy items at a premium. What? I sold one just yesterday? What a loss. Lin opened the trading area and initiated private conversations, commencing the acquisition of spatial crystals and rune cards. Spatial crystals appeared to be exceedingly rare. Only 3 survivors sought to trade with Lin in the entire region. Ultimately, Lin exchanged some of his crafted psychic items and basic supplies for these 3 spatial crystals. Another survivor approached Lin to trade a rune card. The individual had yet to upgrade their sanctuary, and acquiring this card was purely a matter of luck. Lin traded a complete set of basic supplies and some of his crafted psychic items for this unknown card. Basic Rune Power, a card that allows the learning of basic power runes. Note: those with insufficient mental strength should exercise caution, stowing away the rune card and spatial crystals. Lin embraced the jester doll that had been hiding beneath the table, reclining onto his bed to commence his daily simulation. Simulated D-Class Personnel. Carl. Acquired Special Skill. Deadly Joke. Deadly Joke. You can randomly appear in a position unnoticed by the target. However, you cannot attack until the target is aware of your presence. Note: do not be alone, or it may manifest in any unexpected location. Remaining simulation attempts. Lin opened his eyes. This time, he was not beginning in a prisoner transport, but rather lying on the bed of a solitary cell. Carl was a young Caucasian, around 18 or 19 years of age, and he had no knowledge of how he arrived there. Bang, 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 bang. Ah, die, monster. Help. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Hurry and shut that damn door. Bang, bang. The sounds of screams and gunfire erupted outside the cell, but soon, silence enveloped the surroundings. Is this considered a task? It resembles sheer chaos. Lin approached the cell door, straining to listen to the commotion outside. The living conditions for D-Class personnel were relatively decent. The cell resembled a small hotel room, with a metal door featuring a peephole for external observation. It seemed imperative to venture outside, but how to escape? Cut or collapse at this moment? Lin Yi realized that there was an utter absence of spiritual energy within the confines of the cell. Not only was the spiritual energy suppressed, but even his mental acuity was stifled. He could no longer perceive the circumstances behind him. This posed a dilemma. He could only attempt to pick the lock, hoping the organization's locks were relatively simple. However, upon examining the door, Lin Yi discovered that the cell door was not locked at all. How peculiar. Why was it ajar? Had someone intentionally opened the cell door, or was it a result of some anomalous effect? Lin Yi cautiously eased open the door a crack to peer outside, only to be met with a grove of gray trees, each adorned with human figures. The individuals hanging from the trees simultaneously turned their heads toward Lin Yi, and in an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril, but it was too late. His head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering across the cell, leaving a headless corpse slumped helplessly on the floor. Remaining simulation attempts. 9. Lin Yi yanked at his hair as he climbed from the bed, sitting on its edge while contemplating the door. The unlocked door connected to an anomaly. Upon opening it, his mental acuity had returned to its usual intensity, and the concentration of spiritual energy in that grove was exceedingly high. Thus, the door served as a passage to that particular area. Yet, he had been able to hear sounds from outside previously, indicating that the passage was not consistently connected. Was the act of opening the door the key to linking to that area? Might the connection to that place be time-dependent? In summary, an anomalous event had transpired within the organization's base, and under its influence, opening the door could potentially connect to other regions, wherein entities might even escape through the door. My innate ability allows for random simulation of a D-class personnel involved in a mission. This indicates that the organization has classified this incident as an anomalous event task, and I have become one of the mission personnel. Why did the organization not dispatch a team to resolve the issue? Why was I transported into his body? It seemed that since I was within the confines of this base, the organization either could not or was unwilling to send external personnel to address the problem. Would opening the base's main door cause this anomaly to spread to the outside world? That remained uncertain. Lin Yi ceased his musings. Having surmised the purpose of this simulation task, his priority was to secure the doors within the base, while simultaneously seeking a means to address the catalyst of the anomalous event. After confirming the time, Lin Yi cautiously pushed open the cell door. Outside lay a brightly lit corridor, flanked on either side by numerous cells. The floor bore traces of blood and bullet holes, and not far away lay the corpse of a guard. Combat reflection. Lin Yi firmly closed the door behind him and swiftly approached the corpse, discovering a handgun, a dagger, and 2 magazines. The left side of the corpse's chest was punctured with a gaping hole, the heart having vanished. Like the cell, the corridor was devoid of spiritual energy, and mental acuity remained suppressed. It seemed the entire base, save for areas with open doors, was in this state. Although he had regained his mental acuity only briefly, Lin Yi found it immensely disorienting, particularly the inability to sense what lay behind him. After replacing the magazine and the handgun, he moved cautiously down the corridor, closing any open doors he encountered. The open cells were devoid of occupants, the only distinction being the presence or absence of corpses belonging to D-class personnel. These individuals typically faced one of 5 grim fates, encountering monsters upon opening the door at an inopportune moment, resulting in their demise and leaving behind a body. Opening the door at the wrong time and being killed without a trace. Opening the door at the right moment, only to perish elsewhere. Remaining inside the cell without opening the door, hiding obediently, or similarly, remaining inside but ultimately falling victim to a monster that intrudes upon their sanctuary. Perhaps due to the absence of psychic energy within the facility, the more intelligent creatures were disinclined to approach, and after 5 minutes, Lin Yi had yet to encounter a single monster. Along the way, Lin Yi collected various weapons and equipment. Presently, he was unable to wield psychic powers or runes, and gunpowder weaponry had regained its prominence. This was not entirely disadvantageous. For him, the absence of psychic energy was the norm, while for those monsters, this realm was undoubtedly an aberration. Suddenly, Lin Yi halted, for what should have been a corridor mere meters ahead had transformed into a slowly expanding pool of red liquid. The pool emanated from an adjacent open cell. The door lay opposite the pool, and to close it, one would have to approach the ominous, unknown space and traverse the depths of the unsettling liquid. Lin Yi had no desire to draw near. Life, even simulated, was precious, and he had no intention of courting death, just as he resolved to seek alternative routes. A humanoid creature with elongated limbs and a mouth covering half its head ambled toward him, swaying its head. Yet, the creature abruptly stopped before the pool, eyeing it warily. A glimmer of inspiration struck Lin Yi, and he unleashed a special skill, Deadly Joke, upon the creature. In that moment, he felt nothing amiss, and before he knew it, he found himself behind the monster. "Hey," he called out to the creature, delivering a swift kick that sent it tumbling into the pool. The monster, caught off guard, could not muster a reaction as it plunged into the depths of what should have been a corridor. Initially, it struggled, but soon fell silent, its body completely engulfed by the pool, as if it had been devoured by the very liquid itself. Lin Yi hurriedly shut the door, having no desire to investigate the situation within. With the door closed, the pool ceased its expansion, though it did not vanish, leaving matters beyond Lin Yi's control. Continuing down the corridor, he soon encountered a second loquacious creature, which was voraciously consuming the remains of a prisoner. Time seemed to rewind to when Lin Yi first encountered a blood corpse within the Crimson Labyrinth, a moment when he too had needed to probe the weaknesses of such an entity. The loquacious creature suddenly turned its head, a myriad of elongated tongues extending from its mouth, pointing directly at Lin Yi. He drew his pistol, aiming carefully at the creature's head, yet refrained from firing immediately, as the distance was considerable, providing the creature an opportunity to evade the projectile. Without hesitation, the loquacious creature charged toward Lin Yi, having already feasted on several bipeds. To it, he appeared to be a delectable morsel devoid of any capacity for resistance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the creature with precision, hitting its head, chest, and lower body. The creature emitted a horrific shriek, yet did not relent. Instead, it pressed forward, undeterred by the bullets piercing its form. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi resolutely emptied the magazine, each bullet finding its mark in the prior wound. As the creature lunged towards him, Lin Yi employed a deadly maneuver to slip into the creature's blind spot. The beast quickly detected his presence, but by the time it adjusted its trajectory, Lin Yi had already reloaded. Bang, bang. 2 shots felled the creature, but when he attempted to utilize the deadly maneuver again to position himself behind the monster, he discovered the skill was unavailable. Was it due to a cooldown, or could the skill only be employed once on the same creature? Lin Yi resorted to using his dagger to dissect the multi-mouthed beast. At this juncture, it was the only method he had to ascertain the location of the creature's mutated organs. Through dissection, Lin Yi uncovered that the creature's weakness lay in the heart nestled within its thoracic cavity, situated towards the back, shielded by layers of flesh and blood. Additionally, the residual psychic energy within the creature made it challenging for bullets to penetrate its flesh. Holding the energy crystal extracted from the heart of the multi-mouthed beast, he contemplated its potential applications. In the distance, the sound of approaching creatures echoed. The previous gunfire had attracted more of these beasts. Gazing at the 2 multi-mouthed creatures rushing towards him while clutching the crystal, an idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind. He absorbed the psychic energy from the crystal into his hand and skillfully maneuvered to position himself behind the first creature. Just as it became aware of his presence, his right hand plunged into its body. The collision of psychic energies neutralized each other as he crushed the beast's heart. The second creature was already closing in, and Lin Yi attempted to use the skill once more. This time, it activated without hindrance. Was it that each individual could only use the skill once? Or did the cooldowns operate independently? It mattered little. After all, his physical condition made waiting for a cooldown rather unlikely. With a firm grip, he extracted the crystal from within the multi-mouthed beast, finding this one much easier to handle than the last, where he had only managed to crush its heart. Digging out another crystal, Lin Yi continued to explore the base while closing doors, occasionally encountering more multi-mouthed beasts that he swiftly dispatched to claim their crystals. The multi-mouthed creatures were not weak. They could withstand bullets even in a low-energy environment. Yet the deadly maneuver was insidious, often catching creatures off guard during their initial encounter. Of course, Lin Yi was not without peril himself. Compared to the energy-enhanced bodies of the multi-mouthed beasts, his own physique remained woefully frail. Though he was not in immediate danger of death with each strike, sustaining a blow would surely result in severe injury. In the face of the looming threat of death, Lin Yi's movements became increasingly fluid, developing an almost peculiar rhythm between each action. In previous encounters where choices were available, he typically preferred ranged attacks. Especially after acquiring knowledge of runes, which allowed him to engage in a safer combat style. However, he now realized he might have made an erroneous choice. It was a matter of intensity and precision. As the distance increased, his control over psychic energy and output strength diminished. Conversely, at close range, or by channeling the psychic energy through his body, his control and output would significantly enhance. In the dark depths, remote attacks may be safer. Yet Lin Yi will eventually encounter opponents that cannot be defeated from a distance. He cannot afford to ponder solutions only when that time comes. Although close combat is perilous, I possess the advantage of simulation, allowing me to practice melee skills in simulated tasks. Furthermore, these D-class individuals each possess unique abilities, making every simulation a valuable learning experience. The interplay between the physical and mental realms means that with each simulation, Lin Yi returns with something akin to muscle memory, rendering close combat not a weakness for him. As for runes, perhaps I can devise some melee techniques that harmonize with them, such as this method of displacement. While achieving such a degree may be unattainable, swiftly repositioning before the enemy does not seem insurmountable. As Lin Yi contemplates, he dispatches the gluttonous creatures. Regrettably, there is no psychic energy here, or else he could experiment with these creatures to forge new skills. Nevertheless, even in the absence of psychic energy, Lin Yi strives to eliminate the gluttonous creatures more swiftly and effortlessly. Close combat often relies less on intellect and more on instinct. With the expansion of the exploration area, Lin Yi discovers that this base functions as a prison for D-class personnel, with most facilities designed for them. It remains unclear what triggered the anomalous events. The entire base is circular, divided into 3 sections: the confinement area, the functional area, and the office area, with the confinement area occupying half of the circular structure, while the other 2 areas each take up 14. Currently, Lin Yi stands between the confinement area and the functional area, facing a large metal door. Due to the anomalies, all access controls have failed, making the timing of opening the door his primary concern. No one knows what lies beyond. The preceding corridor merely required closing a door. This is the second large door Lin Yi must open in this simulation. He hopes to avoid any lethal dangers that offer no reaction time. Glancing at the time, Lin Yi opens the door. Behind it lies a familiar shelter, prompting him to slam the door shut without a second thought. What a pitiful wretch. Afraid to replicate the abyss gate, yet still attempting to deceive others? Lin Yi reopens the door, revealing a normal corridor of the base, strewn with numerous corpses. At the corridor's end, a heavy machine gun is mounted. Don't move. I'll shoot. A guard barks, gun aimed at Lin Yi. I'm one of you. Don't shoot. Lin Yi raises his hands, recognizing their shared predicament. If he can gain the guard's assistance, the ensuing challenges will be considerably easier. Are you a D-class personnel? How did you get out? Jim questions, eyeing Lin Yi skeptically, particularly his blood-soaked right hand. I fought my way out. I slaughtered those monsters. Listen, we are all in the same danger. I don't wish to die, so I've come to help. I can assist you in closing those doors to resolve these anomalous events swiftly. Lin Yi steps to the side, allowing the guard to see the corpses of the gluttonous creatures in the corridor. How can I be sure you're not one of those monsters? Jim is drenched in sweat, torn between wanting to believe Lin Yi and the unsettling aura he exudes. If I could kill you but chose not to, could it not serve as evidence of my lack of hostility? Lin Yi whispered the latter part into Jim's ear. Jim was startled, yet he refrained from any extreme reaction. Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. What shall we do now? Do you have any knowledge of what triggers these anomalous events? Lin Yi inquired. If we can address the root issue, there would be no need to keep shutting the doors. I do not know. I am merely a guard, but the captain has taken others to secure the doors. We have been ordered to close all entrances, Jim responded. Can you reach your captain? Lin Yi pressed further. No, just 10 minutes ago. I was still receiving messages in the group chat, but for the past 10 minutes, there has been silence. I sent a message but received no reply. Jim's tone was rather grim, clearly indicating he had arrived at some unsettling conclusions. Hence, he was quite willing to cooperate with Lin Yi, for he was at a loss as to what to do next. Let us proceed. Lin Yi glanced at the heavy machine gun, signaling Jim to push it along. Where are we going? Jim instinctively asked. Naturally, we are going to resolve the anomalous event. Rest assured, I am a Class D personnel, and dealing with such incidents is my forte. Lin Yi made his way toward the functional area, with Jim trailing behind, maneuvering the heavy machine gun. All the doors in the functional area had been securely shut. The captain had executed his task with meticulous attention to detail. Only the office area and the opposite side of the confinement zone remained. The duo entered the office area with relative ease, although they passed through several large doors. These pathways were deliberately left open as a retreat. Lin Yi closed all the doors behind them, as the office area connected to the exit from the base, rendering their return unnecessary. Upon entering the office area, they were unexpectedly greeted by the sight of closed doors, with only a few passageway doors remaining ajar, leading ultimately to the confinement zone. The door between the office area and the confinement zone was shut. Without a doubt, Lin Yi surmised that there were complications beyond it. Nevertheless, he opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Lin Yi initially believed he had accessed a corridor leading to other areas. But upon encountering a multitude of corpses, he recognized the familiar form of the gluttonous creature among them. The doorway was piled high with grotesque bodies of varying shapes, and the cells along the corridor had been flattened, the ground blanketed in dark green soil. The air was imbued with a faint trace of spiritual energy, and the suppression of mental power had lessened. "Captain?" Jim lifted a half-corpse leaning against the doorframe, judging by its position. It appeared to be the captain who had closed the door in his final moments. Shadows danced in the depths of the corridor, and the bright lights flickered gently, pulsing like the breath of some living entity. Lin Yi swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy from the environment. Although the captain of the organization possessed varying strengths, he did not believe he was significantly stronger than the captain at this moment. He certainly did not wish to meet the same grim fate as this captain. Jim, tense, aimed the heavy machine gun down the corridor, his fingers poised on the trigger, ready to unleash a torrent of fire upon any creature that dared to emerge. Lin Yi concentrated intently, attempting to inscribe runes within his body. The degree of aberration in this vessel was minimal, and he was uncertain of his success. Just as the two readied themselves, a shadow darted past. Instinctively, Lin Yi sidestepped, but the shadow's aim was not directed at him. Jim's headless corpse lay sprawled on the ground, having failed to pull the trigger even until death. There was no time for mourning Jim. Lin Yi dashed behind the heavy machine gun and pressed the trigger fully towards the direction from which the shadow had retreated. The rapid gunfire illuminated the depths of the corridor as numerous shadows flitted about, utterly shredding the machine gun and the concealed Lin Yi. Lin Yi jolted awake in his bed, glancing at the time as he pondered his next course of action. The shadow's speed was astonishing. Before he could register pain, he had been completely torn apart. Jim had mentioned that 10 minutes prior, messages were still being received in the group chat, indicating that the captain had only just encountered the shadow creature then. Should he wait until that moment passes to assist, or head directly to assess the situation? At the appropriate time, Lin Yi pushed open the door and stepped out of his cell. No, the shadow creature was too formidable. Even with his presence, victory was uncertain. It would be prudent to first ascertain the circumstances. If he could preemptively close the door through which the shadow creature entered, he could eliminate this troublesome threat. Lin Yi first retrieved a pistol and magazine from Jim's body. He needed to eliminate the first creature with the handgun, or even if he encountered the monsters behind, he would be unable to break through their defenses. With the pistol in hand, Lin Yi surged towards the shadow creature. Along the way, he dispatched all encountered mouthy monsters and absorbed every collected ethereal crystal. Utilizing the chaotic energies within the crystals, Lin Yi inscribed a slicing rune on his right hand and a protective rune on his chest. Regrettably, the speed and strength rune cards had yet to be utilized. Otherwise, he could have attempted to inscribe additional runes upon himself. Indeed, knowledge is power, the adage rings true. The closer he approached the exit of the confinement area, the more numerous the mouthy monsters became, and Lin Yi found himself dispatching them with increasing ease. The path presented little hindrance, and soon he was nearing the exit. A mouthy monster, its entire head covered in mouths, stood in the center of the path, behind which an open door revealed a steady stream of mouthy monsters emerging. Lin Yi refrained from immediately employing his skills. If this full-mouthed creature was the one that had previously slain him, using skills would unlikely ensure a swift kill. The timing of skill usage was crucial. The mouthy monster had already noticed Lin Yi, but it seemed more preoccupied with the door behind it than with its potential prey. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi fired 3 shots at the creature's heart. A shadow flashed, deflecting the bullets, and in an instant, it was before Lin Yi. Having encountered this tactic before, Lin Yi was on guard. He had prepared to evade before firing, yet he was still a beat too slow. The shadow grazed his left shoulder, and the feeble ethereal protection proved ineffective. The wound was deep, exposing bone, as flesh and blood scattered. The shadow was the tongue of the all-mouth monster. Gazing at the creature's grotesquely oversized mouth that enveloped its entire head, Lin Yi shuddered. He promptly employed a fatal joke against the all-mouth monster. The timing was far from ideal, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. The fatal joke transported him to a position just behind the beast, and the moment he materialized, the all-mouth monster detected his presence. With a swift motion, Lin Yi thrust his right hand towards the monster's heart. However, his hand shattered upon impact. The clash of psychic energies resulted in the weaker force being utterly obliterated by the violent surge of power. The agony did not extinguish Lin Yi's resolve. Rather, it heightened his awareness. He understood he could not slay this monster, but he had not yet succumbed to defeat. Before death claimed him, no one could halt his progress. Lin Yi utilized the fatal joke to reposition himself behind another all-mouth monster that had just exited a room, disregarding the chaos within. With a fierce swing of his remaining right arm, he forcefully closed the door. The all-mouth monster emitted a cacophony of piercing screams as countless shadows erupted from its maw, indiscriminately piercing every inch of space around it like a barrage of quills. Lin Yi narrowly evaded this onslaught by executing the fatal joke 4 times. Yet the targets he had chosen were all impaled and torn apart. Ignoring the enraged all-mouth monster, Lin Yi continued to activate the fatal joke to make his hasty escape. With the door now shut, the all-mouth monster was significantly weakened compared to its previous state. If the captain could neutralize it, this simulation would finally come to a close. Lin Yi burst through the door connecting to the office area, fortunate this time not to trigger any anomalies. Before long, he encountered the captain, who was accompanied by regulatory personnel, closing the door. The captain was a young man with a resolute demeanor. "Stop," he commanded Lin Yi sternly. "Very well, but I have crucial intelligence to share." Lin Yi sank weakly to the ground, his vitality drained from substantial blood loss. Even if the captain commanded him to remain standing, he was on the verge of collapse. "What intelligence?" Observing Lin Yi's dire condition, the captain softened his tone slightly. Lin Yi relayed all pertinent information regarding the all-mouth monster to the captain. Although skepticism lingered in the captain's demeanor, he instructed the regulatory personnel to tend to Lin Yi's wounds. "Thank you." Lin Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, as he wished to avoid commencing another simulation in such a state. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the captain's combat capabilities to strategize for the next simulation. Soon, the captain led them into the confinement area, where the all-mouth monster was incessantly opening and closing the cell door, attempting to access the previous passage. Without unnecessary orders or dialogue, all regulatory personnel began firing at the creature upon sight. The organization's frontline personnel were still employing gunpowder weapons, which were ineffective against the all-mouth monster's hide but left superficial wounds on its surface. Shadows flitted by, each one claiming the life of a regulatory officer, their cries echoing through the air, yet no one faltered. The captain drew his long knife to fend off the shadows. He alone could barely keep pace with their speed. However, he was merely a strong individual without psychic energy, capable of handling typical all-mouth monsters, but utterly incapable of confronting the all-mouth monster itself. Lin Yi found himself powerless, lacking even a usable hand, relegated to observing the unfolding chaos. Before long, the regulators were entirely annihilated, leaving only the captain engaged in a fierce melee with the Jabberwock. The captain, clearly a master of close combat, managed to hold his ground against the Jabberwock through keen anticipation, sustaining numerous wounds yet avoiding any fatal injuries. However, as time passed, the Jabberwock began to gain the upper hand, and it was evident that the captain was nearing his limits. Just as Lin Yi contemplated how to assist, the situation took a dramatic turn. The captain, utilizing an unforeseen method, suddenly cleaved through the Jabberwock's body, prompting it to unleash a flurry of tongue strikes, which pierced into the captain. Lin Yi hastily teleported behind the captain. The captain's body was torn apart by the Jabberwock, causing his long sword to fall. Lin Yi navigated through the captain's remains, clamping the fallen sword with his left elbow, and with a forceful twist, he plunged the blade into the Jabberwock's heart. At this moment, the Jabberwock was also on the brink of collapse, still intent on taking Lin Yi down with it. However, Lin Yi noticed another Jabberwock approaching from behind. He swiftly moved behind it, and then turned to flee, as he lacked the ability to confront the Jabberwock at that moment. Yet, after only a couple of steps, Lin Yi halted, finally realizing why the Jabberwock had been in such haste. Before him lay not a corridor, but an endless expanse of a crimson puddle. Lin Yi, the master of backstabbing, voluntarily leaped into the puddle, hoping to test whether he could traverse above it. Unfortunately, as he crossed over, numerous threads of red blood ensnared his body, dragging him into the depths of the puddle. It was deep, with no visible bottom. Shortly after submerging, he lost consciousness. And just before fading out, he sensed something writhing within him. I must first close the door to the room containing the puddle before returning to deal with the Jabberwock. However, to get past the door, I must rely on the Jabberwock across the way. But how to return? This means I need to lure another Jabberwock over here to serve as a springboard. Lin Yi stepped out of the cell at the opportune moment, meticulously recalling the timing of each creature's appearance and the various pivotal moments, ultimately devising a comprehensive plan for this simulation. First, he would acquire the handgun. Next, he needed to lure a wounded Jabberwock near the puddle, and this process had to be executed swiftly, fast enough to encounter the Jabberwock on the opposite side of the puddle. Additionally, while attracting the Jabberwock, he had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring it could not catch up to him, yet avoiding its demise. Having formulated each step in his mind, Lin Yi soon encountered the first Jabberwock. "Come on, buddy. I need your assistance." Lin Yi fired a shot, shattering the creature's right leg, and successfully led it to the puddle's edge. This time, he was slightly delayed compared to his second simulation, but fortunately, the Jabberwock remained by the puddle, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yi swiftly utilized his skills to teleport behind it. Hey! Just as Lin Yi attempted to push it into the puddle like before, an unexpected occurrence halted him. He found himself unable to strike the Jabberwock. At that moment, Lin Yi deftly closed the door behind him, abandoning his assault on the Chatterer and swiftly maneuvering behind his younger companion, emptying his magazine to eliminate the threat. Only then did he have the opportunity to scrutinize the Chatterer across the puddle, noticing something amiss with its condition. Perhaps startled by Lin Yi, a multitude of crimson veins sprouted from its body, writhing grotesquely like living organisms. Lin Yi turned and fled, deciding it was best to leave this matter to the organization. After dispatching all the Chatterers encountered along the way, he once again came face to face with the All-Chatterer. This time, rather than attempting to vanquish it, he moved directly beside a newly emerged Chatterer, promptly shutting the door. Subsequently, he quickly evaded the All-Chatterer's furious strikes. Before long, Lin Yi encountered the regulatory team, who were in the process of closing the office area door. After explaining the situation to the captain, he received consent to confront the All-Chatterer together. "Captain, can I ambush that creature? Do you possess anything capable of breaching its defenses?" Lin Yi inquired, glancing back at the leading figure. "I do, but only one piece. And it must be used at close range," the captain replied, locking eyes with Lin Yi. "Allow me to handle it. Otherwise, many lives may be lost shortly." Lin Yi halted, maintaining a steady gaze with the captain, knowing he had no other means to earn the captain's trust but through sincere appeal. "Very well. I shall draw its attention. You will be the one to eliminate it." The captain produced a spherical device from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. "But remember, I will keep a close watch on you. Any sign of treachery, and I will personally end your life," he cautioned, gripping Lin Yi's right hand earnestly. "I understand," Lin Yi replied solemnly. The sphere was a device capable of projecting high-energy blades, operable with a simple button press aimed at the target, remarkably straightforward and convenient. Lin Yi had witnessed the device's potency previously, so he had no concerns regarding its ability to breach defenses. Now, he pondered the timing of its use. Should he employ it immediately, or wait for the captain and the regulatory personnel to deplete the creature's energy before activating it? The former would likely save more lives, while the latter would enhance the odds of a successful kill. Should he allow others to risk their lives, or should he take the peril upon himself? This dilemma scarcely warranted contemplation. It was merely the duty of a D-level personnel. The instant the All-Chatterer came into view, Lin Yi positioned himself beneath it, aiming for its heart and pressing the button. Thanks to the All-Chatterer's reflexes, no further prompting was needed. The high-energy blade effortlessly penetrated the creature's vital area. The impact of an ambush starkly contrasted with a frontal assault. Lin Yi did not even pause to assess his success, employing rapid displacement to evade the All-Chatterer's final strike. The creature's black tongue pierced every corner surrounding it, and had the fatal jest not been so insidious, Lin Yi surely would have been impaled and torn asunder. "It seems I am no longer needed," the captain remarked, approaching Lin Yi and pulling him up. He had prepared himself to perish here, never anticipating such a swift conclusion. I too did not foresee it would go so smoothly. The organization's tools are remarkably effective. Lin Yi suddenly realized that the equipment was indeed quite impressive. No, that device can only be employed in close quarters, and engaging in such proximity with anomalies often borders on courting death. Moreover, its efficacy post-use remains uncertain. The captain cast a disdainful glance at the spherical object beside the grotesque corpse and remarked, "Indeed, that poses a problem. Perhaps transforming it into a throwable weapon would render it more practical." Lin Yi retrieved the sphere, examining its internal structure with keen interest. "Are you the anomaly that possessed the D-class personnel?" the captain suddenly inquired. "Am I truly that notorious within the organization?" Lin Yi frowned. "The organization has disseminated your profile to all mission commanders, urging them to report anomalies promptly upon discovery. You'd best remain cautious and avoid capture," the captain warned earnestly. "Aren't you a commander as well? Why the cautionary advice?" Lin Yi queried with curiosity. "I don't believe every anomaly warrants intervention. You have consistently aided the organization in managing anomalous incidents, indirectly saving countless lives. Until you pose a threat, I shall not act against you," the captain declared solemnly. "Thank you. Should I be apprehended, how would the organization deal with me?" Lin Yi pressed further. "I cannot say for certain, but I suspect they would extract your consciousness and transform you into an anomalous object designed for handling anomalies," the captain revealed candidly. The organization's stance had never been concealed. They either destroyed what they could not control, or, failing that, resorted to containment or negotiation. "Very considerate. It's time to deal with this anomaly," Lin Yi said without further comment. This outcome was anticipated. He had never harbored illusions about maintaining amicable relations with the organization. Simulation terminated. Remaining simulations, 7. Acquired 7 random items from this event. Title obtained. Master of Backstabbing. Lin Yi rose from the bed. The clown doll was no longer there. He had to admit, he had previously underestimated this card creature. 60 Warfront. Lin Yi found the clown doll wedged between the bed and the wall. Cradling the doll, he began inspecting the spoils. Besides the familiar medical kit, a K1 pistol loaded with bullets, and a simple ration pack. For new items had appeared this time. K1 shotgun, a mass-produced low-tier firearm by the organization, currently only used by lower-level operatives. Note: recoil is proportional to power. High-energy piercing blade, an experimental psionic weapon developed by the organization. Discarded after a single use. Note: must be activated at close range. Arbitrary door access card. Upon use, the nearest door leads randomly to an unknown space. The passage lasts up to 10 minutes and can be terminated by closing the door early. 11. Note: no one knows what lurks beyond the door. Mutated psychic tree seed. A special seed that can only grow in areas rich in psychic energy. Note: not edible. The shotgun resembled the pistol in style, with a 10-round magazine, but the ammunition was noticeably larger in caliber. The high-energy piercing blade was the spherical weapon the captain had handed to Lin Yi at the end. It activated with the press of a button. The permission card for the arbitrary door is a sturdy card, adorned with an image of a doorway on its front, while its reverse is a pale yellow, the material of which remains unknown. The alienated spirit seed is a gray, spherical seed, akin in size to a glass orb, and has a texture reminiscent of stone. Lin Yi meticulously categorized these items, with a particular fascination for the high-energy piercing blade. If he could decipher the technology within, he might replicate similar items, or even create more efficient tools. Essentially, it represents a method of utilizing spiritual energy, should his body endure. He could potentially unleash high-energy piercing attacks with his own flesh. As for the other items, the shotgun seemed rather lackluster, and he would refrain from using the arbitrary door card unless absolutely necessary. Regarding the spirit seed, he would wait until he found a location rich in spiritual power to explore its potential. Lin Yi cast a glance at his new title, Backstab Master. In a single mission, you nearly eliminated each foe with a backstab. Note: do not turn your back to me. After organizing his spoils, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before heading to the gaming room with the speed rune card. After consuming a bottle of mental potion, he activated the rune card. With the aid of the spirit seed and the mental potion, he regained control of his body after only a few seconds of disorientation. A wealth of knowledge related to speed runes surged within Lin Yi's mind, inducing a throbbing headache, but with the potion's assistance, this sensation swiftly dissipated. The chaotic information organized itself within his consciousness, no longer straining his intellect. The attendant observed silently as Lin Yi found a spot to sit, engaging in card play while simultaneously sorting through the information, all the while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to fortify his body. After 80 minutes, Lin Yi completed 2 cycles of spiritual energy, although his distraction in organizing knowledge resulted in a modest victory of only 41 red coins. "I shall return," he declared with a smile to the attendant as he departed the gaming room. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yi commenced the crafting of spiritual items, intending to etch runes onto his evening attire. For now, he would practice his technique. After a busy afternoon, Lin Yi finally completed his pre-battle preparations. Uncertain of what the night would bring, he understood that this was his inaugural foray into war, and thus he needed to be thoroughly equipped. With some time before the nighttime activities commenced, Lin Yi prepared a sumptuous dinner, also retrieving the clown doll from beneath the covers to join him for the meal. "Brother, I will trouble you again tonight, and I do not ask for much. Simply lend me that skill from the morning once more." Lin Yi spoke amicably to the doll, yet it merely stared blankly into the void, ignoring him completely. "Shall I take that as your agreement?" "Very well," Lin Yi whispered, gently pressing on the head of the clown doll. "Splendid. I knew you would consent." With joy, Lin Yi opened a group chat and began to dine. The clown stood behind him, its eyes fixated intently on the nape of his neck. "Are you participating in the nighttime activities?" "Not at all. I have completed the upgrades for the shelter. The war front sounds exceedingly perilous, and I have no desire to partake. You all go ahead. I shall await your return in the shelter." Sigh, "I am still short of a few mutated organs, and there are no other resources in the shelter. Trading is not an option, so I must venture out desperately. Trading is futile. The mutated organs in the trading zone have nearly been exchanged, and the remaining prices are exorbitant. Indeed, there are even listings for 100 red coins. Only a fool would buy those. Lin Gu, however, is discerning, only selling for 10 red coins. Where's the big shot? I am ready to rush to the trading zone for supplies. Enough already. I am on the verge of starving. Stop sending pictures. What? Is it possible for someone to actually starve? Isn't it true that you can gather everything needed from a single mission at a station? Just bring something back to trade with others. I returned with a heap of canned goods last time, enough to last me 6 months. To the one above, stop boasting. Some are too afraid to venture out. By the way, can I trade my self-heating rice for your beefkin? The picture looks quite appealing. Damn. I didn't find a suitable station in 2 missions and ended up choosing the wilderness each time, yielding only basic resources. Now I must trade my resources for food. Truly unfortunate for the friend above. Let us observe a moment of silence. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, War Front, 059. 59, why wasn't there a question about joining? No way. Damn, is the system trying to kill us? It doesn't matter. I was prepared to participate anyway. This is it. I'm doomed. I do not wish to die. Damn it. I have never even left the shelter. The one above is quite bold, directly heading into battle. Sigh, had I known, I would have ventured out sooner. Selling a set of mutated cards and nutrient solution in exchange for various blueprints and functional cards. You dare to ask for that? Trading with you is less appealing than seeking out the big shot. I am looking for a defensive psychic item. The price is negotiable. I am also in need of a ranged weapon. Who possesses a psychic protective item crafted by the big shot? I will buy it at a high price. Lin Yi no longer has time to monitor the group chat. His private messages are overflowing with survivors seeking to trade psychic items with him, many of whom included descriptions of their items, including rune cards. Most of these individuals wish to exchange for protective items for self-defense, while others seek weapons and other tools. Lin Yi welcomes all offers, prioritizing valuable items, until he has traded all his crafted goods, reluctantly pausing afterward. 61 Abyss Front. Lin Yi, you need not worry too much. The difficulty of such mandatory activities is unlikely to be too high, or else many would perish. Finally, the big shot has arrived. I seek psychic items. Shinjin, can you guess why the big shot has only just appeared? I managed to trade for one. This event is secure now. What? You all want to trade with the big shot? Naturally. At such a time, would one wait for the big shot to post in the trading zone? Of course. One must privately negotiate offers. Exactly. We are on the verge of the front lines. Why not rush to buy a gun instead of waiting for someone to send it to you? Damn, I am here waiting to showcase my speed in trading. I am offering a psychic protective item crafted by Lin Gu, in pristine condition, suitable for female use. Private message with your price, highest bidder wins. Same here. Same here. Alas, you unscrupulous second-hand dealers, your audacity is truly staggering. and I find myself envious beyond measure. I exchange one item. Yet no resource holds greater significance than the preservation of life. Alas, there are no more sellers, and even wealth cannot be spent. I still possess a few anomalous cards and nutrient solutions, which I am willing to part with at a premium. With the group chat silenced, Lin Yi donned his complete set of gear and sat at the edge of his bed, awaiting the countdown's conclusion, while the clown doll had mysteriously vanished. 000001. 0000. Assigned to corresponding power battlefield, teleporting. After slaying 10 enemies, survivors may choose to return to the sanctuary at any time. The more enemies slain, the more generous the rewards upon the conclusion of the event. Acquired special skill, Ace. When the tides turn, you shall become the ace. Note: the world lies beneath your feet, and the stars are destined to shine. What on earth is this absurd skill? I cannot comprehend it. Where is my magnificent displacement ability? Lin Yi had fully prepared to soar across the battlefield, only to find that his most crucial mobility skill had vanished. I do not desire a turning of the tides. I merely wish to revel in the slaughter of minor foes upon the battlefield, to leap and bound with abandon. Lin Yi gazed sorrowfully at the system notification, eager to test this skill, only to be met with a message indicating insufficient conditions. Before he could emerge from his sorrow, the teleportation commenced. With a surge of psychic energy, the heavens loomed heavy with clouds. Lin Yi found himself transported to a desolate crimson wasteland. The expanse stretched infinitely, merging with the horizon in a gradient of black and white. The ground was littered with fragments of corpses, some human, others alien, yet the majority comprised various insectoid remains. A disheveled army was diligently reinforcing defensive structures, and Lin Yi was among them. The disorder was not limited to attire and equipment. Most members of this army hailed from diverse races. However, a portion of human soldiers donned neatly pressed uniforms, equipped with standardized gear. "Hey, don't daydream. Come over and lend a hand," shouted a middle-aged soldier clad in military garb. Honestly, who knows why they sent these motley alien forces here? They would have been better off dispatching some logistical personnel. At least they could handle some menial tasks, remarked a nearby young soldier, disdain evident in his tone. Of course, they are here to serve as fodder. We need them to hold back those lower-tier insects. The middle-aged soldier responded matter-of-factly. The battlefield brimmed with psychic energy, and Lin Yi inhaled deeply, moving closer to assist the soldiers in fortifying the defenses. Had he known, he would not have engaged in cycles within the game room. The abundance of psychic energy here should expedite the process. Lin Yi silently listened to the conversations around him, gathering information pertinent to the war. Before long, he garnered a substantial understanding of the conflict at hand. This place is the Abyss Front. The Abyss intermittently attracts dimensions to descend into its depths, and the invasion of the Abyss represents the initial step of this attraction. When a multitude of abyssal beings invades a dimension, that dimension inevitably succumbs to the Abyss. Whether resisting the incursion of the Abyss or merely stalling for time to seek refuge in other realms, the denizens of this dimension must confront the creatures of the Abyss at the juncture between their world and that of the Abyss. This threshold is known as the Abyssal Frontline. The unit to which Lin Yi belongs is a coalition army composed of the Empire's forces and various alien contingents, a veritable assemblage of misfits and lesser beings. Naturally, their adversaries are merely the low-tier abyssal insectoids, regarded as expendable cannon fodder, tasked solely with guarding the fringes of the front line. The orders issued to them are simply to delay the inevitable. No further expectations are held for them. Even if they were to suffer total annihilation, the overall conflict would remain largely unaffected. Should they triumph over this wave of foes, it would only grant them a brief reprieve. This battlefield is a matter of racial survival and the existence of their dimension. They are but disposable commodities. Of course, none of this concerns Lin Yi. His sole focus is on how to accrue more kills. Here they come. A middle-aged soldier suddenly bellowed. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, where a dark line, resembling a tide, surged towards them from the boundary of light and shadow. Protective structures erected a multitude of psionic barriers, and all drew their weapons, preparing for combat. As the tide approached, Lin Yi finally beheld the full form of the abyssal insectoids. There are many varieties: the spiked carapace bugs, which bear shells and barbs; the acid spitters, hovering in the air and spewing corrosive fluids; the abyssal worms, lurking underground with gaping maws; and the rarer brain bugs, equipped with wings and adept at mental assaults. The first wave consisted entirely of low-tier cannon fodder, swiftly obliterated by a barrage of ranged attacks before they could draw near. Lin Yi envied his alien comrades, who wielded weapons reminiscent of machine guns to mow down the insects. While he possessed no means for long-range assault and could only watch from the sidelines. However, this situation did not persist. The insects, seemingly endless, soon advanced over the remnants of their fallen kin towards the defensive structures. A torrent of acidic fluid infused with psionic energy pelted the barriers, depleting their strength. Through the gaps in the psionic shield, Lin Yi unleashed blades of psionic energy, each capable of cleaving through one or two insects. The psionic energy in the front line was abundant, and Lin Yi scarcely felt its depletion. Swarms of carapace bugs collided with the psionic shield, splattering their brownish-green bodily fluids. As the barrier gradually faltered, Lin Yi extended his mental perception to assess the conditions in every direction. Once the psionic shield collapsed, they would be forced into the most primal and brutal close-quarters combat with these creatures. In the chaos of the battlefield, a moment's inattention could result in death from an unseen ranged attack. Breathing in the psionic energy, Lin Yi seized the opportunity while the shield still held, swiftly dispatching various insects and noting their vulnerabilities and attack patterns. If time permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to dissect a few specimens to study their anatomical structure. As Lin Yi executed a blade of psionic energy, the barrier before him flickered and then vanished entirely. The true war began the moment the psionic shield dissipated. A multitude of spiked beetles surged like a tide into the defensive line. Lin Yi deftly evaded a long, spiky limb, dispatching a nearby beetle with his crimson blade. But almost immediately, another beetle charged towards him. In the distance, a swarm of acid-spitting insects rained corrosive liquid upon the front lines, showing no regard for their comrades. The ground trembled as numerous abyssal worms, with gaping mouths lined with sharp fangs several meters in diameter, erupted from the earth, devouring the crowd. Lin Yi activated his nightshade attire, enveloping himself in a layer of altered psychic energy that shielded his body from all inevitable attacks. Initially, he focused his mental energy to observe assaults from every direction, attempting to evade them, but soon abandoned this inefficient method for a more instinctive perception of nearby energy intensities. As long as the psychic energy did not exceed a certain threshold, he chose to disregard those attacks, for they struggled to penetrate his altered energy shield. Even if a low-energy but high-intensity attack were to occur, he had his teddy bear as a safety net, and in extreme cases, he could always return to the sanctuary through reality simulation. Thus, Lin Yi entrusted his defense entirely to the nightshade attire while utilizing the speed runes on his trousers to swiftly maneuver across the battlefield. As long as he moved with sufficient speed, the attacks could not catch him. The crimson blade surged under his command, its red glow flowing across the battlefield, elongating and retracting with his movements, leaving a trail of insect carcasses in its wake. Nearby allies stood in awe, bewildered by the sudden emergence of such a formidable presence. Was this individual truly an outsider? He seemed not yet to have reached the first tier, yet even among outsiders, there were those of remarkable strength. Perhaps he was a civilian genius, overlooked and assigned to this location. What a shame, if such a talent could enter the Imperial Academy. The Empire would gain another high-tier powerhouse in the future. But lamenting was futile. Orders from above mandated a steadfast defense to buy time. And to disobey these commands and retreat to the rear would lead to certain death. You are right, yet I still feel a tinge of regret. As the one directly involved, Lin Yi had no time to ponder the thoughts of his allies. He was too busy reaping victories. With his psychic energy abundant, he did not have to concern himself with energy expenditure. As long as his physical and mental stamina remained intact, he could continue to glide through the battlefield. Additionally, consuming energy alleviated physical fatigue, and regarding mental stamina, he had 3 bottles of psychic potions at his disposal. The sole consideration was that prolonged absorption and use of psychic energy might lead to physical alteration. However, Lin Yi had his own evolution pathway. He typically conducted 2 cycles of energy absorption daily, which was well below his limits. If he merely absorbed energy for combat without deliberately altering his body, he could endure a full day of battle. This was the advantage conferred by a well-suited evolutionary path, as it allowed him to sustainably enhance every part of his body with psychic energy, significantly bolstering his resilience to alteration. While Lin Yi reveled in his fluid movements on the battlefield, a plump brain with gray wings stealthily approached him, hidden behind a spiked beetle. accompanied by several similarly stealthy insects. Lin Yi was gradually adjusting to the instantaneous acceleration afforded by the speed runes. At the outset of employing the acceleration rune, he was only capable of linear bursts of speed, resembling a stone hurled through the air, unable to alter his trajectory. Gradually acclimating to the sensation of acceleration, aided by his mental fortitude, the velocity of his cognition also quickened. Lin Yi began to experiment with changing direction mid-acceleration, even altering his course multiple times within a single burst. The scarlet blade flickered wildly across the battlefield, tracing erratic paths. Along the edges of these trails, the corpses of insects were shredded into fragments by the ferocious spiritual energy, leaving behind scars of a different hue beyond the blade's trail. Suddenly, a first-tier abyssal worm erupted from the ground, jaws agape, lunging towards Lin Yi. Several first-tier acidic insects spewed copious amounts of spiritual acid, attempting to block his retreat. A solitary first-tier brainworm waved its cerebral tendrils from afar, seeking to disrupt Lin Yi's mind. Numerous first-tier spiked shell insects swarmed in from a distance, poised to overwhelm him. The brainworm's psychic assault failed to affect Lin Yi. Confronted by the abyssal worm just inches away, he did not falter but instead accelerated abruptly, evading the dense array of fangs and plunging into the creature's body before it could close its jaws. Acidic liquid capable of dissolving earth and stone dripped onto his altered spiritual energy shield, steadily depleting its power. Cut! Lin Yi invoked the cutting rune, swinging his crimson blade against the worm's resilient, thick digestive chamber. A surge of spiritual energy erupted as the blade barely tore open a slit. The digestive chamber was a mutated organ of the abyssal worm. Once trapped inside, a first-tier creature rarely escaped, destined to be slowly digested. Emerging from within the worm, Lin Yi found himself surrounded by swarms of first-tier spiked shell insects. Nearby allies had been scattered by the swarm. No reinforcements were forthcoming. Despite being encircled, Lin Yi remained composed. Calmly brushing aside the insect's spiny legs, he retrieved a bottle of energy drink from his backpack and took a sip. Compared to the bland energy bars, the drink crafted by the organization was far more palatable, tangy and sweet with a refreshing coolness. Dodging the acidic spray of the first-tier acidic insects, Lin Yi sensed a sufficient number of foes within a certain radius and completed the final stroke of the cutting rune. Ever since his decisive slash in the supermarket, he had pondered the feasibility of wide-area attacks. At the war's onset, he had tried to mobilize spiritual energy to assault the insect swarm, but failed. If the supermarket was a placid puddle, the battlefield was a tempestuous sea. With his strength, he could at best stir ripples, never commanding the waves. Thus, he began inscribing large-scale cutting runes on the battlefield. With each movement, he etched a stroke, the fallen insects becoming spiritual ink, replenishing his energy reserves. This rune had taken Lin Yi a considerable time to complete. Now, having inscribed the final stroke, he activated the grand cutting rune with a swing of his blade, using the spiritual energy blade as a conduit. The cutting rune channeled all nearby spiritual energy into the blade, executing its cleaving function with formidable power. A vast array of psychic energy clung to the blade of energy, gradually entwining with more errant spiritual forces, thus forming a wave imbued with the concept of slicing, which swept mercilessly across all living beings before Lin Yi. Viewed from above, one could observe the barren expanse being swept clean of insects, a red and green tide extending towards the horizon until the tumult subsided. Witnessing this scene, the battlefield fell momentarily silent. Even the less intelligent insects instinctively recoiled from the direction of Lin Yi. What on earth is that creature? I have no idea. Does anyone recognize him? No. How could such a monster be assigned to this army? Perhaps he has offended a significant figure. Lin Yi swallowed the last remnants of his mental elixir, realizing that the activation of the large slicing rune consumed more mental energy than he had anticipated. While the effect of the large slicing rune was commendable, it was only effective against minions. It lacked the potency to fell more formidable first-tier beings. Retreating to the safety of the defensive line, Lin Yi was prepared to withdraw. The previous ambush had revealed that these insects were not mindless beasts. It was evident that they would seek to eliminate him. With his current state lacking even the strength of a first tier, he was acutely aware that they had myriad ways to end his life. His mission was nearly complete, and there was no need to squander his efforts on this particular endeavor. However, he still possessed a special skill that remained untapped. Lin Yi harbored a slight compulsive tendency. For instance, When playing games, he relished the idea of clearing an entire map before proceeding to the next. The thought of leaving without utilizing this special skill would weigh heavily on him for the remainder of the day, leaving him in a state of persistent curiosity. I will wait a little longer. If nothing changes, then I shall make my exit. In time, Lin Yi refrained from advancing to the front lines, instead retreating to the rear of the battle, wielding his energy blade to claim the lives of adversaries. His allies assumed he was merely conserving his strength, given his previous accomplishments, and no one questioned his decision. However, it was not long before Lin Yi found himself unable to remain hidden any longer. For all those in front of him had perished. He could retreat further back, and the soldiers would not voice their discontent. Even if these strangers did speak, Lin Yi would be indifferent to their words. Yet, he was unwilling to retreat any further. Watching his comrades fall from the safety of the rear was an experience far from enjoyable. Lin Yi rejoined the front line, engaging in close combat with the first-tier insects. But this time he refrained from charging into the horde. Instead, he meticulously targeted the insects' vital points. As a multitude of first-tier insects surged into the fray, a reckless charge would easily lead to demise amidst the swarming mass. The front line continued to recede, with the insects seeming to multiply endlessly, no matter how many were slain. Contrary to Lin Yi's expectations, the insects did not seem to deliberately target him, but instead focused on compressing their defensive line while dispatching swarms to flank them, attempting to encircle their forces. After a while, Lin Yi discerned their intent. The insects appeared to seek to exhaust his stamina and subsequently capture him alive. Although the purpose of their capture remained a mystery, one thing was certain: they would never succeed in that objective. As his allies dwindled in number, second-tier insects began to appear on the battlefield, tearing through the front line and devouring the allies nearest the breaches. These second-tier insects did not attack Lin Yi. Confirming his earlier suspicions, they sought to return him to the shallow abyss, to use his body for hatching higher-tier insect eggs. A sharp voice echoed behind Lin Yi. He turned around, only to find nothing there. "I will always be behind you, watching." Lin Yi reached back, but encountered nothing. "Be cautious. You have yet to utilize my abilities." He dodged the acidic spray from a first-tier acid worm and retreated to the rear of the battlefield. "Are you female? If so, I sincerely apologize. I should not have forcibly held you while sleeping. In our culture, we have a custom of embracing dolls during slumber. It was unintentional. My body does indeed contain female flesh and blood, but I am merely a puppet, devoid of gender." "Then I rescind my apology. Why can't you activate this wretched skill? Must we wait until everyone is dead?" Lin Yi retorted angrily. "My presence here signifies that the skill is indeed available. But you must make a choice first." "What choice? To become a puppet, allowing me to control your body, or to become a trump card yourself? What is the difference? I am powerful. Even in the body of a weakling like you, I can resolve the issues here. Moreover, while I control your body, your consciousness will not vanish. This means you can learn my abilities. If you are clever enough, you might grasp one or two lower-tier skills. However, if you choose to become a trump card yourself, I suggest you drink that integration potion first. It would make your escape more graceful. You might become the first trump card in history to flee." "What do you mean? Isn't the trump card your skill? Divergence card, door card, boat ticket, room card, card box. These cards are the system." "What are you saying? I can only share pertinent information with you or trivial details, such as those insects wanting to use you to hatch their eggs. Now, please make your choice." The voice of the puppet grew serious, as if to remind Lin Yi not to make the wrong decision. Lin Yi remained silent, producing the integration potion and drinking it in one gulp. How can a trump card be someone else's puppet? A searing sensation engulfed his entire being. A surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body, circulating within and strengthening his bones, nerves, and flesh. The process was extremely painful, and Lin Yi could only grit his teeth and endure. However, soon he could no longer perceive the pain. Not just the pain, but everything around him began to fade, darkening until he was enveloped in complete darkness. Lin Yi wandered in this void, reminiscent of an endless deep sea, devoid of light and markers, only an expanse of nothingness. Time seemed to lose its significance. Lin Yi had no notion of how long he had walked when he finally discovered a particle of light in the darkness. As he focused on it, the light particle began to expand, illuminating the void like stars twinkling in the heavens. Lin Yi opened his eyes. The battlefield remained brutal, filled with the remains of the fallen, yet he had completed his first advancement. The sensation of advancement was delightful, and Lin Yi felt capable of slaying those second-tier insects. But he refrained from acting rashly, sensing a dangerously formidable presence lurking in the distance, watching him. Lin Yi directly invoked his special skill, the ace. The Joker dissipated, leaving behind a parting remark. "What a pity. I was hoping to dance using your body. No worries. I shall return and dance with you until the day concludes." In a flash, a creature, half human and half insect, adorned with crimson patterns, appeared before Lin Yi. It lunged its forelimb toward Lin Yi's heart, leaving an afterimage in its wake. Lin Yi was unable to evade this strike. The creature's speed had surpassed his physical reflexes, ensuring the blow would land. However, a thin layer of aberrant protection materialized before him, forcefully blocking the assault. Lin Yi did not even glance at the perilous third-tier abyssal insect. Instead, his gaze was vacant, fixated on the void as if pondering an incomprehensible question. The insect creature, observing its broken forelimb, swiftly retreated into the swarm, perplexed as to why this seemingly feeble human had managed to injure it. The 64 rune combat technique, ACE, induces an extraordinary mental state, a state of rapid cognition. It does not grant omniscience, but allows for an exceptional level of self-control. So remarkable was Lin Yi's control that in the split second of the third-tier insect's attack, he conjured a 3-layered aberrant energy shield, interwoven with cutting runes and rotational techniques. He had not acquired any unfamiliar knowledge, yet effortlessly shattered the appendage of the third-tier creature. Lin Yi sought to utilize this state to contemplate certain perplexing issues, but found himself incapable of doing so. He could only harness this mental state to identify solutions, devoid of the capacity for active reflection. Moreover, this skill's duration was limited to 1 minute, with only 57 seconds remaining. For a war, a minute is fleeting. Yet for Lin Yi, it felt interminable. Suddenly, he materialized beside a second-tier spike shell insect, piercing its aberrant organ with a swift thrust. This movement and attack were executed through a blend of acceleration and cutting runes, rendering him extraordinarily swift. The second-tier creature could hardly react. First, second, and third-tier creatures are classified as low-tier beings. Fundamentally, their disparities lie not in their strength or the number of aberrant organs, but in subtle nuances. Lin Yi began to traverse the battlefield with rapidity, dispatching a second-tier insect with each halt. The insect creatures soon grew impatient. Within the swarm were numerous first-tier insects. Yet second-tier specimens were scarce, and it was the sole third-tier entity present. The stronger abyssal beings had engaged in the front line, leaving only it, caught in limbo, to be dispatched to the battlefield's fringes. Initially, it had aimed to capture Lin Yi alive, intending to utilize him as a source of active material. Now, its sole desire was to eliminate Lin Yi as swiftly as possible. Once more, the insect creature charged at Lin Yi, who disregarded it, employing his aberrant energy shield to deflect the assault while simultaneously leveraging the force to slay a second-tier insect. Thus, Lin Yi continued to eliminate second-tier beings within the swarm. Once he had dispatched all visible second-tier insects, the creature finally breached Lin Yi's energy shield. In response, Lin Yi reinforced his shield and drew forth his CL-0, aiming skyward before firing a shot. Thud! The bullet did not ascend towards the heavens. Rather, it traced a slightly angular trajectory, embarking on a protracted zigzag motion. Throughout this journey, the bullet not only maintained its velocity, but, upon each bend, gained speed. A discerning eye would reveal that these turning points coincided with the locations where Lin Yi dispatched second-tier insects. Ultimately, as the bullet accelerated to a pace that the creature could not possibly anticipate, it struck the monstrosity with devastating force. The creature's body was obliterated, leaving behind only remnants. Following the extermination of the third-tier monster, a palpable disarray swept through the insect swarm. Lin Yi continued his rapid assault on the first-tier insects, which began to retreat, taking with them the unranked insects as well. He successfully drove them away. This entire sequence transpired within a mere 53 seconds. In the final 4 seconds, Lin Yi established a connection with his divine position. He had felt the bond from the outset, but chose to prioritize his immediate task. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi once again plunged into the abyss of darkness. Particles of light illuminated the void, yet he did not linger in the brightness. Instead, he willingly traversed deeper into the shadows, guided by his connection to the divine. The duration of his journey was indeterminate. Perhaps it was a fleeting second, or perhaps it spanned eons. Lin Yi emerged into a realm drenched in crimson, where a blood moon cast its glow upon the dimness, and a dilapidated divine throne stood beneath its radiance. "Big brother, who are you?" A youthful voice chimed from behind Lin Yi. Turning around, he beheld a little girl with cascading pink hair, tilting her head curiously at him. "I am Lin Yi." He could easily deduce her identity and felt a twinge of anxiety. Only those connected to the divine could stand unimpeded before the throne, faced with the embodiment of divinity. What was he to do? He felt a sense of urgency regarding the incompetence of those two meddling holy figures. Why had he been summoned when the deity appeared unharmed? Was he merely to engage in idle chatter with the divine? How could he, a mere first-tier individual, possibly handle such a situation? "Lin Yi, do you know who I am?" The little girl gracefully passed by him and seated herself upon the throne, resting her chin on its armrest, her eyes half closed in drowsiness. "Of course, you are the deity of this realm," Lin Yi replied with utmost respect. "Yet, you inquire of me, even while seated upon the throne. What is a deity?" The little girl asked, her expression one of bewilderment. "A deity is a beacon within the realm of the spirit," Lin Yi responded, gazing into her blood-red eyes. "Akin to a devoted acolyte." "I don't comprehend." "Lin Yi, would you like to sit beside me?" The little girl closed her eyes, on the brink of slumber. "If you do not mind," Lin Yi said, uncertain of her thoughts. He could scarcely imagine she was pondering what to have for dinner that night. "Of course, you should be seated here. I feel compelled to say so, though I cannot articulate why." The little girl murmured sleepily. Lin Yi approached the throne and turned to sit beside her. Suddenly, the blood moon above blazed brightly, illuminating the surroundings like a lighthouse in the dark. Concurrently, in countless dimensions, several powerful entities were stirred by the crimson light. Lin Yi opened his eyes. This time, upon connecting with the divine realm, he did not acquire any new runes, but rather a skill known as sacrificial offering. The conditions for this skill were exceedingly stringent. Yet with less than 4 seconds remaining in his ace state, it was the perfect moment to attempt it. As Lin Yi uttered the 2 words, sacrificial offering, all the corpses within his sight began to converge at his feet, ultimately forming a towering altar of flesh and blood that elevated him towards the heavens. Before him appeared a box crafted from the same flesh, which opened automatically to reveal a pulsating, mutated heart. Grasping the heart, Lin Yi chose to return to the refuge amidst the terrified gazes of his allies. The frontline war event has concluded. A special war gift box has been awarded based on the number of enemies slain. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Lin Yi did not rush to sort through his spoils, but instead began to organize the rune skills he had developed during his ace state in his mind. Having lost his ace status, he found himself unable to utilize those intricate rune techniques. However, having previously employed them, he believed that with time and study, he would eventually be able to wield them once more. Cutting speed movement skill, cutting speed offensive skill, mutated rotational defense skill, bullet node acceleration and mutated maneuver skill, accelerated collapse rune bullets. In the brief span of a minute, Ace Lin Yi had conjured a multitude of skills to annihilate the insects. Now, he deeply regretted not having utilized the power cards earlier, but he truly lacked the time to engage with new rune cards, having already exhausted his mind with an abundance of previously used rune cards. Survival Week 1 concluded. After organizing his rune skills, Lin Yi prepared a bowl of instant noodles, retrieved a clown figurine from his blankets, and opened the group chat to begin his meal. 5376841000000 154765410000000. 3 monsters per person, not too shabby. There are still some who have yet to emerge. More will surely follow. Truly remarkable. Thanks to Lin Yi, otherwise, our district would not have been able to retain such a large number of survivors, nor would there be so many strong individuals who could decimate the monster pool to this extent. It's terrifying to contemplate. During the last station mission, I encountered a formidable survivor who mentioned that their area had only a little over 100,000 left. If I were assigned to that zone, I would most likely be doomed. I just emerged and still cannot grasp the situation. What does that population bracket signify? Is it not clear? 1 million people, each with 10 monsters. The remaining creatures will undoubtedly require our attention shortly. Are we forming a team? I wish to brush against Lin Ji's leg for a stroke of luck. It's hard to say. It may be evenly distributed. Aren't you afraid of being casually eliminated by the esteemed one? Would you still dare to engage? I'm a woman. Surely, he wouldn't be that ruthless. Then it should be fine. After you're done, lend it to me for a bit. Your playstyle is truly extreme. Consider this. If a region were left with only one person, upon completing their task and checking the system interface, would they not be utterly crushed? One individual against 10 million monsters. Just imagining it gives me a headache. Even the strongest would likely succumb to the onslaught of creatures, wouldn't they? It's uncertain. Perhaps the esteemed one could exchange for a few psychic nuclear bombs using his innate abilities. What on earth is a psychic nuclear bomb? It sounds rather formidable. Who knows? Have you utilized the psychic artifacts crafted by the experts? They are remarkably effective. I was fortunate enough to acquire one beforehand. Otherwise, I would have surely perished this time. Indeed, they prove quite useful. The psychic protection generated is significantly sturdier than before and can be employed several times. If only it could be used indefinitely. You must be daydreaming. I have never managed to procure one. Esteemed individuals, is there anyone who possesses the schematics for upgrading the sanctuary? The time is drawing near, and I have yet to obtain them. What? You have managed to survive until now. That is quite impressive. I thought those without schematics had perished. Perhaps your innate abilities are particularly strong. Did you hide in the sanctuary previously? The probability of obtaining schematics is exceedingly low, and the likelihood of finding the upgrade blueprints for the sanctuary is even slimmer. If they had indeed appeared, they would have been sold long ago. Why have you only come to seek them now? Today was my first time leaving the sanctuary. Previously, I relied on the charity of my friends. Goodness. What? You managed to survive this long? Your innate talent must be quite remarkable. Could you elaborate a bit? It is a stealth ability. I remained hidden until the conclusion of the war. However, I discreetly collected some spoils, which I can trade entirely for schematics. You truly are impressive. With such a potent talent, you did not venture out of the sanctuary? You managed to navigate the red rooms while avoiding monsters. I dared not. Perhaps you could ask the monsters that intrude into the sanctuary for a schematic. They might possess one. Strangely enough, if you go out to slay monsters now, there is indeed a chance of acquiring a schematic. It is better to take a risk than to await death. How could he have survived this long if he dared to go out? After finishing his instant noodles, Lin Night began to sort through the spoils. The special war gift box was a pure black, elongated container. Upon opening it, he found only a card adorned in black and red. War Summon. When you initiate a war, you may invite any allies who wish to participate to your location. 11. Note: I am the army. This card is quite powerful, but it is of no use to me at present. Lin Night stored the War Summon card away and examined another item. Third stage mutated heart. An exceptionally perfect mutated heart. Suitable for transplantation. Note: after transplantation, one will acquire the abilities inherent to this heart. Sacrifice is a skill used to create mutated organs, requiring a high demand of mental fortitude. The more materials utilized during the skill's application, the more exceptional the final product, concurrently increasing the demands on mental strength. Had it not been for the ace status, Lin Night would have been unable to employ this skill on such a grand scale. Gripping the mutated heart, Lin Night found himself at a loss regarding its utilization. Undoubtedly, this is an extraordinarily powerful heart, yet Lin Night has no desire to mutate his own body. Moreover, this is a third-stage mutated heart, and his current physical condition cannot endure it. He is unable to use it even if he wished to. After pondering for a while, Lin Night cast the mutated heart aside and pulled the jester doll hiding behind him to dance within the sanctuary. He has always been a man of his word. With a twirl of his body, Lin Night set aside those trivial concerns and began to relish the first weekend since his arrival. Before arriving here, he had not possessed a particularly optimistic outlook on life, belonging to that category of individuals who were reluctant to embrace death, yet harbored no great affection for existence itself. Conversely, upon his arrival, he found a renewed desire to cling to life. Perhaps it is only when one truly confronts death that humanity can grasp the sheer terror it invokes. All survivors in this region have completed their frontline activities. Additional activities commence. Surviving individuals are to eliminate the remaining aberrant creatures. 0059, 0058. Lin Night gazed at the countdown before him, undeterred, as he closed his eyes and spun rapidly within the sanctuary, fully aware that he had ample time before the countdown reached its conclusion. 0001, 0000. When the countdown ended, Lin Night was transported to a 30-square-meter white chamber, where a first-tier aberrant creature stood at the center. Without hesitation, Lin Night extracted the creature's aberrant organs with a mere flick of his hand, without even the need for his crimson blade. Soon after, a second first-tier aberrant creature appeared in the center of the room, meeting the same fate as the first. Lin Yi continued to eliminate the aberrant creatures until he had dispatched 5, at which point he was returned to the sanctuary. The jester puppet vanished, marking the official conclusion of the first week of apocalyptic survival. Please draw today's card. It was my turn to draw a card. This time, the card depicted a crimson chicken, and as it dissipated, a plump, red-feathered chicken materialized at the center of the sanctuary. You should have come earlier. I've already finished my instant noodles. What can you offer me? Drumsticks? Braised chicken? Or perhaps poached chicken? Lin Yi inquired, cradling the chicken with curiosity. He had anticipated such a day ever since the emergence of ducks and geese. Cluck, cluck. What did you say? Can you assist me in hatching that abyssal egg? Is that for real? Lin Yi asked, astonished. Cluck, cluck. The chicken puffed out its chest and patted Lin Yi's shoulder with its wings. As expected of you. Chicken bro, I entrust this to you. 66 Dark Mine on the 8th day of apocalyptic survival at 6:34 a.m. Lin Yi prepared a sumptuous breakfast and catered to Chicken Bro's request for fresh and delectable silkworms for hatching. He opened the group chat and began to feast. 535-799-10000000. You phone. Sirs, please save me. There's truly no way out unless you venture out to find a safe sanctuary, and even then, the survivors inside must consent to your entry. You are remarkably tenacious. All other survivors without upgraded sanctuaries have perished, with not a single one enduring for even 10 minutes. Yet you somehow survived the night. Why not take some photos? After all, if death is imminent, you might as well leave behind some intel for your brothers. A useful photo in exchange for a morsel of food. Surely you do not wish to become a starving ghost? Brother, you reside in a residential area while I dwell in an office building. Even if I permitted you entry into the sanctuary, you would be unable to come. Lin Yi reviewed the previous messages and realized that this individual was indeed the survivor with latent abilities related to concealment from the previous night. All other survivors without upgraded sanctuaries had perished by then, leaving only him steadfast and alive, sharing external information in the chat. They have been in this city for a week, yet they remain almost entirely oblivious to the world beyond the confines of the shelter. Every survivor who dared to venture out has met with inevitable demise, without exception. This situation cannot persist. If each upgrade of the shelter necessitates 10 inferior mutated organs, the majority of survivors will gradually be eliminated, leaving them to devise methods to survive in the city without reliance on the shelter. Many survivors have contemplated this predicament. Thus, a considerable number are now urging Euphone to explore the city beyond the shelter, with some even offering attractive incentives. Euphone, esteemed leaders, I truly lack the courage to step outside. The moment I cease to utilize my gifted abilities, monsters will swiftly invade. The outside world is undoubtedly teeming with them. Moreover, there has been unsettling movement in the restroom, and I now dread approaching the door. It is indeed perilous. Did not Brother Lin mention the presence of silkworms in the sewers? Ugh, just the thought sends shivers down my spine. But does that not mean you cannot even use water? What, then, is the purpose of hiding in the shelter? Euphone, there are still some supplies within the shelter, and the water in my flask is sufficient for the time being. Is there a benevolent soul in a nearby building willing to grant me refuge in the shelter? I am not nearby. Neither am I. What are you thinking? The shelter is the foundation of survival. Who would allow a stranger to enter their sanctum? If such a person exists, you must be cautious. Indeed, I have no desire to be killed in my sleep. Euphone, I would never commit such an act. Who can say? Alas, discussing trust in such a place is exceedingly difficult. Lin Yi remained silent. He would neither urge the other to venture into the city nor offer assistance without reason. After finishing breakfast and engaging in a brief session with Brother G, he reclined on his bed to commence his daily simulation. Buzzing, buzzing, the familiar scenario of the prison transport and inmate attire began. Lin Yi had grown somewhat accustomed to the daily life of a Class D personnel. Simulated Class D personnel, Mason, remaining simulation attempts. Tin Mason is a young man with yellow skin, possessing a well-proportioned physique and fairly decent physical capabilities. This time, there was only Lin Yi as the Class D personnel in the transport, overseen by the familiar quartet of supervisors. The transport traversed a desolate path, with barren wilderness visible outside the window. Why is there only one Class D personnel? Lin Yi found this peculiar. If the task involves addressing an unknown anomalous event, at least a few Class D personnel should be prepared to scout the area, as the organization is never stingy in this regard. This implies that the organization has deemed it necessary to expend only one Class D personnel for this anomaly, or perhaps only Mason meets certain criteria. This is not favorable news for Lin Yi, as it suggests that even the organization may struggle to handle this anomaly. More likely, the anomaly is exceedingly troublesome, leading the organization to prefer the regular expenditure of Class D personnel as a resolution. The question is, to what extent must I perform to conclude the simulation? Is it sufficient to perish as expendables within, or must I resolve the anomalous event? Before Lin Yi could ponder further, the transport halted outside an abandoned mine. The supervising personnel escorted Lin Yi into a mine cart and descended into the depths of the cavern, where the cart paused before a pitch-black pit leading underground. Devoid of any protective gear or illumination, clad solely in a prisoner's uniform, Lin Yi was forcibly ushered by the guards into the pitch-black mine shaft. After enduring a prolonged descent spanning several minutes, Lin Yi believed his demise was inevitable. Even if the abyss below concealed an underground lake, survival seemed utterly implausible. Yet, contrary to his grim expectations, he landed upon solid ground. His leg was shattered, his internal organs mangled, one eye blinded, half of his brain crushed, and his entire body riddled with multiple comminuted fractures. Yet, remarkably, he did not perish. What kind of infernal place was this? The excruciating agony coursing through his body tempted Lin Yi to relinquish life instantaneously, but he dared not make any extraneous movements. Should he fail in any attempt at self-destruction and lose all mobility, he risked eternal entrapment in this desolate abyss. Attempting to move, he found himself incapable even of flexing a single finger. Fortunately, the mine was suffused with a faint spiritual energy. By harnessing this ethereal force, he endeavored to transmute his ravaged body. At that moment, faint sounds emanated nearby. Sensing his surroundings, Lin Yi discerned several piles of mutilated flesh akin to his own state. These individuals had not succumbed to death, and none knew how long they had agonizingly endured in this darkness. Determined not to share their fate of eternal suffering, Lin Yi hastened the inscription of transmutation runes. The priest's profound research into fundamental transmutation runes surpassed ordinary comprehension. Had Lin Yi not absorbed the priest's spiritual crystallization, he would have been incapable of inscribing these runes upon his mutilated form. Within a mere 10 minutes, he completed partial bodily transmutation, successfully manifesting 2 limb-like appendages to aid his mobility. Testing his newfound limbs, Lin Yi moved with success. The priest's knowledge, acquired through rigorous practice, proved flawlessly applicable. Yet he refrained from venturing deeper into the mine at once. He needed to transmute offensive organs. Although immortal, he risked ruin if his components were stripped away by enemies. Though uncertain whether adversaries lurked here, prudence dictated preparedness. Reflecting upon the priest's teachings, Lin Yi realized the spiritual crystallization contained scant information regarding offensive transmutation organs. The priest had been truthful. Combat was not his forte. Resigned, Lin Yi fashioned 2 rudimentary spiked tentacles and inscribed simple protective runes upon his body. This was the extent of his current capability. Lacking sufficient materials, even a master of transmutation would find no solution. Cautiously circumventing the shattered D-class personnel, Lin Yi painfully crawled deeper into the mine. He would not treat these living remnants as mere resources. Transmutation would only exacerbate their torment rather than deliver death. Whimpering and moaning emerged from the heaps of flesh. In the utter darkness, they could not see Lin Yi, but sensed a presence passing by. They uttered plaintive sounds, as if beseeching divine forgiveness for their sins, imploring for the grace to reclaim the right to die. Although Lin Yi could be considered a half-deity, his current condition was scarcely better than those around him. Thus, there were no divine beings to rescue them, only a human yearning for self-preservation. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Lin Yi crawled and adapted to his new physical form. Before long, he left the screams behind and ventured deep into the mine. The mine was shrouded in darkness, compelling Lin Yi to rely on his mental acuity to perceive his surroundings. Soon, he encountered his first adversary, a rat with 4 limbs the size of an arm. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief for having prepared beforehand. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to the creature's gnawing. The rat circled him a few times, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of flesh, lunging at Lin Yi's battered body. It met its demise upon colliding with Lin Yi's spiny appendage. As a first-tier psion, predicting the rat's trajectory posed little challenge. Strangely, he could slay this rat. Yet despite his grievous injuries, he remained alive. Lin Yi attempted to assimilate the rat's corpse into his being like a weapon augmentation. In no time, he sprouted a new spiny limb. The depths of the mine resembled a chaotic labyrinth, with numerous paths leading to unknown destinations. Lin Yi traversed these passages, oblivious to the reason behind their survival and uncertain if he would find answers within the mine. Yet, he could not remain idle like others, waiting for divine absolution. Along the way, Lin Yi continually dispatched the mining rats, transforming their remains into parts of his own anatomy. However, the mine was not solely inhabited by rats. It also teemed with elongated creatures resembling centipedes. These creatures varied in size and girth. While he could handle the smaller ones, he had to evade the larger specimens. Additionally, massive cave spiders lurked in certain passages, spinning webs and lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Lin Yi yearned to acquire a few spider legs for mobility. But given his current agility, approaching those intersections would be tantamount to offering himself as a meal. No delivery service could match such a fate. He needed a specialized organ for offense, preferably one capable of ranged attacks. Had he known, he would have studied the structure of that heart, as well as the first-tier eyeball. The simulated tasks could not harness the power of his original form, but knowledge is power. If he could develop formidable mutation structures from D-tier individuals, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. But am I not a deity? Could I not pray to myself for the delivery of a mutated heart? Speaking of which, it seems there are rituals pertaining to this in the priest's spiritual essence. However, such divine rituals are notoriously complex, and my original form is presently slumbering in the sanctuary. It is unlikely anyone would respond, not even Chicken Brother. Would she respond? Based on the skills I have acquired, she appears adept at mutation. Since we occupy the same divine seat, one might consider us colleagues. Surely, attempting this would not incite her ire. With determination, Lin Yi tore off his entire arm, along with half of his shoulder, and gathered several rat appendages and a few centipede segments as offerings, commencing his first sacrificial ritual. The so-called sacrificial ritual is, in essence, rather uncomplicated, bearing a resemblance to remote communication, and comprises three principal components: the sender of the message, known as the sacrificer, the recipient of the message, which may be a deity or any formidable entity, provided the sacrificer is amenable, and, most critically, the communication channel. This latter aspect is the most perilous part of the sacrificial ritual, for a misstep could lead to unforeseen calamities. However, Lin Yi need not concern himself with this component, as he is directly connected to the divine, ensuring that the ritual will not falter as long as the entity consents to assist. Through this connection, the recipient should be able to project their power. With eyes closed, Lin Yi established this connection to the divine and embarked on his first sincere prayer of his life. Yet, he soon encountered a grave dilemma. He was uncertain how to address the entity and whether it would recognize him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi began to whisper his prayer. "O great deity, Lord Lin Yi, I beseech you to transform this refuse into a ranged weapon. Tonight, I shall prepare a lavish feast in your honor as a token of my gratitude." After reciting this several times, he opened his eyes to find that the heap of refuse had vanished, replaced by a grotesque creation resembling a gun barrel. "Thank you immensely for your assistance," Lin Yi said earnestly. Once he expressed his gratitude, he grasped the gun barrel, which seamlessly integrated with his body, beginning to grow within him until it became an intrinsic part of himself, more genuine than the original. Had an unsuspecting individual been to dissect Lin Yi at that moment, they would likely conclude that this gun barrel constituted his true essence, with the rest merely being attachments. Lin Yi utilized his mental faculties to perceive the gun barrel, yet he could not fathom its operational principles even from within his own body. Nevertheless, he instinctively mastered its usage, akin to wielding an arm. He commenced the transformation of flesh into ammunition for the gun barrel. It contained a single round, far superior to the inferior replicas he had crafted, making it an extravagant choice for hunting spiders. Once the ammunition was prepared, Lin Yi set out in search of a path adorned with spider webs. It was not long before he encountered a cave spider, a first-tier mutated creature, measuring a full meter in length, with its mutated organs located in its midsection. With a decisive shot from his newly transformed right hand, Lin Yi struck the spider's mutated organ, catching it completely off guard, as it had never encountered such a weapon before. After dispatching the spider, Lin Yi began to process its remains. He needed to connect the 8 long legs of the spider to himself to enable normal locomotion. The knowledge contained within the priest's mental crystal regarding the integration of foreign organs, combined with the rune techniques he had learned from assembling humanoid forms, made the task of attaching several spider legs manageable. After 20 minutes of effort, Lin Yi successfully fused several spider legs to his own body. Although he still walked with a slight limp, he was finally able to move about with relative normalcy. After meticulously adjusting to his new form, Lin Yi swayed side to side, skillfully maneuvering with his 8 legs. Initially, he was somewhat clumsy, but soon he acclimated to the sensation of multi-legged locomotion, even beginning to leap about within the cavern. With 8 limbs at his disposal, he was able to exert force in a staggered manner, enabling him to traverse the walls with remarkable ease. Lin Yi commenced the eradication of the aberrant creatures inhabiting the mine, amalgamating some of their corpses onto his own body while fashioning the remainder into ammunition for his right hand. After clearing a nest of large, elongated worms, Lin Yi stumbled upon a peculiar, multicolored mineral within the worm's lair. This stone appeared far from ordinary, resembling a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues akin to a series of tiny, shimmering lights. He dug into the cavern's walls for a short while and soon discovered a similar stone embedded within. It was highly likely that this mineral was connected to the anomalies in the area. Perhaps he could trace the source of the disturbance by examining the mineral's density. Lin Yi endeavored to sense the minerals within the cavern's walls and gradually moved toward areas abundant with such stones. After navigating the labyrinthine passages for an hour, he finally arrived at a region rich in the peculiar mineral. This place was a vast, hollowed subterranean chamber the size of a football field, its walls adorned with exposed minerals that illuminated the entire space. It appeared that some activities had taken place here previously, yet only remnants of those actions remained. At the far end of the chamber lay a grotesque, swollen humanoid creature, its body covered in minerals and festering sores. If not for the traces of humanity evident in some of its organs, Lin Yi would scarcely recognize it as having once been human. Naturally, his own appearance was not much better. Embedded in the wall behind the creature was a door crafted from the same mineral, resembling a sentinel guarding its threshold. Rather than attempting to communicate with the mineral beast, Lin Yi leaped closer, greeting it with a well-aimed shot from his right hand. The bullet shattered the aberrant organ within the creature, yet it seemed utterly unfazed, letting out a roar and lunging towards Lin Yi. He swiftly jumped back, relentlessly attacking various parts of the monster. But no matter how he struck, the creature would rapidly regenerate. Even if its joints were shattered, the severed parts would soon grotesquely fuse back together. However, the mineral creature did not pursue him beyond its mineral domain. As soon as Lin Yi retreated into the mine, it ceased its chase, returning to its post. This situation posed a dilemma, leading Lin Yi to contemplate the efficacy of that bullet. After several forays in and out of the mineral chamber, he concluded that mere attrition would not suffice to vanquish this beast. He resolved to employ the potent bullet to deliver a decisive blow. The pressing question remained. After expending that bullet, should he attempt to confront the creature or open the door? Engaging the monster bore significant risks. If the bullet failed to incapacitate it, he would find himself in dire straits. Even if he survived, there was the peril of becoming trapped. Opening the door carried its own uncertainties. It might not budge, and he had no knowledge of what lay beyond. After much contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately decided to investigate what lay behind the door. If it turned out to be blocked, he could devise a means to return, whereas proximity to the creature might preclude any chance of escape. With a resolute decision, Lin Yi loaded the bullet and leaped once more into the realm of ores. The ore creature charged towards him immediately, though its intellect was lacking. It served as a competent guardian. Lin Yi, undeterred, bounded towards the creature and, from a distance of less than a meter, fired a shot at its upper body. Boom! The upper half of the ore creature was obliterated, its lower half collapsing uselessly to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi utilized all 8 limbs, jumping several times to reach the entrance of the ore door. As he pushed open the ore door, he sensed the half-body of the ore creature rising behind him. Swiftly advancing towards him, Lin Yi hurried inside and shut the ore door. Thud! The creature collided with the wall beside the door, refraining from touching the door itself, let alone entering to trouble Lin Yi. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Within the door lay a chamber entirely constructed from colorful ores, measuring merely 50 square meters, yet boasting a lofty ceiling exceeding 10 meters. In the center stood a headless statue of a human figure, its chest adorned with a colorful crystal. which bore a resemblance to the surrounding ores but appeared far purer. Lin Yi cautiously scanned the entire room, initially anticipating peril, yet after a while, he discerned no immediate threats. Could the danger lie within the statue? Standing before it, he sensed no malevolence and attempted to excavate the colorful crystal from the statue. The moment he grasped the crystal, he convulsed and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Simulation end. Remaining simulation attempts. 10. And used simulation attempts. Do you wish to acquire the core item? Acquire. Core item acquired. Redemption Divine Stone, X1. Title acquired. Aberrant. Upon returning to the refuge, Lin Yi finally comprehended that he had resolved the anomaly. The state of invulnerability had dissipated. He had sustained grievous injuries, with his internal organs missing. Thus, upon the lifting of that state, he perished. I initially suspected the crystal was cursed, yet the resolution proved so straightforward. Lin Yi picked up the luminous crystal from the floor of the refuge, beginning to examine the system's description. Redemption Divine Stone, a relic of the Redemption sect, possessing the power of salvation. Most who have come into contact with it became followers of the God of Redemption. Note: death is the true salvation. So it was a relic of the Redemption sect. No wonder it seemed so dubious. Entering that mine easily transforms one into a devotee of redemption, which explains why the organization refrained from dispatching individuals to handle the anomaly. Was throwing people in there some sort of ritual? I am half divine and cannot revere other deities, so I am unaffected. Lin Yi found a small box to securely store the Redemption Divine Stone, not wishing for the refuge to glow with colorful lights at night. After securing the Redemption Divine Stone, Lin Yi glanced at his new title. Aberrant. You have mutated your body and can proficiently utilize the newly evolved organs. Note: the beginning of the path of mutation, not my own body. Lin Yi could not help but mutter in exasperation. In the present moment, it is likely that those individuals within the mine have met their demise. I sincerely hope that the organization refrains from sending more people into that perilous abyss. The rooster continues to incubate its eggs, and I have prepared some delectable silkworms for it, while also providing sustenance and warm water for the mutated flesh plants. Subsequently, I retreated to the gaming room to engage in card games, concurrently fulfilling my daily psychic cycle. Under the wistful gaze of the attendant, I returned to the sanctuary. With ample time before the nocturnal activities commenced, I began to assimilate runes and endeavored to create new psychic artifacts. Before the onset of the nighttime activities, I took it upon myself to prepare a lavish dinner. I have always been a man of my word. I do not favor vegetables. The young girl appeared naturally across the table, seizing my bowl and chopsticks, commencing her meal. I had no choice but to serve myself another bowl of rice and sit opposite her, yet the once delightful dinner suddenly lost its appeal. How did you come here? I hesitated for a moment before posing the question. Did you not invite me, Lin Yi? Her state appeared considerably improved compared to our previous encounter. At least she was alert while conversing. I invited Lin Yi, I clarified. How do you know I am not Lin Yi? She countered. Names can be significant at times, yet utterly meaningless at others. When one seeks assistance, the ritual naturally directs towards that individual. Once the transaction is established, I can come to your sanctuary. As that is your consent. The girl gazed at me earnestly, transferring the dish I intended to take into her own bowl, even if her demeanor were less earnest. I became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. My understanding of the power of rituals was woefully superficial, and my reverence for the unknown forces was lacking. The present circumstances were a consequence of carelessly wielding such unknown powers. What price must I pay for this ritual? I inquired. Price? Is this not the price itself? She replied with a sense of inevitability. Is there not a more severe cost? I did not share her belief. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary, merely, your trading partner is not me. I serve only as a conduit. That entity is far less accommodating than I. Her words were laced with mischief. Are you two distinct entities? I asked, puzzled. He is a deity of the abyss, while I am merely a remnant of the past. However, feel free to engage in trade with him, as long as he does not object. She handed her bowl to me, indicating that I should serve her another portion. How could that be permissible? After filling her bowl, I handed it back to her. Ultimately, we are already interconnected by divine ties. Either we are drawn into the abyss by him, or we extricate him from it. There exists no third possibility. I am merely a conduit. I can do nothing else. And it is solely upon you to strive forward. The girl accepted the bowl and continued her meal. What should I do? I refrained from complaining. This was a choice I had made, and thus I must bear the consequences. Ensure that the sanctuary remains under the protection of the system. As long as you remain within its protective bounds, the abyss cannot act against you. Strive to enhance your strength, but do not rely on the powers of others. Acquire knowledge of the mutations, yet refrain from utilizing his mutated organs on your own body, lest it lead to considerable trouble in the future. The girl set down her bowl, having consumed all the meat dishes on the table. How should I address you? Lin Yi inquired while consuming the remaining vegetarian dishes. I have been stripped of all my previous memories, thus I possess no name. You may call me Xiao Hong, the girl replied, gently stroking her pink hair. Upon finishing her words, she set down her utensils and vanished. Having completed his meal, Lin Yi noticed a system notification. Nighttime activities commence. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 9:59 join. With little time left, Lin Yi opened the group chat to check on his companions. 535-799-10000000. Wonderful. At last, I can scavenge in the red maze. Indeed, I still have a few red keys left unused. How dull. The station missions are far more rewarding. I can gather a batch of supplies. Surprisingly, no one has perished today. It's not easy to survive until now, is it? Yet, that Yu Feng is still alive. Lao Feng, are you going this time? Of course. My shelter is hardly as safe as the red maze, and I can hardly hold it in. Haha, why not try the restroom? Perhaps those silkworms won't detect you. Are you suggesting I meet my demise? What about you, Linda Lau? Any bargains on psychic items today? Yes, I just listed some, but they've been snatched up. Damn, you all weren't even active in the chat, sneaking off to the trading zone for items. Hee, I suspected the boss would list items at night. And I kept refreshing the trading zone system interface, but alas, I only managed to snag one. Me too. You all are truly insufferable. 0001, 0000. Nighttime activities commence. 3:59. 59. Lin Yi awakened in the center of the hall, lying upon a red sliding door that led downward. Aside from the red door, the hall appeared unchanged. Would you like to enter the depths of the maze? No. Lin Yi rose from the ground. The system had clearly teleported him here with the intention of urging him to delve deeper into the maze. In truth, even if the system had not transported him here, he would have sought a way to explore the lower levels or simply return to the shelter. His need for the first layer of the red maze had diminished, and he deemed it more productive to return and study the runes. However, before descending, he intended to unlock the adjacent storage room. Having come this far, he could not afford to miss out. Using a special key, he opened the door, revealing a pair of black leather gloves resting on a pedestal. After stowing the gloves in his backpack, Lin Yi approached the sliding door, opting to enter the depths of the maze. As darkness enveloped him, he regained consciousness lying on a deep red floor. At first glance, the depths of the maze seemed merely a shade darker than above, still composed of similar corridors and red doors. Lin Yi approached an unlocked red door, attempting to use his mental power to perceive the interior, only to discover that the materials here obstructed his mental energy. He employed the old method of knocking on the door, and soon, rustling sounds emanated from within. Prepared to open the door, Lin Yi was met with a surge of blood-red tendrils bursting forth. These tendrils were adorned with crimson spikes, presenting a perilous sight. Lin Yi promptly stepped away from the door as the tendrils, limited in length, swayed momentarily in the corridor before retreating back into the room. He swiftly closed the door behind him and began his search for a locked chamber. While he possessed the capability to deal with the tendrils, he deemed it unnecessary. The room contained only refuse, and eliminating it would yield no benefit. After all, he couldn't possibly bring the tendrils back to sell as grilled squid to his friends. Could he? Having traversed a few corridors, Lin Yi discovered a locked room. He knocked on the door, and a sound of something colliding against it echoed from within. Prepared, he utilized the red key to unlock the door, and a robust first-tier beast surged forth from the room, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lin Yi's blade. In this realm, aberrant creatures are categorized into two types, those with intellect and those devoid of it. The latter, with overtly mutated organs and limited regenerative abilities, posed no challenge requiring a second strike from Lin Yi. Upon entering the red room of the 702nd shelter, he found only a crimson metal chest. Once opened, the chest vanished, revealing two items, a schematic for upgrading the shelter and a low-tier spatial crystal. Would you like to use the Tier 2 shelter upgrade schematic? Yes. Please collect 10 aberrant organs from first-tier aberrant creatures as materials for the shelter upgrade, 010. Is this the outcome? Are schematics more easily obtained in the depths of the maze? Or is it related to time? Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. The drop rate for schematics during system activities had always been low, yet he had just received one from a single chest. There were still organs stored in the shelter's refrigerator, allowing for an upgrade upon his return. Stowing the spatial crystal, he continued his exploration of the maze. Similar to the first layer, Lin Yi swiftly navigated through corridors in search of locked rooms. Soon, he encountered a second locked chamber, but hesitated to approach the door, as a substantial portion of the corridor was submerged in a mysterious red liquid, with the locked doors situated within it. Never mind, he opted for an alternate route. Lin Yi did not linger long in his decision to abandon that room. His recent experiences had taught him to avoid contact with unknown liquids. Choosing a different corridor, he soon found another locked room. Using his key, he unlocked the door, and a first-tier blood corpse charged out. Drawing his blade, he dispatched the blood corpse. And just as he was about to enter the room, he suddenly heard a faint tapping sound emanating from the end of the corridor. Ding, 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 ding. A blood corpse, sporting 6 sharp appendages, emerged from around the corner, entering Lin Yi's line of sight. This creature resembled a hairless spider transformed from a human. Its torso still human-like, while its legs had melted into a dark red tail. This ghastly apparition served as yet another reminder of the perils of aberration. If one failed to manage the extent of their transformation, such would be the fate of all who absorbed spiritual energy. The human spider swiftly charged at Lin Yi, its 6 appendages striking the floor with a crisp resonance. Lin Yi scanned the creature with his mental energy. It was a second-tier aberrant being, possessing 3 aberrant organs, an organ controlling spiritual energy within its abdomen, the foremost appendage, and its tail. Without employing speed runes, the creature's velocity surpassed Lin Yi's. Thus, he remained stationary, concentrating on perceiving its every movement. The humanoid spider charged directly at Lin Yi, thrusting its 2 forelimbs toward his head and torso. Lin Yi activated the aberrant spiritual energy protection embedded in his nightshade garment to forcibly repel the assault, then plunged his crimson blade into the spider's abdomen, instantly shredding its internal organs. Thud! The spider's tail struck the spiritual barrier, shattering it outright, and sending Lin Yi flying back a short distance. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yi quickly retreated. With the creature's innards mangled beyond repair, even a mutated being could not ignore such grievous wounds. Delaying would only facilitate easier handling. The spider, seemingly unscathed, pressed forward relentlessly. However, Lin Yi perceived the instability within its body and swiftly activated the acceleration rune inscribed on his trousers to withdraw rapidly. Soon, the spider weakened, prompting Lin Yi to advance and employ a cutting rune, severing its forelimb with a single stroke. The spider lashed out with its tail once more, but Lin Yi had preemptively conjured a spiritual shield, barely deflecting the blow before slicing off its final aberrant organ with the crimson blade. Having subdued the humanoid spider, Lin Yi tended to its corpse while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The red labyrinth was not a battleground. The ambient spiritual energy concentration was insufficient to sustain continuous rune carving. Thus, he had to expend his internal reserves during successive rune activations. Moreover, spiritual energy artifacts required a cooldown period before reuse. Among the spider's remains, Lin Yi discovered an unfamiliar red card distinct from the aberrant cards he knew. He could only return to the refuge to examine the system details. He stored 3 second-tier aberrant organs in his backpack and gathered usable spiritual materials before abandoning the shattered husk. Within a previously unlocked red chamber lay a metal chest containing a bundle of crimson cloth, perhaps a form of spiritual energy material. After stowing the fabric, Lin Yi pressed onward through the labyrinth. Along the way, he encountered several corridors saturated with red liquid. Exercising caution, he avoided these anomalous zones. Circumventing them cost him considerable time before finally locating the 3rd locked chamber. Upon opening the door, he found a first-tier blood corpse. Rather than dispatching it outright, Lin Yi severed its 4 limbs and persistently sliced off any newly mutated appendages until it posed no threat. Inside the room's metal chest was a sealed metal syringe, which he pocketed. Grasping the blood corpse by the neck like a captured rabbit, Lin Yi returned to the corridor, tainted with red liquid. Maintaining a safe distance, he forcefully hurled the crippled blood corpse into the liquid. Upon contact, the corpse underwent rapid aberration within 10 seconds. It transformed into a small humanoid spider covered in numerous limbs. It emitted a piercing shriek as its dozens of legs quivered swiftly, charging toward Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi turned and fled, not out of fear of the small spider, but to avoid contact with the red liquid. The terrifying degree of mutation it induced would cause localized aberrations upon even brief exposure. He was determined not to manifest strange appendages upon his own body. Having established a psychic protective barrier and ensured no liquids were present, Lin Yi proceeded to pierce the small humanoid spider with a decisive thrust. This time, he refrained from dissecting the corpse, as his interest in the liquid capable of accelerating aberration was minimal. Currently, he lacked both the qualifications and conditions to study such perilous substances. The deeper sections of the labyrinth were rife with water accumulation, significantly hampering Lin Yi's exploration speed, and he failed to locate any special chambers before the countdown concluded. Upon returning to the shelter, he found Brother Ji still incubating eggs. Without delay, Lin Yi submitted 10 frozen aberrant organs for the shelter's upgrade task. Upgrade task completed. Would you like to elevate the shelter's tier? Yes. Advancement completed. Lin Yi reviewed the updated shelter information. Shelter information, level, tier 2. New feature, basic loot storage. Status, absolutely secure, 21 days. 13 days remaining. Note, please elevate your shelter's level within 21 days. The newly added basic loot storage function was akin to the previous loot space, albeit limited to 1 cubic meter and requiring survivors to actively place desired items within. This feature could only be utilized during system events, not in simulated tasks. After upgrading the shelter, Lin Yi began to examine the items he had acquired. 71 aberrant abyss worms, black gloves. Injecting psychic energy activates a glove space. Note, perhaps you could conceal a dagger within. Low-tier spatial crystal. A crystal containing trace amounts of spatial power. Note, basic materials required for many blueprints. Special room teleportation card. Can be used in the depths of the red labyrinth to randomly teleport to a special room. Note, it is advisable not to use this card for escape. Red material, low-tier psychic material, suitable for crafting psychic items. Note, high-quality material. Aberrant injection. Upon injection, a special function aberrant organ will manifest in the injection area. Note, exercise caution, as not everyone can accommodate 2 heads. Lin Yi donned the black gloves and infused them with psychic energy, quickly perceiving a diminutive space for storing and retrieving items. After practicing a few times, he became adept at the retrieval process, enabling him to extract items from the space in a remarkably brief period. This item proved exceedingly practical, though its spatial capacity was rather limited. The red material represented an excellent psychic resource, suitable for crafting psychic goods. He submitted the low-tier spatial crystal directly for the task, noting that he required only 1 more spatial crystal to complete the blueprint task for the psychic workshop. As for the special room teleportation card, Lin Yi intended to utilize it on his next excursion into the red labyrinth, though the accompanying notes suggested that the special rooms could also harbor considerable dangers. Regarding the aberrant injection, he promptly listed it in the trading area, as Lin Yi had no intention of using it himself. No sooner had he posted the item than a flurry of private messages inundated him. Despite the ominous notes, many were willing to gamble for the special function aberrant organ. In the end, Lin Yi exchanged the syringe for a low-tier spatial crystal and a basic rune card. The other party seemed quite eager for the syringe, offering a significant portion of their possessions in a private message. However, Lin Yi declined the assorted items, taking only the 2 essentials he required. Basic rune shaping, a card that allows the learning of basic shaping runes. Note, use with caution if mental capacity is insufficient. This rune card was crucial for Lin Yi, greatly aiding his manufacturing endeavors. Upon submitting the low-tier spatial crystal, a door leading to the psionic workshop appeared on the wall of the shelter, adjacent to the abyss gate. Lin Yi pushed open the door. The psionic workshop was a modest 10-square-meter chamber, furnished solely with a semi-enclosed transparent workstation, large enough for a hand to reach inside. The entire workspace was imbued with a psionic environment, though the energy within could not be extracted for external use. Lin Yi attempted to create a psionic item using the workstation, finding the process remarkably smooth, far more convenient than utilizing the energy contained within crystals. Clearly, for conducting psionic cycles, he would still need to visit the game room. Nonetheless, the workstation sufficed for crafting psionic items. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Yi opened the group chat, sharing information regarding the depths of the labyrinth and the Tier 2 shelter. Wow, the big shots have descended to the next level. Wow. Have the big shots upgraded their shelter? It feels perilous down there. Tier 2 mutated creatures could appear at any moment. Of course, the system wouldn't direct you to the lower entrance if you weren't qualified, you know? I'm still scavenging, while the big shots have already moved on. I really want the new features of the Tier 2 shelter. I could bring back an oven directly. Even without loot space, I could still manage to carry back an oven. 1 cubic meter isn't too large and could accommodate some cumbersome items. It could serve as an armory, allowing me to retrieve bullets at any time. A genius. Collect Tier 1 mutated organs. You phone. Hey guys, has anyone obtained the upgrade blueprint for the Tier 1 shelter? You're still alive? What good would it do? Can it even be obtained? It should be a collector's item by now. Indeed, any newly obtained blueprint should be for the Tier 2 shelter upgrade. So I'm doomed. That's why I suggested you explore the city. Perhaps there are other safe zones within. Yes, in the future, many survivors will be unable to upgrade their shelters in time. So there must be other safe spots in the city. While Lin Yi was stealthily observing, a chicken suddenly leapt into his arms, clutching a black insect in its beak. Are you hungry? Where did you find that bug? Should I get you some silkworms? Cluck. What? This creature hatched from an abyss egg? Cluck. You've worked hard. Lin Yi seized the insect, inspecting its system information. Mutated abyss worm. A unique abyss worm, omnivorous, suitable for farming. Note, the beginning of bankruptcy, if farmed. It may bring unexpected surprises. Oh, the abyssal worm opened its mouth and clamped onto Lin Yi's index finger like a thimble, its myriad tiny teeth brushing against his skin without breaking it. This insect bore a black base adorned with red patterns. Strangely, Lin Yi felt its movements resembled those of a cat. As an avid cat enthusiast who often indulged in virtual cat care, Lin Yi was convinced there was a connection between this abyssal worm and the feline that had given him the abyssal egg. Well, for now, he decided to keep it for a few days. Lin Yi cut off a piece of the yet-to-be-frozen mutated organ and fed it to the abyssal worm. The little creature swallowed the meat in a few bites, its belly swelling considerably. I shall call you Little Black. Hopefully, the divine 1T mind, he mused. He fashioned a cozy cat bed for Little Black, placing the remaining mutated organs nearby. As a token of gratitude, he also prepared a fresh batch of delicious silkworms for Jigo. Jigo ate happily and then ran to the cat bed to sleep alongside Little Black. After tidying up various items, Lin Yi spent some time in the darkness organizing the knowledge in his mind before gradually drifting to sleep. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw early the next morning, Lin Yi rose from bed, refreshed, and drew a card. The card depicted a red-haired rat. As the card dissipated, a plump red-haired rat appeared in the center of the refuge. The rat was large and robust, about the same size as Jigo. With sleek fur and lively eyes, a rather appealing sight. What talents do you possess? Lin Yi asked, picking up the fat rat and stroking its red fur. Squeak, squeak. The rat replied, no need to thank me. I might be doomed at any moment, and then you'll have to go back, Lin Yi said. Squeak, squeak. As long as you're happy, the rat responded. Oh, you say you will lend me your strongest ability? What ability? Lin Yi inquired. Squeak, the rat answered. All right. I'll take a look inside shortly. Don't disappoint me, he said, after tending to Little Black and the mutated flesh plants. Lin Yi lay down and began his daily simulation. 72 Mental Hospital, simulated D-class personnel, Kevin. Acquired special skill. Exchange. You can swap an item in your hand with one in your line of sight. 11. Note. This is quite useful. I like it. Remaining simulations. 10 buzzing. The familiar prison transport began its journey. Lin Yi opened his eyes and glanced around. 2 D-class personnel, for guards, and a driver. Kevin was a slender white youth with average physical condition. The companion sitting opposite was a young man in his 20s wearing glasses, visibly anxious with trembling teeth. Don't be nervous. It won't help anyway, Lin Yi smiled, passing on the veteran's reassurance to the newcomer. Brother, what are we going to do? Miles asked nervously. New here? Lin Yi inquired. Yes, I just changed clothes and was pushed onto the vehicle. Miles glanced at the guards ahead and quickly replied. Why were you brought in? This was Lin Yi's first time chatting casually with a teammate. Miles didn't seem like a typical D-class. He appeared more like a recent graduate. Murder, but it wasn't intentional. I am uncertain about the circumstances, Miles lamented, his voice dwindling. How many? Lin Yi casually inquired while gazing out at the scenery. Just one, Miles replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Is it possible to be confined for merely taking a life? Lin Yi found this peculiar. The D-class individual before him appeared somewhat unhinged. Moreover, He too harbored some unease, realizing he had divulged more than he ought to. I cannot say for sure. Perhaps the situation is rather grave? Miles speculated uncertainly. We are to work at a mental institution, which is somewhat of a charitable endeavor. Exhibiting commendable behavior during our service may even reduce our sentences, Lin idly remarked, observing the distant institution nestled in the outskirts. The supervising officer in front turned to glance at Lin through the rearview mirror. Upon meeting his gaze, he promptly averted his eyes and ceased looking back. But others have said it is quite terrifying. I assumed we would be engaged in perilous tasks. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Miles noticeably perked up, his pace of speech quickening. They are merely trying to frighten you. It is common for the seasoned inmates to intimidate the newcomers in prison. Lin continued to reassure Miles, uncertain of his condition, yet recognizing that a mentally stable anomaly would be far easier to manage than one driven to madness by fear. Thank you. You are truly a good person, Miles earnestly expressed. Naturally, I have always been inclined to assist, Lin replied. The transport vehicle halted before the entrance of the mental institution. This time, the guards did not require them to don earpieces nor instructed them to enter separately. The captain regarded Lin seemingly contemplating the next steps. Captain, leave the rest to me, Lin said with a smile. Very well, the captain acquiesced. Lin led Miles into the mental institution. The security booth was deserted, and the courtyard lay in a state of disrepair as they paused outside the main building. Are there truly others here? Miles questioned skeptically, eyeing the hospital's main structure, its walls overrun with unkempt greenery. Indeed, this is the finest mental institution in the vicinity, Lin replied, casting a furtive glance at Miles' neck, hoping it indeed was, lest he be compelled to undertake some rather perilous endeavors. Pushing open the main entrance, a gaunt, bald figure clad in a patient gown lunged toward them. With a swift motion, Lin struck the bald man to the ground, stepping on his back to prevent him from rising. What is happening? Miles inquired, astonished. Welcome to the mental institution, Lin said without elaboration, using the bald man as a makeshift stepping stone as he advanced. Had Miles not been present, he would have surely snapped the man's neck. Yet, that might not have proven effective either. As they stepped into the hall, a female doctor clad in a patient gown and a white coat approached them. Dr. Amanda, is this your patient? Lin queried, having glanced at her name tag before she could speak. Yes, thank you for your assistance. And you are? Dr. Amanda inquired, stepping onto the bald man's back to take over from Lin. I am Kevin, a new caregiver sent by the organization. This is my colleague. I am Miles. Miles hurriedly introduced himself. Welcome. Indeed, I have heard that newcomers are expected soon. However, before you commence your duties, it is imperative that you first visit the director's office on the top floor. Only with the director's consent may you remain. Dr. Amanda gestured towards the staircase, indicating that they should ascend to meet the director. Very well, we shall proceed to meet the director, Lin remarked, releasing the bald-headed individual and guiding Miles toward the stairs. Why is she wearing a patient gown? Upon reaching the second floor, Miles glanced back to ensure they were unaccompanied before voicing his inquiry. It must be some sort of treatment method. I presume that if we all don patient gowns, the patients will forget their own condition, Lin continued to speculate. But if everyone wears patient gowns, how shall we discern who the patients are? Miles questioned, perplexed. Excellent question, Miles, Lin responded, her tone laden with significance. Only when Miles grew visibly anxious did she add, of course, we have staff records. This is a legitimate job. Can you refrain from overthinking? Phew, you startled me a bit, Miles exhaled, finally relaxing. Lin cast a glance at the now brightly illuminated fluorescent lights, also feeling a sense of relief. The main building's architecture was exceedingly intricate. The grand staircase in the lobby only led to the second floor, and to reach the third, they would need to locate another staircase. The two navigated through the maze-like corridors, with Lin meticulously noting each hallway they traversed, gradually constructing a three-dimensional map of the hospital's main structure in her mind. Suddenly, a loud and urgent banging echoed from a nearby patient room, causing Miles to flinch. Unfazed, Lin continued onward, casually explaining, bipolar disorder. It's a fairly common mental illness. There's no need to be alarmed. One must possess a stronger constitution to endure this line of work. Apologies, it's my first time in a psychiatric hospital, and the atmosphere here is rather. Miles pondered, struggling to find the appropriate word. Unusual? Lin completed his thought. Yes, unusual. I can't quite articulate it. But something feels off here, Miles said, his agitation palpable. That is entirely normal. Individuals with mental illnesses are inherently different from the general populace. Coupled with this enclosed environment, it is only natural for someone unaccustomed to feel uneasy. You will acclimate in due time. Lin Yi smiled as she closed the door, effectively imprisoning the dozen bloodshot eyeballs that had been pressed against the crack. Room 73, the director's office. The pair continued onward, with Lin Yi leading the way, ever prepared to address any anomalous occurrences. The high concentration of spiritual energy within the psychiatric hospital allowed Lin Yi to absorb some of it, serving as a precaution against potential disturbances. This place is quite convoluted. I can hardly recall how we got here, Miles remarked, glancing back at the empty corridor, perpetually feeling as though someone was trailing them. Do not fret. I have worked here before. Just ahead is the staircase. I also struggled to remember the layout initially, but familiarity comes with repetition. Lin Yi turned a corner and, as expected, discovered the staircase leading to the third floor in a logical location. Ascending the stairs, they found the third floor replete with various medical facilities, divided into distinct treatment areas, as well as some amenities such as a library and a cafeteria. Why is there no one here? Miles gazed at the desolate third floor, feeling a sense of perplexity, as it was not yet time for the opening. Suddenly, an elderly man with silver hair, clad in a black clerical robe adorned with a purple sash, appeared beside them. Who are you? Miles inquired politely. I am Father Christine, the priest here. Young man, I can sense your heart is laden with questions. The chapel is located one level below the main building. You may visit it any time, and the divine will provide clarity to your uncertainties. After his words, the priest bowed slightly to Lin Yi and descended the stairs. Does he seem to hold you in high regard? Miles asked curiously, glancing at Lin Yi. While Lin Yi had treated him kindly, Miles was acutely aware of the reasons behind Lin Yi's presence. Perhaps it is due to his role as a priest. The priests I encountered previously also showed me a considerable amount of respect. Lin Yi offered no further elaboration. The staircase leading to the fourth floor was directly ahead. The dean's office was situated there, and he wished to hear the dean's perspective before deciding on their subsequent course of action. Upon reaching the fourth floor, which served as the office area, Miles paused as they passed by the restroom. I need to use the restroom. I drank a bottle of water before coming. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for a reasonable way to refuse Miles and reluctantly followed him, praying that the restroom would not harbor any ghastly entities. Reality cruelly shattered Lin Yi's naive expectations. The moment Miles stepped into the restroom, he froze in place. Lin Yi followed closely behind, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The restroom was infested with grotesque, blood-red tumors, piled high like a mound of flesh, while the ceiling and walls writhed with alien, undulating tendrils. If I were to say this is a rather unusual mental patient, would you believe me? Lin Yi grasped his hair in a final desperate effort. Miles, however, was oblivious to Lin Yi's words, his gaze fixed on the hellish scene before him, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The lights flickered, the walls cracked, and the grotesque tumor monstrosities slowly extended their tendrils, attempting to drag Miles into their ghastly embrace. Lin Yi yanked Miles out of the restroom, only to find that the outside had become even worse than the restroom itself. Ear-piercing noises echoed relentlessly, dark green mold sprouted from the walls, and crimson handprints began to materialize on the floor, creeping ever closer to the two. In the distance, heavy, urgent knocking reverberated from the staircase. Lin Yi pulled Miles towards the dean's office, erecting a psychic barrier behind them. However, the barrier shattered within mere moments, and Miles emitted a blood-curdling scream. Ah! My leg! Lin Yi did not look back, but sensed that Miles's leg had been inexplicably twisted. The severed limb and the gushing blood floated in the air, distorted by an unseen force before erupting into a spray of fragments. Lin Yi dragged Miles to the door of the dean's office, which was firmly locked, the interior shrouded in an eerie silence. The crimson handprints surged forward once more, and Lin Yi refrained from knocking. The other party had already made their stance clear, and to knock again would be an act of utter folly. I apologize. I shall be more cautious next time, he murmured, before decisively snapping Miles's neck. The screams ceased abruptly, and Miles's lifeless body crumpled to the floor. As if liberated from some constraint, the crimson handprints surged forth, instantly shredding Lin Yi's body. The entire psychiatric hospital seemed to come alive, displaying a sinister grin at the sight of Lin Yi's corpse. Remaining simulation attempts. 9. Lin Yi opened his eyes to find a trembling companion seated across from him. What a troublesome place. Can such a degree of abnormality truly be resolved? Lin Yi exhibited no signs of distress. He meticulously repeated every action from the previous occurrence, making not a single alteration. Just as before, Lin Yi escorted Miles into the psychiatric hospital. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi deftly knocked the bald man to the ground, stepping over him as he moved. After conversing with Dr. Amanda, Lin Yi chose not to lead Miles upstairs directly this time. Instead, he inquired of Dr. Amanda, "I wish to use the restroom. Which floor has the cleanest facilities?" Dr. Amanda glanced at Lin Yi and pointed to a corner of the lobby. "We have dedicated staff for cleaning. All restrooms are quite tidy, though the first floor sees less traffic." "Thank you. I had a glass of water before coming. And now I need to use the restroom," Lin Yi remarked to Miles, placing particular emphasis on the word water. "Ah, now that you mention it, I could use the restroom as well." Guided by Lin Yi's suggestion, Miles recalled the bottle of water he had consumed prior to their arrival, and a sense of urgency arose. The two proceeded to the restroom located in the corner of the first floor, which, as Dr. Amanda had indicated, was indeed quite empty. "There is something unpleasant inside," Lin Yi said, firmly securing the innermost stall. "After all, it is a psychiatric hospital. One can understand." After Miles finished using the toilet, a crimson liquid overflowed from the urinal. Lin Yi accompanied Miles out of the restroom, casually turning on the faucet for him. "Oh, thank you." Miles stiffly stepped back, only beginning to wash his hands when he noticed Lin Yi made no further movements. "No need for thanks." After exiting the restroom without incident, Lin Yi finally exhaled with slight relief. The second floor, as before, allowed them to smoothly locate the stairs leading to the third floor. On the third floor, they encountered the priest at the same spot, engaging in the same dialogue before ascending to the fourth floor once more. This time, Miles did not visit the restroom, and they successfully reached the dean's office. The door to the office was unlocked this time. Knocking gently, Lin Yi heard a gentle voice from within, "Please, come in." He opened the door to find the dean's office appeared quite ordinary, indistinguishable from those in other hospitals. Behind the desk sat an elderly man in a white coat, with a serene smile and a tranquil demeanor. At the dean's invitation, Lin Yi took a seat opposite him, stating, "Dean, we are the new caregivers. We understand that we can only remain here with your consent." "I agree. You are precisely the talent this institution urgently needs. However, before your employment can be finalized, I have a task for you, Mr. Kevin," the dean said gently. "Room 74419, he added. "What do you require?" Lin Yi did not refuse. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of this anomalous incident. Perhaps inspiration could be gleaned from the dean's request. "I require you to visit the specialized ward located in the northern building behind the main structure, where several patients in particularly dire conditions are confined. The head nurse oversees that area, and you should seek her out for guidance on what needs to be done." The director then turned to Myers and added, "As for Mr. Myers, could you kindly remain in the director's office until Mr. Kevin returns? The specialized ward houses many dangerous patients, so it is best to leave it to the professionals." Myers glanced at Lin Yi, silently seeking his approval. "It's all right. You stay here and don't wander off. I will make a quick trip to the northern building and return shortly." Lin Yi had no desire to escort Myers to the seemingly perilous specialized ward, as it would be too exhausting. "Wonderful, then I shall leave it to you, Mr. Kevin," the director said with evident delight. Upon exiting the director's office, Lin Yi hurried down the stairs. Although he had temporarily escaped the volatile presence of Myers, who contributed to the stabilization of the psychiatric hospital, his absence could render the environment less secure. Thus, Lin Yi was determined to complete the director's task promptly and return to the office before any unease could settle upon Myers. Successfully leaving the main building, Lin Yi proceeded through the corridor connecting the main and northern buildings. The northern building, though only 3 stories tall, occupied a larger footprint than the main structure. The corridor led to a lobby on the first floor, which connected to several hallways leading into the interior and stairs ascending to the second floor. Lin Yi observed the reception desk at the center of the lobby. Despite the emptiness, he could almost hear a cacophony of noise. "It's so loud," he muttered, reflecting on his disdain for hospitals. "Where is the noise coming from?" A crisp voice inquired from behind him, startling Lin Yi with its proximity, allowing him to sense the moisture in the air accompanying the voice. Turning around, he found a young woman in a nurse's uniform standing behind him, her scrubs visible beneath her collar. "Ms. Mia, the director sent me to find the head nurse," Lin Yi stated calmly after glancing at her name badge. "The director? Since when has there been a director here?" Mia responded, her expression one of confusion. "Regardless of the director's presence, could you kindly escort me to the head nurse?" Lin Yi remained unfazed. The absence of the director was inconsequential, as any information held value. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Follow me, Mia said, spinning on her heel and leading Lin Yi toward the stairs that ascended to the second floor. Lin Yi followed closely behind, carefully attuned to his surroundings. It was only when Mia spoke that he realized someone had been behind him. No wonder this is a psychiatric hospital, he mused, suddenly recalling Xiao Yi. His mastery of mental energy was still rudimentary, but he pondered how effortlessly Xiao Yi would handle the circumstances here. Mia led Lin Yi into the third-floor nurse's station, which was devoid of personnel. Shall we collaborate? She abruptly suggested, locking the door behind her. How do you propose we collaborate? Lin Yi replied, silently bracing himself for a confrontation. This is not collaboration, this is a threat. Given the disparity in their strengths, Lin Yi understood he must act first. Forget it. If you are unwilling to collaborate, then go play with that old director. Mia suddenly shifted her stance, unlocking the door and gesturing for Lin Yi to leave. It appears this is her domain. Lin Yi exited the nurse's station, the door behind him firmly shut, as if it had severed the connection between two realms. A chilling draft swept through, prompting Lin Yi to hastily dash towards the staircase. With Mia now distanced, the entire third floor seemed to exude malice. He raced down to the second floor, preparing to descend further to the first, only to discover that what lay beneath was not the lobby, but an uncharted level. Turning back to the second floor, Lin Yi found it transformed, mirroring the floor below. The staircase faced the nurse's station, with circular corridors flanking it, each lined with rooms reminiscent of solitary confinement cells. Ascending and descending several levels, he realized that no matter the direction he took, the stairwell always led to identical floors. He had no choice but to investigate further. Upon examining the nurse's station, Lin Yi was unable to locate any patient records for this level. There were no computers or similar devices, compelling him to venture into the circular corridor to inspect the nearest room 401. So, this must be the fourth floor? Pushing open the door, he found the room void of patients. Only an unoccupied bed remained. Beside it, on a cabinet, stood a transparent vase containing a single pale blue flower. It was an exceptionally beautiful bloom, remarkably fresh, as if in the midst of blossoming. Lin Yi, possessing little knowledge of flora, doubted that such a place would harbor any flowers he recognized. He was reluctant to touch anything here, especially a living entity. As Lin Yi prepared to depart the room, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The space seemed to fold in upon itself, revealing disjointed layers. He found himself immobilized. Glancing down, he realized the anomaly was not in his surroundings, but within himself. His entire being unfurled like that flower, layer upon layer blooming forth. Skin, bone, flesh, and organs, each part transformed into petals of a sanguine blossom. As he lowered his gaze, the petals fully dispersed. Remaining simulation attempts. 8. Lin Yi found himself back in the transport vehicle. The recent brush with death had not inflicted pain. Yet the sensation of disorientation and loss of control left him profoundly uneasy. Repeating his earlier steps, he successfully re-entered the north building. This time, he did not linger, swiftly moving into the corridor on the first floor. With Mia's intentions unclear and the upper levels fraught with danger, he could only explore the first floor for the time being. Should it prove problematic, he would be compelled to converse with Miss Mia. However, at the nurse's station on the first floor, Lin Yi encountered head nurse Isabella with remarkable ease. "Greetings, I have been sent by the director," he stated. Isabella, a gentle woman of 30, bore little resemblance to a head nurse. "I understand your purpose, Mr. Kevin, but for your own safety, it would be prudent for you to leave here promptly. Do not concern yourself with Mr. Myers. The director will ensure his well-being." Her tone was both tender and resolute. "Thank you for your concern, yet this is my duty. I cannot depart until it is fulfilled," Lin Yi replied calmly. Seemingly recognizing Lin Yi's resolve, Isabella refrained from refusal this time, instead retrieving a stack of aged maps from the drawer and presenting them to him. "This is the map of the north building, indicating your location. You are required to follow the route to room 419 and engage in conversation with the patient residing there. What shall we discuss? I am not a psychiatrist." Lin Yi felt that he had little in common with the patients here. "No specialized knowledge is necessary. You are not a patient here. She simply requires a normal person to converse with her," Isabella explained succinctly. "Must I go alone? After the last simulation, I am utterly disinclined to approach that floor. I cannot escort you, nor do I advise too much interaction with the patients here," Isabella replied. "Very well, What shall I do after our conversation? Is there anything else required? Lin Yi unfolded the map, revealing an exceedingly intricate route. No. Afterward you may return directly to the director's office. Then I shall proceed. Wishing you a smooth journey. I hope so. Just after leaving the nurse's station, Lin Yi encountered Mia, standing outside. Is there something you need, Miss Mia? I wish to collaborate with you. Upon noticing the map in Lin Yi's hand, Mia stated plainly, I have already partnered with the director, and I dislike breaching contracts. Lin Yi did not delay this time, responding directly, collaborating with that old man will surely lead to regret. Anyway, you are heading to room 419, correct? I will take you there. Mia turned and walked toward the lobby, which was not the route indicated on the map, yet Lin Yi followed closely behind her. The director and the head nurse were in cahoots. The head nurse could not escort him to room 419, but Mia could. Lin Yi was prepared to collaborate with the director, yet without the aid of their map. He was uncertain whether this course of action held any significance, but it introduced an element of unpredictability. After all, even if problems arose, it would merely result in another death. Mia led Lin Yi directly to the 4th floor, the same circular corridor he had encountered before. Under Mia's guidance, Lin Yi arrived effortlessly at the entrance of room 419. I will take you this far. The capricious princess within does not appreciate disturbances from outsiders. With that, Mia vanished, as if she had never existed, leaving Lin Yi to question if it had all been a mere figment of his imagination. Knock, knock. Lin Yi gently rapped on the door. Come in. A familiar voice echoed from within. Lin Yi pushed the door open, revealing a clean and tidy room, with ample sunlight streaming across the polished floor. Outside the window lay a lush and vibrant garden, adorned with an array of colorful flowers, one in particular, a delicate blue, striking Lin Yi's memory. On the bed reclined a beautiful young girl with black hair and crimson eyes, her smile enchanting. I am Kevin. How should I address you? Lin Yi, feeling agitated, ran his fingers through his hair, disliking the situation. How do you know I am not her? The girl inquired with curiosity. I just know. Can you read my memories? That is quite impolite. Lin Yi, for the first time in a long while, experienced a flicker of malice. Unlike the intent to kill, malice is an intricate emotion. Very few possess the ability to access an individual's memories without inflicting harm upon their consciousness. I merely allowed you to perceive the person you wish to see, yet I remain uncertain of how I appear in your eyes. A rational individual might lose their sanity upon witnessing my form. And this is perhaps the last vestige of my dignity. A chair materialized beside the hospital bed, and the young girl gestured for Lin Yi to sit and converse. So, the entire ward and the garden outside are mere illusions? This place is entirely different from the ward I envisioned? Lin Yi inquired as he settled into the chair. If you are referring to the material world, then indeed, it is a fabrication. However, you are currently seated upon a fictitious chair, inhaling the scent of artificial flowers, and gazing upon illusory companions. Would you care for something to eat? A narrow table appeared between Lin Yi and the girl, adorned with an array of compressed, flattened foods. Lin Yi picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The sweet cream mingled with the warm, sugary cake, indistinguishable from a genuine confection. How is this possible? Why can't I replicate it? Lin Yi attempted to conjure an object using his mental power, yet he could not even produce a single strand of hair. Firstly, a unique environment is required. Secondly, one must possess formidable mental power and undergo prolonged practice. The girl produced a sheet of paper inscribed with an unfamiliar script and placed it on the table, causing the food to vanish. What is this? Lin Yi attempted to decipher the text, but his mind failed to comprehend the information, despite the system providing translation, as usual. This is a contract. Simply deliver it to the director. The girl closed her eyes, and the door opened automatically. Lin Yi grasped the contract and departed from Ward 419. Did you manage to deceive them? Mia suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi, eyeing the contract in his hand with eager anticipation. I do not understand. Why must I retrieve this contract? Lin Yi remained perplexed about the intentions of those in the asylum. Only you can obtain this contract. The facility was on the brink of collapse. Outsiders were preparing to bring Miles in, intending to obliterate this place along with him. You stabilized his consciousness, granting this psychiatric institution a chance for survival, hence the validity of this contract. Mia scrutinized the written words on the contract, attempting to alter it with her thoughts, but soon relinquished her efforts. As long as the asylum remained intact, the contract could not be modified. Thus, I have been striving to save this asylum all along. Lin Yi felt a wave of despair, Had he simply ignored everything upon his arrival, could he have returned effortlessly? However, recalling that the system did not count Miles's demise as task completion, Lin Yi found solace. He could barely withstand the lesser foes, let alone bring about the destruction of the asylum. Indeed, are you now willing to entrust this contract to me? Mia inquired, rubbing her hands together. If I hand it to you, will you gain control over the asylum? Lin Yi pondered the completion criteria for this simulation task. Could maintaining a semblance of stability also fulfill the requirements? I cannot, but as long as I can seize Miles, I will maintain the stability of the North Tower. The rest can perish, Mia remarked with a cold smile. Then perhaps it is best to refrain. Would you be so kind as to escort me back? The beautiful Miss Mia? Lin Yi did not wish to leave this place in chaos, as it would surely hinder the completion of his mission. Very well, but I can only take you downstairs. Despite Lin Yi's refusal, Mia did not press him further. Lin Yi successfully returned to the dean's office with the contract in hand. You have finally returned, Miles said, rising to greet Lin Yi. Excellent. Once the contract is signed, you may remain here, the dean said, smiling as he accepted the contract. Glanced at it and handed it to Miles. Miles took the pen and signed his name beneath the contract. The dean then affixed his own signature below. After signing, the dean passed the contract back to Lin Yi. Must I sign as well? Lin Yi inquired, frowning as he received the contract. He was averse to signing documents whose contents he did not understand. As Lin Yi examined the contract in his hands, an unexpected impulse to sign it surged within him. He recognized that this feeling was abnormal, yet he found himself unable to resist. This old man is indeed cunning. Do not panic, think carefully. My body may be out of control, but my mind remains clear. If I were to act according to that map, I would not be incapable of thought, would I? Lin Yi slowly lifted the pen, guiding its tip to the space beneath the contract. At that moment, a peculiar thought struck him. Why was he required to sign last? Ordinarily, it should be Miles and himself who signed first, followed by the dean. It could also be reversed, but why insert himself in the middle? Had he taken the opportunity to alter the contract? It seemed unlikely. If a contract were so easily modified, it would lose its purpose. The head nurse had instructed him to speak with the patient in room 419, yet she had not mentioned the contract. Was it possible they only required his presence in room 419, rendering the contract irrelevant? Thus, Lin Yi concentrated and activated his special skill, exchange. At the moment the skill successfully triggered, he unhesitatingly signed his name beneath the contract. He understood that he must finalize the agreement before the dean could react. This was his sole opportunity. Contract signed. This area will become a simulated stronghold. Before its destruction, the area can be repeatedly accessed for daily simulations. Upon completing the contract, Lin Yi regained control of his body. He smiled as he released the pen and gazed at the dean. Despite the latter's greater strength, Lin Yi had ultimately prevailed. Just moments prior, at the final instant of signing the contract, he had utilized the exchange skill to swap it with another contract. He was unaware of the location of that other contract. It could be in the desk drawer, within the dean's possession, or simply on the desk, invisible to them. However, there was no doubt that it remained within his line of sight. After acquiring the genuine contract, he received a system notification, but he had already penned his signature before that moment. Here, he had no luxury of hesitation. The director, rather than expressing anger, gazed at Lin Yi with admiration. Few were aware that he held a contract of his own, initially believing it to be foolproof. Yet he was taken aback by Lin Yi's ability to turn the situation around under such circumstances. Remarkable. From this moment forth, you shall be the new employees of our esteemed institution. Congratulations. With a chirp, a red mouse perched beside Lin Yi's pillow, its bright little eyes curiously observing him. Thank you for your assistance. Your abilities are indeed formidable. Lin Yi lifted the plump mouse and began to examine the spoils of the simulation. 8 items had been obtained. 6 syringes of 3 different colors, a pot of blue flowers, and a bloody tumor. First, the 6 syringes. These were familiar to Lin Yi. Having seen them in the pocket of the head nurse's left breast, there were 3 blue syringes. Potent sedative syringe. Upon injection, the patient will enter a tranquil state, losing the ability to think for a period. Note: do as you please. 2 were red syringes. Treatment syringe. Can swiftly heal any physical injury and provide ongoing treatment for a duration. Note: rest assured, you will recover. Only 1 was a purple syringe. Powerful mental syringe. Increases mental capacity and provides sustained mental energy for a period. Note: you would not wish to know its production method. All 3 syringes proved highly useful, and Lin Yi carefully stored them before examining the next item. Mental blossom, a flower nurtured by mental energy in special environments. Prolonged close contact can enhance mental strength. Note: it can only continue to grow in areas rich in mental energy. Lin Yi placed the pot on the windowsill, deeply impressed by the flower. Tumor provides ample spiritual energy and materials, capable of infinite proliferation. Note: a commendable source of nourishment. Lin Yi regarded the tumor on the floor with distaste. He was not particularly picky, provided the food was normal. Suddenly, the now plumper little black creature crawled to Lin Yi's feet, wriggling against his calf, seemingly intrigued by the tumor. Do you wish to eat this? Suit yourself. Just don't upset your stomach. As he watched the little black creature consume the tumor, Lin Yi checked his new title. Contracted employee. As a contracted employee of a renowned hospital, certain individuals may harbor fear towards you. Note: do you wish to enter the hospital as well? After sorting through his spoils, Lin Yi tended to his pets and plants, then retreated to the gaming room for a card game while simultaneously engaging in a cycle of spiritual energy. Before departing, he utilized the basic runes card of power. He had long wished to employ this card, but had previously been preoccupied with too much knowledge to do so. Now, with a clearer mind, it was the perfect moment. Returning to the shelter, feeling somewhat dazed, Lin Yi entered the spiritual energy workshop, commencing the organization of knowledge while crafting spiritual items. Before the nocturnal activities commenced, Lin Yi prepared a sumptuous dinner and opened the group chat to begin his meal. Esteemed colleagues, what activities are scheduled for today? He inquired. Truth be told, all 4 activities are quite feasible, as long as one does not overly strive for gains. Mere survival is not particularly arduous. However, if one were to persist in mere survival, one would inevitably face elimination. After all, you are not the illustrious Foam. Is he still alive? He remains holed up indoors. Astonishingly, the big shots have offered him exorbitant sums, yet he is reluctant to venture out to scout. Impressive. Had it been me, I would have long since taken the plunge, risking everything in a desperate bid. To all esteemed colleagues, I truly dare not step outside. My apologies. Is the restroom available? Haha, keep it up. I have wagered with others that you will survive this week. I bet an item of psychic energy. I place a red coin on the bet that he won't make it through tonight. Tonight is excessive. Let us extend it to 2 days. I shall wager a bottle of nutritional fluid. Oh dear. The big shot has delivered. A new psychic item. Where is it? Are you deceiving us? By the time he spoke, it had already been snatched up. Do you have any idea how many are fixated on the trading zone? You're all insufferable. Can we not enjoy a pleasant chat in the group? Lin Yi remarked. New products. Remember to share your usage experience with me afterward. This time, Lin Yi created 2 new psychic items. Simple acceleration trinket. Activated by psychic energy, it enhances the speed of the item's location. The effect diminishes with each use. Note: crafted by Lin Yi. Simple strength trinket. Activated by psychic energy, it enhances the strength of the item's location. The effect diminishes with each use. Note: crafted by Lin Yi received. I shall go and try them out. Director 77 lamented. Alas, I didn't manage to snag one. Those who did, please share the item information to tantalize my envy. They look powerful. An escape tool. Item information. I didn't get the acceleration trinket. But the strength one is not without merit. Item information. Wow, simple yet practical. Indeed, it's a pity I missed out. I'll purchase an acceleration item at a high price. I believe the strength one is even more formidable. It can be applied in various scenarios. The nocturnal activities commence. Tonight's activity. Station task. Would you like to join? Join. 9:59. Splendid. It's a station task. My suitcase is positively eager. Don't forget to assist the esteemed ones in disseminating the fundamental circulation route. I earned a few red coins last time. I won't forget. Yes. Fewer casualties would be beneficial. Lin Yi cradled his plump, satiated pet mouse and sat quietly by the bed, patiently awaiting the passage of time. He had long been prepared. 0001. 0000. Lin Yi sat alone in the carriage, the chatroom devoid of any other participants. Hello, everyone. Is anyone there? Why am I even opening a chatroom if I am the only one here? The carriage was silent, with no answers to Lin Yi's inquiries. Please disembark at any station of your choice. Survive there until the arrival of the train the next day, and then board the train to depart the station. Note: after 10 stations, the train will enter a shallow sea region. Acquired special skill. Exchange. Exchange. You may swap an item in your possession with an object within your line of sight. 11. Note. This is quite a remarkable item. I find it most agreeable. Lin Yi continued to flood the chat group with messages. Yet the train had already arrived at the first station. As before, Lin Yi could not perceive the outside world, only the station's interior, where walls bore posters resembling movie advertisements introducing the station. A terrifying catastrophe looms. The entire city is on the brink of ruin, the vulnerable populace destined to become prey. Yet, all is not lost. There remains a chance for redemption. Can you uphold your duty, turn the tide, and prevent this disaster? Beneath the words was an illustration of a city shrouded in night, with a man of indistinct features standing beyond its borders, poised to enter. Lin Yi left the compartment. The corridor remained devoid of other passengers, who were likely in other compartments. This time, he needed no consultation. He could choose any station to disembark. Having stepped off the train and passed through a pale green light gate at the exit, Lin Yi lost consciousness. Station selection complete. Additional optional missions acquired. 1. Eliminate enemies and receive rewards according to their number and strength. 2. Investigate the pivotal cause of the impending catastrophe. 3. Prevent the disaster and save the city. 3 supplementary missions appeared in the chat room as Lin Yi awoke in the back seat of a moving vehicle. It was not a prison transport, but a sleek black sports car, permeated with a palpable flow of psychic energy. The driver was a young woman in uniform, no older than 20, visibly tense and frequently glancing at the rearview mirror. Beside Lin Yi sat another woman in uniform, approximately 30 years old, with an impressive figure and a pistol holstered at her waist. You said you'd arrive tomorrow. I didn't expect you to come early. The bureau is not prepared, Grace remarked, casting a heavy glance at the overly zealous young director seated beside her, thoughts weighed down by the bureau's troublesome cases. Naturally. I have my reasons for arriving now. Have you brought the files? Lin Yi asked calmly. Yes, all recent case files are here, including those of the former director. Grace replied with a trace of sorrow. She had joined the bureau under the old director, a venerable man nearing retirement who tragically met his end within the bureau. Lin Yi swiftly perused the voluminous dossier, thicker than a dictionary, meticulously noting every critical detail. Though Grace questioned his rapid reading, she refrained from interrupting. As the director's assistant, she understood precisely when to remain silent and when to speak. Grace, does anyone else in the bureau know of my arrival? Lin Yi inquired after a pause, setting down the files. No, only Nora, the sheriff who is driving, Grace answered. Grace, may I trust you both? Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon her. Undoubtedly, Director. Grace responded earnestly. Very well. I do not wish for anyone but you to know of my arrival. First, take me to the armory of the Security Bureau. Afterward, you will remain stationed at the Bureau. Additionally, I require a driver well-versed in the city. Lin Yi replied succinctly. Report. I have grown up here and am exceedingly familiar with this city. Nora exclaimed eagerly, her voice rising. Excellent. Tonight shall be quite busy. You may find yourself burning the midnight oil. Officer Nora. Lin Yi quickly organized each case in his mind, calculating the night's itinerary. I relish late nights, Chief. He added. With Grace's assistance, Lin Yi successfully entered the armory of the Security Bureau. Nora stood guard outside while Lin Yi swiftly packed all the weapons he could into his loot space. Given the mysterious circumstances surrounding the former chief's demise, he was unwilling to involve any other officers. Humanity, it seemed, always found reasons for betrayal, whereas weapons remained steadfastly reliable. Returning to the car alongside Nora, Lin Yi donned a wireless earpiece that adhered to the inner ear and a microphone clipped to his collar, allowing for seamless communication with the two. Chief, where shall we investigate first? Nora inquired as she accelerated the sports car onto the road. Investigate? No, Ms. Nora, we shall not investigate tonight. Lin Yi had always excelled at adopting various roles since childhood, yet he preferred to embody a reasonable character rather than indulging in such play acting. This evening, he would not assume the role of the Security Bureau chief, for he intended to abide by no rules. Tonight, he was the rule. We shall go hunting. First, to the Golden Apple Club, press the accelerator to the floor. Understood, Chief. Nora exclaimed, exhilarated, as she pressed down on the gas pedal, as if to crush all the pressure she had endured. The sports car skidded to a halt outside an upscale establishment, leaving long tire marks upon the pavement. Wait for me inside. Keep the engine running, Lin Yi instructed as he strode towards the Golden Apple Club. Two burly men clad in black uniforms blocked his path. Apologies. The club is closed for the night. One of the men, his face contorted in a grimace, declared. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous, Lin Yi replied with a smile, contemplating how to clear the premises. Before the burly man could finish his sentence, Lin Yi swiftly snapped his neck. The other doorman hadn't the chance to utter a word before he met the same fate. Everything concluded swiftly, apart from a few disoriented women and the club's owner. Lin Yi eliminated all within mere minutes. The psychic submachine gun from the Security Bureau proved highly effective. Its power immense, its sound muted. Ordinary psychic defenses were no match for its bullets. Lin Yi never missed. The bullets cut through like an indomitable sword, leaving no intact skull in their wake. Mr. Jean lay sprawled on the floor, while the man before him had effortlessly dispatched the years of manpower he had accumulated in mere moments. The psychic bullets procured from the black market left not a single trace upon the dark-hued tuxedo of his assailant. Lin Yi approached Mr. Jean leisurely, seizing his hair and forcibly compelling him to meet his gaze. I have complied with all your demands. I have delivered everyone you desired. Why must you still kill me? Mr. Jean cried out in anguish. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yi, the newly appointed director of the Public Security Bureau. Lin Yi spoke softly and courteously. Mr. Jean was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure and shifted his demeanor. Which department were you with before? I know the leaders of the Public Security Bureau. Do you have evidence to dare come here and arrest me? Of course, I have no evidence, but you have misunderstood something, Mr. Jean. We are of the same ilk. You can make people disappear at will, and so can I. Your actions are unlawful. Forced to meet Lin Yi's dark, unwavering gaze, Mr. Jean trembled as he spoke. Law is crucial, but it is meant to protect ordinary people in a civilized world. Neither of us fits that description. Within the club's underground, Lin Yi sensed the place he sought and dragged Mr. Jean deeper inside. What do you want to know? I will tell you everything. I have evidence of those cultists' crimes. Mr. Jean, desperate, played his last card, regardless of the consequences that might follow. No need. I am not here to gather evidence. Lin Yi remained unmoved, dragging Mr. Jean to a hollowed floorboard. With a single kick, it shattered, revealing a staircase descending into the depths. So, what exactly do you want? Money? Information? Women? I will give you whatever I can. Splinters from the broken wood scraped Mr. Jean's eyelid, blood blurring his vision. I merely wish you to die slowly. Excuse me? If I appeared suddenly and blew your brains out with a single shot, you wouldn't even have the time to suffer. That would be unjust. I intend to grant you the death you deserve. Lin Yi dragged Mr. Jean into a shadowy dungeon. Most cells were empty, but some prisoners remained confined. These inmates were ordinary townsfolk, once disregarded by Mr. Jean, but now clearly a new source of profit. As Lin Yi passed, the cell doors swung open automatically. He did not rescue them. He was no savior, offering only the aid deserved. Their survival depended entirely on themselves. Deep within the dungeon lay a room sealed by a psychic barrier. Lin Yi traced a collapsed rune in the air, shattering the mystical protection. Pushing open the door, he revealed a vast chamber of nearly 100 square meters. In its center stood a grotesque tree of flesh and blood. Its trunk was composed of bones, branches woven from muscle and sinew, and its blossoms were brains. The ground beneath was stained with corrupted blood. The branches quivered and the brains pulsated, as if sentient, welcoming the visitor to its domain. Ugh! Mr. Jean recoiled. Seeing the flesh and blood tree for the first time, he cared little for the cultists' deeds within. He wished to avoid trouble. As for the Public Security Bureau, he had his ways of dealing with them. After all, they adhered to rules. Lin Yi manipulated his psychic energy to tear the flesh and blood tree apart. It appeared to be part of some ritual and was precisely what he had been searching for. Wait, I know many secrets. I know who killed the director. I am aware of the whereabouts of those cultists. I can assist you. I possess considerable wealth, all of which I am willing to offer you. As Lin Yi cast a glance at him, Boss Jean was thoroughly alarmed, sensing the ominous breath of death. I have never been fond of detective films, particularly those where the protagonist engages in a battle of wits with the murderer, and the virtuous characters perish in droves before the hero finally uncovers the evidence to apprehend the suspect. In truth, if one were to eliminate all the nefarious individuals, there would be no need for clues or evidence. The affair would conclude seamlessly, with only the villains making sacrifices. Thus, in comparison, I prefer horror and action films. Lin Yi hurled Boss Jean into the writhing mass of flesh and blood, deftly inscribing a twisted rune. They had all been brought back by Boss Jean, resulting in their current state, Thus it was only fair. Ah, help. Please, no? With the door sealed shut, Lin Yi hummed a tune as he departed from the Golden Apple Club. To the black market. Lin Yi entered the sports car, cheerfully declaring, "Yes, sir." Nora once again pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle soaring down the street. "Aren't you going to inquire about what he knows? Mr. Jean holds considerable power in the city. This information may prove advantageous for our subsequent actions," Grace inquired, perplexed through the earpiece. "I do not trust him, and what he knows may not be accurate. If it were, he would not still be lingering in the city at this moment." Regardless of the information obtained, Lin Yi's course of action would not alter, rendering any inquiry unnecessary. Lin Yi began to organize his gear. Compared to Mr. Jin's subordinates, the black market gangs were evidently more professional, greater in number, and more troublesome to handle. Yet for Lin Yi, this was merely a slight inconvenience. In comparison to the monsters in his simulations, these individuals were hardly a challenge, and had it not been for the forthcoming main course, Lin Yi would have been bored enough to doze off. "Sir, there are numerous gang members at the black market. Do you require my assistance?" Nora asked excitedly as she observed Lin Yi preparing his equipment. "No need, you wait in the car." Lin Yi placed his gear within easy reach, readying himself for combat. "Understood, sir." Nora yearned to contribute, but felt compelled to obey orders. Soon, the sports car halted outside a narrow alley, and Lin Yi exited. Brandish Lin Yi swept past each window, revealing an enigmatic smile. "Indeed, we had shared drinks together," the burly man stated without hesitation. "How could I not remember?" Utilizing the speed runes inscribed on his pant legs, Lin Yi instantly dashed into the abandoned building. The gang members hastily opened fire, yet all the bullets were left trailing behind him. With his mental acuity attuned to the surroundings, Lin Yi could eliminate foes through walls without needing to approach. The gunfire echoed as enemies fell one after another. In the end, only the burly man remained alive. He was a second-tier psionic, but that was hardly a justification for his survival. "Much better now. I detest raising my head to converse with others, and even more so, I abhor shouting," Lin Yi declared, advancing towards the burly man with a rifle in hand. The dossier had the man's name, Frank, the black market overseer, an informant of sorts. And this forsaken structure was his stronghold. "Are you the new director of the Public Security Bureau? How may I serve you?" Frank inquired. Having witnessed Lin Yi eliminate all his subordinates without a flicker of vengeance in his heart, he was solely concerned with preserving his own life. "No, I am here to address matters within that room behind you. Dealing with you is merely incidental." Exercising caution, Lin Yi remained vigilant of Frank's vital points, poised for action. "I know of several similar locations. If you spare my life, I assure you I will divulge all the information I possess," Frank pleaded, clutching the item he had relied upon for survival, fully aware of Lin Yi's prowess. Despite Lin Yi being only a first tier, he, a mere concoction of drugs, was no match. "I am aware of the remaining locations where populations have mysteriously vanished. There are not many sites nearby suitable for rituals." Suddenly, Lin Yi unsheathed his crimson blade and severed Frank's right arm. The proximity left Frank utterly unprepared. "Ah!" Frank shrieked, instinctively attempting to utilize the item in his right hand, only to realize it was no longer there. Lin Yi retrieved the orb that had rolled from Frank's grasp. It resembled a grenade, its internal psionic fluctuations potent, indicating significant power. "Quite impressive. Now, you may meet your end." Lin Yi had sensed this item earlier, to ensure Frank was not merely incapacitated. He had deliberately closed the distance. "Wait." Frank's words were cut short as Lin Yi dispatched him swiftly. At such proximity, Frank had no chance to react. After dealing with the gruesome remains in the room, Lin Yi cleared the battlefield and replenished his arsenal before departing the abandoned building. Upon returning to his sports car, Lin Yi felt an oppressive atmosphere. The entire city was enveloped in this suffocating ambience, making it hard to breathe. Have they finally caught on? It's about time. After the destruction of 2 nodes, even the slowest should react. Lin Yi utilized Nora's communicator to relay the remaining node locations to Grace, informing her, "Plans have changed. Instruct the Public Security Bureau personnel to dismantle these nodes. Tell them that if they fail to do so, the entire city will face obliteration. Let them decide whether to fulfill their duties." "What? The city will be destroyed?" Grace exclaimed, taken aback. "Do you wonder why they sent me here at this juncture?" Lin Yi replied calmly. "Is it sufficient to destroy these nodes to avert the city's demise?" Grace inquired, seeking confirmation. "Leave the rest to me. I assure you of success." Lin Yi responded, Casting a glance at Nora before continuing, proceed to the church on the outskirts of the city. For some inexplicable reason, these cultists tend to establish their ritual sites near churches. Understood, Commander. Nora was anxious about the safety of the city and concerned whether her colleagues could successfully manage the ritual nodes, yet she recognized the urgency of her current task. The sports car sped towards the church, its engine roaring with a high-pitched growl. Stop, Lin Yi suddenly commanded as they approached a bridge. Nora quickly halted the vehicle, casting a puzzled look at him. This is a necessary route. If I were the enemy, I would lie in ambush here. He had felt a vague sense of unease earlier, which dissipated only after the car came to a halt. Lin Yi retrieved a psionic sniper rifle, scanning for the enemy's position through the scope. The scope was capable of detecting points of psionic energy, and soon Lin Yi identified a target among the trees on the opposite bank. Bang! The bullet effortlessly shattered the enemy's psionic shield and struck their head. Such formidable rounds could penetrate even Lin Yi's altered psionic defenses. Bang! Bang! The adversaries began to scatter in panic, yet the relentless gunfire only escalated in frequency. Bang! 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 Each shot claimed an enemy, and Lin Yi swiftly exhausted an entire magazine. By the time he replaced it with a new one, the foes had all fled. Let us proceed, Lin Yi noted as he returned to the car. Nora pressed the accelerator, propelling them towards the church. They had failed. The other side, seasoned and experienced, had directly eliminated 8 followers with sniper fire from across the river. Father Matthew spoke with calm composure. It is advised not to kill that director. The Security Bureau is indeed rife with corruption, but it remains the most formidable enforcement agency in the Federation. The headquarters is teeming with monsters, and this new director may have been dispatched from there. Upon arrival, he has already obliterated 2 of the most critical ritual nodes. Do you have any inkling of the effort I invested in those nodes? Ethan's face was a mask of fury. Mr. Jean and Rat had been his hard-won subordinates, now lost. The enemy had appeared too suddenly. No information had leaked from the Bureau, or else he would have had ample means to contend with a new director. That old man is too much of a hindrance. Killing him is imperative. I concede this new director possesses some skill, but he is merely a first-tier psionic. He is not to be feared. The nodes are paramount. I require you to establish a few new rudimentary nodes to sustain the ritual. Father Matthew remained unflappable, preparing to reduce the scale of the ritual to harvest only half the city's lives. That sounds simple enough. But where am I to procure so many living individuals for the rudimentary nodes? Ethan found himself unable to comprehend the mindset of this cultist. He was ready to flee while the others sought to continue the ritual. Are there not still some followers remaining? I will ensure they assist you, Father Matthew asserted with an air of certainty. Aren't they followers of your church? Even Ethan would never regard his subordinates as mere sacrifices. That is the very essence of the Lamb's existence. In the Church of the Emerald Deity, as Ethan prepared to speak, a sudden gunshot echoed outside the chapel, swiftly followed by a violent explosion. The chapel doors were blown apart as several spheres were hurled inside simultaneously. Boom! Without any delay, these spheres detonated with ferocious intensity upon entry, reducing the entire chapel to rubble. Lin Yi swept away the chaotic dust and spiritual energy, gripping an ethereal light machine gun in both hands as he charged into the ruins, unleashing a barrage toward the epicenter of the spiritual energy-s concentration. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. He ceased firing only after emptying a full magazine, then lobbed 2 spiritual grenades into the targeted area. Boom! Just as Lin Yi prepared to reload for another sweep, a colossal tree, its branches interwoven with crimson and verdant hues, erupted from the chapel's core, its spear-like limbs thrusting toward him with lethal precision. Activating his mutated spiritual energy shield, Lin Yi swiftly retreated. Though the branches pierced through his defenses with ease, he had already reached the chapel's threshold. Impressive. Elite of the Security Bureau. Had it not been for this tree, you would have been slain by me already. Father Matthew emerged from the debris beneath the tree, his body marred by numerous wounds that were rapidly healing. Ethan, who had once stood beside him, was now reduced to a mangled mess. The spiritual barrier enveloping the chapel's exterior was commendable yet insufficient. This deceptive sense of security was truly perilous. Observing the towering 2-story-high amalgamation of blood and foliage before him, Lin Yi remarked casually. Earlier, Nora had fired a sniper round imbued with a collapse rune from afar. Yet it failed to breach the chapel's spiritual defense. Lin Yi, empowered by a speed rune, dashed outside, supplementing his assault with 2 spiritual grenades to finally shatter the chapel's sanctity. Lesson learned. The illusion of psychological security is the most treacherous. Father Matthew's lips twitched as he eyed Lin Yi's reloaded ethereal light machine gun. He had never witnessed the security bureau wielding such weaponry within the city. Any last words? Lin Yi leveled the barrel at Father Matthew. Though his tone was stern, he harbored no genuine belief that a single magazine could fell the priest. He sought merely to instill an impression of his dependence on weaponry. Alas, you've won. Insufficient nodes remain. The ritual cannot be completed. I shouldn't have slain the former director. He was far more amicable than you. The priest's words suggested surrender, yet his spiritual energy and internal vitality surged vigorously, invigorating the nearby blood-and-flesh vegetation in tandem. One must choose between kindness and survival. Lin Yi subtly inscribed collapse runes upon the first few rounds of his magazine, exercising patience. Yet Father Matthew's demeanor struck him as peculiar. The priest appeared to be stalling, though Lin Yi sensed no overt maneuvers. Initially resolved to prolong the standoff before eradicating both the vegetation and priest in one sweep, Lin Yi reconsidered. Acting swiftly was prudent. You are correct. Before Father Matthew could finish, Lin Yi unleashed a volley upon the blood-and-flesh monstrosity. The bullets cleaved through its form like radiant blades, piercing deep within. With a sudden burst, the priest blinked and appeared beside Lin Yi, drawing a sacrificial dagger aimed at Lin Yi's head. Undeterred, Lin Yi continued to pull the trigger, manifesting multiple layers of ethereal energy shields before the dagger, deflecting the priest's strikes with a series of collisions. The priest's attacks were exceptionally sharp, easily overwhelming ordinary energy defenses. However, he had never encountered such a unique application of energy shielding employed by Lin Yi. Consequently, he resorted to thrusting with his left hand toward Lin Yi's chest. As Lin Yi emptied his ammunition belt, obliterating the flesh and blood plant, he swiftly maneuvered his light machine gun to intercept the priest's left hand. The priest shattered the light machine gun, prompting Lin Yi to draw his crimson blade. With a speed akin to lightning, he activated the runes as he sliced, severing the priest's left hand in one swift motion. The priest, abandoning his dismembered hand, retreated rapidly, and Lin Yi retrieved the energy submachine gun concealed within his attire, unleashing an entire magazine upon the withdrawing priest. Despite the energy rifle possessing greater power, it remained in the loot space, requiring a moment to retrieve. Blood gushed from the priest as he staggered back near the flesh and blood plant. You are formidable. It has been long since I encountered such an exceptional young individual. Alas, the time has come. You have lost. Even with a severed hand and his body marred by blood and gore, the priest remained composed and unperturbed, as if he were the one in the advantageous position. Lin Yi remained silent, merely drawing his energy rifle from the loot space and continuing to fire at the priest. Regardless of how many bullets struck, the priest stood resolute, while the nearby flesh and blood plant gradually withered. Do not struggle. I share my life with it. Before its demise, no matter how grievous the wounds, I can swiftly recover. Its roots delve deep into the earth, and even if you exhaust all your bullets, it will be of no avail. You have performed admirably. Let us converse. As a third-tier energy practitioner, the priest had not found himself in such a precarious situation for quite some time, especially at the hands of a mere first-tier individual. This ignited a sense of admiration within him. All followers were sheep of the divine, yet there existed disparities among them. What shall we discuss? Discarding the empty energy rifle, Lin Yi began to contemplate the priest's weaknesses and potential strategies for dealing with this predicament. Perhaps a potent sedative could remedy the situation. But how could he approach him? Do you possess faith? The priest inquired earnestly. No, Lin Yi mused. I cannot very well have faith in myself. Would you consider joining our church? In doing so, I could spare your life. With your talent and the church's resources, it would not be long before you ascend to a mid-tier practitioner, perhaps even reaching the high tier. The priest tempted. What church do you belong to? What benefits would joining confer? Is the deity you worship reliable? Lin Yi sought to comprehend the intricacies of this organization, as it might serve as a reference for future endeavors. I am a member of the Emerald God Church, worshiping the Lord of the Emerald City. As for the benefits of joining, aside from the usual resources like energy potions, the church will also assist you in conducting rituals to locate your symbiotic plant. As long as your symbiotic plant remains alive, you shall encounter no harm. The priest slightly lifted his head and remarked that even the meager basic conditions of the Security Bureau paled in comparison to the Emerald Divine Cult. let alone other heretical sections. What kind of place is Emerald? Lin Yi noted down the information and inquired further. It is a perilous realm of the same echelon as the Abyss, where various bizarre and dangerous plants grow. Thus, conducting rituals there entails certain risks. But these are merely trials bestowed upon us by the deity. Father Matthew extended his half-grown left hand towards Lin Yi, offering an invitation. Today marks another new day. The conditions are not bad, but I must decline. Given the other's earnestness, Lin Yi found it difficult to waste his time further. Though he had anticipated this, he still wished to ask, is it for the sake of so-called justice? Or for those commoners who are less than weeds? The priest showed no anger, only curiosity. Neither. Simply because I dislike you, that is all. Lin Yi revealed a faint, almost illusory smile. Since arriving here, he no longer wished to engage in things he despised. Alas, what a pity, the priest sighed sincerely. Come then, malevolent cultist, the time has come for our final confrontation. Lin Yi, grasping a potent sedative in reverse grip, smiled as if reciting lines from a play. His trump card was in hand, his ultimate technique prepared, awaiting only his opponent's reveal. In battle, timing is paramount. When uncertain yet not hopeless, Lin Yi preferred to assume a reactive stance. Justice enforcing officer, it is time to make amends for the Security Bureau's arrogance. Father Matthew cooperated. Meanwhile, throughout the city's corners, cultists writhed as their bodies contorted into grotesque trees of flesh and blood, forming temporary ritual nodes. Their fervor was not piety, but a blazing faith that ignited their very beings. Suddenly, the withered flesh and blood plants at the church's center erupted into frenzied growth. Father Matthew stepped into the midst, himself a lamb among many. Lin Yi observed as the plants consumed the priest. If his intuition was correct, the ritual was meant to summon such flora in the city's heart on a grander scale, far beyond this modest scene. That scenario would be beyond his capacity to resolve. Commander, are you all right? Came Nora's breathless voice through the earpiece. Having just dispatched a squad of cultists, she witnessed the flesh and blood plants growing wildly, towering above the church's spire. I'm fine, it's over. Come pick me up. Oh, and bring a flatbed cart as well. Lin Yi swapped the high-energy orb and the potent sedative in his glove's storage, then employed a special skill to interchange the triggered orb with the core of the nascent flesh and blood plant. Boom. Lin Yi retreated to a safe distance, clutching the writhing core. As the orb detonated, shredding the flesh and blood plants inside the church, spilling blood and flesh throughout the sanctuary. These plants were formidable. Lin Yi found it difficult to eliminate them externally. Once they mutated further, producing more cores and embedding roots deep underground, the entire city would become their feast. Yet, facing Lin Yi, they stood no chance of such a fate. Previously, its roots were deeply buried underground, making it quite troublesome for Lin Yi during the night. Now that it has emerged on its own, Lin Yi, of course, would not be courteous. Once the explosion subsided, Lin Yi entered the church to gather the spoils of war. These active blood plants proved to be excellent materials, and Lin Yi collected a few while also retrieving the firearms he had discarded earlier. In a complete room deep within the church, Lin Yi discovered the relics of Father Matthew, a notebook filled with information and various items commonly used by cultists. Furthermore, he found a booklet listing personnel associated with the city and the Emerald God cult, which included several officers from the Security Bureau. Nora arrived at the church with a flatbed cart, and Lin Yi placed the spoils that could not fit in his spatial storage onto the cart, preparing to take them away shortly. Here you go. Should I take care of them as well? Lin Yi casually inquired as he handed the booklet to Nora. No need. They are likely dead by now. The remaining ones will be handled by Grace and me, Nora replied, stowing the booklet away and assisting Lin Yi in loading the flatbed cart into the trunk of the sports car. To the Security Bureau, Lin Yi commanded. He would not leave empty-handed. Given the high status the system had bestowed upon him, he intended to make use of it. The sports car soon came to a halt outside the Security Bureau. Under the awed gazes of the officers, Lin Yi wheeled the flatbed cart into the director's office. Before closing the door, he addressed Nora, who was following closely behind. Your overtime has concluded. The city's security is sound tonight. You may rest now, Ms. Nora. Yes, sir. Nora straightened her back and offered a salute. At that moment, the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating her face. The city still stood. And today marked a new beginning. After shutting the office door, Lin Yi used the director's computer to access and download classified intelligence related to psychic weapons, then stepped into the pale green portal that had appeared in the office. Mission completed. Special metal treasure chest reward based on mission difficulty. Extra mission 1 completed. Reward of an additional mission chest. Extra mission 2 completed. Reward of an additional mission chest. Extra mission 3 completed. Reward of an additional mission chest. Please draw today's card. My turn. Card draw. Lin Yi disregarded the multitude of spoils piled in the center of the shelter and had no time to mourn the disappearance of Fat Rat. He immediately commenced his daily card draw. This time, the card revealed a 2-liter bottle of orange juice. As the card dissipated, the bottle of orange juice materialized in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi examined the juice for a moment. From any angle, it appeared to be an ordinary bottle of orange juice, adorned with an image of several halved oranges, with the drink simply labeled as orange juice, albeit in a script unfamiliar to Lin Yi. Checking the juice's information through the system, he found it akin to other cards, containing no valid information apart from its name. Orange juice. This is a card. Note: one of the cards from the Abyssal Relic card box. What effects do you possess? The orange juice remained silent. Lin Yi attempted to pour the juice into a cup and proceeded to view its information through the system. A glass of orange juice. Lin Yi reminisced about the previous meals of duck leg rice and duck blood vermicelli, suddenly feeling that such experiences were rather normal. He decided to treat today as if he hadn't drawn any cards. Picking up the glass, he took a sip, savoring the familiar taste of ordinary orange juice. Setting the glass down, Lin Yi began to sort through his spoils, categorizing the psychic weapons and materials from the energy cart. He commenced his examination of their system information. Psychic rifle, a low-tier psychic weapon mass-produced by the Federation. Its power is limited, making it difficult to inflict effective damage on mid-tier psychic users. Note: a failed attempt. Psychic grenade, a low-tier psychic weapon mass-produced by the Federation. It possesses decent power, yet struggles to deliver effective damage to mid-tier psychic users. Note: a failed attempt. Mutated flesh plant core, a core of a plant that thrives abundantly in the Emerald City, serving as a fundamental food source for many plants. Note: a weed's core. Mutated flesh plant material, a superior mutated material. Note: also an excellent fertilizer. Weeds, indeed, are quite dreadful, Lin Yi mused. Having organized the various items, Lin Yi proceeded to open 4 treasure chests in succession. The first was a special metal chest, containing only a single rune card. Basic Rune Synthesis, a card that allows the learning of basic synthesis runes. Note: use with caution if one's mental strength is insufficient. Oh. This card stirred within Lin Yi an impulse to rush to the gaming room to utilize it immediately. Though he suspected the synthesis results might not meet his expectations, he was nonetheless filled with anticipation for this card. Currently, he possessed 3 unused rune cards: Synthesis, Shaping, and Weakening. The Weakening rune card had been acquired through trade with other survivors prior to the onset of the Warfront activities. Lin Yi resolved to visit the gaming room tomorrow afternoon to employ the rune card for synthesis, thereafter utilizing 1 rune card every other day. Continuing to open chests, he discovered that the treasure from Extra Task 1 contained merely a blueprint. Storage Room Blueprint. Required materials: low-tier space crystal, 05. First-tier mutated organ, 05. Note: this blueprint requires a shelter of first tier or above for usage. The blueprint was promising, yet the procurement of space crystals proved exceedingly challenging. Currently, the only known source of space crystals was treasure chests, which had an exceedingly low drop rate. Furthermore, many blueprints demanded such materials, resulting in a complete absence of space crystal trades in the trading area. Lin Yi was in dire need of a storage room. Without a psychic workshop, there was scarcely any space left in the shelter to settle. He hoped that tonight's nighttime activity would involve a maze exploration, believing that opening more chests might yield the necessary items. After utilizing the blueprint and submitting the frozen mutated organ, Lin Yi opened the chest for Extra Task 2. Inside were 10 bottles of low-tier nutritional fluid. Ever since his promotion to the first tier, the efficacy of ordinary nutritional fluids had diminished significantly, necessitating him to consume several bottles of standard nutritional fluid with each psychic cycle. Recently, Lin Yi resolved to experiment with low-grade nutrient solutions. With the addition of these 10 bottles, he now possessed a total of 15, sufficient to sustain him for a considerable duration. This prompted Lin Yi to recall the schematic for a low-grade concentrated nutrient extractor. Should he manage to construct such a device, he would likely never lack nutrient solutions up to the 4th tier. Alas, the tri-tier aberrant organ proved exceedingly difficult to procure. Within the treasure chest of the third auxiliary mission lay a tome, the guide to joining the Emerald God cult. This book contained records of various foundational rituals developed by the Emerald God cult, annotated as an introductory text to ritual studies. Upon perusing the guide, Lin Yi was reminded of the heretical pamphlets he had encountered before. The distinction, however, was that the contents here were genuinely effective. Disregarding the superficial enticements to join the cult, the guide meticulously described over 10 rituals of diverse effects, including one for connecting with Emerald City and seeking communion with one's destined plant. Lin Yi pondered the prospect of performing this ritual within the sanctuary and cultivating a symbiotic plant there. Although the notion was alluring, he ultimately relinquished the idea, unwilling to partake in symbiosis or be influenced by the plant. Having processed his spoils, Lin Yi tended to the flora and fauna within the refuge whilst preparing his breakfast. Xiaohei had grown as thick as Lin Yi's calf and now reclined like a cat, exposing its supple belly to be caressed. Do you wish to venture outside? In a few days, I might not be able to sustain you, Lin Yi mused, though the shelter still housed ample provisions. Xiaohei's rapid growth suggested that soon it might not even fit through the door. Gently stroking Xiaohei's belly, Lin Yi, ever conscientious, resolved that if Xiaohei was reluctant to go outdoors, he would have to encourage it to slim down. Xiaohei responded with a soft meow, wriggling its mouth like a feline. You want to go out? To reassure me? There's no need to rush. Wait a few more days until you grow a little more, Lin Yi said, tenderly touching the non-existent lower jaw. Xiaohei shifted to a more comfortable posture, emitting another meow. After preparing breakfast, Lin Yi opened the group chat and poured himself a glass of orange juice. Brothers, did you all make it back alive? If not, give a sign. One message replied with an image of supplies, followed by another. Whoa, big shot. You brought back so many aberrant organs, another commented. The upstairs guys aren't far behind. Did you ransack an armory? One asked. Could you all stop flaunting? How are people like us supposed to survive? Came another plea. Damn, you call yourself useless? You took on a high difficulty site this time, and I'm barely surviving on water, someone retorted. You chose a city site. At least you can bring back some food. I did pick the city site, but it blew up, and I barely escaped. Someone laughed. Eyebrow pencil. Thank you, stranger. For bringing a smile to my face, another chimed in. Old you, why aren't you dead yet? Someone inquired. Euphone replied, not only am I alive, but I can even go for a walk at night. Impressive. Is the restroom usable now? Was the next question. Euphone responded, having finished his breakfast. Lin Yi reclined on his bed and commenced his daily simulation. Please select to start a new simulation task or enter the simulation base. Entering the simulation base. Please select the simulation base to enter psychiatric hospital. There is no other option. Personnel and simulated base. Kevin, simulation can be ended at any time. Lin Yi awoke on the bed in the staff dormitory, still inhabiting Kevin's body. Leaving the dormitory, Lin Yi strolled through the corridor. The psychiatric hospital now resembled an ordinary establishment, a stark contrast to its previous state. Along the way, he encountered several patients who greeted him warmly, appearing remarkably normal. You're here. The lively and charming voice of Mia reached him from behind. Ah, hello. What should I do? Lin Yi was still uncertain about the purpose of this base and what his role entailed. Anything you like. After all, you're a contracted employee with the director. No one can command you here. I enjoy spending time with those I like when I'm slacking off. And what about you? Mia approached Lin Yi and walked alongside him. I rarely slack off. It makes me feel guilty. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but recalling the earlier simulation, he neither dodged nor lied. That's not right. Slacking off is the most reasonable thing to do. Do you know why I work? Mia leaned closer to Lin Yi, revealing a mysterious smile. Is it to slack off? Lin Yi effortlessly guessed the correct answer. Correct. Everyone needs a job, and the purpose of work is to allow for leisure. Therefore, the meaning of human existence is to indulge in leisure, Mia asserted confidently. All right. Then if I were to slack off, what could I do? Lin Yi relinquished his struggle and decided to heed the elder's guidance. There's an abundance of options in the library. It houses many intriguing books, though some may be perilous. It's advisable to consult the librarian before perusing them. The patients here are all talented individuals, witty in conversation and skilled in performances. You could engage with them. Though be cautious of the special patient area in the North Building, where some patients are extraordinarily dangerous, not due to their will, but merely by their existence, which defines danger. Hence, it's best to avoid those wards, except for room 419, where you can chat with the princess if you have time. You could also learn patient management techniques from the staff, such as the head nurse's expertise in concocting various injections. That old woman is particularly adept at potion making. The underground chapel is fascinating as well. Father Christine worships multiple deities and excels in divine communication, allowing you to converse with the gods. Your friend frequently visits the chapel to confess. Mia spoke in a single breath, like a tour guide introducing attractions. What about Miles now? Through Mia's exposition, Lin gleaned a fair understanding of the psychiatric hospital, which harbored many intriguing elements. He's doing well. He has adapted much better than Kevin and is almost fully integrated here, Mia remarked with a significant tone. Do you know Kevin? This was Lin's first venture into establishing a simulation base, and he was unaware of Kevin's circumstances in his absence. Certainly, this is a mental institution, and your mental states are distinctly different, easily recognizable to any sane individual. Mia gazed into Lin's eyes, as if striving to peer through them to the true Lin, who resided far away in the sanctuary. I hope Kevin can adapt swiftly. If he struggles to acclimate here, Lin is uncertain about the implications this situation might have on the stronghold. He will adjust, Mia asserted confidently. After a brief exchange, Mia vanished. Lin pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the library for a while. The library is located on the third floor of the main building, while the staff dormitory is on the first floor. Armed with the map of the mental institution provided by the head nurse, Kevin, Lin easily located the library. To his surprise, the library was deserted. It seemed the patients here were not fond of reading. Lin could not find the librarian Mia had mentioned. The library boasted over a dozen large bookshelves, filled with a variety of tomes, many pertaining to mental health. He casually selected a book that piqued his interest and found a vacant seat to read. The title was The ID, Hot Pot, Barbecue, and Cold Noodles. Lin read with great focus, taking 2 hours to finish the book. Was it interesting? Inquired a creature with an octopus-like head, at least in Lin's perception. Very intriguing, so much so that it makes me wish to experience amnesia just to read it again, Lin replied, feeling quite pleased. It had been ages since he felt so relaxed. He resolved to return in the afternoon next time, as a leisurely afternoon is more suited for reading. A beverage to savor would be delightful, he mused. At that moment, a glass of orange-hued liquid appeared beside him, resembling orange juice. I am the librarian of this library. You may call me Bob. Bob glanced at the cup, but refrained from commenting. I am Lin. Bob, could you recommend some safe and engaging books? Lin lifted the cup and took a sip. Indeed, it was orange juice. Certainly, it has been quite some time since anyone visited here to read. Bob selected a book from the shelf and handed it to Lin, as he rarely recommended books to anyone. Lin examined the title, The Salted Fish and the Master of the World. Although the title lacked the allure of the previous one, Lin delved into it earnestly. As he read, Lin felt his mental seed gradually nourished as if absorbing some vital essence, enhancing his mental prowess holistically. Thus, this growth was significantly impactful for him. Nevertheless, even aside from that, Lin genuinely appreciated the books available here. 3 hours later, he turned the final page. How was it? Bob inquired. Quite captivating. Especially the part where the salted fish was consumed. It could be deemed a form of abstract art, Lin remarked, finishing his 5th glass of orange juice. He contemplated sharing a glass with Bob, but hesitated, uncertain of the juice's ingredients. That segment was indeed remarkable, yet I found the conclusion of the story even more compelling, Bob replied, engaging in a delightful discussion about the book's content with Lin. However, such joyous moments are fleeting. And with the afternoon dedicated to gaming for psychic energy, Lin bid farewell to Bob and returned to the sanctuary. After the simulation at the stronghold concluded without yielding any items, Lin prioritized the growth of the spirit seed above all else. He decided to visit every other day henceforth, for the simulation tasks must continue. Pouring himself a glass of orange juice, he noted that the contents of the bottle remained unchanged since his departure, neither increased nor decreased. After savoring the juice, Lin retreated to the gaming room to complete his daily cycle. Upon its conclusion, he experimented with a low-tier nutrient solution, which proved remarkably effective. Returning to the shelter, Lin began his examination of the 3rd-tier mutated heart. While its vitality remained robust for the moment, it could not be left unattended indefinitely. He resolved to create a shell to store the heart within. This endeavor posed little challenge for Lin, who had inherited the priest's knowledge of mutation. Before dinner, He successfully completed the heart storage project using materials derived from flesh plants. A creature resembling a small dog limped about the floor, while the curious little black trailed behind, occasionally nipping at the dog's tail, prompting it to drag him along. It was quite endearing. As the night activities were about to commence, Lin prepared a serving of egg fried rice and poured himself another glass of orange juice before opening the group chat to begin his meal. Night activities, engage. Hopefully. Today involves a stronghold task. I retrieved a psychic firearm yesterday, though it regrettably lacks sufficient ammunition. I merely wish to scavenge in the red maze. Surely. It cannot be the front lines today? No, the front lines are far too perilous. One could easily succumb to stray bullets. Night activities begin. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 9:59 join. Splendid. I can scavenge. At the very least, I won't perish. And there's a chance of uncovering blueprints for upgrading the shelter. Collect red keys. Add 1. Acquire the special room key. With only 10 minutes remaining, Lin played with the somewhat dim-witted little dog, which was the first creature he had mutated, if one could even classify it as such. 0001. 0000. Night activities commence. 3:59. Lin awoke on the crimson floor, surrounded by familiar red doors. 84 treasure room. This time, the system had directly transported Lin to the depths of the maze. He refrained from immediately utilizing the special room teleportation card, opting instead to explore the vicinity for locked rooms, planning to use the card only when impeded by extensive flooded areas. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as he soon encountered a locked room. Using the red key, he unlocked the door to reveal a chamber partially submerged in water, where some dismembered corpses lay marinating, occasionally twitching. A metallic treasure chest, half drenched in the water and half resting on the floor, caught his eye. Lin channeled his psychic energy to maneuver the chest out of the flooded zone, then cautiously opened it. Inside, he discovered merely some odds and ends. 5 bottles of low-tier nutrient solution, 2 low-tier psychic crystals, 1 low-tier spatial crystal, and a metal key for a special room. Some items were already dampened by the crimson liquid, indicating that the metal chest was not waterproof. As Lin stowed away the items untainted by the crimson liquid, he turned to exit the room. Behind him, the 2 vials of low-tier nutrient solution that had come into contact with the red substance suddenly sprouted sharp appendages, launching themselves at his back with astonishing speed. Had this occurred before his studies at the stronghold, Lin would have been unable to react in time, but now, fortified by the seed of spirit, he swiftly inscribed runes behind him, conjuring a fragile barrier of spiritual energy. The 2 nutrient monstrosities effortlessly tore through the barrier. Yet this delay afforded Lin enough time to respond. Without turning around, he deftly drew a spiritual energy pistol, firing several rounds at the creatures with precision through his armpit. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shattered the 2 monsters, their remains collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The puddles stirred ominously, as if something were about to emerge from their depths. Lin stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him without a second glance at the corpses. The encounter served as yet another reminder to steer clear of that red liquid. The secrets it harbored were best left undisturbed. After leaving the flooded chamber, Lin discovered several locked rooms, each housing a solitary first-tier creature alongside a metallic chest. The chests contained an assortment of odds and ends, including a few first-tier spiritual items. However, Lin found little use for these mundane items, unless they bore special functions. Utilizing ordinary first-tier spiritual artifacts would merely squander his energy. Having encountered multiple flooded areas in quick succession, Lin employed a special room teleportation card. In an instant, he found himself in a red chamber measuring approximately 70 square meters. Yet, rather than feeling spacious, the room felt cramped, as it contained 15 first-tier blood corpses. Additionally, a blood-red creature resembling a crocodile dangled from the ceiling, its limbs bound by crimson threads. As time passed, the threads gradually faded, indicating the creature was on the verge of breaking free. Lin aimed his weapon at the creature above, but the bullet was intercepted by a layer of spiritual energy protection. With the barrier's emergence, the threads dissipated at an accelerated pace. The 15 first-tier blood corpses lunged simultaneously at Lin, who simply holstered his pistol and stood his ground, attuning himself to the anatomical structure of the crocodile monster. The blood corpses posed no concern for him. Their mutated physical capabilities paled in comparison to his own. Combat is a contest of strength and skill. and mindless blood corpses lacked advantages in both domains. The corpses collided with his protective barrier, impaling themselves on their own mutated organs. Lin Yi remained stationary, merely adjusting the angles of his energy barrier a few times, and thus dispatched them effortlessly. All 15 blood corpses lay dead, and the crimson threads binding the crocodile monster vanished completely. Anticipating his next move, Lin Yi retrieved a spiritual energy rifle from his loot space and emptied the magazine into the falling crocodile creature. The sound of gunfire reverberated. Pop, pop, pop. The creature twisted in midair, using the hardest parts of its skin to deflect much of the onslaught. Lin Yi deftly inscribed the rune of collapse upon the final bullet of his magazine. However, the effect of the collapse bullet on such relatively stable creatures was rather mediocre. It proved far more effective against unstable beings and certain structurally fragile psychic defenses. Releasing his energy rifle, Lin Yi drew forth his crimson blade, instantly materializing on the opposite side of the room. The upper half of the crocodile creature in the center of the room fell away, its lower half collapsing to the ground, while its mutated organs were evenly severed in two. This strike had long been conceived in Lin Yi's mind, yet it marked his inaugural application in actual combat. Moments prior, he had simultaneously activated the runes of speed, strength, cutting, and protection, each rune utilized multiple times. The protective, speed, and strength runes were inscribed upon his dark-hued attire, supplemented by the speed and cutting runes on the crimson blade. With a single stroke, he dispatched the crocodile creature. This maneuver demanded extraordinary physical prowess and mental fortitude. Lin Yi's heart raced violently, taking a moment to return to its usual rhythm. A deeper colored, larger crimson metal chest materialized in the center of the room. Lin Yi first attended to the remains, placing the useful parts into his spoil space before opening the chest. Inside lay a darker-hued crimson blade alongside a plethora of miscellaneous items. 10 bottles of Tier 1 nutrient liquid, 5 low-tier spatial crystals, a string of red keys, 2 mutation syringes, and a small pile of low-tier psychic crystals. Could this truly be a treasure room? While the crocodile creature was formidable, Lin Yi did not believe these few monsters could warrant such bounty. As he organized his spoils, a long-forgotten sense of joy washed over Lin Yi. Perhaps this was the thrill of opening chests. He contemplated sharing images of his finds in the group chat, believing that joy is best enjoyed collectively. Lin Yi licked his lips, feeling a hint of thirst. Suddenly, a cup of familiar yellow liquid appeared on the crimson floor. He lifted the orange juice and took a sip. Why was it thicker? The flavor of the orange juice seemed to have intensified. This reminded him of the orange juice in the library, which had felt less pronounced at the time, yet now seemed more refreshing in recollection. Oh well. It was harmless now. What did it matter? Lin Yi downed the orange juice in one go, placing his trust in the system. If even the system were untrustworthy, survival in this perilous world would be a daunting challenge for them all. Upon exiting the treasure room, Lin Yi was promptly transported to an ordinary red corridor. After exploring for a while longer, the countdown concluded, and Lin Yi returned to the shelter. Upon his return, the first task he undertook was to pour the orange juice from the bottle into other containers. If his suspicions were correct, the value of this substance was uncertain. Nevertheless, this marked Lin Yi's first attempt at storing card-derived materials, and he was unsure whether the orange juice would last until the morrow. After emptying the orange juice, Lin Yi began to sort through his spoils. He first produced 5 low-tier spatial crystals, successfully completing the storage room blueprint task. In the corner of the room, a pull door leading underground appeared. Lin Yi opened the door, revealing an underground storage room of at least 50 square meters. Wasn't this the 3rd floor? Nevertheless, existence justifies reason. Lin Yi did not ponder for long. He simply cleared out his bedroom and psychic workspace, relocating a multitude of items to the basement. Notably, the basement was equipped with power, allowing Lin Yi to finally part ways with the incessantly noisy refrigerator. Upon returning to his bedroom, he began to examine the information on his possessions. The other psychic items held little utility for him, save for the new red blade, which could replace the previous one. Red blade, a second-tier weapon produced by the Red Labyrinth. Note: infused with psychic energy, it can effortlessly slice through the flesh of second-tier creatures. After organizing his spoils and tending to his pets and plants, Lin Yi reclined on his bed and opened the group chat, sharing images of his loot. What? Wow, so many items. What kind of treasure chest is this? I've never seen one before. I've certainly never encountered one this large. No wonder you're a master. Even your treasure chests are grander than others. Lin Yi shared the information regarding the contaminated chests that could spawn monsters and treasure rooms. He considered himself fortunate. Others might easily fall victim to chest monsters. There was even the possibility of survivors taking away the contaminated items. Wow, it's so cunning for monsters to emerge from treasure chests. Thankfully, the master warned us. Otherwise, I would have surely been caught off guard. 15 first-tier monsters and 1 second-tier? I cannot possibly open that chest. Damn, I'm grateful for the warning. I just acquired a special room teleportation card, and it could lead to disaster if I were to use it carelessly. What? The upper level has already descended to the deeper layers? Many advanced players have moved on. The first layer only yields food from treasure chests, and there is simply too much fresh produce to store. I beg you, esteemed players, please advise me on how to advance. Where did you all acquire the integration potions? What are integration potions? With sufficient mental strength and physical attributes. Consuming an integration potion allows one to advance, but the stronger your mental capacity and physique, the more powerful you become post-advancement. The Red Labyrinth produces them from treasure chests. The upper level is quite fortunate. I obtained mine from a site task treasure chest. I got mine from the frontline war treasure chest. Does that mean one can suppress their level? Waiting until physical attributes are maximized before advancing? That is absurd. Non-tier and first tier cannot be compared. Do you genuinely believe that merely scavenging in the Red Labyrinth will make you stronger? Do not forget the weekly ascension at the shelter. During advancement, one can choose to enhance a mutated organ, so it is best to decide in advance which part to strengthen. Living organ image, Lin Yi observed intently, not opting for the path of transformation. Although he had experienced bodily aberration in simulations, he had never advanced through such means and remained unfamiliar with certain intricacies. Eventually, as his friends began to exchange increasingly provocative images, Lin Yi decided to retire for the night. Please draw today's card, my turn. Draw the following morning. Lin Yi rose from his bed, invigorated and ready to draw cards. This time, the card depicted a red-haired rabbit. As the card dissipated, a soft-furred red rabbit materialized in the center of the shelter. The rabbit nimbly leapt into Lin Yi's embrace, half closing its blood-red, translucent eyes and nuzzling against his abdomen. Lin Yi cradled the rabbit, noting its plumpness. What abilities do you possess? He inquired, grasping its ears. Chirp. The rabbit allowed Lin Yi to hold its ears without any sign of resistance. You claim to be swift? That no danger can overtake you? This was Lin Yi's first encounter with such a cooperative card creature. Chirp. The rabbit extended its tongue to lick Lin Yi's fingers and then waved its diminutive forelimbs a few times. I'll borrow this skill, not the one for reckless attacks. Lin Yi quickly asserted. Although it sounded formidable, the skill for survival was far more valuable in comparison. Chirp. The rabbit nodded obediently. After a pleasant exchange, Lin Yi rescued the little dog that had been swallowed by the small black creature, intended to both flora and fauna before preparing breakfast for himself and the rabbit. The orange juice from the previous day had not vanished. Lin Yi stowed it in the basement, intending to check its condition after some time. Following breakfast, Lin Yi reclined on his bed with the rabbit. Please select to begin a new simulation task or enter a simulation stronghold. Begin a new simulation task. Simulated D-class personnel. Henry, acquired special skill. Safe route. Safe route. Upon using this skill, you will be able to see a safe route. 11. Note. Even if the world ends, I can find a way out. Remaining simulation attempts. 10. Lin Yi opened his eyes. This time, he was not starting in a prisoner transport, but rather in the less common setting of a solitary cell. There were no cries of despair outside, indicating that the base had not succumbed this time. Henry appeared to be a handsome young man, with average physical attributes. He bore no resemblance to a criminal, but rather seemed like a con artist. At this moment, a supervising officer entered the cell and gestured for Lin Yi to follow him. Lin Yi was escorted to a laboratory where the officer instructed him to lie on a bed and proceeded to bind him with restraining straps. Surrounding him were various instruments and an exaggeratedly designed helmet. A man clad in a white lab coat adjusted the apparatus, with a row of permanent markers nestled in his pocket. In the corner of the room stood several armed supervising personnel. This time, Lin Yi refrained from stealthily taking the man's markers for writing in the restroom, recognizing that doing so repeatedly would draw attention. Moreover, the helmet and instruments were markedly different from those in previous encounters, suggesting either an upgrade in the organization's equipment or distinct functionalities. With his prior experiences, Lin Yi felt no need for further reminders.